Chapter 1585, A Private Teacher. In addition, with the old man's help, she wouldn't be worried about Leng Xiaoting's safety if he encountered any other senior cultivators in the future. Because Leng Xiaoting's level increased, the night-luminescent pearl wasn't able to hide his smell as a cultivator anymore. He had to continue to go up in levels in order to protect himself well. Wow, countless delicious food and good drinks. The old man repeated Ji Yuning's sentence, and couldn't get it out of his mind. He wasn't starving until he heard that. Yeah, you can have countless delicious food and good drinks, said Ji Yuning. Fine, I agree to take him as my apprentice, but you should give me the roasted chicken right now. The old man gave in for delicious food. He also decided to leave with them later. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were happy to see the result. An oral agreement isn't enough, so we must have a formal ceremony, Ji Yuning said. Do you have to do that? The old man couldn't wait a second longer to enjoy the roasted chicken, but he had to be patient for it. Fine, what do you want to do? Easy. Sit down please, Ji Yuning said and moved over a chair for the old man. The old man listened to Ji Yuning and sat down at once. Ji Yuning then continued, I think you don't have patience for cups of tea now, so we'll use the beggar's chicken as the gift for you. Let me be honest with you, the only thing he doesn't lack is money, and he can provide you with endless free delicious food and good drinks. By the way, if you're going to be his private teacher, I think you should send him a gift as well. What do you think? All right, stop wasting time on chatting. Let's do it now. The old man lost patience. He didn't care much about sending Leng Xiaoting a gift. Ji Yuning then stopped talking and took out the beggar's chicken. The old man's eyes lit up at once, and couldn't wait to grab it over. Ji Yuning gave the beggar's chicken to Leng Xiaoting, and told him to bow before the old man with the chicken. It actually wasn't easy for Leng Xiaoting to do that, because he had great pride in himself. Ji Yuning didn't know whether Leng Xiaoting had bowed to anyone else before except his own parents. Anyway, this old man was going to be his private teacher, and it wasn't a big deal if he bowed to his teacher. In addition, only a Bo could show respect for his teacher. Leng Xiaoting didn't think it was a big deal either, and he was willing to do it in order to learn secret kung fu skills from the old man. It's my honor to be your apprentice, Leng Xiaoting said and bowed to the old man with the beggar's chicken in his hands. Good boy. The old man smiled with satisfaction and grabbed the beggar's chicken the next second. Afterwards, he waved his hand and threw something to Leng Xiaoting's hand. This is my gift for you. It's a chenken bag. You can drop blood on it and you'll be its master. When the old man said that, he hurried to unwrap the beggar's chicken, seeming as if he hadn't had food for ages. The chenken bag was something like Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, and it could store stuff too, but only dead stuff. Neither Ji Yuning nor Leng Xiaoting knew how large the space of this chenken bag was, because every chenken bag was different. Moreover, some chenken bags could recognize their owners, but some couldn't. If a chenken bag was able to recognize its owner, it would be owned and only used by the person until the person died. If a chenken bag couldn't recognize their owners, anyone who knew the correct spell could use them. It was said that only the top senior cultivators were able to own a chenken bag in the cultivation world, but the chenken bag wouldn't follow them forever. If they were defeated by other cultivators, they had to give their chenken bags away. Therefore, no matter who owned a chenken bag, he or she must be prepared for endless challenges. Nevertheless, if the previous owner of the chenken bag refused to tell its spell, it would be useless. Thank you, my teacher, Leng Xiaoting said with happiness. The old man was busy eating the chicken and directly ignored Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning handed Leng Xiaoting a knife at once. Come on, do it now. Leng Xiaoting took the knife, then lightly cut his finger and dropped some blood on the chenken bag. Once a drop of blood touched the chenken bag, it flashed red light. Leng Xiaoting was surprised, then suddenly saw an empty space which was about 20 meters big in the chenken bag. At this time, the old man finished eating. He smacked his lips and said, I made this chenken bag myself, and haven't used it yet, so there is nothing inside. You can put anything into it with your consciousness. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were amazed when they learned that, and they admired the old man for his unbelievable ability. He must be at a very high level as a cultivator. Because Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator, she couldn't see the real ability of a cultivator. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator, but his level was low, so he wasn't able to see the old man's level either. Chapter 1586, Shengguanyang. Normally, only a senior cultivator could tell the difference among other cultivators. Sure, let me try it, Leng Xiaoting said, and used his consciousness to put the knife into his space. He succeeded at the very first time. Wow, great. Take it out now, the old man said with a satisfied smile. He used to think that it was troublesome to have an apprentice, but now he felt it wasn't a bad thing to have such a talented apprentice like Leng Xiaoting. In the ancient time, he was also a talented cultivator, but it still took him 3 times to successfully put something into his pace. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoting could provide endless delicious foods and drinks for him. Leng Xiaoting tried to take the knife out of the Chenkin bag with his consciousness, and he succeeded again. Perfect. The old man nodded with satisfaction. All of a sudden, the old man thought of something and asked Ji Yuning, "Why are you talking with me all the time since he wants to be my student?" Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, and also felt it was inappropriate. Well, he isn't good at talking ever since he was a kid, so I made the decision for him, Ji Yuning said. I understand it now. The old man actually didn't mind it, because Leng Xiaoting indeed seldom said a word. Leng Xiaoting felt relieved that the old man wasn't displeased. Why are you in different clothes from me? Asked the old man again. Their clothing looked quite different. Because hundreds of years have passed by, and the world is completely different today, Ji Yuning said. Hey, young girl, you haven't told me your name yet, he asked. My name's Ji Yuning, said Ji Yuning. Do you have your own space? Asked the old man. Yes, Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell him many details. The old man didn't ask further about it either, although he was quite curious about the reason why Ji Yuning could have her own space as a mortal. It was a bad habit to dig into other people's privacy. The old man licked his fingers with desire for more delicious foods after he ate the whole roasted chicken. Young girl, do you have more delicious foods? The old man looked at Ji Yuning with anticipation. Although he wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat at all, he had a much bigger stomach than ordinary people. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were both aware of it, so they didn't feel it was strange. Sure, but you need to wait for a while, Ji Yuning said. Wonderful. Be quick. The old man was willing to wait as long as he had more delicious foods to eat. Xiaoting, keep on practicing how to use your Chenkin bag. You must be very skilled at it, the old man said to Leng Xiaoting. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said with great respect. After that, he walked to the side to continue his practice, while the old man stared at Ji Yuning when she took out dishes from her telepathic eye space one after another. Unfortunately, they were raw, and he had to be patient. Here, if you want some food, try these fruits, Ji Yuning said and gave him a bag of fruits. The old man took it over and enjoyed the fruits right away. He wasn't picky, and only wanted delicious food. Young girl, is today's world fun? Asked the old man. Of course it's fun, and you can leave the mountain with us in a few days, Ji Yuning said. Why do we have to wait for a few days? The old man couldn't wait to travel and eat in today's new world. We just arrived here yesterday, and Xiaoting needs more time to improve his cultivation here with the thick magical power. Ji Yuning said. Fine, I can wait, the old man said. Although he agreed to wait for a few more days, he made up his mind to help Leng Xiaoting accelerate the practice so that they could leave this mountain earlier. Well, if you don't remember your name, how should I call you? Ji Yuning asked. I don't care, the old man said airily. In the following hour, the old man ate a dish once Ji Yuning cooked one. Ji Yuning was amused, but said nothing about it. Leng Xiaoting also had some food, but he didn't eat much. Shengguanyang, my name is Shengguanyang. The old man suddenly remembered his name during the meal. He had stayed alone for hundreds of years, and no one had ever called his name, so it was hard for him to remember it. Luckily, he remembered it right now. Can I call you Grandpa Shengguan? Ji Yuning said. Since Shengguanyang was Leng Xiaoting's private teacher now, she hoped that they could have a close relationship with each other. Of course you can, Sheng Guanyang said. In fact, he had a good impression of Ji Yuning, because she was kind and polite. Most importantly, she could cook delicious food for him. Chapter 1587. Tang Bingsun's henchmen. In Sheng Guanyang's eyes, delicious foods were more important than anything else. By the way, what's your relationship? Sheng Guanyang asked again. We're engaged, Ji Yuning said. Great, I think you two are a great match, said Sheng Guanyang. Thanks. Ji Yuning beamed. All of a sudden, Sheng Guanyang said in a low voice by Ji Yuning's ears, he's cold and doesn't talk at all. Don't you feel bored being with him? Although Sheng Guanyang deliberately kept his voice low, Leng Xiaoting was still able to hear him. However, he wasn't mad, because he didn't care about other people's opinions. He only cared about Ji Yuning's feelings. Ji Yuning gave Leng Xiaoting a glance, then smiled with happiness. I don't feel bored when I'm with him. Instead, I want to spend every second with him. He looks cold, but is actually quite warm and humorous on the inside. In addition, he's the youngest major general in our country and has saved a lot of people's lives. A major general. Sheng Guanyang was surprised to know that. Very well. Sheng Guanyang had a good impression of soldiers, because he knew that soldiers risked their lives to protect their country. After knowing that, Sheng Guanyang liked Leng Xiaoting more. Even though Leng Xiaoting looked cold on the outside, he was a reliable and mature man. Some people might be fun and talkative, but they could be unreliable as well. Sheng Guanyang told Ji Yuning to have a rest somewhere else, and that Leng Xiaoting would stay in the tower with him on retreat for a few days. Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't go inside with them, and only needed to prepare foods for them in the following days. In order to improve himself, Leng Xiaoting had to leave Ji Yuning for a couple of days. No one remembered that Qi Ziyu was abducted the next day, because nobody stood up for him and urged the police to find him. Chen Yunlin heard the news the next morning, after a nurse who attended Qi Ziyu gave her a call. Chen Yunlin was shocked the second she heard that Qi Ziyu was caught. She thought of her father at once, because it couldn't be a coincidence. Qi Ziyu had hidden himself well during the past few days, but he was caught right after she told her family that she was taking care of him. If Qi Ziyu was really caught because of her father, Chen Yunlin wouldn't be able to accept it. She knew that her father did it for their family's safety, but Qi Ziyu could be in great danger now. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to help him out at this moment. Tang Bingsun didn't go to see Qi Ziyu today, because it wasn't the right time yet, but he heard that Qi Ziyu had an attack of his drug addiction late at night, which surprised him. He didn't know when Qi Ziyu became addicted to drugs, but he couldn't care less about it. He only wanted Qi Ziyu to shut his mouth forever. Tang Bingsun didn't tell Ji Yijing and Tang Yaxin that he already caught Qi Ziyu in case they ruined his plan. He decided to deal with it on his own. Most importantly, if Tang Aining found out that Qi Ziyu was in his hands now, Tang Aining would cause him more trouble. He was still scared of Tang Aining. When the sky just became dark, Tang Bingsun went to a house where Qi Ziyu was kept in a suburb. There was another man in the underground room in addition to Qi Ziyu. This man was Tang Bingsun's henchman, the deputy leader of his illegal support. Only a few people in the illegal gang were aware that Tang Bingsun was their real boss. In order to hide the secret, Tang Bingsun had a secret meeting with the deputy leader. The fewer people who knew the secret, the safer Tang Bingsun was. Actually, even though not many members of the illegal gang were aware of that secret, they all knew that their real boss was another man. Some senior managers thought that the man could be Tang Bingsun, because they had done a lot of bad deeds for him. They did bad deeds for other people too as long as they were paid enough money, but Tang Bingsun was their major client. Nobody dared to talk about Tang Bingsun in their gang, because their leader forbade them to do that. It was also possible that Tang Bingsun simply had a good relationship with their leader. The capital wasn't in the ambit of Tang Bingsun's influence, and he only had a security company in the capital. Normally, an illegal gang stayed away from major cities. Chapter 1588. You shouldn't stand in my way. In fact, there were many illegal gangs of different sizes in every country, and they didn't do bad things all the time. Sometimes, the government also needed them to deal with criminals. Moreover, illegal gangs normally wouldn't betray their own country. All in all, the existence of illegal gangs didn't only do harm to the country. Tang Bingsun came to the house with 2 mercenaries this time. He wasn't worried that his secret might be exposed because the meeting was already arranged well and he simply came to visit his friend. The 2 mercenaries knew nothing about his real purpose, they only needed to protect him. When Tang Bingsun arrived at the outside of the house, he left the 2 mercenaries in the car and entered it alone with the deputy leader. They headed straight to the underground room. In fact, Tang Bingsun could directly give an order and kill Qi Ziyu, but he still felt it was necessary for him to see Qi Ziyu in person in case Qi Ziyu's death caused him more trouble in the future. In the underground room, Qi Ziyu sat on the chair and looked like a dead fish. There was no rope around his body, because he was out of strength now. It was impossible for him to run away from here, so he gave up struggling as well and stayed quiet. When the door was pushed open, Qi Ziyu raised his eyes and saw Tang Bingsun walking over. His eyes filled with hatred and anger once Tang Bingsun appeared in his sight. He stood up and tried to attack Tang Bingsun, but he was too weak to do that, so the deputy leader kicked him to the ground. He moaned in pain, but couldn't fight back. Tang Bingsun walked into the room with the deputy leader, because there was nothing for him to hide from the deputy leader. He also needed the deputy leader to help him deal with Qi Ziyu. Qi Ziyu, be quiet, the deputy leader coldly said. Qi Ziyu turned his body on the ground, but wasn't able to get back to his feet. He said nothing, but only glared at Tang Bingsun. If his look could kill people, Tang Bingsun would have been killed countless times. Tang Bingsun squinted his eyes at Qi Ziyu. Qi Ziyu, tell me, why did you take me as your enemy? Who were your parents? My father is Qi Kashan, Qi Ziyu said, clenching his teeth in great anger. Hearing that, Tang Bingsun frowned. He didn't forget this name. Tang Bingsun, it is quite normal for businessmen to compete against each other in business. My family won the project with our own strength. How could you be so evil and make my family go bankrupt? Qi Ziyu shouted. Even though the Qi family wasn't comparable to the Tang family, it wasn't weak at all that year. Besides, the Tang family didn't have great influence 7 years ago. You shouldn't stand in my way. Tang Bingsun smiled at Qi Ziyu. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong. Qi Ziyu glared at Tang Bingsun, but he could do nothing now, because he clearly knew that Tang Bingsun was a shameless, evil man. Qi Ziyu, do you have anything else about me in your hands? Tang Bingsun asked. Qi Ziyu put on an evil smile and stared straight at Tang Bingsun. Guess. Qi Ziyu said that in order to make Tang Bingsun be afraid of him. This was the only way he could save himself now. Actually, Qi Ziyu had nothing on Tang Bingsun. Although he knew that Tang Bingsun had broken the law many times, he didn't have clear evidence. Without solid evidence, he couldn't put Tang Bingsun in jail. Tang Bingsun was worried about that because he used to trust Qi Ziyu, but someone he had trusted before now turned out to be his enemy. Well, since you're in my hands now, I can decide whether you will stay alive or be killed, Tang Bingsun said. Tang Bingsun, did you forget the strange woman? She also wants to pay you and your family back, and she's much more powerful than me. If you kill me right now, I believe she'll soon hear the news. She's your real enemy, Qi Ziyu said. Hearing that, Tang Bingsun was angry, because Qi Ziyu hit the point. Since Tang Aining aimed to punish the Tang family, she must be spying on him. It wasn't difficult for her to know that Qi Ziyu was in his hands now. Tang Bingsun didn't dare to take Tang Aining lightly. Chapter 1589. Let's fly together. During these days, his people still couldn't find where Tang Aining was, which proved her unbelievable ability. Even if she was spying on him all the time, he wouldn't know. Thinking of that, Tang Bingsun felt frightened. Maybe Tang Aining was waiting for him to make a mistake. In that case, Tang Bingsun had to think twice before he made the decision to kill Qi Ziyu. It wasn't necessary for him to kill Qi Ziyu right now, and he had many other ways to shut Qi Ziyu's mouth. Fine, I may not kill you, but can you tolerate the pain of being alive? Tang Bingsun said. Qi Ziyu changed his expression, because it was indeed great torture when he had an attack of his drug addiction. Tang Bingsun said nothing to Qi Ziyu and left afterwards. Actually, he regretted coming here tonight, because his real enemy was Tang Aining. Chiziu was already under his control now, so he should focus on Tang Aining. He couldn't sleep well these days, because Tang Aining was still nowhere to be found. What was worse, Tang Qingyang performed great in the company at the same time, and won support from more and more directors. If he was in trouble, Tang Qingyang could replace him and become the new leader of the company, which was totally unacceptable in his eyes. Although he had an illegitimate son, his illegitimate son was still very young, and he couldn't bring him back to his family at this moment. Tang Bingsun was anxious and restless once he thought about those problems. He was the final decision maker of the company, but those directors wouldn't obey his orders when his decisions weren't good for their own benefits. Tang Qingyang wanted to make Tang Qingyang a mere figurehead, but Tang Qingyang was too outstanding at his position. If he deliberately acted against Tang Qingyang, other directors might be annoyed at him. So Tang Bingsun was left no choice but to allow Tang Qingyang to do the work. Because Tang Qingyang made the best plan for the company's future, he would be in charge of the project, which would help him gain more power and support in the company. Tang Bingsun didn't want to see it happen. Ji Yijing was also bothering him recently, and they always argued on the phone. Tang Bingsun was worried about Feng Qiu's condition as well, because Feng Qiu was still lying in the hospital. Leng Xiaoting received strict training from Sheng Guanyang once they entered the tower, but he never complained. He asked Sheng Guanyang whether a mortal could become a cultivator. Sheng Guanyang said, "Of course a mortal can become a cultivator, but it's very dangerous, and most mortals will die in the process." All the people in the cultivation world were born with the talent for becoming a good cultivator. Mortals, however, don't have the talent. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting thought that it probably wasn't a good idea for Ji Yuning to risk her life to become a cultivator. Ji Yuning was a mortal after all, and he didn't want her to die. He couldn't live without her. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting decided not to think about it now. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting was affected by the bad news and couldn't focus on the practice, but Sheng Guanyang criticized him several times, so he gradually learned to focus on himself. Leng Xiaoting had no plan to share this bad news with Ji Yuning, and he also begged Sheng Guanyang not to tell Ji Yuning the news. Sheng Guanyang understood Leng Xiaoting's worries and agreed. They stayed in the tower for 3 days. 3 days later, Leng Xiaoting finished his training. It wasn't easy for him to finish the difficult training, but he made great progress afterwards. He was a talented cultivator anyway, and he was excellent at Kung Fu. Although his level wasn't high right now, he was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level as him. Sheng Guanyang was very satisfied with his progress. He believed that Leng Xiaoting could become a better cultivator than him in the future. Sheng Guanyang then gave Leng Xiaoting a magic instrument, which was a longsword, but Leng Xiaoting wasn't able to use it to fly right now, so he put it into his chenken bag. Ji Yuning prepared a good meal for them when they walked out of the tower. They enjoyed it together, and were about to leave. "We don't need to walk. Let's fly together," Sheng Guanyang said, and a sword appeared in the air the next second. Chapter 1590. Do as the locals do. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting knew that senior cultivators could fly with a sword, they had never seen it before. However, Ji Yuning didn't think it was a good idea. "Grandpa Shangguan, it's a new world now, and we can't move by swords now. It will scare other people." "What?" Shangguan Yang was shocked. "Yeah, we can only fly with your sword for a short distance when there is no one else around," Ji Yuning said. "No problem," Sheng Guanyang said. It was easy for him to control his sword, and flying with the sword could save them a lot of time on the road. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stepped on Sheng Guanyang's sword. Sheng Guanyang stood at the front, followed by Leng Xiaoting, and Ji Yuning stood behind them. Because Sheng Guanyang was a man, Ji Yuning would feel embarrassed if she had to hold his shoulders. Ji Yuning was a girl with traditional ideas of gender differences, so she preferred to hold Leng Xiaoting's shoulders. Besides, Sheng Guanyang was much taller than her, so she would have to hold his waist if she wanted to stand steadily, which wasn't something Leng Xiaoting wanted to see. In addition, Ji Yuning would be stressed if Leng Xiaoting placed a lot of weight on her shoulders. Therefore, they decided to let Ji Yuning stand at the end of the line, and she could hug Leng Xiaoting's waist. Take me as the supporting point, and you won't fall, Sheng Guanyang said. When Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were ready, Sheng Guanyang lifted the sword, until it was about a meter above the ground. Without delay, it moved fast ahead. Even though it wasn't faster than the flood dragon, it was much faster than a car. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning felt uncomfortable standing on it, but they soon got used to it. Sheng Guanyang felt quite disappointed when they arrived at the foot of the Kunlun mountain. I indeed can't feel much magical power here. He finally realized that the world really had changed. On the way, Ji Yuning reminded Sheng Guanyang not to expose the secret that he was a senior cultivator to other people he saw in this new world. It would cause him much trouble if other people found that he was very different from them. Leng Xiaoting could protect Sheng Guanyang, but none of them wanted to be involved in trouble. If it was possible, they should avoid trouble. Sheng Guanyang agreed and simply wanted to enjoy himself in the new world. Ji Yuning also told him there were other cultivators in this new world, and there was a cultivation world in addition to the mortals' world, but there was a boundary between them. Sheng Guanyang was excited when Ji Yuning told him that, so he asked her whether she knew where the cultivation world was. He was interested in going there, and Ji Yuning had the same idea. They began to walk later in case there were other people on the road ahead of them. Nevertheless, Sheng Guanyang needed to change his clothes, because he was still in an ancient suit. Ji Yuning took out Leng Xiaoting's coat from her telepathic eye space and gave it to Sheng Guanyang. There were many kinds of clothes in her telepathic eye space for different seasons. Sheng Guanyang put it on at once, because he didn't want to look strange in the new world. From now on, he should do as the locals do. Even though Sheng Guanyang had stayed at the top of the mountain for hundreds of years, he knew the importance of personal hygiene, and there was a hot spring behind the tower. He often visited it. His clothing was also hundreds of years old, but it wasn't broken at all because of the nourishment of magical power. He changed his clothes, but his hairstyle remained the same. It wasn't a big problem, because many artists liked to tie their hair into a bun too. Therefore, Sheng Guanyang's look was normal now. When they left the mountain, no one paid special attention to them. There were still many visitors at this time. However, once they moved near the Supreme Deity's abode, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could receive signals again, and many new messages came into their phones. Sheng Guanyang was confused when he saw their phones. What is this? Why is it making strange sounds? Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were amused, but they didn't laugh at Sheng Guanyang. Sheng Guanyang didn't live in modern society, so it was very normal that he didn't know what a smartphone was. This is a smartphone, we can use it to contact other people as long as there is a signal, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 1591, What is an ID card? A smartphone. Sheng Guanyang was interested. Can you really contact other people from a distance? Sure. Ji Yuning nodded, then said to Leng Xiaoting, Xiaoting, you can walk a few meters away from us, then call me. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed, and walked a few meters away from Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang before he called Ji Yuning. Once he called Ji Yuning's phone vibrated. Sheng Guanyang felt it was quite strange and knew when he saw the characters on a bright screen in Ji Yuning's hand. Afterwards, Ji Yuning picked up the call and put it on speaker, then both of them could hear Leng Xiaoting's voice. Wow, it's amazing, Sheng Guanyang exclaimed. Can you hear me? Sheng Guanyang suddenly shouted to the phone, in case Leng Xiaoting couldn't hear his voice. Of course I can, Leng Xiaoting said. Jesus, I can't believe it. It's so unbelievable, Sheng Guanyang said. There is plenty more unbelievable stuff in the new world, and we have enough time to explore it, Ji Yuning said with a broad smile. Look, this is a green button, and you can press it once so that other people won't hear your conversation. Saying that, Ji Yuning moved the call off the speaker and pressed the phone on Sheng Guanyang's ear, then Leng Xiaoting said a few sentences on the phone. Sheng Guanyang was excited that he could really hear Leng Xiaoting from the phone. He was like a kid now, which was quite funny. It's so cool. Can I have one? Sheng Guanyang said. Sure, but we need to go to the city to buy a phone, Ji Yuning said. She already had the plan to buy a phone for Sheng Guanyang, so that it would be convenient for them to contact each other. They didn't live together, and Leng Xiaoting arranged Sheng Guanyang to live in a Sihewan. There were many green plants around the Sihewan, making it a good place for an old man to live. Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan was a private one, and no visitor was allowed to come, so it was very quiet. Great. Sheng Guanyang beamed. After that, they walked together towards Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning used to plan to register for a new phone number with her ID card, because Sheng Guanyang didn't belong to this age and he didn't have an ID card. However, Leng Xiaoting thought that it was very easy to solve this problem. I can make a fake ID for my teacher in the system of the Public Security Bureau, because it'll be more convenient for him to live here if he has an ID card. Leng Xiaoting only needed to make a call to solve this problem. And since Sheng Guanyang was his private teacher, he was more than willing to help him. That'll be perfect, Ji Yuning said. What is an ID card? Sheng Guanyang asked with curiosity. It's something we use to prove our identities nowadays, and it's very important in our daily life. There is a department of our government today called the Public Security Bureau, and it has all the information of each citizen's identity, Ji Yuning said. It was hard for her to explain it clearly to Sheng Guanyang, because Sheng Guanyang was an old man from hundreds of years ago. Really? Sheng Guanyang was amazed again. Everything was new to him. Yeah, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere to protect citizens, so you must remember not to use your magic here. The Public Security Bureau is responsible for catching criminals if you encounter any bad people, Ji Yuning said. She had to remind Sheng Guanyang not to use his magic as he wanted, because it was unacceptable in modern society. Sheng Guanyang was curious about surveillance cameras too. What do they look like? Asked Sheng Guanyang. Ji Yuning then took out her phone and showed him some pictures of surveillance cameras and the videos recorded by them. Sheng Guanyang learned a lot about surveillance cameras, and became more curious about them. Chapter 1592, What are photos? To be specific, he was becoming curious about the new world, and couldn't wait to learn more about it. As they chatted along the way, they went back to the entrance of the Supreme Deity's abode. Although Sheng Guanyang still looked a little strange in his new clothing with his old hairstyle, the other visitors didn't pay much attention to him. In fact, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting attracted more attention from other people because of their outstanding appearances. Sheng Guanyang also understood that people were all staring at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting instead of him. He suddenly found that both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were much prettier than other people around them. Sheng Guanyang were proud of them, because Leng Xiaoting was his student, while Ji Yuning was his student's fiancé. Well, I think you two are the most beautiful people here, Sheng Guanyang said. Thanks for your compliment. Ji Yuning smiled. When they walked near to a parking lot, Sheng Guanyang asked, what are those big boxes? Before Ji Yuning could answer his question, a car drove into the parking lot and Sheng Guanyang exclaimed with shock again, it can run. Well, it's a car, and we don't ride on horses now, Ji Yuning said. There was no need for Ji Yuning to elaborate on that, because Sheng Guanyang wouldn't be able to understand it if she did that. Is it faster than a horse? Sheng Guanyang asked. Sure, it's much faster than a horse, said Ji Yuning. Wow, Sheng Guanyang was surprised. Ha ha, but it still isn't as fast as your flying sword, Ji Yuning added. Sheng Guanyang laughed out loud. He was super proud of his flying sword. Well, there is indeed a means of transport which is faster than your flying sword, Ji Yuning continued. What is it? Sheng Guanyang got curious. We call it a plane, and it can fly very high in the air and move about 800 kilometers per hour, but it can't change its route casually, Ji Yuning said. We're going to fly back to my home tomorrow, and you can experience it then. Hearing that, Sheng Guanyang was shocked. If a plane could fly about 800 kilometers per hour, it was indeed faster than his flying sword. His flying sword became rather slow compared with a plane. When will we fly tomorrow? Sheng Guanyang asked. He couldn't wait to experience it. I don't know yet, because we need to get your ID card done first, Ji Yuning said. Sure, Sheng Guanyang nodded. Because they needed Shengguan Yang's photos to make an ID card, Leng Xiaoting found a white wall and used his phone to take several photos of Shengguan Yang. Photos? What are photos? Shengguan Yang asked with curiosity. You'll know later, but for now stand still, said Ji Yuning. Shengguan Yang listened to her and stood still. Once Leng Xiaoting finished taking photos of him, he ran to see the screen of his phone. We don't draw to keep someone's image nowadays, we use cameras instead. It's high-tech, Ji Yuning said. What's high-tech? Shengguan Yang asked. It's complicated, Leng Xiaoting said. Since it was complicated, Shengguan Yang didn't ask further about it. After that, they walked to their car, and Leng Xiaoting opened the car door of the rear seats for Shengguan Yang. Ji Yuning sat in the front passenger's seat. Leng Xiaoting then started the car and drove away. Shengguan Yang was amazed once more when the car moved fast and steadily on the road. They went back to the small town they had been at before, and saw the familiar diner. However, there was a group of people and a large excavator outside it. It was obvious that the little diner was going to be destroyed. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes at once and saw another group of people trying to stop the demolition. They want to destroy the little diner forcefully. Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting. What? Shengguan Yang asked. Chapter 1593, Ms. Shen, it's demolition, and they want to forcefully completely destroy another person's house, Ji Yuning said. What? That's evil. Shengguan Yang frowned. Leng Xiaoting also felt displeased, so he decided to do something. Wait a second. All of a sudden, Shengguan Yang stopped Leng Xiaoting. What's wrong? Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were confused. I smell a cultivator from the crowd, Shengguan Yang said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were struck dumb for a second. Ji Yuning asked, is the cultivator a member of the good practice or evil practice? The good practice, said Shengguan Yang. Great, why don't you wait here and I'll go over and have a look, Ji Yuning said. Why? Shengguan Yang showed confusion. I don't want other people to know that you two are cultivators. Since there is a cultivator in the crowd, it's safer for you to stay in the car, Ji Yuning said. All right. Shengguan Yang agreed. Grandpa Shengguan, can you see the cultivator's level? Grandpa Shengguan asked. Hard to say before the person takes action, but I'm sure this cultivator's level is much higher than Xiaoting, Shengguan Yang said. Great, Xiaoting, move your car back as far as you can in case the cultivator smells you, Ji Yuning said before she stepped out of the car. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said and drove the car backwards. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked to the small restaurant. At the front of the restaurant, two groups of people stood opposite each other. In one group, each of the 6 attendants of the small restaurant had a mop or broom in their hands, and there was a woman with a mask standing in the middle of them. In another group, about 20 strong men each had a wood stick in their hands. They seemed to be hired roughnecks. There was a man in his early 40s standing in the middle of them and he was staring at the woman with a mask. Ms. Shen, you better not start a fight and sign the agreement right now. The woman who was called Ms. Shen said, even if you want this land, you should offer me a reasonable price. I own this piece of land, and it isn't small. I have also built a 5-story building here, and it's worth at least 6 million yuan. How can you only offer 3 million yuan for it? It's ridiculous. Ms. Shen wasn't dumb, the man simply wanted to take advantage of her. Ji Yuning sneered when she heard that. The man was really greedy and he wanted to buy a piece of land with half of its price. It was understandable if a land developer wanted to buy a piece of land and destroy the old buildings on it, but a reasonable price was needed. No resident was willing to move without a reasonable offer. Ji Yuning focused on Ms. Shen for a while, then realized that she was the cultivator. However, Ms. Shen had a mask on her face, so Ji Yuning couldn't see her face. Ji Yuning didn't want to use her jade eyes to see Ms. Shen's face, because it was disrespectful. She had no conflict with Ms. Shen after all. Right, 3 million yuan is too little. This building and land are worth a lot more than that. He's a greedy businessman. Businessmen are all greedy. He can't do that. Onlookers began to talk about it in a low voice and they all hated the man's behavior. However, none of them dared to stand out against the man. The man ignored those onlookers and said to Ms. Shen, I don't have patience with you, so you should make your decision right now. Give me 6 million yuan, or you can leave now, Ms. Shen said. She was unwilling to give in. 3 million yuan sounded like a lot in a small town, but this land had a great location, and it was worth much more than 3 million yuan. In addition, Ms. Shen could make a lot of money here by running her small restaurant, so she was actually reluctant to move. In her eyes, 6 million yuan wasn't enough either. However, she had the plan to move out of here, so she considered the price of 6 million yuan. 6 million yuan. Impossible. The man was mad. Although he had 6 million yuan as the budget, he didn't want to give Ms. Shen all of the money because he planned to take some from it. Chapter 1594, Sue Me. The man was mad, not because Ms. Shen really wanted a high price, but because he couldn't get any of the money if he gave all the money to her. He took a third of the budget every time. However, Ms. Shen had old grudges against him, so he deliberately took more from the budget. To be honest with you, my house and land are worth more than 6 million yuan, and I'll lose a lot if I sell them to you at the price of 6 million yuan. I know you have a big enough budget, and I also know that you plan to take some money out of it. Ms. Shen raised her voice. She wasn't afraid of the man at all. Ridiculous. It's not true. The man panicked a little. You know whether it's true or not, and I won't sign the agreement without 6 million yuan, said Ms. Shen. Since you're so stubborn, I don't think I should be polite with you anymore. The man lost his patience. He gave an order to his people and told them to destroy the small restaurant right now. Even though he knew that Ms. Shen wasn't a weak woman, he still took her lightly. The next second, 8 tall strong men walked forward, but the 6 attendants didn't retreat. They didn't run away when the small restaurant was in great danger, because they had a special relationship with Ms. Shen. They were orphans and beggars till they were adopted by Ms. Shen. If it hadn't been for Ms. Shen, they would have died of hunger. During these years, they learned a lot from Ms. Shen, including some fighting skills, so they believed that they could beat their enemies by fighting together as a team. They were nervous, but they would never retreat. Moreover, they were aware that Ms. Shen wasn't a weak woman, and she was their hope. Can you handle it? Ms. Shen turned to ask her staff. We can. The 6 of them answered loudly. They were determined to fight against their enemies for their home. The next second, 8 tall, strong men began to fight against 6 thin women. Every onlooker held his or her breath watching the fierce fight. Although they wanted Ms. Shen to win, they didn't think it was very possible. The 8 tall strong men looked scary and aggressive, but they didn't get any advantages in the fight. On the contrary, the 6 thin women stayed strong and unstoppable. A few minutes later, the 8 men were beaten heavily by the 6 thin women. They lost the fight in the end. The result shocked everyone standing around them. What's wrong with you? How could you fail to beat the 6 thin women? The man was angry and shouted at Ms. Shen Yao, your people just hurt my people. I'm calling the police to arrest them. Lu Dewei, don't be so shameless. It's your people who attacked my people, and my people simply defended themselves, Shen Yao said. So what? My people are injured now, and don't forget that I have support from a more powerful person. Lu Dewei said with great pride. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you continue to bully us, I'll directly kill you. Shen Yao stared at Lu Dewei. You. Lu Dewei was frightened. Shen Yao was a cultivator, and it was very easy for her to kill a mortal. I can sue you if you threaten to kill me. Lu Dewei said. Sue me then. Shen Yao showed obvious disdain on her face. Lu Dewei was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say now. He had done some research before he came here, and he knew that Shen Yao didn't have powerful connections. He didn't understand why she could be so confident. Ji Yuning had a good impression of Shen Yao because Shen Yao dared to stand up for herself against unreasonable power. However, she somehow felt that Shen Yao's eyes looked familiar. It aroused Ji Yuning's curiosity. Out of curiosity, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see Shen Yao's face in order to figure out who she was. When Ji Yuning finally saw Shen Yao's face, she found a big ugly scar on her left cheek. No wonder Shen Yao was wearing a mask all the time. Right at this moment, Shen Yao suddenly gave Ji Yuning a look of annoyance. It was obvious that she disliked Ji Yuning's observation of her face. Whether or not Ji Yuning could really see her face, Shen Yao felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1595, Who is Shen Yao? Ji Yuning withdrew her gaze at once, but she didn't avoid Shen Yao's eyes. Shen Yao was surprised when she saw Ji Yuning, because she remembered that Ji Yuning had visited her restaurant a few days ago. In addition, Ji Yuning had been here with a strange man. The strange man actually was Leng Xiaoting. The next second, Shen Yao looked around Ji Yuning, but failed to see Leng Xiaoting. She somehow felt slightly disappointed, but soon forgot it. Ji Yuning noticed her reaction and felt strange, but didn't know why. All of you, beat them together. Lu Dewei gave an order to the rest of his people. He came here with many strong men, but only 8 of them were hired roughnecks and the rest were ordinary men. Although Lu Dewei knew that Shen Yao's people were much better than his people in a fight, he was unwilling to give up right now. Lu Dewei's people actually were reluctant to be beaten again, but they had to listen to him. Move back, and I'll handle it myself, Shen Yao said. She didn't want her people to be hurt by those men, and she was able to beat them alone. Once Shen Yao began to fight, those men were easily beaten to the ground. Ji Yuning was also surprised by Shen Yao's fighting skills and unbelievable strength. She couldn't help but want to know more about Shen Yao. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning joined the fight, although it wasn't necessary. Those men were no match for Shen Yao, and they were quickly beaten again by Ji Yuning. Shen Yao was surprised when Ji Yuning stood out to help her, and she was amazed by Ji Yuning's fighting skills too. Onlookers were also astonished by the scene, which they had never seen before. Thanks, young girl. Even though Shen Yao didn't need Ji Yuning's help, she still thanked her for her kindness. My pleasure, and I believe you could have beaten them within seconds. I just couldn't stand their behavior, so I helped you, Ji Yuning said. Shen Yao didn't think further about why Ji Yuning wanted to help her. It's rare to see a brave and kind person nowadays, but you still need to be careful and protect yourself first, Shen Yao said. That was her real thoughts, and she never expected strangers to give her a helping hand. Ji Yuning actually had the same idea. I understand. She smiled at Shen Yao. You. Lu Dewei pointed a shaking finger at Ji Yuning and Shen Yao in fear. What? Shen Yao coldly stared at him. Shen Yao, I'm sure that you'll regret doing that. Lu Dewei threatened. Don't forget there are surveillance cameras, and you're not the only one who has powerful support here. Let's see who will be punished for what happened today, Shen Yao said. You. Lu Dewei was scared. He knew that Shen Yao wasn't dumb and she could really cause him to be in trouble. Lu Dewei was unwilling to give in, but he didn't know what else he could do now. So, do you want to continue to waste time here, or pay me 6 million yuan to end this drama? Shen Yao asked. She was actually unwilling to waste time on Lu Dewei, but she would never yield to power. Lu Dewei hesitated for a while, and didn't know what to say at this moment. All of a sudden, his phone rang and he picked it up at once. After hearing for a while, Lu Dewei rounded his eyes in shock and looked at Shen Yao with great surprise. Other people couldn't hear the conversation, but Ji Yuning and Shen Yao could. A man yelled at Lu Dewei on the phone, Lu Dewei, are you an idiot? Shen Yao has saved the mayor's wife's life, and she has the support of the mayor's wife. Chapter 1596, The mayor's wife's lifesaver. Lu Dewei was scared when he learned that Shen Yao was the mayor's wife's lifesaver. Once he hung up the call, he apologized to Shen Yao. Ms. Shen, I'm so sorry for the mistake. It's all my fault. Please forgive me this time, and I'll give you 6 million yuan right now. Great. Shen Yao nodded, and didn't bother to make the thing difficult for him. After that, they signed an agreement. Shen Yao would move away when the bank transferred the amount of money into her account. Lu Dewei and his people left at once and didn't dare to say another word. Hey, young girl, what's your name? Shen Yao asked Ji Yuning when everything was settled. She had a good impression of Ji Yuning. You're not a local, right? Shen Yao asked again. She was actually more curious about Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting was absent. Yeah, I come from City F, but now I live in the capital, Ji Yuning said. In the capital, Xianxia was struck dumb for a second, then looked a little upset. Well, I want to take a trip to the capital when I'm free. Are you busy today? Why don't you have dinner at my restaurant tonight? I want to thank you for your help, so the meal is free. Thanks, but unfortunately my friend and I are leaving for City J now, and we'll fly back to the capital tomorrow. Ms. Shen, if you come to the capital one day, do remember to see me. I can be your guide, Ji Yuning said. She was willing to make friends with Shen Yao. Your friend? Do you mean the young man who dined here with you the other day? Asked Shen Yao. Ji Yuning was surprised. Yeah, City J isn't far away from here. Why don't you and your friend stay here for dinner before you leave? You're going to the capital tomorrow anyway, Shen Yao said. She had seen Leng Xiaoting's face in the surveillance videos, and felt that he looked quite familiar. She must have met him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember when and where it happened. However, Leng Xiaoting was very young, so she couldn't have met him before she lost her memories. Shen Yao had lost her memories over a dozen years ago. During these days, she always wanted to visit the capital for no reason, and she was confused about it. Ms. Shen, thank you so much, but it isn't necessary. We need to deal with something else in City J, and we'll be late if we have dinner here, Ji Yuning said. They were going to make an ID card for Shengguanyang in City J. Fine, if you don't mind, we can exchange our numbers, and I'll call you when I go to the capital. Shen Yao said. Since Ji Yuning was unwilling to stay, she wouldn't force Ji Yuning. Although she wanted to see Leng Xiaoting again, it wasn't very important. Sure. Ji Yuning exchanged her numbers with Shen Yao at once. She also wanted to maintain a good relationship with Shen Yao, and she believed that they would see each other again. Shen Yao gave Ji Yuning a smile afterwards, and watched her walking away. Ji Yuning then left without turning around. Shen Yao had mixed emotions when Ji Yuning disappeared from sight, and she made up her mind to go to the capital after everything was done here. She planned to meet Ji Yuning there and see the young man. In addition to that, she also needed to deal with something important in the capital. Leng Xiaoting stayed away from the small restaurant, so he didn't know what Ji Yuning was doing. Shengguanyang, on the other hand, was a senior cultivator, so he wasn't afraid that other people might see him. So he saw the drama from the beginning to the end. When Ji Yuning was back, she told them what had just happened outside the restaurant. Shengguanyang snorted with laughter. The man is shameless. How could he try to buy the land with half of its price? Although Shengguanyang didn't know how much 3 or 6 million yuan was, he was very smart and knew why the two groups of people had a dispute. He also figured out that the mayor was an important official in the government. Chapter 1597. Totally different attitudes. I understand why the owner of the restaurant turned to her connections for help. She was just protecting herself and her business, Ji Yuning said. You're right. Shengguanyang agreed. When they arrived at City J, it was almost 5 p.m., so they headed straight to the Public Security Bureau. The address of Shengguanyang's ID card was where Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan was located, and his age was set as 68. The policeman was shocked when he saw that Shengguanyang's home address was in the city center of the capital. In addition, it was obvious that the place he lived in was a separate building from other constructions. The policeman knew that Shengguanyang must be an important figure, so he quickly finished the legal procedures. When they were gone, the policeman's colleague joked, "Xiao Zhang, you were really efficient just then. Is the old man very important?" Another policeman said, "You're right. The old man must be either super rich or powerful. He lives in a separate building in the city center of the capital." Wow, a separate building in the city center of the capital must be worth over 1 billion yuan. Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan was indeed worth over 1 billion yuan. Ji Yuning went to buy a smartphone for Shengguanyang later. It wasn't convenient for them to park the car outside the smartphone store, so Leng Xiaoting went to park the car in front of a nearby hotel. Ji Yuning and Shengguanyang got out of the car together and walked into the smartphone store. When they walked inside, no salesman greeted or served them, because they didn't look rich at all. Ji Yuning was merely a young girl, while Shen Guanyang was too old, and although Shen Guanyang was wearing an expensive coat, it didn't fit him very well. Besides, City Jie was much warmer than the Kunlun mountain, so he looked quite strange. If he couldn't afford appropriate clothes, he couldn't afford a smartphone. All the salesmen and saleswomen in the smartphone store had the same opinion. What was worse, Shen Guanyang kept looking around with curiosity as if he had never seen a store like that before. He behaved like a poor man who had never been to a city before. And although Ji Yuning was pretty, it didn't mean that she was rich. All in all, Ji Yuning and Shen Guanyang were an old poor man and a poor granddaughter in their eyes. Those salesmen and saleswomen had seen poor people like them before, and they were unwilling to serve poor people. They were completely biased. Ji Yuning was displeased with their attitude, but said nothing, because they didn't do anything to hurt them. Grandpa Shangguan, you can choose whichever one you want, said Ji Yuning. Wonderful. Shen Guanyang was excited. Oh, I want this one. This one looks good. Shen Guanyang picked a smartphone of the latest version. Because he didn't have a sense of today's currency, he didn't know whether it was expensive or not. Shen Guanyang was merely like an old kid. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were both very rich after all, so they didn't care about the price. In addition, Shen Guanyang was Leng Xiaoting's private teacher and he had taught Leng Xiaoting many important skills, which were priceless. A smartphone wouldn't be very expensive, and it was nothing in Ji Yuning's eyes. As long as Shen Guanyang wanted it, she could buy any of the phones in the store. Great, we'll buy this one, but we need to wait for a moment, Ji Yuning said. She was unwilling to let those snobbish salesmen serve them, and decided to wait for a while until other good saleswomen were free. Sure, Shen Guanyang listened to Ji Yuning. However, once the two snobbish salesmen heard their conversation and found that they were really going to buy an expensive phone, one of them walked towards Ji Yuning and Shen Guanyang. Welcome to our store, what can I do for you? The salesman smiled at them, and his attitude completely changed. No need, I can wait for another salesman's service, Ji Yuning said. Shen Guanyang didn't understand why Ji Yuning rejected this salesman's service, but he said nothing about it, because he knew that Ji Yuning was a mature and sensible girl. Chapter 1598, We don't need your service. The salesman felt embarrassed. Miss, what do you mean? The salesman didn't know why Ji Yuning was displeased with him and embarrassed him in public. Since you were unwilling to serve us when we just walked inside, we don't need your service right now, Ji Yuning said. You. The salesman panicked a little, then realized why Ji Yuning was annoyed at him. At the same time, he regretted ignoring them. However, he didn't think it was a big deal. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was being a little mean to him. However, it was his own fault, because he deliberately ignored Ji Yuning and Shen Guanyang earlier because he thought that they were poor. Unfortunately, he was wrong. He was terribly wrong, because Ji Yuning was super rich. Right at this moment, a saleswoman walked a customer out and Ji Yuning saw her. Hi, can you help me get this phone? Ji Yuning said to her. Well, the saleswoman gave the salesman a glance and hesitated. She couldn't steal a customer away from her colleague when her colleague was serving the customer. What? Do you refuse to serve us? Ji Yuning asked on purpose. Of course not, the saleswoman said at once, and noticed that Ji Yuning disliked her colleague. She had worked with the salesman for over a year, and she knew that he was a snobbish man. Although the salesman had annoyed many customers because of his bad attitude before, he never changed. She wasn't allowed to steal customers away from her colleagues, but she couldn't say no to the customer's requests either. Miss, I'll get it for you right now, said the saleswoman. I also need to register for a phone card, said Ji Yuning. No problem. The saleswoman invited them to finish the procedures at the counter. Ji Yuning and Shen Guanyang followed her, leaving the salesman in a bad mood. However, even though he was unwilling to see it happen, he couldn't do anything about it now. Ji Yuning felt his glare at her back, but she didn't care about it. Shen Guanyang, however, was displeased and turned to give the salesman a sharp look. The salesman was scared and moved his eyes away at once. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting walked inside, and the salesman's eyes lit up at once because Leng Xiaoting looked very rich. Hi, welcome to our store. What can I do for you? No need, thanks, Leng Xiaoting said and walked straight towards Ji Yuning. The smile froze on the salesman's face, but he said nothing again. However, when he saw that Leng Xiaoting was walking towards Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang, he had a bad feeling. He couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting came here together with Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting walked into this store with them earlier, he wouldn't have had a bad attitude towards them. He was too selfish to realize his own fault. When the phone card was done, Ji Yuning stored her and Leng Xiaoting's number in Sheng Guanyang's phone. Sheng Guanyang then learned to use his new phone with great excitement. After buying the phone, they needed to shop for clothes for Sheng Guanyang, so Ji Yuning directly got a set of clothing from Gufen for him. Although Sheng Guanyang wasn't used to modern clothes yet, he was willing to try them. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel which had 3 bedrooms in it. Because of Sheng Guanyang, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep in the same room tonight. They went to share a meal at the restaurant in the hotel later. Sheng Guanyang ordered many dishes of different meat, which were his favorites, but neither Ji Yuning nor Leng Xiaoting minded it. The waiters didn't show anything on their faces, but they were actually quite surprised, because there were only 3 of them around the big table. Leng Xiaoting also ordered a bottle of good wine for dinner. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't eat much at dinner, but Sheng Guanyang ate a lot. He had a bigger stomach than them, and didn't feel full at all. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting shared the wine with Sheng Guanyang during the meal. When they finished the meal, they went back to the suite together. Sheng Guanyang kept on learning how to use his new phone, and Leng Xiaoting booked plane tickets for tomorrow's flight. Chapter 1599. I don't mind it. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting decided to find a remote place to put their car into her telepathic eye space later, after which they would go to the airport in a car arranged by the hotel tomorrow morning. When it was almost 9 p.m., Ji Yuning told Sheng Guanyang to stay in the suite, and that they would be back in a while. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't stay outside for long, and came back in half an hour. Leng Xiaoting wanted to have some private time with Ji Yuning, but they couldn't leave Sheng Guanyang alone in the hotel for too long. Sheng Guanyang was an adult, but he knew nothing about the new world. He still needed to learn a lot about modern society. Leng Xiaoting would hire a cook and a chauffeur for Sheng Guanyang after they arrived at the capital. Sheng Guanyang preferred to live in a quiet place, so he didn't want many people to stay by his side. Leng Xiaoting seldom came back to the capital, so Ji Yuning would visit Sheng Guanyang more often. In his daily life, Sheng Guanyang could meditate, read books, use his computer, or go around with the help of his chauffeur. Sheng Guanyang wouldn't feel bored when he lived alone, because he had stayed in the tower for hundreds of years before. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting reminded Sheng Guanyang to take good care of himself, and Sheng Guanyang felt quite satisfied with his life as long as he had delicious foods and good drinks. Sheng Guanyang also learned about Leng Xiaoting's job, so he wouldn't force him to practice his cultivation every day. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be lazy either, because he had his goal. All of them had the habit of getting up early in the morning, so they were awake at 6 a.m. the next day. They went to have breakfast together at 7 a.m. Leng Xiaoting went to check out later, and they went to the airport in a car arranged by the hotel. It was several minutes past 8 p.m., so they waited for their flight in the lounge. Sheng Guanyang felt excited when he saw planes flying up in the air. He sometimes even exclaimed and attracted a lot of attention from other passengers. Ji Yuning felt slightly embarrassed, while Leng Xiaoting felt nothing. Some unkind people couldn't help but laugh at Sheng Guanyang. Where does he come from? Hasn't he seen planes before? He's so rude. He's shouting and yelling. Hearing that, Ji Yuning turned to face them. Don't be so mean. My grandfather is simply very excited to take a plane for the first time. Ji Yuning argued with them because she didn't want other people to humiliate Sheng Guanyang. The salesman in the smartphone store had done the same thing yesterday, and Sheng Guanyang defended her as well. It's fine. I don't mind it, Sheng Guanyang said to comfort Ji Yuning. He knew that Ji Yuning stood up for him, but he really didn't care about other people's opinions. I don't want them to humiliate you in public, said Ji Yuning. In her eyes, Sheng Guanyang was a very kind old man. Sheng Guanyang said nothing further, but he felt touched. They waited for a while longer before they went aboard. Because they booked plane tickets a little late, there were no vacant seats in the first class. Luckily, they successfully booked 3 seats in the same row so that they could sit together. Sheng Guanyang sat on the window seat, Leng Xiaoting sat in the middle, while Ji Yuning sat on the aisle seat. When the plane started to slide, a stewardess reminded the passengers to turn off their phones. Ji Yuning told Sheng Guanyang to turn off his phone and told him why he should do that when the plane was about to take off. Since everything was new in Sheng Guanyang's eyes, she needed to explain everything to him. This was the first time that Sheng Guanyang had ever taken a plane, but he soon got used to it. About 1.5 hours later, they arrived at City Qing. There they needed to wait for another 2 hours for their next flight from City Qing to the capital. During this time, they could have their lunch. So because they didn't have much time, they went to have a hot pot. When they were ordering food, the waiter was surprised, because they ordered much more food than the amount 3 people could eat. Nevertheless, although the waiter thought it was too much, he didn't say anything about it. Chapter 1600. Master Leng is jealous as usual. Sheng Guanyang ate most of the food, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ate normally. They finished lunch within 40 minutes and went to take their next plane. They still didn't have plane tickets for the first class, and sat together in a back row. Nearly 3 hours later, they arrived at the airport in the capital. Once Ji Yuning turned on her phone, she saw a missed call from Yuzi. Yuzi also sent her a message. She told Ji Yuning that her designs were picked by the Paris Fashion Week, which was a piece of very good news. Jason had undoubtedly helped her a lot. In today's society, one's connections were as important as his or her abilities. After all, no designer's designs were terrible at the finals. Jason was a famous international clothing designer, so the fashion industry noticed Yuzi's designs. Ji Yuning felt very happy for Yuzi's achievement and sent her a message to congratulate her. Yuzi's success also relied on Ji Yuning's support. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, she couldn't have met Jason and finally won a position in the fashion industry. Although Yuzi could live a good life even if she didn't meet Ji Yuning, her life wouldn't be so different without Ji Yuning's help. Yuzi knew it very clearly, so she would never betray Ji Yuning no matter how successful she became in the future. Even though she built charm, she was a better designer than a businesswoman. The moment Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning, and Sheng Guanyang left the airport, they saw a car waiting for them outside. Ji Yuning actually had 2 cars in her telepathic eye space, but it wasn't convenient for her to get them out right now. The car was a black Land Rover, which would be Sheng Guanyang's exclusive car. His chauffeur was Shi Ke. He was nicknamed Stone and was a retired soldier. "Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu, Lord Leng, and Master Shengguan," Stone said to them with great respect. He was Sheng Guanyang's personal chauffeur, so he had to know Sheng Guanyang's name. "This is Shi Ke, but you can also call him Stone," Leng Xiaoting said. "Nice to meet you, Stone." Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang greeted him. After that, they got in the car together. Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan was kept very clean all the time, but no one lived there, so they needed to buy some things before Sheng Guanyang moved inside. Therefore, they went to a shopping mall first. There was a cook waiting for them in the Sihewan, which was arranged by Leng Xiaoting too. Ji Yuning also had told her people to prepare several sets of clothing for Sheng Guanyang at the Gufen store. They only needed to shop for whatever Sheng Guanyang wanted now. However, when they had just left the shopping mall, Leng Xiaoting received Master Leng's call. He didn't bother to avoid Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang, and picked up the call right away. "What's up, Grandpa?" The moment he finished saying that, Master Leng complained on the phone. "Xiaoting, do you still remember that you have a grandfather in the capital? Who's the old man you're shopping with? You've never shopped with me before." Leng Xiaoting was surprised, because he didn't know how Master Leng found out that he was shopping with other people. Master Leng seldom went outside to shop, so Leng Xiaoting guessed that his friends must have seen them. He was right. One of Master Leng's friends caught Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting shopping with Sheng Guanyang in the shopping mall, and called Master Leng at once. Master Leng got jealous when he heard that, because Leng Xiaoting hadn't shopped with him before. Besides, the old man wasn't Tang Haifeng nor anyone else he knew. The strange old man must have a close relationship with them since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were willing to shop with him. Because Leng Xiaoting didn't avoid Ji Yuning and Sheng Guanyang, they heard Master Leng's angry voice from the phone. Ji Yuning felt a little guilty, but Sheng Guanyang wasn't mad at all. Instead, he felt it was quite funny. Leng Xiaoting actually didn't feel guilty, because Master Leng didn't need to go outside and shop for his clothes. Given Master Leng's social status, he didn't show up often in a public place unless it was necessary. In addition, Master Leng could have any designer's clothes as long as he wanted them. Well, it's my private teacher, Leng Xiaoting said. Chapter 1601. I'm not a kid. Do you prefer to shop with your private teacher than your own grandfather? Master Leng questioned. Of course not, my private teacher just came to the capital today, and he doesn't have any clothes with him, so we're shopping together now. Grandpa, if you want to shop right now, you can tell your chauffeur to drive you here. Ningning and I can wait for you, said Leng Xiaoting. It was still early, and they weren't in a rush to go home. In addition, Leng Xiaoting thought it was necessary for Master Leng to meet Sheng Guanyang, and they could be friends. Since Sheng Guanyang was his private teacher, he was willing to introduce him to his family. What? Do you want me to go to see you on my own? I don't see your sincerity. Master Leng was even more displeased. I can go to pick you up, Leng Xiaoting said. Forget it, I'm in no mood to shop now, you can enjoy yourself, Master Leng said and hung up on Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng wasn't intolerant, and he understood that Leng Xiaoting had to take care of his private teacher today. He refused to shop with them, because he didn't think it was a good idea and it wasn't convenient for him to show up in public. Is Grandpa annoyed at us? Ji Yuning asked with worries. Not at all. Grandpa isn't mean, he simply made an excuse to call me. He knows that I'm not busy these days. Leng Xiaoting explained. Normally, he was very busy, and Master Leng seldom called him unless something important came up. Oh, I also have prepared clothes from Gufen for Grandpa Leng. Why don't you go back home later and share a meal with him and give him my gift? Ji Yuning said. I can stay here and take care of Grandpa Shengguan. Master Leng was an aging old man after all, and it was quite understandable that he wanted to see his grandchildren more often. Leng Xiaoting actually felt guilty too, because he was always absent. We can go to visit him together tomorrow. I think he'll be happier if you go to see him with the gift, Leng Xiaoting said. All right, both of you can go home now. I'm totally fine being alone with delicious food and good drinks. Sheng Guanyang interrupted them at this moment. He was very used to being alone anyway. Well, Leng Xiaoting hesitated. It's fine. I'm not a kid, said Sheng Guanyang. Since he was willing to be alone, Ji Yuning accepted his advice. Great, it's still early, and we can send you to the Sihewan first. Sure, Sheng Guanyang agreed. After that, they went straight to the Sihewan. They were in the city center now, and the Sihewan wasn't far from them, so they arrived about a dozen minutes later. Once they walked into the Sihewan, Lao Zhang, the cook, went to greet Leng Xiaoting, Sheng Guanyang, and Ji Yuning. Lao Zhang was a man in his early 40s. Because he was a cook and needed to try different dishes, he was slightly fat. Nice to see you, Lord Leng, Miss Ji Yu, and Elder Shengguan, Lao Zhang said with great respect to them. Master, this is Lao Zhang, he'll be your cook from now on, Leng Xiaoting said to Sheng Guanyang. Although Lao Zhang was Sheng Guanyang's cook, he didn't live in this Sihewan. He had a family, so he would come here before 7 a.m. and leave after Sheng Guanyang finished dinner. Normally, he would come every day unless Sheng Guanyang wasn't home. He could also ask for leave from Sheng Guanyang if he needed to deal with something else. As for Stone, he didn't have a family, so he lived in this Sihewan. If Lao Zhang was absent, Stone could cook for Sheng Guanyang too, but he wasn't as good at cooking as Lao Zhang. Luckily, Sheng Guanyang wasn't a picky eater. Lao Zhang, my private teacher is a big eater, and he can eat as much as 4 people do, so you need to prepare more food for him, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Lao Zhang was surprised, but didn't show it on his face. No problem, Lord Leng. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting guided Shengguan Yang to his room. Even though Shengguan Yang was going to live here for a long time, Leng Xiaoting was the owner of this house after all, so Shengguan Yang only stayed in a separate yard of the Sihewan. Each room in this Sihewan was a separate yard, but it wasn't very big. The room was about 60 square meters large with a bedroom of about 40 square meters, a bathroom, and a small courtyard of more than 20 square meters. There wasn't much greenery in the yard, with only a big tree in the corner. An old-fashioned wooden armchair was under the tree, and a round stone table along with 4 stone benches were placed beside it. Potted plants were around them. The style of the bedroom was also classical. There was a bookcase with many books and a desk on the right. A computer as well as a few antiques were placed on the desk. There was a separate bathroom inside too. Very good. Shengguan Yang liked his bedroom, which was decorated in a traditional style, very much. Leng Xiaoting accommodated Shengguan Yang here because he had asked for his preferences before. Xiaoting, when will you leave? Asked Shengguan Yang all of a sudden. Tomorrow afternoon, or the day after tomorrow, said Leng Xiaoting. He needed to go back to the military base to see whether everything went well while he was absent. Great, you can stay here tonight, and we'll practice in a suburb in the early morning tomorrow, said Shengguan Yang. Leng Xiaoting was a little surprised, and he actually didn't want to do that, but he still agreed. Sure, but I need to go home to share a meal with my grandfather later, and I will probably be late getting home after driving Ningning home. He wanted to spend more private time with Ji Yuning, but Shengguan Yang didn't think of it at all. Ji Yuning also wanted to be alone with Leng Xiaoting for a while, but his practice was more important. Chapter 1602, Stay alone together, no problem, said Shengguan Yang. After accommodating Shengguan Yang, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. There were 2 garages in this Sihewan. One was open, while the other was closed. The car Stone drove was in the open garage, and the closed garage was empty. Because nobody knew whether there was a car in the closed garage, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting secretly put their ORV which they bought in City J into it before they drove it towards the Leng family's old house. The clothes Ji Yuning prepared for Master Leng were placed on the rear seats in the car. Ji Yuning had also prepared new clothing for Leng Yuanzhen's family and Leng Yuanchen, but she had no gifts for Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoming wasn't in the capital, and Ji Yuning had never seen him before, so she didn't prepare a gift for him either. She only prepared a gift for Leng Yuanchen because she didn't have direct conflict with him, and there was no need for her to blame him for what Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia had done. Although she disliked him, she couldn't forget her manners. However, when they left the Sihewan, Leng Xiaoting looked unhappy. Ji Yuning understood his thoughts and said, "Don't you want to improve your level as a cultivator?" "I do, but I also want to have some private time with you," Leng Xiaoting said and sounded upset. It wasn't easy for him to see Ji Yuning after all. "I want to stay alone together with you too, but your practice is more important. We can finish dinner earlier and go have a date before we go back to the Sihewan," Ji Yuning said. "Great." Leng Xiaoting nodded. Ji Yuning didn't tell Master Leng that she would go to visit him with Leng Xiaoting in order to surprise him. When they arrived at the Leng family's old house, it wasn't 6 p.m. yet, and only Master Leng was in the house. He was reading in his study, and didn't know that Ji Yuning came back with Leng Xiaoting until Leng Chengji reported it to him. Master Leng was excited when he heard that both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were back, but the broad smile suddenly disappeared from his face once he thought of something. "I don't care whether they're back or not. Don't call me until dinner is ready," Master Leng said and pouted. Leng Chengji didn't know what to say at this moment. He understood that Master Leng was still annoyed at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Since Master Leng was unwilling to come out, he had to welcome Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning alone. "Lord Leng, Lady Ning, welcome home." Leng Chengji smiled at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. "Where is my grandfather?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng is in his study now, and I already told him that you're back home, said Leng Chengji. He refused to come out. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning exchanged a glance. Why don't you go to see Grandpa? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. It's fine. Dinner is about to begin, and he'll come out later, said Leng Xiaoting. He knew his grandfather's personality very well, and he believed that his grandfather would come out soon. Master Leng refused to come out right now in order to wait for Leng Xiaoting to see him, but Leng Xiaoting was absent for a long time. He wanted to go outside right now, but felt it would be embarrassing. At this time, he was in no mood for reading, and regretted venting his annoyance on them. Afterwards, Master Leng slightly opened the door of his room, trying to hear what they were talking about. When Yu Yin came home, her face lit up with happiness once she saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Hi, Xiaoting, Ningning. Hi, Aunt Yin. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting smiled at her. Aunt Yin, I just founded a new clothing brand, so I've prepared new clothes for all of you. Although it's a new brand, it has great quality and I hope you'll like it, Ji Yuning said and handed Yu Yin a box. Thank you so much, Ningning. You always come with gifts for us, Yu Yin said and beamed. I read the news about your new clothing brand. To be honest, I like Gufen's designs. Hearing that Ji Yuning had gifts for all of them, Master Leng ached to go outside. Oh, where is your grandfather? Isn't he home? Yu Yin asked all of a sudden. Grandfather is in his study now, and doesn't want to come out until dinner is ready, said Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng was angry again when Leng Xiaoting said that, because he knew that Leng Xiaoting did it on purpose. Fine. Yu Yin felt it was strange, but said nothing further about it. Where is Xiaoxi and Xiaoxun? Yu Yin asked. It was during the winter vacation, so Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi didn't need to go to their schools. They're playing games upstairs. It's my fault. I forgot to tell them that Lord Leng and Lady Ning are home, Leng Chengji said. Chapter 1603. Piqued Master Leng. Once Leng Chengji told Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back, they stopped playing games and quickly ran downstairs. Welcome home. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi beamed at Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Hi, I have a gift from my new clothing brand for both of you, Ji Yuning said and took out 2 boxes. Is it Gufen? I like it so much. Thanks. Actually I wanted to buy it myself the other day. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were very happy to receive the gift. Although Gufen was a new brand, they believed that it would be popular and famous soon. They didn't have any vanity, so they were quite satisfied with Gufen. When they took the gift over from Ji Yuning, they thanked her with a broad smile. Master Leng was restless in his study. He wanted to join them, but was reluctant to embarrass himself, which was torture for him. Leng Xiaoxun couldn't wait a second longer and put his new clothes on at once. Wow, I love it. It fits me so well. He also had a hat as an accessory. Leng Xiaoting felt so proud of Ji Yuning at this moment. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was able to do everything well. I love my new clothes too. Leng Xiaoxi said. She actually liked many sets of new Gufen clothing, and Ji Yuning coincidentally sent her one of them. It was impossible for a clothing brand to make every piece of clothing popular, but Gufen was liked by most people, which was enough. Therefore, Ji Yuning chose a set of clothing for Leng Xiaoxi which was the most popular set among the young people. She knew that Leng Xiaoxi would like it. Where is Grandpa? Isn't he home? Leng Xiaoxun asked. He's in his study now, said Yu Yin. What's he doing in his study? Doesn't he always want Xiaoting and Ningning to visit him? Why doesn't he come out now? Leng Xiaoxun was confused. Why don't you go to ask your grandfather to come out for dinner? The meal will be ready any second, said Yu Yin. No problem. Leng Xiaoxun agreed, then went to Master Leng's room. The second Master Leng heard that Leng Xiaoxun was coming, he hurriedly went back to his desk and even forgot to close the door. Therefore, Leng Xiaoxun didn't bother to knock on the door and directly walked inside. Grandpa, what are you busy with? Xiaoting and Ningning are home now. Why don't you go to see them? Oh, it's done now. Master Leng seized the chance and made an excuse to leave his study. He stood up and walked out together with Leng Xiaoxun. When he saw Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning in the living room, he still looked serious and didn't greet them. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were the young generation, so they must greet Master Leng first. Hi, Grandpa. We're home, Grandpa. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning greeted Master Leng. Great. Master Leng didn't show much happiness on his face, which was quite strange. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning knew the reason, but didn't say anything about it. Grandpa, I have a gift for you too. It's from my new clothing brand. I don't know whether you like it or not, and I should have sent it to you earlier on, but I was busy the other day. I just came back to the capital today. I wanted to visit you first, but Xiaoting's private teacher came here with us. We couldn't bring him here, so we accommodated him somewhere else before we came here. Grandpa, please don't be mad at us, Ji Yuning said. Nonsense, I'm not mad at all. Master Leng argued. That's great. Ji Yuning smiled. Since he's Xiaoting's private teacher, Xiaoting must take good care of him, added Master Leng. In fact, although Master Leng was a little jealous, he knew that Leng Xiaoting could learn a lot from his private teacher, which was very important. We will, said Ji Yuning. After that, Master Leng's annoyance went away, and he started to smile and talk with Ji Yuning about her new clothing brand. He liked Ji Yuning's gift, and her kindness. Before long, Leng Yuanjun and Leng Yuanqin were home too, and Ji Yuning gave them their gifts as well. Leng Yuanjun took the gift with happiness, but Leng Yuanqin was surprised to receive a gift from Ji Yuning. Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were absent today, because they were still in the hospital. Except for Master Leng, the others didn't know that Leng Xiaojia had paid a professional killer to hurt Ji Yuning. And because Ji Yuning already got over it, there was no need for Master Leng to bring it up now. Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were anxious about what Master Leng would do in the following days. Master Leng felt a little uneasy once he thought of what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning. Chapter 1604. Displeased. Even though Ji Yuning already got over it, Master Leng still felt guilty. Ji Yuning noticed Master Leng's sudden emotional change, but she said nothing. She had no intention to bring it up either. After dinner, Master Leng told Leng Xiaoting to have a private talk with him in the study, and Leng Xiaoxun begged Ji Yuning to teach him more fighting skills. Leng Xiaoxun clearly knew that he wasn't comparable to Ji Yuning, so he wanted to learn from her. We just had dinner. Why don't you let Ningning have a rest? Yu Yin wasn't happy about it. Aunt Yin, it's fine. Ji Yuning didn't mind it at all. Leng Xiaoxun was a little embarrassed when his mother criticized him, but he felt much better after knowing that Ji Yuning didn't mind. Ningning doesn't mind, said Leng Xiaoxun. Fine. Yu Yin said nothing further. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxun then walked outside, followed by Leng Xiaoxi, who was interested. Ningning, I'm curious about which one is better between you and Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoxun said all of a sudden. Although he believed that Leng Xiaoting must be better than Ji Yuning was very outstanding too. Xiaoting is better than me, said Ji Yuning. With her magical energy and the Flood Dragon's help, Ji Yuning could defeat Leng Xiaoting, but she wasn't as strong as him by herself. When Leng Xiaoting became a senior cultivator one day in the future, she probably would be no match for him even if she had her magical energy and the Flood Dragon's help. As long as Leng Xiaoting could reach the high level from concrete to abstract, he would be unstoppable. The Flood Dragon was afraid of Shengguanyang precisely because Shengguanyang was at a very high level. However, if the Flood Dragon was transformed into a dragon, only a senior cultivator with free spirit would be able to control it. It was difficult for a cultivator to have a free spirit, and only a few cultivators could succeed. Leng Xiaoxun was quite happy when he heard that Leng Xiaoting was even better than Ji Yuning, because Leng Xiaoting was his idol and he didn't want his idol to be weak. Anyway, they were a family, and he could learn from both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had a short conversation with Master Leng in the study, after which he went to see Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxun. Because Ji Yuning needed to teach Leng Xiaoxun fighting skills, it was unavoidable for them to touch each other's body, but Leng Xiaoting was still displeased. Let me teach him, said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning noticed his unhappiness, so she listened to him. Leng Xiaoxun didn't have acute senses like Ji Yuning, so he didn't think further about it. However, Leng Xiaoting quickly beat Leng Xiaoxun down on the ground. Xiaoting, shouldn't you teach me some skills? Leng Xiaoxun was confused and in pain. We need to deal with something else now, so we should go, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoxun pouted, but couldn't stop them. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting excused themselves and left. It wasn't a secret that both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were always occupied with work, so the others understood them very well. They were only worried about Ji Yuning's and Leng Xiaoting's health. Where are we going? Asked Ji Yuning once they left the Leng family's old house. She didn't say anything about Leng Xiaoting getting jealous earlier. Let's go home now, said Leng Xiaoting. Do you need to deal with something else? I can go home myself if you're busy, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning thought that Leng Xiaoting would be busy with something because Master Leng just had a private talk with him. Not at all, said Leng Xiaoting. Then why do you want to go home so early? Ji Yuning felt confused. Well, because we need to do something at home, said Leng Xiaoting and gave Ji Yuning a meaningful glance. Fine. Ji Yuning nodded, and still didn't know what Leng Xiaoting was going to do with her at home. Leng Xiaoting put on an evil smile when he noticed that Ji Yuning still had no idea what he wanted to do. He actually couldn't wait to kiss and touch her. Leng Xiaoting drove back to his own house, and he pressed Ji Yuning against the wall the moment they walked inside. Without delay, he kissed her wildly. They hadn't been so close for a long time, so Ji Yuning didn't push him away and kissed him back with passion. As the kiss got deeper, they wanted more. Oh, wait a second. Ji Yuning suddenly thought of something and pushed Leng Xiaoting away. What's wrong? Leng Xiaoting was upset. Didn't you say that you need to deal with something at home? I think you should get your things done first, said Ji Yuning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting laughed. I am already doing what I wanted to do, said Leng Xiaoting with a broad smile. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, and Leng Xiaoting kissed her again before she could say another word. In the next hour, they made love again and again till they were out of strength. When it was about 11 p.m., Leng Xiaoting had to go back to his Siheiwan, so he kissed Ji Yuning goodbye and left. Chapter 1605. Scare Tang Yaxin again. Ji Yuning didn't go to sleep after Leng Xiaoting left, but disguised herself as Tang Aining, and went to see Qi Ziyu and Tang Yaxin. She didn't know that Qi Ziyu was already caught by Tang Bingsun, and she only found that he was absent in the hospital. She thought that Qi Ziyu had already left the hospital. Since she couldn't find Qi Ziyu, she went to see Tang Yaxin. Tang Yaxin was still staying in the same ward. Even though many terrible things had happened to her, Tang Yaxin didn't move to another ward or another hospital, because she knew that Tang Aining was spying on her. Ji Yijing had the idea to let Tang Yaxin have recovery abroad, but Tang Bingsun was worried that they might not be able to help her if anything bad happened again. It made sense, so Ji Yijing gave up the idea. Tang Bingsun never wanted Tang Yaxin to take over their family business, but it didn't mean that he disliked her. Tang Yaxin was his daughter anyway, and he cared about her. He had an illegitimate son only because he wanted to give his business to a man, but Tang Yaxin could still have a third of his property. Therefore, he still wanted Tang Yaxin to be safe. Tang Yaxin's ward was under heightened security this time, and all the windows were closed. However, they couldn't stop Ji Yuning from coming inside. The windows of Tang Yaxin's ward were closed, but the curtains weren't, so it was still easy for Ji Yuning to scare Tang Yaxin. At this time, Tang Yaxin wasn't asleep. She simply gazed at the ceiling in silence. She was now much more haggard than ever. She lost a lot of weight and looked older. It was hard for her to fall asleep, because she would have nightmares once she closed her eyes. Ji Yijing was sleeping peacefully, because she wasn't the target, so she was able to relax. Ji Yuning glanced around, then found that there was no one in the ward beneath Tang Yaxin's, so she walked towards it. Without much effort, Ji Yuning entered the ward and walked to the window. After that, she took out a gun from her telepathic eye space. She had grabbed it from a robber last time in City G, and there were 2 bullets left inside. Ji Yuning took the bullets out, leaving the gun empty. She then wrote down several lines on a piece of white cloth. Tang Yaxin, do you still remember the 2 shots in my body? You'll go through the same thing. Ji Yuning tied the cloth to the gun but didn't wrap it in case they couldn't see the gun. Although Tang Yaxin didn't fire the 2 bullets into her body, Tang Yaxin was involved in the crime. When everything was done, Ji Yuning heavily threw it towards the window of Tang Yaxin's ward. Normally, it was impossible for the gun to break the window. The window wasn't thick, the problem was the angle. Nevertheless, the result was different when Ji Yuning threw it over, because she put her magical power into the gun, so it was able to break the window. With a loud crash, the window was broken into pieces. Tang Yaxin was scared and began to scream loudly, which woke Ji Yijing up, and the security guards along with mercenaries ran over at once. Ji Yuning left without hesitation before they found her. She enjoyed it. When they were mad and nervous but couldn't catch her. In that case, they had to stay alert day and night. The gun fell on Tang Yaxin's bed by accident, and Tang Yaxin trembled in fear. "It's a gun," Ji Yijing exclaimed. A security guard went to pick the gun up, and a mercenary went to the broken window in a hurry. He looked around, but found nothing suspicious. The security guard untied the white cloth around the gun, so Tang Yaxin could read the lines. "No, no, no." Tang Yaxin screamed again. She knew this threat was from Tang Aining, and she covered her head with her hands, trying to protect herself from danger. She was too scared to say another word now. Ji Yijing didn't have time to comfort Tang Yaxin and read the lines on the white cloth too. "Tang Aining is a bitch. Isn't it over yet?" Ji Yijing shouted in anger. It wasn't over yet, and it was actually far from the end. Ji Yuning decided to play the game as long as she wanted to. The noises in Tang Yaxin's ward disturbed other patients in other wards. Because it was very late, other people couldn't see what was happening in Tang Yaxin's ward. Chapter 1606, Paid to Kill. Given what had happened, Ji Yijing had to talk to Tang Bingsun. Tang Bingsun was angry when Tang Aining wouldn't stop harassing Tang Yaxin. Even though he wasn't surprised that Tang Aining would continue to do that, he was still full of anger. His people couldn't find her at all, but she was able to appear and disappear out of the blue as she wanted. Tang Bingsun thought for a while, then told Ji Yijing to bring Tang Yaxin home tomorrow. They could hire a family doctor to take care of her. Their home was safer than the hospital, and he was confident to catch Tang Aining, as long as Tang Aining dared to come. He didn't come up with that idea until now, or he would have done that earlier on. He was too busy recently to think of a good idea. Because it was too late tonight, Tang Yaxin had to stay in the hospital till tomorrow. The ward was damaged, so she was moved into another ward. The Tang family would pay for the damage of the ward, because they failed to catch Tang Aining. It was nothing for the Tang family, but they felt unhappy about it. Ji Yuning was about to take a taxi and went back to Leng Xiaoting's house, but she suddenly noticed that someone was following her. Therefore, she decided to walk for a while. When she walked, she felt the man still followed her. The man also realized that he was already exposed, because Ji Yuning gave up taking a taxi all of a sudden, but he didn't stop following her. Although the capital was a crowded advanced city, it wasn't bright and full of people everywhere. There were dark alleys too. Ji Yuning found a dark and narrow alley without anyone inside, then walked straight into it. She didn't go far, and stopped 3 meters from the entrance. The man met Ji Yuning's eyes once he followed her and walked into the alley. He was a strong muscular man about 30 years old, and it was quite obvious that he had the habit of practicing his fighting skills. Besides, Ji Yuning had a feeling that he could be a killer. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Ji Yuning asked. Although she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from the man's mouth. "I've been paid to kill you," said the man. The next second, he dashed forward to attack Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning fought back at once. He was eager to kill Ji Yuning, so each of his movements aimed to hurt her badly. However, it wasn't easy to hurt Ji Yuning at all. Within seconds, Ji Yuning controlled the situation. It wasn't a surprising result, because the man was aware of Ji Yuning's ability, but he had to do his job. He did the best of his ability, but still failed to catch Ji Yuning. In the end, he realized that it was impossible for him to catch her right now, and he wanted to get out while the going's good. However, Ji Yuning wouldn't let him escape. Tell me, who sent you? Asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning thought the person must be Tang Bingsun or Qi Ziyu, because she only had conflict against them recently. The man refused to tell her. Ji Yuning didn't bother to force him to tell her, because she already had the answer in her mind. Whether the person was Tang Bingsun or Qi Ziyu, she wouldn't allow them to get away with it. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning disabled the man. He wanted to kill her after all, so she had to teach him a lesson. She didn't kill him simply because she didn't want someone to die in her hands, which might cause her bad luck. Ji Yuning left after the man was disabled. In the early morning, Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang got up at 5 a.m., then drove to a suburb. Ji Yuning also got up early to run. She ran into Zhang Rukan and Tang Qingyang when she was running that morning. Hi, Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Both Zhang Rukan and Tang Qingyang were happy to see Ji Yuning. Although Zhang Rukan couldn't win Ji Yuning's heart, he already got over it so they could still be friends. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was a very outstanding young man, so it wasn't humiliating to lose to him. As long as they were friends, he could still see Ji Yuning and care about her. Hi, morning. Ji Yuning smiled at them. After that, they began to run together. Ji Yuning, I heard a piece of big news about you the other day, said Zhang Rukan. He was talking about Gufan. He paid a lot of attention to Ji Yuning, so he knew what she was doing these days, and he had also sent her a message to congratulate her on the opening ceremony of Gufan. Well, it's not a big thing, said Ji Yuning. She was being modest and a new clothing brand was literally nothing in her eyes. Gufan was a newly established clothing brand, and it gained a lot of fame within a few days because of Ji Yuning's influence. Nevertheless, Gufan was of high quality among other clothing brands at the same level as it. In the clothing industry, more and more businessmen valued profits above quality, so it wasn't easy for customers to find a clothing brand with good quality and reasonable prices. Of course it's a big thing. You don't need to be modest. Not many people can do what you've achieved, said Zhang Rukan. He sincerely admired Ji Yuning's abilities and ambition. Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing further about it. Oh, Qingyang, how's your work going? Ji Yuning asked Tang Qingyang all of a sudden. Not bad, I just became the head of a new project and I have support from several directors, said Tang Qingyang. Zhang Rukan was very smart and he somehow felt that Ji Yuning had a special relationship with Tang Qingyang. Chapter 1607. Her grudge against the Tang family. Feel free to let me know if you need my help, said Ji Yuning. I will, said Tang Qingyang. He wouldn't hesitate to turn to Ji Yuning for help if he encountered trouble when he was dealing with the Tang organization. He knew that he was alone in the fight against the Tang family. After hearing their conversation, Zhang Rukan was more sure that Ji Yuning and Tang Qingyang must be working with each other on something. They ran for another while, but neither Zhang Rukan nor Tang Qingyang could follow Ji Yuning. They stopped later and Ji Yuning continued to run ahead. Qingyang, is Ji Yuning aware of what you're doing about the Tang family? Asked Zhang Rukan. Tang Qingyang remained silent for a while, then said, I'm going to tell you something secret, and you can't tell anyone else. Ji Yuning is actually the person who caused the Tang family all this trouble. Zhang Rukan was Tang Qingyang's close friend, so he was willing to share his secrets with him. Anyway, Zhang Rukan already knew many secrets about him, and it wasn't a big deal if he learned more. Most importantly, he trusted Zhang Rukan. What? Zhang Rukan rounded his eyes in shock and couldn't believe his ears. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning caused the Tang family a lot of trouble. Does she have any grudges against the Tang family, or is she simply helping you? Zhang Rukan asked again. She has a long-standing grudge against the Tang family, because my older cousin, Tang Aining, was her private teacher. The Tang family caused Tang Aining's death, so Ji Yuning wants to take revenge for her teacher, said Tang Qingyang. Zhang Rukan had heard of Tang Aining from Tang Qingyang before, but he didn't know much about her. Although Tang Aining was born in a super-rich family, she seldom showed up in public, so other people thought Tang Yaxin was the only daughter of the Tang family. Tang Aining is Ji Yuning's private teacher. Zhang Rukan was surprised again by Ji Yuning's relationship with Tang Aining. What did Tang Aining do in the past? Since Tang Aining was Ji Yuning's private teacher, Tang Aining couldn't be simple. She was the Tang family's spy, and was trained to be a killer, said Tang Qingyang. Knowing that, Zhang Rukan was taken aback. If Tang Aining was trained to be a professional killer by the Tang family definitely wouldn't expose her to the public. It wasn't strange that a big powerful family had killers and spies to serve it, so Zhang Rukan wasn't surprised about it. However, to his astonishment, Tang Bingsun was a cruel father and trained his own daughter to be a killer and caused her death in the end. In that case, Zhang Rukan understood why Ji Yuning was working with Tang Qingyang now. "Well, do you want to unseat the Tang family together?" asked Zhang Rukan. "Yeah, Ji Yuning wants to help me take over the chairman's position," said Tang Qingyang. Hearing that, Zhang Rukan smiled. "I believe that with her help you can do that sooner or later." Zhang Rukan wasn't worried about Tang Qingyang once he learned that Ji Yuning was secretly helping him. "I believe so." Tang Qingyang also smiled with confidence. Ji Yuning was very influential, and she had Leng Xiaoting's support as well. Since she was determined to take revenge, she wouldn't allow herself to fail. After running in the morning, Ji Yuning went to her company. Leng Xiaoting took the car last night, so Ji Yuning decided to take a taxi today. The Lamborghini in her telepathic eye space was too noticeable, so she didn't want to drive it. In the early morning, Tang Bingsun also received the news that the killer he hired failed to kill Tang Aining, which filled him with anger. Although he knew that Tang Aining wasn't weak at all, he was still disappointed when he heard that it was a failure. If Tang Aining wasn't dead, he would be in great danger. Tang Aining didn't take any action to hurt him right now, but he knew that it would happen in the near future. Tang Yaxin was being tortured by her now, and he could be her next target. He definitely didn't want that to happen. Tang Bingsun always believed that no one was able to hurt him given his social status nowadays, but Tang Aining changed his life. He couldn't eat, sleep, or work normally now because of her. He had to kill Tang Aining, and he would keep on trying to do that, even though he failed this time. Shortly after he heard the bad news, Tang Bingsun received a call from Ji Yijing and was told that Tang Yaxin just tried to commit suicide by swallowing too many sleeping pills. Tang Yaxin felt it was too difficult to live now, so she wanted to end her life to get rid of the pain and fear. She couldn't fall asleep these days, so the doctor gave her some sleeping pills to help her have some sleep. However, she didn't want to die until last night when she poured the whole bottle of sleeping pills into her mouth. Tang Bingsun was mad and anxious. He criticized Ji Yijing for not taking good care of Tang Yaxin at the hospital. As Tang Yaxin's mother, Ji Yijing was supposed to stop her from committing suicide. Ji Yijing cried and didn't know what to say, because she was unwilling to see it happen as well. In the end, they blamed Tang Aining for it. Actually, it should be Tang Bingsun's fault, because he had betrayed Tang Aining's mother and married Ji Yijing, who was his mistress. Anyway, karma was real. All the good and bad things that a person did in the past affected how good or bad his or her future life would be. Tang Yaxin was pushed into an operation room, and as her father, Tang Bingsun had to go visit her. Chapter 1608. Defame. When Ji Yuning arrived outside her company, she didn't feel any cultivators around, which meant that Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were absent. Both of them went back to the cultivation world. They had spied on Ji Yuning for a long time, but found nothing useful, so they couldn't waste any more time on her. Dongfang Ziyu needed to practice her cultivation, and so did Wu Shunhua. Although Wu Shunhua wouldn't participate in the kung fu competition, he couldn't stop improving himself. Cultivators could live longer than mortals, but it also depended on their levels. If a cultivator's level wasn't high, he wouldn't live much longer than a mortal. And no one wanted to die if they were able to live happily. Ji Yuning told Chaoya that she would come to her company today before she left her place, so Chaoya was already waiting for her when she arrived. Gao Yi wasn't in the capital, he was chasing for more details about the illegal gang behind Tang Bingsun. Once Ji Yuning walked inside, Chaoya reported what had happened the past few days to her. During the past few days, Gufan had great sales, but it was also involved in trouble. Luckily, it wasn't serious, and was already solved. The trouble was that an internet user posted a post saying that Gufan had a serious quality problem on social media a few days ago. It actually wasn't important, because a clothing factory needed to make a large amount of clothes, so it was unavoidable that some of them weren't good enough. However, the internet user's post soon went viral on social media, and many consumers demanded a response from Gufan. Gufan made a response later and apologized to the internet user for the bad quality clothing. Gufan also promised to pay more attention to the production of Gufan clothes in order to make sure that they were as acceptable as possible. No matter what, it should take responsibility since a quality problem indeed occurred. Surprisingly, the internet user refused to return the clothing he bought from Gufan and kept on criticizing it. In the following days, more and more posts and photos about the Gufan quality problem appeared on social media, and Gao Weikao realized that it could be a scheme. It would take a long time for them to find out the truth, so Gao Weikao called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning went to Kunlun Mountain at that time, so his call was transferred to Chao Ya's phone. Chao Ya then asked for Chen Kengyi's opinion and Chen Kengyi told K to handle it. They soon found out that those posts and photos came from the same clothing company, who was defaming Gufan on purpose. Almost every one of Ji Yuning's companies had been defamed before, and all the bad people had been punished according to the law in the end, but there were still many people who wouldn't give up doing that. Not many people were aware that Gufan was owned by Ji Yuning, so some people still tried to compete unfairly in business. Gufan later posted the evidence of the scheme on social media to clear its name. Even though it didn't reveal the name of the clothing company, it warned it to stop defaming Gufan. If the clothing company dared to do it again, it would be punished according to the law. The staff of the clothing company were shocked when they saw the post. To their surprise, Gufan was able to find out it was them within such a short time. Without delay, they deleted their posts and photos. Many internet users began to believe that Gufan was really innocent after they noticed that all the posts and photos were deleted. From the beginning to the end, the drama lasted only for a few days. Gufan's reputation wasn't seriously damaged, but Chao Ya thought that it was still necessary for her to report it to Ji Yuning. However, since the problem was already resolved, Ji Yuning didn't care about it. After that, she went to CK and asked him to help her search for Qi Ziyu. Qi Ziyu had been absent for days, and she wanted to know where he was right now. Before long, K told Ji Yuning that Qi Ziyu was brought away by a bunch of strong men and he soon disappeared from the surveillance cameras. Ji Yuning thought of Tang Bingsun once she learned that Qi Ziyu was caught and brought away. Since Qi Ziyu was in Tang Bingsun's hands now, Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay much attention to him, because she knew that Tang Bingsun would torture Qi Ziyu badly. Although Tang Bingsun didn't kill Qi Ziyu right away, he was torturing him every day in different ways. Ji Yuning left her company at 10:30 a.m., then went to visit Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang. Because of Sheng Guanyang, Leng Xiaoting couldn't go out and see Ji Yuning often. If Ji Yuning didn't come to see him, they would be apart for a long time again, because Leng Xiaoting was going back to their military base that afternoon. Chapter 1609. Test Ji Yuning's ability. On her way to Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan, Ji Yuning received a call from Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang told her that Tang Yaxin tried to commit suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. Although Tang Yaxin was rescued in the hospital, her brain was permanently damaged. Tang Qingyang heard the news because one of his friends worked in the hospital where Tang Yaxin had the surgery. Ji Yuning smiled when she heard what had happened to Tang Yaxin. She had no sympathy for her. Great, both she and Qi Ziyu have now been punished. Tang Bingsun has Qi Ziyu in his hands and I believe he won't allow Qi Ziyu to live a comfortable life. As for Tang Bingsun, we need to remove his illegal support first, which won't take long, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Tang Qingyang agreed. He really trusted Ji Yuning and was willing to listen to her. Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang went to do their daily practice early in the morning and didn't come back until lunch was ready. Ji Yuning arrived at the Sihewan 10 minutes before Leng Xiaoting and Sheng Guanyang did. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting dined with Sheng Guanyang today, Lao Zhang prepared more food for them. The three of them enjoyed lunch together, and Sheng Guanyang told Leng Xiaoting to continue his practice after resting for a while. The front yard of the Sihewan was large enough for him to practice his kung fu skills. In that case, Ji Yuning was left alone, but she didn't mind it. Leng Xiaoting learned ancient kung fu skills from Shengguan Yang, which were more difficult and complicated than those modern fighting skills he knew. So it took him a long time to get familiar with the new skills. Shengguan Yang showed Leng Xiaoting ancient kung fu skills once, and Leng Xiaoting followed after him. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't have as good a memory as Ji Yuning, his memory wasn't bad either. So Shengguan Yang was very satisfied with Leng Xiaoting's performance. Once Leng Xiaoting got familiar with the new skills, he could learn to put his magical power into his movements. "Ningning, you're not a cultivator, but you can learn with him too," said Shengguan Yang to Ji Yuning. "Sure." Ji Yuning was interested. "Well, you can have a kung fu competition with me first. I need to test your ability," said Shengguan Yang. He knew that Leng Xiaoting asked him whether a mortal could become a cultivator last time because of Ji Yuning. And even though Leng Xiaoting dropped that topic later, he understood that Leng Xiaoting was worried about Ji Yuning's safety and life. Ji Yuning probably didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had already talked about that with him. Shengguan Yang wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting would bring it up again, so he needed to test Ji Yuning's ability first. He wanted to see whether she could tolerate the unusual pain she would go through if she wanted to become a cultivator. "No problem." Ji Yuning agreed with a smile. She was excited to have a competition with Shengguan Yang too. Shengguan Yang didn't use his magic, because Ji Yuning was no match for him and he was unwilling to hurt her. He only needed to test Ji Yuning's ability anyway. Afterwards, Ji Yuning began to fight against Shengguan Yang. Although Shengguan Yang believed that Ji Yuning was no match for him, he still took the competition seriously. Ji Yuning was actually much stronger than Shengguan Yang used to think, which amazed him. To be honest, it wasn't easy for him to defeat Ji Yuning. "Ningning, you're really good." Shengguan Yang complimented her. "Grandpa Shengguan, I know I'm not comparable to you," said Ji Yuning. "It's quite unbelievable for such a young girl like you to be so excellent at kung fu. If you were a cultivator, you would definitely be a talented one," said Shengguan Yang. It was a shame that Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator. Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing about it. In fact, she also wished that she could be a cultivator, and she always wanted to ask Shengguan Yang whether it was possible. However, Leng Xiaoting was here right now, and she was worried that he might be disappointed if the answer was negative, so she decided to ask Shengguan Yang later when Leng Xiaoting was gone. She didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had already asked Shengguan Yang the same question. He didn't dare to tell Ji Yuning the answer, because he knew that Ji Yuning would risk everything for him. However, it hadn't been easy for him to keep it a secret these days. Chapter 1610. Photographic Memory. The Kung Fu competition between Ji Yuning and Shengguan Yang lasted for nearly half an hour till Shengguan Yang completely defeated Ji Yuning, which surprised Shengguan Yang. Ji Yuning had surprising determination, and she would never give up till she totally lost. If it was a real war, she would fight till the last breath. She was definitely the kind of person who could accept the extreme pain when she was transformed into a cultivator, but it still remained unknown whether she could succeed. "Very good." Shengguan Yang complimented her again. Ji Yuning was quite extraordinary as a mortal. "You can rest for a while, then I'll teach you a set of kung fu skills," said Shengguan Yang with great interest. It wasn't convenient for Ji Yuning to get rid of her tiredness in front of Shengguan Yang, so she could only have a rest. After resting for a few minutes, Ji Yuning was ready for her class. Shengguan Yang showed Ji Yuning a set of moves. This is called Star Shift. Star Shift is a skill that leverages strength. No matter what kind of kung fu skills your opponent does, you can use his strength to counterattack himself. The higher his level is, the quicker he dies. The real kung fu is to kill your enemy with his own hands. Once Shengguan Yang finished his demonstration, Ji Yuning kept it in her mind, which amazed him. He thought that Leng Xiaoting was already a talented cultivator, but Ji Yuning was even better than Leng Xiaoting. However, that didn't mean that Ji Yuning was better than Leng Xiaoting as a cultivator, because she was still a mortal now. Even though Ji Yuning learned the skills, she could only deal with mortals. Shang Guanyang didn't know that Ji Yuning had magical power too, and it could help her defeat average cultivators. Did Xiaoting teach you secretly behind my back? Asked Shang Guanyang. He couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to get familiar with the new skills within such a short time. Leng Xiaoting needed to practice for a while, but Ji Yuning didn't need much time. No, I just have a photographic memory, said Ji Yuning. What? Photographic memory? Shang Guanyang rounded his eyes in shock. Do you mean it? Shang Guanyang didn't think that Ji Yuning was lying to his face, but it was too shocking to be true. He knew that many people had a good memory, like Leng Xiaoting, but a photographic memory was very rare. Of course I mean it. I can remember anything I see or hear, said Ji Yuning with a calm face. Hearing that, Shang Guanyang was taken aback. This was the first time that he heard someone had a photographic memory. He wanted to test it and asked, do you remember what I explained to you about the new set of skills? Of course, said Ji Yuning. Great, repeat it now, said Shang Guanyang. This is called Star Shift. Star Shift is a skill that leverages strength. No matter what kind of kung fu skills your opponent does, you can use his strength to counterattack himself. The higher his level is, the quicker he dies. The real kung fu is to kill your enemy with his own hands. Ji Yuning repeated without making any mistakes. She even copied Shang Guanyang's tone. Shang Guanyang was struck dumb for a second, then his eyes lit up with excitement. Leng Xiaoting was practicing his kung fu skills, but he paid attention to them and he wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning was a quicker learner than him. In fact, he felt quite proud of her. Great, I'll show you another set of skills, and you should repeat it with my explanation, said Shang Guanyang. No problem. Ji Yuning nodded with confidence. Shang Guanyang continued, this set is called, the white snake puts out its tongue, and you can use it to attack your enemy's head, face, shoulders, lower jaw, chest and crotch. It's hard for your enemy to stop you from doing that, because it happens like lightning. Clamp one end of stick B with your right armpit, and hold the other stick A with your right hand. The second you loosen your armpit and stretch your arm forward, swing the stick B out with your right wrist. Use the strength of your arm to quickly pull the stick back down your armpit. You should practice it with both your left and right hand in the same way. When the stick is swung out, your shoulders, arms, elbows, forearms and other parts of your body should be stretched forward at the same time. When you pull the stick back, your elbow should slightly move away from your body. After Shang Guanyang finished the demonstration, Ji Yuning repeated it along with his explanation without making any mistakes again. Wonderful. You're a genius. Shang Guanyang laughed out loud. All right, you should practice these two sets of skills to get more familiar with them, said Shang Guanyang, because although Ji Yuning had a photographic memory, only practice made perfect. Chapter 1611. A siren time flew and it was soon 5 p.m. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the Sihewan after they had dinner. Leng Xiaoting needed to go back to their military base, while Ji Yuning drove back to Century City. Leng Xiaoting wanted to drive Ji Yuning home, but Ji Yuning had her own car, so they separated at the door. Neither of them wanted to leave each other, even though they could meet again in a few days. It's impossible to hide your air of a cultivator now, so you must be very careful. Turn to Grandpa Shangguan for help if you encounter a cultivator who's stronger than you, said Ji Yuning. I understand. Leng Xiaoting felt touched that Ji Yuning cared about him. After all, Ji Yuning kept reminding him to be careful because she cared about him. After that, they separated. However, when Ji Yuning passed a hotel, she coincidentally saw Ji Yuanna and saw that two women around 30 years old were pulling her with violence. Ji Yuanna struggled, but she was too weak before two women. There were onlookers, but nobody went up to help Ji Yuanna. Although the security guards of the hotel tried to stop the two women, it wasn't useful. Ji Yuanna was Ji Yuning's friend after all, so she had to do something at this moment. Without delay, Ji Yuning drove towards the door of the hotel. Once she got out of the car, she heard unpleasant remarks. You're a shameless siren. How dare you seduce my husband? You're a bitch. The two women were screaming abuse at Ji Yuanna. Ji Yuning frowned and didn't believe that Ji Yuanna would seduce a married man. Although Ji Anna dressed like a sexy woman, she was born in a super rich family, and there was no need for her to sell her body for money. Ji Ning didn't know much about Ji Anna, but she was aware that Ji Anna wasn't a bad woman. Leave me alone. Are you crazy or something? I didn't seduce your husband sexually harassed me. He's ugly and disgusting. Ji Anna was angry. Other people might not believe her words, but Ji Ning did. She walked straight to them and pulled the two women away from Ji Anna. Because Ji Anna was her friend, Ji Ning secretly pinched the two women when she pulled them away, causing them to scream in pain. Ning. Ji Anna was surprised when she saw Ji Ning. Ji Ning was her lifesaver now. No one was willing to help her, and she would be super embarrassed if Ji Ning didn't stand out. It's none of your business. Look at her face. They must be the same kind of shameless women. The two women turned to attack Ji Ning with their eyes full of jealousy. In their eyes, all beautiful girls were shameless and would seduce their husbands. Ji Ning remained calm and coldly stared at them, but the two women were mad. What? Don't pretend to be innocent since you choose to be a bitch. How dare you? Ji Anna was furious when the two women began to humiliate Ji Ning. She felt guilty that Ji Ning suffered because of her. To her astonishment, Ji Ning moved faster than her and slapped the two women with great force. The onlookers were all shocked by the scene. Ji Ning was too violent. Nevertheless, it was understandable, because the two women were too aggressive and unkind. They negatively judged Ji Ning just because she was beautiful, which was unreasonable. Besides, Ji Anna said that she didn't seduce the woman's husband, but the women wouldn't let her go. Don't humiliate other people as you want in public, said Ji Ning. She wasn't afraid of the two women at all. The two women pointed at Ji Ning in anger, but didn't dare to fight with her. Do you know who I am? Shouted a woman. So, I don't care, said Ji Ning. It wasn't her fault anyway, and she didn't think that the two women were able to hurt her. Ji Anna pulled her lips. Ridiculous. Do you know who I am? The woman was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Even though Ji Anna could be more influential than her, she refused to believe it. She believed that Ji Anna had seduced her husband, even though Ji Anna already denied it. Chapter 16:12. A stupid woman, who are you? Asked the woman. How dare you humiliate me in public before you figure out who I am? Aren't you afraid that you'll offend someone you shouldn't mess with? You're really a stupid woman, said Ji Anna in annoyance. In fact, even if her husband had a mistress, she should blame her husband for it. She simply didn't dare to argue with her husband, so she turned to attack another woman. Actually, if her husband didn't learn to be loyal to her, she would have endless enemies in her marriage. A disloyal man was the key problem of an unhappy marriage. And the woman tolerated her husband's behavior, which meant that she didn't deserve sympathy. The woman was angry, but Ji Anna interrupted her before she could say a complete sentence. Why don't you call your husband right now and ask him who Ji Anna is? The woman's husband had indeed tried to seduce Ji Anna because of her outstanding appearance, but he was scared and gave up the idea once he found out Ji Anna's family background. Ji Anna wanted the woman to call her husband earlier, but the woman was too crazy to listen to her. If Ji Ning hadn't helped her, she honestly didn't know what she would do now. The woman suddenly panicked because it seemed that Ji Anna was indeed more influential than her. The onlookers were curious about it too. The next second, the woman called her husband and asked him who Ji Anna was. Ji Anna, why do you ask about her? The woman's husband was frightened when he heard Ji Anna's name. At the same time, he felt strange that his wife asked about Ji Anna all of a sudden. How did you know Ji Anna? What did you do to her? He asked at once. Just tell me who is Ji Anna. The woman lost patience. Do you know the Ji family in the capital? It's a super rich family and Ji Anna was born in the Ji family, said the woman's husband. What? The woman was shocked. It was hard for her to believe it. She turned to look at Ji Anna and couldn't say another word. Her husband felt that something must be wrong and asked nervously, did you offend her? The woman remained silent, and her husband was even more anxious. Say something. I. The woman hesitated to tell her husband what she had done. Seeing her reaction, the onlookers were sure that Xianxia wasn't someone she could mess with. After that, Xianxia grabbed her phone away and the woman stood still in shock. Mr. Liu, your wife just humiliated me in public by saying that I'm a siren and tried to seduce you. I feel very embarrassed right now. Shouldn't you do something? Said Xianxia. The woman's husband apologized at once. Miss Yu, I'm terribly sorry. It's all my wife's fault. Please forgive her this time. She won't do it again, I promise. Although the woman's husband was quite polite on the phone, he was actually really angry at his wife. If his wife was in front of him at this moment, he would slap her and criticize her without hesitation. However, the woman was his wife after all, and he had to do something to solve this problem in case his business was affected. Forgive her. My reputation is already damaged, said Xianxia. Well, the man didn't know what to say now, because Xianxia was born in a super rich family and her reputation mattered a lot. He could only blame his stupid wife for offending someone they shouldn't mess with. However, he totally forgot that he had sexually harassed Xianxia first. He was a shameless and selfish man. I can forgive her, but she must apologize to me 10 times in public, Xianxia said later. It wasn't serious trouble, and Xianxia was unwilling to waste time on them. She had more important things to do. Of course she should, said the man. Even if Xianxia wanted his wife to apologize to her 100 times in public, he would agree. He only hoped that the Gu family wouldn't punish him by damaging his business. Xianxia didn't bother to talk with the man any longer, and she gave the phone back to the woman. The woman took the phone with a shaking hand, then heard her husband shouting at her on the phone. Did you hear what Miss Gu just said? Chapter 16:13. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. Why yes, said the woman. Do whatever Miss Gu wants you to do, or I'll divorce you. The woman's husband threatened her, then hung up on her. Although the woman's husband was slightly afraid of her because of her father's influence, Xianxia's family was much more powerful than theirs. If Xianxia was displeased, their family business could be badly affected. The woman was scared when her husband threatened to divorce her. Without delay, she apologized to Xianxia right in front of everyone. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Xianxia told them to leave when the woman finished apologizing to her 10 times in public. Xianxia, thank you so much for your help. Xianxia turned to thank Xianxia when the problem was finally solved. She honestly didn't know what she would have done if Xianxia hadn't shown up on time. My pleasure, said Xianxia. Well, I guess I can go home now. Don't leave. Since we met by coincidence today, why don't we hang out together tonight? Qinyan and I are going to watch a film, said Xianxia. She was unwilling to let Xianxia go right now. Actually, Xianxia was Xianxia's idol, and she always wanted to hang out with Xianxia if it was possible. Xianxia thought for a while, then agreed. Fine. Wonderful, but you might need to go to see my friends with me for a while. One of my friends just came back from a foreign country today and they're sharing a meal now. I had another appointment this afternoon, so I didn't join them and I came here simply to see them, said Xianxia. She thought that it would be impolite if she left Xianxia alone to wait for her. Sure. Xianxia didn't care about it. After that, Xianxia followed Xianxia going upstairs. However, when they were approaching the door of the private room, Xianxia heard a male voice from the inside. Feng Zi, it's easy to get Xianxia in your bed. You can doctor her drink. Don't worry, we won't say anything about it. The next second, a group of men laughed out loud. Xianxia stopped at once and pulled Xianxia back to her. Xianxia was confused, because she had heard nothing. You can leave now, said Xianxia to the waiter who guided them here. Sure. The waiter walked away. Afterwards, Xianxia told Xianxia to wait for a while in a low voice, then used her jade eyes to see what was happening in the private room. Although it sounded like a joke, Xianxia took it seriously. Xianxia didn't know what Xianxia was doing, but she listened to her. Xianxia saw 3 men and 2 women in the private room. After laughing, a handsome man said, "Great, we can go to a bar together later, and I'll leave it to you, but you all must keep it a secret." "No problem," said another man. The others chimed in at once. "We won't say anything about it." Ji Yuning asked Ji Yuan outside, "How's your relationship with them?" "We went to the same high school, and we were quite close back then. Although we haven't seen each other for years, we keep in touch and we're still friends," said Ji Yuan. "Let's go inside now," said Ji Yuning. She decided to tell Ji Yuan what she just heard when they left. She knew Ji Yuan's personality, and she was afraid that Ji Yuan might lose her temper if she found out what her friends were scheming against her behind her back. Sure, Ji Yuan was still confused about Ji Yuning's strange question, but didn't ask further about it. "Come on in," someone said in the room, so Ji Yuan opened the door and walked inside. "Welcome, beautiful Miss Ji Yu. You're late, so you should drink 3 cups as a punishment," said a man. "I'm sorry, I was occupied by work." Ji Yuan apologized to them, and didn't refuse to drink. She could drink a lot, so she didn't care about 3 little cups of alcohol. After that, her friends noticed Ji Yuning, and a man said, "Oh, there is another beautiful lady here today." When the 3 men saw Ji Yuning, they were all amazed by her outstanding appearance, while the 2 women were jealous of her. Ji Yuning ignored their gazes. "This is my friend, Ji Yuning." Ji Yuan introduced Ji Yuning to her friends. "Nice to meet you," said Ji Yuning. She actually hated them because of what she just heard outside the room, but didn't show her feelings on her face. "Nice to meet you too, Miss Ji Yu." The 3 men greeted Ji Yuning with enthusiasm, but the 2 women remained silent. "Come here and have a seat." A man invited Ji Yuan and Ji Yuning to have a seat by the table. Chapter 16:14. Lose control. Another man handed both Ji Yuning and Ji Yuan a cup of drink, but Ji Yuning refused. "Sorry, I don't drink." Ji Yuning was reluctant to drink with them after hearing their conversation earlier. Their target was Ji Yuan, but Ji Yuan was her friend, so she was mad at them. Once Ji Yuning refused to drink, the man looked displeased. "Just drink a little. It'll be boring if you don't drink at all." "Feng Zi, my friend doesn't drink, so you shouldn't force her to drink." "I can drink with you," said Ji Yuan. She thought that she should protect Ji Yuning. "Anna, it's just a drink." "It isn't a big deal," said Ji Yuan's female friend A. "Right, we drink for fun, so don't be a wet blanket." Her female friend B joined their persuasion. "Well, I can drink on behalf of my friend, all right," said Ji Yuan. She wasn't dumb, and she could see that her 2 female friends were aiming to hurt Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was much prettier than them, and they were simply jealous of Ji Yuning. "No, you can't. It'll be boring if you drink alone," said Ji Yuan's male friend A. "Fine, I can drink with you." Since they wouldn't give up persuading her to drink, Ji Yuning agreed, but she wouldn't let them do whatever they wanted. "If we want to drink for fun, no one should quit halfway till we're all satisfied. To be honest with you, I may lose control of myself if I'm not satisfied after drinking." Ji Yuning intended to teach them a lesson. She had magical power to protect herself, so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable no matter how much she drank. The other people in the room didn't think Ji Yuning was able to drink much, so they thought it was very easy. "No problem, but this drink is quite strong, so you should be careful," said Ji Yuan's male friend B. Ning. Ji Yuan was a little worried about Ji Yuning. "Relax, it's fine," Ji Yuning said to comfort Ji Yuan. Since Ji Yuning said that, Ji Yuan closed her mouth. She believed that Ji Yuning was a smart girl. "Miss Ji Yu, don't get above yourself, or you'll be embarrassed," said Ji Yuan's female friend A. "If you want to challenge me, why don't we have a cup first?" Ji Yuning said. "I'm in." The woman accepted Ji Yuning's challenge and drank a cup of alcohol without hesitation. Ji Yuning also had a cup, then began to drink with other people. In the following minutes, she didn't give them any time to rest and kept on drinking with them diligently. Ji Yuan wanted to stop Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning wouldn't listen to her. Ji Yuan's friends also told her not to interrupt them. They got excited because of Ji Yuning's aggressive and arrogant attitude, and they were determined to defeat Ji Yuning. Ji Yuana had to sit aside and watch them drink. At the beginning, everyone believed that Ji Yuning would be drunk soon, but Ji Yuning stayed clear-headed the entire time. On the contrary, they started to get drunk. "Oh, my head is spinning. I can't drink more," said Ji Yuana's female friend B. She still wanted to keep a good image in front of the others. "What? No way. Do you want to quit halfway?" Ji Yuning pretended to be displeased. The woman was struck dumb for a second, then summoned up her determination. "Fine, let's drink." Afterwards, Ji Yuning and the woman had a cup of alcohol together. They kept on drinking and no one dared to quit halfway. When Ji Yuana found that Ji Yuning was still clear-headed after drinking a lot, she stopped worrying about her. The two women had tried to withdraw, but Ji Yuana and Ji Yuning wouldn't allow them to leave. Ji Yuana sided with Ji Yuning today, and was also determined to teach them a lesson. "Miss Ji Yu, you're really good at drinking, but I think it's enough for today," said Ji Yuana's male friend A. "I told you no one should quit halfway. I'll lose my temper if I'm not satisfied once we start drinking," said Ji Yuning. The man was a little mad, but he couldn't blame Ji Yuning for it. "What? Do you regret challenging Ningning now? You can't leave today until Ningning is satisfied," said Ji Yuana. She had a higher social status than her friends, so they didn't dare to annoy her. Chapter 16:15. I heard your conversation. None of them was as important as Ji Yuana in this society, but they still dared to scheme against her. They were ambitious. Feng Zi liked Ji Yuana and her family background, so he wanted to have a serious relationship with her. Ji Yuana's family could help him and his family a lot, and he could join the high society through Ji Yuana. He had considered the bad result if he failed, so he hesitated to drug Ji Yuana. "Why don't we go to a bar to continue to drink? This alcohol is too strong," said Feng Zi. "A bar? We're not going with you, because we have another appointment," said Ji Yuning. She fixed her eyes at Feng Zi. "If you want to compete against me on drinking, strong alcohol is the best choice." Feng Zi and the others in the room changed their expressions when they heard that Ji Yuning wouldn't go to a bar with them. "What appointment do you have today?" "It's our schoolmates' reunion and we must enjoy ourselves," said Feng Zi. He still wanted to conduct his plan. "You can't do whatever you want. You just forced me to drink with you and I agreed. I told you that I would be dissatisfied if anyone quit halfway, and now you're leaving." "Impossible," said Ji Yuning in annoyance. Hearing that, they felt embarrassed. They indeed only cared about their own feelings. "Ningning's right. You can't take advantage of her, and she's drinking against all of you by herself," said Ji Yuana. She strongly supported Ji Yuning. Even though they were her schoolmates and friends, she knew that Ji Yuning was helping her. "Anna, we didn't know that Miss Ji Yu is so excellent at drinking," said Ji Yuana's male friend B. "If they had known that, they wouldn't have challenged her." "You didn't know that? Ridiculous. I think you simply want to make me a joke," Ji Yuning argued. She was unwilling to end this game until she was satisfied. The man didn't know what to say now. "Enough." Ji Yuana's female friend heavily hit the table and stood up in great anger. "Who do you think you are? If you like to drink to death, do it yourself and let us go." "Lucian, what's wrong with you?" Ji Yuana questioned her. Lucian was scared of Ji Yuana, so she changed her attitude at once. Ji Yuning coldly said to Lucian, "You forced me to drink with you first, so you must obey the rules if you've decided to join in the game." Lucian felt quite stressed when Ji Yuning stared straight at her. All right, stop arguing now. It's not a big deal. Miss Ji Yu, I'm sorry for what we did, please forgive us this time." "I can drink up this cup of alcohol to show my sincerity," said Feng Zi. He believed that Ji Yuning would stop arguing with them. Ji Yuning was indeed unwilling to argue with them any longer, but only because she disliked them. Feng Zi added later, "Let's go to a bar now. We can have some beer just for fun, not for competition." All of a sudden, Ji Yuning walked towards Feng Zi with a mysterious smile, which scared him. He didn't know what Ji Yuning wanted to do. Even though Ji Yu-ning was even prettier than Ji Yu-ana, he would still choose Ji Yu-ana for his future. He was really a self-centered man. No, and I honestly don't want to waste more time on you. Ji Yu-ning didn't bother to hide her disdain and dislike towards him. You better give up your plan before you take action, or you'll be punished. I heard your conversation outside this room earlier, so I refused to drink with you at the beginning. What conversation? Ji Yu-ana was confused. Although she didn't know what they just talked about before she came inside, she had a feeling that it wasn't a good conversation from Ji Yu-ning's tone. Chapter 16:16. Your relationship is really a joke, Miss Ji Yu, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously, it's just a misunderstanding. Feng Zi explained at once, in case Ji Yu-ana was mad at him. Even if he couldn't get Ji Yu-ana, he didn't want to lose her either. Ji Yu-ana was a very kind, helpful friend after all. Joking. Your relationship is really a joke, said Ji Yu-ning. She knew that it couldn't be a joke and they could take action to hurt Ji Yu-ana sooner or later. All right, it's enough. Anna, we can go now. Ji Yu-ning returned to her seat without delay. Sure. Ji Yu-ana stood up at once. She knew that Ji Yu-ning would explain it to her later. Anna, wait. Feng Zi immediately stopped Ji Yu-ana. Ji Yu-ning stood aside and watched them in silence. What? Ji Yu-ana asked Feng Zi with a cold expression. Well, Feng Zi wanted to defend himself, but didn't know what to say. We're going to watch a film now, and it's about to begin. If you have nothing serious to talk about, please let us leave, said Ji Yu-ana. I was just joking with them, and Miss Ji Yu overheard it. I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand me, so, said Feng Zi. He had to deny it. Since it's a joke, I won't misunderstand you, said Ji Yu-ana. She trusted Ji Yu-ning and believed that Ji Yu-ning wouldn't hurt her. Feng Zi panicked. Now, if you'll excuse me, said Ji Yu-ana and walked away with Ji Yu-ning. Feng Zi didn't stop them this time, because he didn't know what to say. How did she hear our conversation? When Ji Yu-ana and Ji Yu-ning were gone, someone wondered that. The private room had good insulation, so they couldn't figure out how Ji Yu-ning was able to hear their conversation. In addition, Ji Yu-ana was with Ji Yu-ning, but she didn't hear their conversation. Probably because she has good hearing. Will Ji Yu-ana trust her? Her attitude changed in a second. I think she will trust Ji Yu-ning, said Feng Zi with hatred towards Ji Yu-ning. He was really selfish and blamed other people for his own mistakes. Ji Yu-ning didn't rush to tell Ji Yu-ana the reason on their way outside, because she was afraid that other people might overhear their conversation. When they walked out of the hotel, Ji Yu-ning walked straight to her car. Ning-ning, are you going to drive? Ji Yu-ana was surprised. You drank a lot, said Ji Yu-ana. She was afraid that Ji Yu-ning might be caught driving under the influence. Although she could handle it even if Ji Yu-ning was caught, it might affect Ji Yu-ning's businesses. Ji Yu-ning was a celebrity after all. Let me drive the car, said Ji Yu-ana. Ji Yu-ning understood Ji Yu-ana's worries. It's fine. Can you smell alcohol from my body? Ji Yu-ning smiled. She had already gotten rid of the smell of alcohol with her magical power. No way. Ji Yu-ana rounded her eyes in shock, then ran to smell around Ji Yu-ning. She indeed failed to smell any alcohol. Wow, how is it possible? You drank a lot. I have my way to secretly pour out the alcohol. I actually didn't drink a lot, said Ji Yu-ning. Oh, I understand. Ji Yu-ana laughed. She didn't ask how Ji Yu-ning managed to pour out the alcohol without them noticing it. After that, Ji Yu-ana got in Ji Yu-ning's car. Once they were in the car, Ji Yu-ning told Ji Yu-ana everything she just heard. They indeed sounded to be joking, but I'm not sure whether they were really joking or not. They're your friends, so I think you know them better than me. You can make the judgment yourself, said Ji Yu-ning. Ji Yu-ana was furious after knowing what her friends had said about her behind her back. She didn't believe it was just a joke. It couldn't be a joke, and even if it was, it's gross. Chapter 16:17. It's cheesy, although they're my schoolmates, we're not close. Feng Zi has a good relationship with me, but I'm shocked that he's such a disgusting social climber. Actually, he confessed his love towards me a few years ago, but I rejected him. I thought we were good friends since then, but obviously I'm wrong. Anyway, I don't believe it's just a joke, and I can't accept it at all. Anna was very serious. They planned to hurt her today and even wanted to take action. If she hadn't met Ning today or hadn't had an appointment with Xu Qinyan, she could have fallen into their trap. Anna felt scared in retrospect. Ning, thank you so much for today. Anna thanked Ning with sincerity. Well, I'm afraid what I've done will hurt your relationship with them, and I'm not sure whether it's a good thing, said Ning. She knew that Anna's relationship with her schoolmates would end afterwards. I don't care about them, and I don't lack friends, said Anna. She was quite disappointed at Feng Zi. Oh, Qinyan is already in the movie theater now with the tickets. Anna received a message from Xu Qinyan on WeChat. Great, we'll be there in 10 minutes, said Ning. About 10 minutes later, Anna and Ning arrived at the movie theater, and the film would start in half an hour. Ning. Xu Qinyan was excited once she saw Ning. Hey, how about me? Didn't you see me? Anna complained. We see each other often, and I've seen enough of you. It's hard for me to see Ning, said Xu Qinyan. Really? Fine, don't ask me out to watch a film or dine together again. Anna pouted. Oh, Ning came here with me, so we'll go watch our film now without you. Saying that, she went to pull Ning's arm. Xu Qinyan changed her attitude at once and stopped Anna. Come on, don't be mad at me. I'm just joking. You're my best friend forever, and you know that I can't live without you. Ew, that's cheesy, said Anna with a smile. Give me a hug. Xu Qinyan threw herself to Anna. All right. Anna gave in. Although Anna was very outgoing and liked joking, she disliked Xu Qinyan's lovey-dovey behavior because she didn't want other people to think that she was a lesbian. Xu Qinyan knew that very clearly, so she always used that trick to force Anna to give in. Ha ha. Xu Qinyan proudly laughed. The three of them were great beauties. Ning was like a pure angel, Xu Qinyan was an elegant lady, while Anna was a sexy woman, so they attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. They were very used to being the focus of people's attention, so they didn't feel uneasy at all. Two good-looking men tried to strike up a conversation with them, but they rejected them. However, they felt that the two men looked a little strange. Normally women came to watch a film together, but it was rare to see men do that. It was like women going to the ladies' room and shopping together, but men didn't. When the film was about to begin, they went inside. It was a romantic film, and wasn't very special. They watched it simply to kill time, because there weren't any popular films these days. When the film was over, it was already 11 p.m. Do you want to have night snacks before we go home? Asked Xu Qinyan. You can make the decision, said Ning. Let's go have some. I'm a little hungry, said Anna. After that, they went to have night snacks. Because the night snack street wasn't far away, they directly walked there, and went to have seafood. It was 12 a.m. when they finished having night snacks. Anna was going to sleep in Xu Qinyan's apartment tonight, so Anna left with Xu Qinyan and Ning drove back to Century City alone. On her way back to Century City, Ning called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting gave Ning a call when they were watching the film, so she sent him a message. Leng Xiaoting then told Ning to call him back when she was home. Chapter 16:18. Become a cultivator for him. Although it was very late, Leng Xiaoting stayed up for Ning's call. They had only been apart for half a day, but he was already missing her. He badly wanted to hear her voice and talk with her. However, Leng Xiaoting knew that Ning was driving, so he didn't talk with her for long. Ning went to bed after she got home. It was rainy the next day, so she didn't go running in the morning. She called Xiaoya and told her not to prepare breakfast because they would be eating outside. Xiaoya went to work together with Ning. Ning read a book again this morning, because she had nothing important to deal with. At noon, Ning called Shengguan Yang and asked him whether he was comfortable living in the Sihewan. Leng Xiaoting gave Stone a bank card to provide Sheng Guanyang with whatever he wanted, but Ji Yuning thought that she still needed to care about him. Stone and Sheng Guanyang weren't very familiar with each other yet, so Ji Yuning was worried that Sheng Guanyang might hesitate to ask for what he wanted. Because Leng Xiaoting was absent, Ji Yuning should take good care of Sheng Guanyang. Luckily, Sheng Guanyang had great adaptability, and he enjoyed his life now. Ji Yuning then told Sheng Guanyang that she would go to visit him that afternoon, but she felt a little sad after having the call with him. She planned to ask Sheng Guanyang the question she always wanted to ask him, and she was afraid that she might hear a negative answer. When it was 5 p.m., Ji Yuning left her company. She drove to the Sihewan by herself, and it was about 6 p.m. when she arrived. Lao Zhang had already prepared dinner for them and Sheng Guanyang was waiting for her. Sheng Guanyang didn't feel bored being alone, but he was still very happy to see Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was soon full, but Sheng Guanyang was still pouring food into his mouth like he had been hungry for years. Normally, Sheng Guanyang ate as much as 5 or 6 adults. Lao Zhang and Stone dined in the Sihewan as well, but they quickly finished their dinner in the kitchen. Sheng Guanyang was in a higher position than them after all, so they never dined together at the same table. Leng Xiaoting gave them great treatment, and they could eat whatever they wanted. They only needed to serve Sheng Guanyang to the best of their ability. After dinner, Sheng Guanyang told Ji Yuning to show him the 2 new sets of kung fu skills he taught her yesterday. He wanted to see whether Ji Yuning was able to remember them clearly after a day. To his surprise, Ji Yuning already bore them in her mind. She indeed had a photographic memory. Actually, Ji Yuning only remembered the moves, she still needed more time and practice to master the skills. In the following hour, Sheng Guanyang taught Ji Yuning how to control her strength and speed. Ji Yuning was very smart and a quick learner. Very good. Sheng Guanyang was satisfied with her performance. After practicing for a while, they stopped to have a rest. "Grandpa Shengguan, can I ask you about something?" said Ji Yuning all of a sudden. "Sure." Sheng Guanyang smiled. "Can a mortal become a cultivator?" asked Ji Yuning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Sheng Guanyang fixed his eyes at her. "Why do you ask that question? Do you want to be a cultivator?" In fact, Sheng Guanyang already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear it from Ji Yuning's mouth. "Yes, I want to become a cultivator for Xiaoting. I don't want to die before him and leave him alone in this world," said Ji Yuning. "You want to become a cultivator for him?" asked Sheng Guanyang. "Yes." Ji Yuning nodded with determination. Sheng Guanyang remained silent for a while, then said, "Well, he asked me the same question." "What? Xiaoting asked you the same question?" Ji Yuning was surprised. The next second, she realized that the answer must be negative, or Leng Xiaoting would have talked with her about it. "Right," Sheng Guanyang said. "A mortal can become a cultivator, but it's very dangerous, and most mortals will die in the process. All the people in the cultivation world were born with the talent for becoming a good cultivator. Mortals, however, don't have the talent." Ji Yuning figured out that Leng Xiaoting didn't want her to risk her life for him. She could also die during the process. Her life was totally different now, because she had a loving family and found the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. She couldn't die. Chapter 16-19, the Tianying gang. She couldn't leave them behind. What if something terrible really happened to her? They would be heartbroken. Although Ji Yuning was very strong and confident, anything could happen in the process. Sheng Guanyang didn't interrupt Ji Yuning when she was lost in thought. He was an outsider after all, and it was a matter of life. At this time, Ji Yuning's phone rang and pulled her mind back. She took out her phone and saw that the caller was Chao Ya. "Boss, Gao Yi found Tang Bingson's illegal support, and its base is in City C. What should we do now?" asked Chao Ya. "Prepare yourself. We're going to City C. I'll tell you the exact time after I make the decision," said Ji Yuning with a serious expression. Since they found Tang Bingson's illegal support, they had to remove it as soon as possible. "No problem," said Chao Ya. Ji Yuning checked the available plane tickets and made sure of the departure time before she called Chao Ya back. She told Xiaoya to take the flight which would leave at 9:20 a.m., and she would book a ticket on her own. Because Ji Yuning was going to disguise herself as Tang Aining, and Xiaoya didn't have her ID information, Ji Yuning had to do that by herself. In addition, she didn't want Xiaoya to have anything to do with Tang Aining. The thing they were going to deal with would be under investigation, so they had to be careful. Ji Yuning also reminded Xiaoya not to contact her till they were in City C. Xiaoya obeyed her orders. Ji Yuning then walked back to Shengguanyang and said, "Grandpa Shengguan, I need to leave the capital city today. You can tell Stone to help you do whatever you want. Please don't tell Xiaoting that I just asked you the same question, alright?" She was worried that Leng Xiaoting might be unhappy. It was hard for her to make the decision to accept the challenge to become a cultivator now, and she needed more time to consider it. Even though she would go through the tough process sooner or later in the future, she had to be fully prepared. Accidents could happen, so she must be aware of it. She knew it was selfish because those who cared about her might be heartbroken if anything terrible happened to her because of her choice. However, she was reluctant to die before Leng Xiaoting. She wanted to try it and hoped that she could survive. After that, Ji Yuning went to the airport. Xiaoya took a taxi from Century City to the airport too. On the way, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi. Gao Yi said, "Boss, the gang is called the Tianying Gang. Although it isn't comparable to the Qing Gang, it's very influential in City C. Its base is a winery and it also owns a bar and a hotel. Many members of the Tianying Gang work in a wine bar at night." "Great, we must catch its head first. As long as its head is in our hands, the other members won't be a threat," said Ji Yuning. "Pay more attention to its leader and the senior management." "Sure, I have some information about them. I'll email it to you right now," said Gao Yi. Members of an illegal gang were always mysterious, and they had different identities to cover their work, so it wasn't easy to have detailed information about the leader and the senior management of an illegal gang. Gao Yi had already done his best and he only had a few days. "Great," said Ji Yuning. She was driving now, so she decided to read it when she was in the airport. She set off from the city center and arrived at the airport about 50 minutes later. Once she arrived, she went to the ladies' room and disguised herself as Tang Aining. Afterwards, she went to check in. Xiaoya came 10 minutes later than Ji Yuning. Although they saw each other at the security check, they didn't give one another a second glance. While they were waiting for the flight, Ji Yuning read the email Gao Yi sent her. There were photos and identity information in the email. The head of the Tianying gang was Huang Haihao. He was in his early 40s. Huang Haihao seldom showed up in public, instead he always stayed in the winery, so outsiders only thought that he was the owner of the winery. The winery was named Tanglong Winery. 2 senior managers of the Tianying gang were also the general managers of Tanglong Bar and Tanglong Hotel. Gao Yi had also collected information about the elites in the Tianying gang. Chapter 1620. Tanglong Winery. Ji Yuning had no plan to use the law to deal with an illegal gang, because she knew it wasn't realistic. The Tianying gang had great influence in City C, so it was useless even if she reported its illegal activities to the local government. Therefore, Ji Yuning chose to solve this problem with violence. After reading the email, Ji Yuning sent Gao Yi a message and told him to station himself in the winery to see whether Huang Haihao was there. She wouldn't allow Gao Yi to take action by himself, because they needed to work as a team. In addition, Gao Yi needed to damage all the surveillance cameras he could find. Gao Yi was an ace killer, so it was very easy for him to do that. Ji Yuning then sent Xiaoya a message and told her where they were heading to. They would separately take a taxi there. Tanglong Winery was located in a suburb, but it didn't mean it was remote and didn't have activity. It was only much quieter than the city center. Ji Yuning and Xiaoya would meet at the nearby hotel. Because she still had some time, Ji Yuning called Ji Yuman and greeted her family. She also chatted with her friends in the WeChat group for a while before she boarded. This was the longest time she had chatted with them. Ji Yuning was actually inclined to take on the adventure of becoming a cultivator, and many of her thoughts were changed now. She started to cherish her family and friends more than ever. Although she hoped that she could survive the adventure, she had to be mentally prepared for the worst result. The capital wasn't near City C, so the flight lasted for nearly 2 hours. Ji Yuning and Xiaoya arrived at the airport at 11:30 a.m. Once they stepped out of the plane, they left the airport, and Ji Yuning directly took a taxi to the hotel near the winery. Xiaoya, on the other hand, went to change her clothes first before she went to meet Ji Yuning at the hotel. She had to keep their relationship a secret. About half an hour later, Ji Yuning arrived outside the hotel, and Xiaoya came 10 minutes later. After they met each other, they walked to Tanglong Winery together. Tanglong Winery was very large, and was divided into 3 areas. A villa area, an office area, and a farm area. The villa area was on the left, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters with a garden of more than 1,000 square meters and a large villa of about 1,000 square meters. The construction of the villa was like a European castle and it only had 3 stories. The villa area was surrounded by a 2-meter-high fence. Along the edge of the fence, there was a circle of Fermiana simplex 1. Commonly known as the Chinese parasol tree, with lush branches and leaves. From the outside, no one could see anything on the inside. There was only a wall between the villa area and the office area. The office area was much larger than the villa area because it was integrated with the factory. The farm area behind the villa area and office area was even bigger. It covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters, planted with grapes, blueberries, strawberries and other fruits, which are used for winemaking. It was impossible for the winery to grow enough fruits on this tens of thousands of square meters farm to make wine, so they had a separate orchard in another place. Although the Tianying gang used this winery as a cover, they were also doing serious business. There were hundreds of people in their gang after all. They needed to make a lot of money to support the whole gang. Because trees around the fence were lush, the surveillance cameras around weren't very clear, and many of them were blocked by leaves. Moreover, Gao Yi also had removed the surveillance cameras by the wall, so it would be more convenient for them to take action later. When Gao Yi heard that Ji Yuning and Xiaoya were coming, he went to wait for them by the wall. Gao Yi said to Ji Yuning once they gathered together, "Boss, the surveillance cameras by this wall have all been removed, but the surveillance cameras outside the villa are too far. Huang Haihao is in the winery. I saw him coming back about an hour ago, but I don't know his specific location." "Great, I need to think about our plan next," said Ji Yuning. Since this was an illegal gang's base, this villa couldn't be simple. In fact, there were shifts of security guards walking around the villa with guns. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to break into the house. However, Ji Yuning didn't think it was a problem. Besides, the windows around the villa were bulletproof glasses, so they couldn't break them with a gun. Huang Haihao's room was on the 3rd floor in the middle, and the window faced the backyard. Luckily, the window wasn't closed, so it wouldn't be difficult for Ji Yuning to get into his room. If it was possible, Ji Yuning wanted to abduct Huang Haihao without making any sounds. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the villa, then she saw a spacious underground room. Many illegal items like guns were stored there. It wasn't surprising that an illegal gang had different guns. Chapter 1621. Abduct Huang Haihao. Actually, almost every illegal gang had support in the government, so it would be safe as long as it didn't cause a lot of trouble. In addition to guns, there were many gold bars and notes. Illegal gangs made dirty money, so they didn't dare to put it in a bank, and instead stored it in their bases. However, it was impossible for Ji Yuning not to take the stuff away since she already found it. It was illegal anyway, so she wouldn't be punished. She could use a part of the money to do charity. "Wait for me here, I'll go to abduct Huang Haihao," said Ji Yuning. She was able to do that alone. "Are you sure?" Xiaoya was slightly worried. "It's my order," said Ji Yuning in a serious tone. She knew that they were worried about her safety, but she was confident to catch Huang Haihao by herself. "If you're exposed, leave before me, I'll be fine." Since it was an order, Gao Yi and Xiaoya had to listen to Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning sneaked inside. There were bright lights at the front yard, so she accessed the backyard under the cover of the lush trees. Ji Yuning moved like lightning, so no one was able to see her. She successfully found Huang Haihao's room and climbed up towards it. It was very easy for Ji Yuning to climb up 3 floors. She jumped into the room without making any sounds. However, Huang Haihao still found her and coldly said, "Get out now." Actually, Huang Haihao saw her from the screen of his computer and the surveillance cameras showed everything she did in the backyard. Huang Haihao was quite shocked when Ji Yuning climbed up only using her hands. However, he wasn't afraid of her, nor did he summon his people, because Ji Yuning was merely a young girl in his eyes. Since Huang Haihao already found her, Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide herself and came out to meet Huang Haihao's eyes. Ji Yuning stood there with a calm face, and didn't look frightened at all. "It's you." Huang Haihao was surprised and squinted at Ji Yuning. To his astonishment, the unwanted visitor was Ji Yuning. Huang Haihao recognized Ji Yuning, or Tang Aining, to be specific, and he also knew her relationship with Tang Bingsun, so he was alert when she showed up out of blue. Ji Yuning was also surprised when Huang Haihao recognized her, but soon figured out why. Tang Bingsun must have told him about her. "Well, it seems that Tang Bingsun has already talked to you about me," said Ji Yuning. "What do you want to do?" asked Huang Haihao. He also stayed calm. Tang Aining had a long-standing grudge against Tang Bingsun, so she wouldn't be nice to him. Nevertheless, he was surprised that Tang Aining was aware of the Tianyan gang's connection with Tang Bingsun. It was always kept a secret from outsiders. "I think you have the answer in your heart," said Ji Yuning as she steadily walked towards Huang Haihao. "Stop there," said Huang Haihao and raised his hand with a gun pointing at Ji Yuning. "It's useless." Ji Yuning pulled her lips with disdain, then dashed to Huang Haihao and grabbed his hand before he could make any reactions. Unfortunately, although Ji Yuning moved surprisingly fast, Huang Haihao still shot the gun at the last second. Ji Yuning avoided the bullet, but the gunshot attracted the attention of other people in the house. In that case, she would have trouble on her way out of here. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning heavily hit the back of Huang Haihao's neck and he sank down to the ground at once. Gao Yi and Chao Ya also heard the gunshot from the house. They frowned and felt anxious about Ji Yuning's safety. There were 2 bodyguards standing by the door of Huang Haihao's room, but they failed to find Ji Yuning when she sneaked inside. However, they didn't miss the gunshot. "Leader Huang, do you need our help?" asked a bodyguard. Huang Haihao had told them not to come inside without his permission. They could only break into the room when they heard no response after calling him several times. Ji Yuning let the flood dragon out right away and told it to carry them away. The flood dragon left the backyard with a quick jump and escaped to the planting land. The 2 bodyguards waited anxiously for a few seconds, but still heard no response from Huang Haihao. They soon realized that something terrible must have happened and immediately broke into the room. Chapter 1622. Our leader is missing. When they entered the room, they found Huang Haihao was missing with the window wide open. "Yangzi, you can chase after them with several men, and I'll go check the surveillance cameras," one of them said. "Sure." Yangzi ran downstairs at once. At this time, a group of people gathered together in the hall after hearing the gunshot which came from Huang Haihao's room. "Yangzi, what happened?" The man who asked Yangzi the question was the head of the bodyguard team of this house, Gangzi. "Our leader is missing, and we found no clues in the room. I think he must have been abducted from the window," Yangzi said. "Hu Zhe is checking the surveillance cameras, and I'll chase after them with several men." Hu Zhe was the bodyguard left in Huang Haihao's room. "Sure," Gangzi said and moved out of Yangzi's way. Hu Zhe saw a woman climbing up 3 floors into Huang Haihao's room on Huang Haihao's computer. However, there were no surveillance cameras in Huang Haihao's room, so he didn't know what had happened inside. Anyway, the woman couldn't be simple since she was able to climb up the tall wall by herself and abducted their head. Hu Zhe was shocked, but he was taken aback even more by the next scene. After the gunshot, he saw a giant black shadow in the surveillance video, but it flashed by so quickly that he couldn't recognize what it was. He was unwilling to give up and repeatedly watched the video, trying to figure out what the giant creature was, but he still failed. The woman was also strange to him. Hu Zhe had no idea how the woman managed to abduct their gang leader. Although Hu Zhe was Huang Haihao's henchman, he wasn't a senior manager in the Tianying gang, so he couldn't make the decision on his own. Without delay, he reported it to their deputy leader. The house was in a total mess now because their leader was missing. Ji Yuning called Gao Yi once she successfully brought Huang Haihao away. They had to leave before members of the Tianying gang chased after them. Gao Yi and Chao Ya would leave with Huang Haihao and hide in a secret place, but Ji Yuning decided to stay. She still wanted to steal the gold bars, money, and guns in the underground room. In addition, she also planned to destroy their base. When everything was done, she would give the guns to Leng Xiaoting and let him deal with them. Leng Xiaoting served in the military, so he knew how to handle the problem. Many people left to search for Huang Haihao, and Ji Yuning decided to draw the rest of the people in the house away later so that nobody would be hurt when she exploded it. Even though they were all criminals who could be sentenced to death at court, it wasn't Ji Yuning's job to kill them. When the elite of the Tianying gang reached the farm, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were already gone with Huang Haihao. Ji Yuning was also back in the house. The deputy leader called Tang Bingson the second he heard the news that Huang Haihao was abducted by a woman. Tang Bingson was angry. He thought of Tang Aining right away, and he was sure that the woman must be her. Although the Tianying gang had many enemies, there was a strong possibility that Tang Aining did it. Tang Bingson clenched his teeth in anger. At the same time, he was also surprised that Tang Aining already found out about his relationship with the Tianying gang. He started to have a feeling that Tang Aining was even a stronger enemy than he had ever thought. No matter what, he couldn't be involved right now, so he ordered the deputy leader to deal with it. It was very late now, and there was no available flight until 7 a.m. The deputy leader was very anxious, but he didn't know what else he could do. If he drove back, it would take him a longer time. Therefore, he had to be patient and wait. While most of the people left to search for Huang Haihao, several men still stayed in the house. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and soon found the underground room. There were 2 men guarding the underground room, but Ji Yuning quickly beat them unconscious the moment they saw her. She failed to find a key on their bodies, so she let the flood dragon out and told it to break the lock. Once she entered the underground room, Ji Yuning took photos of the guns. As for the gold bars and notes, Ji Yuning kept them a secret. Afterwards, she put the boxes of paper money, gold bars, and guns into her telepathic eye space. There were boxes of bombs left on the ground. She set a 5-minute timer for them, after which they would explode, which meant that she had to draw the rest of the people in the house away within 5 minutes. Ji Yuning walked out later, and pulled the 2 unconscious men outside. At this time, she didn't bother to hide herself and swaggered ahead. Then 5 men with guns found her. "Who are you?" they questioned her while pointing their guns at her. Chapter 1623. The huge explosion. Ji Yuning directly dumped the 2 unconscious men on the ground and went to attack the 5 men at once. She easily grabbed their guns away, which scared them. "The bombs in the underground room will explode in 4 minutes. If you don't want to die here, run away now," said Ji Yuning, and continued to pull the 2 unconscious men outside. Hearing that, the 5 men were frightened. None of them dared to check whether Ji Yuning was telling the truth, because they knew that there were indeed bombs in the underground room. Although they were members of an illegal gang, it didn't mean that they didn't cherish their life. No one would choose to die if there was a possibility to stay alive. Therefore, they immediately ran towards the door, and pressed the alarm bell at the same time. Once the bell rang, all the people in the office building ran outside. Ji Yuning dropped the 2 unconscious men far from the house and left them under the wall before she left. The explosion wouldn't hurt them now. Members of the Tianying gang wanted to catch Ji Yuning, but she soon disappeared from their sight. They didn't bother to chase her, because they were no match for her. Hu Zhe and Gang Zi ran to gather with them in a hurry. "What's going on here? A woman just sneaked into the underground room and told us that the bombs in it will explode in 5 minutes, said someone. "What?" He was shocked. If the underground room exploded, they would suffer a great loss. "Let's withdraw now," said Hu Zhe. Afterwards, they ran together towards the office area. When they were running, Hujie asked, "Is it a beautiful woman in black with a high ponytail?" "Yes," said a man. "She's quite aggressive and strong. We surrounded her at first, but she easily grabbed our guns away." Knowing that, the others were all surprised. They couldn't believe that a woman was able to beat a bunch of men. "It's the same woman who abducted our leader," said Hujie. "Where is she?" "She disappeared in a second," said another man. As they were talking about the mysterious woman, the house exploded with a loud sound. It was a huge explosion, but wasn't as huge as they imagined, because most of the bombs were put away in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space. However, the house was totally ruined, and the office building beside it was seriously damaged too. Luckily, all the staff ran outside, so no one was hurt. The huge explosion of Tanglong Winery shocked everyone around it. Hujie called their deputy leader at once and told him the terrible news. The deputy leader was angry again. He thought it was already enough that Huang Haihao was missing, but their house also exploded. Without delay, he reported it to Tang Bingsun, and Tang Bingsun was full of anger too. Their base exploded. Unfortunately, it wasn't over yet, because Ji Yuning left for the Tanglong bar later. She didn't go there with Gao Yi and Chao Ya in order to protect them and because she could handle it alone. Even if she was exposed, she was confident that the police couldn't find her. No one knew that Tang Aining was exactly Ji Yuning. It was 1 p.m., but the bar was still half occupied. In fact, it was just the beginning of their nightlife for some people. The Tanglong bar was always full of activity, so it was quite noisy. Ji Yuning immediately went to cut off the electricity so the bar fell into darkness. The loud music stopped as well. Everyone was displeased when the lights and music all stopped all of a sudden, but they didn't move and waited while complaining. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning lit up the wires. Once the wires were on fire, everyone in the bar was scared and swarmed outside. The bar could explode too. Even though they were reluctant to end their nightlife right now, they didn't want to die. Ji Yuning apologized to the innocent guests in her heart, but that was the only thing she could do now. The staff of the bar did everything to pull out the fire, but the wires were already ruined, so they had to close the bar for the night. Right when the staff was about to leave too, the equipment in the bar suddenly exploded. It wasn't a huge explosion, but the bar was a total mess now. They had to fix it if they wanted to open again. The manager of the bar reported the accident to its supervisor at once. When their finance manager heard the news, he was shocked. Chapter 1624. A cunning woman. A series of bad things happened one after another today, and he didn't believe that it was simply a coincidence. It must be a well-made plan. However, he didn't know that the above 3 accidents were all done by the same woman. Only some senior managers of the Tianying gang were aware of Tang Aining, but they didn't know her grudge against Tang Bingsun. They simply obeyed their leader's orders. Therefore, they couldn't connect the accidents with Tang Aining. The finance manager didn't understand why all the terrible accidents happened within a day, but it was obvious that the Tianying gang was in great danger now. Either way, they had to be very careful from now on. In a few minutes, all the bars owned by the Tianying gang were closed. They had to chase their customers out today in case anyone was injured or killed in their bars. All the familiar customers were aware that the bars were owned by the Tianying gang, so none of them dared to cause any trouble. The finance manager then reported it to their deputy leader. The deputy leader clenched his teeth in anger when he heard the 3rd piece of bad news in a day, but he couldn't do anything about it now, because he wasn't in City C. He wished that he could fly to City C with a pair of wings. The deputy leader told the finance manager to set a trap in another bar to catch the mysterious woman. As a result, Ji Yuning found the bar was empty when she entered another Tanglong bar. She soon realized that all the bars owned by the Tianying gang were closed today because of the sudden explosion. However, it wouldn't affect her plan. Before she walked inside, she used her jade eyes to look around in the bar. Within seconds, she found the trap and the members of the Tianying gang holding guns pointing at the door. Once she stepped inside, she would be the target. Ji Yuning sneered with disdain. She wasn't dumb, and wouldn't risk her life by casually walking into the bar. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuning drew a bag of explosives from her satchel telepathic eye space. All the men in the bar were frightened when they saw Ji Yuning's movement from the surveillance camera. Damn, this woman is cunning. She didn't open the door and walk inside. What should we do now? If Ji Yuning threw the explosive into the bar, they could die in the explosion. Withdraw now, said the manager. Without delay, they walked backwards to the back door. Ji Yuning watched their action with a smile on her lips. She had no intention to catch or hurt them, so it was a better result that they withdrew. Because they tried to catch Ji Yuning, the door wasn't closed and nobody dared to close it when they decided to leave. Ji Yuning pushed the door open and walked into the bar later. At the same time, she put the explosives away. Since there was no one else in the bar, Ji Yuning let the flood dragon out. She told the flood dragon to smash everything it could see. It was quite easy for the flood dragon to do that, so it finished its job within seconds. Although there were surveillance cameras in the bar, Ji Yuning could damage them along with the computer. When everything was done, Ji Yuning walked out. Chapter 1625, Great Destructive Power. The members of the Tianying gang retreated, but they didn't go far because they were afraid that the explosion made by Ji Yuning would cause a big fire. If they didn't put out the fire right away, it would damage more facilities. And they would be severely punished if they left it behind. In the end, they figured out that Tang Aining simply wanted to do damage and had no intention to hurt people. Therefore, they waited in silence at the parking lot outside the bar. Although they heard the noises, they weren't able to hear them clearly. According to the sounds they could hear, they believed that Tang Aining didn't use explosives but damaged the bar by smashing things. In that case, the damage to the bar couldn't be very serious. When Ji Yuning walked out, nobody dared to stop her, but the manager arranged for someone to follow her. Unfortunately, the man soon lost Ji Yuning and had to come back. The manager was disappointed, but he knew that Tang Aining was a strong enemy, so he had to give it up. They didn't walk into the bar right after Ji Yuning was gone, because they were afraid that she might leave a time bomb inside. They decided to wait for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, they still heard no explosion, so they went into the bar. To their astonishment, the bar was a total mess. No way, how did she manage to do such serious damage within only 2 minutes? She has great destructive power. No one could believe it. Let's go to the surveillance room. The manager gave an order, so they went to the surveillance room afterwards. They wanted to see what Tang Aining had done in the bar when they were absent, but they only found that the surveillance was also seriously damaged. Without delay, the manager reported it to their senior management. A senior manager reported it to their deputy leader later, and Tang Bingsun heard the news too. Tang Bingsun couldn't accept the terrible news that came one after another and passed out in anger. However, because it was late at night, nobody knew that he fell unconscious. Luckily, it wasn't serious and he would be fine. Tang Bingsun was bad at accepting that bad things happen, even though he was the real boss of the illegal gang. Actually, every illegal gang had many enemies, so he should be mentally prepared for that. After all, it was impossible for an illegal gang to not do bad deeds. Once it did bad deeds, it would make enemies. No one would give up on taking revenge, unless he didn't have the ability. Therefore, even though an illegal gang was influential, it was still in great danger. In fact, illegal gangs had changed a lot nowadays, and they used to be even more violent about a dozen years ago. Back in the old days, illegal gangs were always involved in a gang shooting. Many people died every time, but they didn't think that it was a big deal. They would do anything for money, let alone risk their lives. Nowadays, however, illegal gangs were mostly involved in illegal businesses in order to make more money. They would stay safe as long as they didn't cause too much trouble. Ji Yuning didn't go to the next Tanglong bar, because there were about 7 bars owned by the Tianying gang, and it would be very late after she damaged all of them. She simply wanted to affect their business, and 2 seriously damaged bars were enough. After 2 bars were damaged, the other bars wouldn't be open the next day. Ji Yuning would also spread the news on the internet so that less people would visit Tanglong Bar. After that, she took a taxi and left. However, a beautiful woman alone outside at midnight could easily attract criminals. The taxi driver kept glancing at Ji Yuning once she got in the car. This wasn't the first time that Ji Yuning had been through something like that, so she remained calm. She was unwilling to waste time on this taxi driver, so she needed to make him give up his bad idea. Before Ji Yuning opened her mouth, the taxi driver asked her, "Hey, girl, what do you do?" "I'm a policewoman," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the taxi driver was scared and gave up the idea of sexually assaulting her. He didn't dare to mess with a policewoman. Ji Yuning stared straight at him at the same time, which made him feel quite stressed. He didn't doubt her words at all, because ordinary girls couldn't be so strong. In the end, the taxi driver sent Ji Yuning to her destination and didn't do anything to hurt her. Ji Yuning came to the outside of a hotel, which was a little remote with many undeveloped wastelands. Chapter 1626, It's just the beginning. Gao Yi and Xiaoya had parked their car in a wasteland, because there weren't surveillance cameras and no one would find them. So Ji Yuning met Gao Yi and Xiaoya at the wasteland. Huang Haihao was already tied tight with ropes by Gao Yi and Xiaoya, with his mouth sealed and eyes covered. He was also still unconscious. "Did he wake up?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yes, but we knocked him unconscious again," said Gao Yi. Ji Yuning then took a photo of Huang Haihao and sent it to Tang Bingsun. She used the phone which was registered under the name Tang Aining, and still remembered Tang Bingsun's phone number because she was his daughter in the previous incarnation. In addition to the photo, Ji Yuning also sent him a message. "Ji Yuning, Tang Bingsun, I'm Tang Aining. The leader of the Tianying gang is in my hands now. Your base and 2 bars were completely damaged by me. Are you surprised? Unfortunately, it's just the beginning." Because Tang Bingsun just passed out, he didn't read Ji Yuning's message right away. After that, Ji Yuning sent out a post on her other Weibo account. Exclusive news: the base of the Tianying gang in City C exploded at 12:30 a.m. last night. The person who ruined Tanglong Winery is a strong enemy of the Tianying gang. Illegal stuff like guns were also found in an underground room of Tanglong Winery. 2 bars owned by the Tianying gang were also seriously damaged. People who like visiting their bars must be careful in the following days. Photos attached. Ji Yuning exposed many photos of Tanglong Winery before and after it exploded. There were photos of the house before and after the explosion too. Before the house exploded, Ji Yuning didn't leave until she took several photos of it. She had also taken photos of Tanglong Bar before and after it was damaged. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning had mentioned many influential media of City C on Weibo, but not many people saw it because it was too late now. Besides, Ji Yuning didn't have many followers on her second Weibo account. However, she wasn't worried about it, because she knew it would go viral tomorrow. Even if those influential media refused to report it in fear of the Tianying gang, Ji Yuning had plenty of ways to make it popular. Moreover, she attached many photos to the pose, which made it quite obvious that she wanted to tell everyone that the person behind this Weibo account was the one who exploded Tanglong Winery and Tanglong Bar. After all, only she could get photos at the scene. She even had photos of the illegal guns and drugs hidden in the underground room of Tanglong Winery. Ji Yuning had no intention to keep it a secret, and she decided to make it public. After that, they went to have a rest. There was no need for them to stay in a hotel, so they directly parked their car at a less noticeable place and took a nap in it. That night, the members of the Tianying gang didn't sleep at all. Its senior management had an urgent meeting overnight. Their leader was missing, and the deputy leader was absent, so the 4 senior managers had to stand out and take the responsibility right now. However, all of them were ambitious and didn't get along very well with each other. With neither their leader nor the deputy leader present, each of them wanted to seize the absolute power, so the meeting didn't go well and they were secretly competing against each other. In the end, they had to wait till their deputy leader was back to make the final decision. Although Tanglong Winery was owned by the Tianying gang, it was a legal business, so they turned to the police for help. Actually, they hadn't found Ji Yuning's post on Weibo yet, otherwise they wouldn't have called the police. What was hidden in the underground room was already exposed, and what they shouldn't do at this moment was to let the police be involved in it. Tang Bingsun woke up in a few hours. At that time it was 5 a.m. Once he opened his eyes, he checked his phone in case he missed any messages when he was unconscious. A new message from a strange number caught his attention and he read it at once. Tang Bingsun, I'm Tang Aining. The leader of the Tianying gang is in my hands now. Your base and 2 bars were completely damaged by me. Are you surprised? Unfortunately, it's just the beginning. After reading it, Tang Bingsun was scared. His hand trembled and his phone fell on the ground. Because of Tang Bingsun he passed out once more. When he woke up again, it was already 9 a.m. He was quite weak now and even woke up in the hospital. Tang Bingsun's secretary went to pick him up before 8 a.m., but he didn't leave his room yet. His secretary called him, but no one answered. So his secretary became anxious and went upstairs to find him. His secretary had special permission and could freely enter and leave the Tang family's house, so none of the Tang family's domestic servants stopped him. He directly went to Tang Bingsun's bedroom to see him because his secretary knew that Ji Yijing wasn't home. In fact, Ji Yijing cried in the hospital almost every day after Tang Yaxin had tried to commit suicide. She only had one child. If her daughter died, she honestly didn't know how to live her life further. Chapter 1627. Secret support. Although Tang Yaxin was in a terrible condition, the Tang family didn't give up on her. It didn't lack money anyway. Tang Bingsun had made the decision to let Ji Yijing take Tang Yaxin abroad to get better treatment. Their family was in a dangerous situation now, so they couldn't move right away. Tang Bingsun's secretary knocked on the door of his bedroom, but no one answered. His secretary waited for a while, then called the housekeeper. The housekeeper was also worried about Tang Bingsun, so they decided to break inside. When they knocked the door open, they saw Tang Bingsun lying on the quilt with a pool of blood under his body. The scene shocked them and they immediately sent Tang Bingsun to the hospital. Tang Bingsun had an intravenous drip for a long while before he opened his eyes again. His secretary asked him what had happened. Tang Bingsun's secretary was his henchman, so he was aware of his relationship with the Tianying gang and Tang Bingsun told him everything. His secretary was also astonished after knowing what had happened. He had a premonition that the Tang family could be ruined by Tang Aining this time, but he didn't dare to say it aloud. Afterwards, Tang Bingsun told his secretary to send the deputy leader a message and tell him that the woman was Tang Aining. When it was 9:30 a.m., the deputy leader got off the plane at City C and saw Tang Bingsun's message. He was amazed when he learned that the woman was Tang Aining. Although he had heard a lot about Tang Aining and her grudges against the Tang family, he was still surprised by her unbelievable ability. Precisely because he knew how powerful Tang Aining was, he knew it would be super hard to catch her. Actually, he didn't care much about Huang Haihao, and he even hoped that Huang Haihao would never come back, because in that case, he would be the leader of their gang. 2 tigers could never share one mountain, and he always wanted to replace Huang Haihao. However, Huang Haihao was better than him, so he had to limit his ambition. Nevertheless, he had a great chance now that Huang Haihao was abducted. Even though Huang Haihao might survive, he could still send his people to secretly kill Huang Haihao. Every senior manager had his own loyal subordinates, so the deputy leader wasn't afraid at all. Although the Tianying gang was seriously damaged by Tang Aining, it still had a lot of wealth, which was enough in the deputy leader's eyes. Once he became the leader, he would have great power. When the deputy leader walked out of the airport, someone was already waiting for him and they rushed to the hotel at once. Because Tanglong Winery exploded, they could only have a meeting in a hotel. In fact, the senior management of the Tianying gang was quite afraid of Tang Aining now. She could appear and disappear wherever and whenever she wanted. Right as the deputy leader rushed to the hotel, Ji Yuning's post attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Some media didn't dare to report it because of the Tianying gang's influence, but some influencers didn't care about it at all. The moment those influencers reposted the news, more and more internet users read it. Common citizens hated illegal gangs, because they stood for evil and they always did bad deeds. Many people were hurt and many families were harmed by illegal gangs. As a result, the Tianyan gang was amid strong criticisms on social media within a short time. Wow, the person is so brave and exploded Tanglong Winery. How dare Tanglong Winery hide so many illegal objects? Is it really the base of the Tianyan gang? It must be. Ordinary people wouldn't hide guns and drugs in their places. I'm pleased to know the base of the Tianyan gang exploded. Me too, but why did that person do that? No idea, but the Tianyan gang has done too many bad deeds. Right, the Tianyan gang should be completely destroyed. It shouldn't exist. I think the Tianyan gang has a strong enemy this time. Let's see what will happen next. I hate the Tianyan gang too. Many people were excited to know that the base of the Tianyan gang exploded, because they had a terrible impression of illegal gangs. At the same time, the existence of the Tianyan gang aroused their curiosity. Even though many people had heard of illegal gangs before, they had never seen them in real life. The Tianyan gang was exposed this time, so they wondered what it had done. Some people even questioned the government in City C, because they believed that the government must have been aware of the existence of the Tianyan gang. If the government was aware of what the Tianyan gang was doing, it should stop it from breaking the law. However, it seemed that the Tianyan gang had existed for a long time. The Tianyan gang was able to do illegal things without being punished at all during the past years. In that case, the Tianyan gang must have secret support behind it, otherwise it wouldn't be able to stay safe. Chapter 1628. She left no trace. It seemed to be impossible to remove an illegal gang unless it made serious mistakes. Many internet users believed that the person exposed the Tianyan gang's base in order to attract a lot of attention from the media. Only when the dirty secrets were exposed in public could the illegal gang be punished according to the law. Under great pressure, the government and the police might take action to deal with the problem. The government must protect its reputation. If it did nothing when the dirty secrets were already exposed, it would lose its people's support. After all, most citizens couldn't accept the existence of an illegal gang. In fact, although the base and 2 bars of the Tianyan gang were destroyed, it still had great influence in City C, so it wasn't easy to deal with it. Social media, however, were out of the Tianyan gang's ambit. Moreover, the post in the news already went viral on the internet. The moment the deputy leader's car entered the city center and stopped in front of traffic lights, a big truck behind directly rushed towards it. Because there were cars at the other 3 sides of the deputy leader's car, he had no way to escape. Right when the big truck was about to hit his car, he and his driver jumped and ran away. Both of them were good at fighting, so it wasn't difficult for them to avoid the big truck, but innocent people around them would be in big trouble. They were members of an illegal gang and didn't have any kindness or sympathy for other people. The next second, the big truck crashed into the deputy leader's car along with several other cars. Luckily, the big truck soon came to a halt, and didn't cause a more serious car accident. Witnessing the scene, the deputy leader squinted. He didn't think it was simply an accident. Someone probably didn't want him to go back. He had that idea because he clearly knew that there was no real harmony inside the Tianyan gang. Huang Haihao was abducted at this key moment, and other senior managers could get an advantage if he was in trouble as well. The deputy leader had to go back to deal with the emergency the Tianyan gang was in right now, so he quickly took a taxi and left right away. He told his chauffeur to stay and find out the truth of this car accident. His chauffeur was also his henchman, so he trusted him. Before long, the traffic police along with an ambulance came. Luckily, although many people were injured, no one was killed. As for the driver of the big truck, he claimed that he was too tired and mistook the accelerator for the brakes. Because the driver of the big truck apologized with sincerity and was willing to take responsibility, the other people agreed to settle it out of court. The deputy leader's chauffeur agreed too, but he paid special attention to the driver. When the deputy leader arrived at the hotel and finally met the other senior managers, he observed their reactions, then saw a surprised look flash across the intelligence manager's face. He was sure that the car accident must have something to do with the intelligence manager. He was right. The intelligence manager had indeed planned the car accident to kill him. And although the intelligence manager was disappointed when his plan failed, he didn't show much of his emotions on his face. He had no idea that the deputy leader already noticed his reaction. Either way, he would be fine as long as there was no solid evidence. Many of them had schemed against each other in the Tianying gang, and it was one of their unspoken rules not to leave any evidence. The deputy leader needed to deal with something more important now, so he didn't bother to argue with the intelligence manager right now. "Have you heard anything about our leader yet?" asked the deputy leader. "We have no clue, because the woman left no trace and we can't find her at all. The house exploded and the surveillance cameras were all damaged too," said the elite manager. Even though the deputy leader didn't get along with Huang Haihao, he had to show his concern in front of the others. "Well, there is another thing I think you should know," said the finance manager and handed the deputy leader his phone. The news about the explosion of Tanglong Winery was shown on the screen. The deputy leader was furious the second he read the news. He became even angrier when he learned that they had already called the police. Idiots. The deputy leader didn't know what else he could say now. It was useless even if they called the police. To their surprise, Tang Aining exposed their dirty secrets on social media, and the police had to be involved in that case. Before long, the deputy leader had an idea and said, "Release an official explanation on the Weibo account of Tanglong Winery. Deny the rumor that illegal objects like guns and drugs were hidden in the underground room of the house owned by Tanglong Winery. It exploded, so no one will know whether the news is the truth." No problem. The finance manager went to do that at once. He was the general manager of the Tianying gang's businesses, so he had to deal with the crisis in person. "Elite manager, take some people to check the underground room to see whether any evidence was left there. If there is any, remove it right away." The deputy leader gave another order. Chapter 1629, Too Greedy, Sure. The elite manager took the order. Although all the senior managers had the ambition to become the leader of their gang, they lacked good leadership skills and an agile mind, so they still had to do their own jobs well for the time being. They didn't come up with any good ideas until the deputy leader showed up, but all of them basically wanted to steal greater power. Even though they had to work together now, they wouldn't stop scheming against each other. The intelligence manager and the task manager kept on searching for Huang Haihao. The deputy leader then reported subsequent news to Tang Bingsun, and Tang Bingsun was full of anger again. Without delay, he called Tang Aining. At this time, Ji Yuning and Chao Ya were waiting in an abandoned warehouse with Huang Haihao, while Gao Yi left to follow the Tianying gang. Huang Haihao was awake at this time, but couldn't move or say a word. He was in great despair. Ji Yuning also told him what happened to Tanglong Winery and Tanglong Bar after he was abducted. He was furious, but couldn't do anything about it right now. Because Ji Yuning didn't put her phone away in the telepathic eye space, she saw Tang Bingsun's call and put it on speaker so that Huang Haihao could hear their conversation. "Hi, Mr. Tang," said Ji Yuning lazily, as if there was no grudge between them at all. Tang Bingsun was angry the second he heard the voice of Tang Aining on the phone. If it was possible, he wished to tear her to pieces. Unfortunately, it was impossible. "What do you want?" Tang Bingsun clenched his teeth. "Mr. Tang, don't be so mad at me. We're old friends, right?" Ji Yuning joked. "You." Tang Bingsun didn't know what to say. "Tell me when will you stop?" asked Tang Bingsun. "I need to think about it," said Ji Yuning. "I can give you compensation as long as you can stop right now," said Tang Bingsun. If he didn't do that, he would lose even more money. "Compensation? What is it?" asked Ji Yuning. "I can give you 1,000,000,000 yuan, said Tang Bingsun. It wasn't easy for him to make that generous offer. 1,000,000,000 yuan. I'm a billionaire myself, so I don't want your money, said Ji Yuning with disdain. She didn't lack money at all. What? Tang Bingsun was surprised. To his astonishment, Tang Aining was richer than him. So what do you want? He asked again. I don't know yet, but I want the Tang organization right now, said Ji Yuning. Both of us clearly know how it became so successful today. The Tang organization became very successful mostly because of Tang Aining's effort. Although Tang Aining wasn't involved in running the business, the Tang organization wouldn't have developed so quickly and smoothly without her help. Ridiculous, you're too greedy. Tang Bingsun was furious. Well, of course you have the right to choose, but I'll steal it from you if you refuse to give it to me right now, said Ji Yuning with confidence and pride. Tang Bingsun didn't want to talk with her any second longer, so he directly hung up on her. He even forgot to ask about Huang Haihao's condition. Given what Tang Aining had done till now, Tang Bingsun believed that she indeed had the ability to steal the Tang organization from him. However, it was impossible for him to give it to her right now. Ji Yuning laughed out loud when Tang Bingsun hung up on her. Leader Huang, did you hear what he said? He only cares about his own business, and he didn't even ask anything about you. Do you still want to be loyal to him? From the beginning to the end, Huang Haihao listened to their conversation in silence, and he felt quite uncomfortable when their call ended. You should know Tang Aining's relationship with Tang Bingsun, right? As his biological daughter, Tang Aining never lived a good day after her birth. She was simply a helpful tool in Tang Bingsun's eyes, and was dumped once she was useless. Tang Bingsun is cruel and cold-blooded. You're also just a pawn for him. I bet you won't be surprised if I tell you that your people are busy scheming against each other for your position in the gang while you're absent. Ji Yuning was stirring them up on purpose, although it actually was the truth. Huang Haihao had his loyal supporters in the Tianying gang, but more of the members didn't care about him. Besides, it was impossible for them to find Huang Haihao as long as Ji Yuning wanted to hide him. Huang Haihao remained silent, but he knew that Ji Yuning was telling the truth. Chapter 1630. He's replaceable. He was the leader of the Tianying gang after all, and no one knew it more clearly than him. Huang Haihao struggled, trying to say something, but his mouth was sealed. Pull off the tape on his mouth, said Ji Yuning to Xiaoya. Since Ji Yuning planned to stir them up, she had her own plan, and she needed Huang Haihao to talk with her. Besides, there was no one else around them within hundreds of meters, so it was impossible for him to ask for help. In addition, she used her jade eyes to look around once in a while, and would find any strangers if anyone came here. Xiaoya obeyed her order and pulled off the tape on Huang Haihao's mouth. Huang Haihao asked Ji Yuning at once, since you know nobody cares about my safety, why did you abduct me? You have a long-standing grudge against Tang Bingsun, not me. Huang Haihao hoped that Ji Yuning could let him go. You're right, but you're Tang Bingsun's man, said Ji Yuning. If I don't prove my ability to you by exploding Tanglong Winery, you'll help him scheme against me, right? You're right. Huang Haihao was quite honest. If Tang Aining wasn't able to abduct him, he would certainly help Tang Bingsun get rid of her. He didn't believe that Tang Bingsun would be so ruthless until he was caught today. It turned out that Tang Bingsun didn't care about his life at all. Tang Bingsun was simply making full use of him, and he would be abandoned once he was useless. Actually, the Tianying gang had helped Tang Bingsun a lot, but Tang Bingsun had done nothing for it. I like your honesty. Ji Yuning smiled. She didn't feel displeased when Huang Haihao said that he would help Tang Bingsun hurt her. So, you're my potential enemy, so I should definitely abduct you. Huang Haihao fell in silence again, because he would do the exact same thing if he were Tang Aining. Let me ask you another question. Will you still risk your life for Tang Bingsun after knowing that he can easily abandon you? Said Ji Yuning. Huang Haihao didn't answer that question, because he didn't know the answer. Although Tang Bingsun indeed hadn't asked about his condition just then, he couldn't turn his back on Tang Bingsun right away. Maybe Tang Bingsun was too angry to ask about him. It was a very normal thought, because Tang Bingsun was really angry during the call. Well, I can call Tang Bingsun again and try to make a deal with him. If he's willing to give me 5 billion yuan to have you back, I'll let you go. You've made a lot more money than that for him, so I think he should be willing to protect you, right? Said Ji Yuning. If he refuses, why don't you make a deal with me then? Ji Yuning would really let Huang Haihao go if Tang Bingsun was willing to give her 5 billion yuan. If not, she would actualize the plan in her mind right now. What deal? Asked Huang Haihao. He had indeed made more than 5 billion yuan for Tang Bingsun, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, he was curious about the deal Ji Yuning wanted to make with him. We'll see, said Ji Yuning and called Tang Bingsun again. Tang Bingsun picked it up after a few seconds. Although he didn't know why Tang Aining called him, he wanted to figure it out. Mr. Tang, I would like to have a deal with you, said Ji Yuning. What deal? Asked Tang Bingsun. Huang Haihao is in my hands now, and he's fine and safe for the time being, but I want 5 billion yuan for him. What do you think? Asked Ji Yuning. What? 5 billion yuan? Tang Bingsun was shocked. Even though 5 billion yuan wasn't much in his eyes, it wasn't little either, and he just suffered a great loss, so he was reluctant to give Tang Aining so much money. Isn't Huang Haihao worth 5 billion yuan in your eyes? I heard that he's made a lot more money than that for you, said Ji Yuning on purpose. He works for me, and it's his job to make money for me, said Tang Bingsun and took it for granted. Hearing that, Huang Haihao felt disappointed. Although it was true that he worked for Tang Bingsun and it was his job to make money for him, he still felt uncomfortable when Tang Bingsun took it for granted. Are you willing to pay 5 billion yuan? Ji Yuning asked again. Tang Bingsun was silent. It wasn't an easy decision for him to make at this moment. However, his silence broke Huang Haihao's heart. Actually, if Tang Bingsun was willing to pay 5 billion yuan for him, he would still be loyal to him. Ridiculous, he's replaceable and isn't worth 5 billion yuan at all. I have countless useful men to work for me, and I don't need him, said Tang Bingsun all of a sudden and hung up on Tang Aining once more. He was indeed cold-blooded. In fact, although Tang Bingsun was indeed unwilling to pay 5 billion yuan to free Huang Haihao, he purposely said that, trying to lower the ransom. Chapter 1631. Huang Haihao yielded. Either way, Huang Haihao was quite disappointed in him. Tang Bingsun. Huang Haihao clenched his teeth in anger and disappointment. Ji Yuning stared at Huang Haihao. How do you feel now? Are you surprised? Yes, I am surprised, said Huang Haihao. Well, don't worry, you still can make a deal with me, said Ji Yuning. Tell me what it is first, and I'm sure that I'll agree, said Huang Haihao. Leave Tang Bingsun and bring the Tianying gang to work for me, said Ji Yuning. She wanted the Tianying gang to work for her. Moreover, she would lead the Tianying gang to do legal business and wouldn't break the law again. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to do bad deeds when it was necessary, she wouldn't hurt innocent people. For example, she just exploded Tanglong Winery, which wasn't a good action to some extent, but she did it for a reason. Anyway, she had moral standards. Although most members of the Tianying gang had committed crimes before, Ji Yuning could help them out. It was in their past, and they could live a new life. Huang Haihao was surprised when Tang Aining proposed that. Do you want to help the Tianying gang? Asked Huang Haihao. I'm not the final decision maker in the Tianying gang, and I need to ask for the other senior members' opinions. Besides, aren't you afraid that I'll betray you in the future? He didn't refuse right away, which proved that he was considering it. Tang Bingsun just abandoned him, and he was reluctant to accept it. He was determined to take revenge. He had done a lot for Tang Bingsun after all. Most importantly, 5 billion yuan wasn't much for Tang Bingsun, and even the Tianying gang was able to afford it. They had made a lot more money than 5 billion yuan for Tang Bingsun by now. I wouldn't propose the deal if I was afraid, said Ji Yuning. In fact, I don't think you have the ability to betray me. She said that, not because she disdained Huang Haihao, but because it was the truth and Huang Haihao admitted it. Ji Yuning continued, as for other members of the Tianying gang, they can stay if they're willing to work for me and they can leave if they're unwilling to follow my lead. You have choices too. Even if Huang Haihao refused to work for her, she wouldn't kill him. However, she had a feeling that Huang Haihao would agree to her proposal. Huang Haihao didn't reply to Ji Yuning right away, but thought about it carefully. He knew that Tang Aining wasn't a simple woman, and he shouldn't mess with her. Besides, he was unwilling to work for Tang Bingsun any longer, and he needed a better way to live his life. In his eyes, Tang Aining was even more powerful than Tang Bingsun, so he could have a brighter future if he followed her lead. Although the Tianying gang was built for Tang Bingsun, he had been managing it these years. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take the Tianying gang when he left Tang Bingsun. By the way, if you choose to work for me, I'll definitely do my best to protect you and I won't allow what happened today to happen again in the future, but I want your complete loyalty, said Ji Yuning. Huang Haihao listened to her words, and felt that Tang Aining was more reliable than Tang Bingsun. Fine, I agree, Huang Haihao said in the end. Untie him now, Ji Yuning said to Chao Ya. Sure, said Chao Ya. She went to untie Huang Haihao at once. Huang Haihao felt great pain after being tied up for a night and a morning. He stood up and stretched his body to relax his muscles afterwards. When he had his freedom back, he had no intention to escape or attack Ji Yuning. On the contrary, he showed great respect towards her. He didn't hate her at all, even though she had exploded Tenglong Winery and damaged 2 bars owned by the Tianying gang. He yielded to power. Tang Aining was more powerful than him, so he was willing to listen to her. When Ji Yuning stared at him, he felt stressed. Since the Tianying gang is mine now, you can't do illegal business nor hurt innocent people from now on, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1632, An adopted son. Huang Haihao was shocked as he looked at Ji Yuning. It seemed that Tang Aining wasn't an evil person. He couldn't help but admire her more. Although he wasn't a good man, it didn't mean that he enjoyed doing bad deeds. In fact, most of the time, he was forced to do what he had to do. He hadn't hurt innocent people before, but he wasn't sure whether his subordinates had done that. So since he didn't need to do bad things in the future, he felt relieved. He didn't feel good when he did bad things. Sure, I understand, said Huang Haihao. He was willing to be loyal to Tang Aining. Oh, I usually stay in the capital, so you'll be in complete control of the Tianying gang here, but I'll come once I'm free. Even if I don't come in person, I'll send someone. I want to trust you, but it takes time for us to trust each other, said Ji Yuning. This was their first meeting, so it was impossible for Ji Yuning to fully trust him. Therefore, both of them needed time. Huang Haihao wasn't dumb, and it wasn't likely that he would betray Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning still needed to be careful. Of course, said Huang Haihao. He understood why Tang Aining said that. Since he was willing to follow her lead, he wouldn't betray her and he also needed her protection. Oh, whose name are the Tianying gang's businesses under? Asked Ji Yuning. She knew the Tianying gang's businesses couldn't be under Tang Bingsun's name, because it would expose their relationship. She was right. The Tianying gang's businesses are under my name, because Tang Bingsun doesn't want to have any connection with the Tianying gang, said Huang Haihao. The Tianying gang used to be a small gang, and the leader was Huang Haihao from the very beginning, but it didn't start to make a lot of money until Tang Bingsun became its real boss. Therefore, the Tianying gang relied on Tang Bingsun's money to develop at the beginning. Tang Bingsun registered the Tianying gang's businesses under Huang Haihao's name not because he fully trusted Huang Haihao, but because he was left no choice. He needed Huang Haihao to help him manage the Tianying gang. Actually, it took a long time for Tang Bingsun to fully trust Huang Haihao. However, their close relationship ended now. Since the Tianying gang's businesses are under your name, what would he do if anything terrible happens to you? He's even unwilling to pay 5 billion yuan to free you, said Ji Yuning. I have an adopted son under my name too, and I already made the will. If anything terrible happened to me, the Tianying gang's businesses will be his. The son is actually Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son, so he can get his property back in that way. It's also the reason why he doesn't care about my safety, said Huang Haihao. Oh, we must give 50% profits to him every year, and the other 50% will be divided among the senior managers. His illegitimate son. Do you mean Feng Qil? Asked Ji Yuning. Yes, it is Feng Qil, said Huang Haihao. He wasn't surprised that Tang Aining knew about Feng Qil. Well, I think you should change your will as soon as possible, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Huang Haihao nodded. Since Tang Bingsun didn't care about his safety at all, he didn't want to help him any longer. No matter what will happen to Tang Bingsun in the future, the Tianying gang shouldn't be involved. Don't tell other people that the Tianying gang isn't under Tang Bingsun's control from now on. I need some time to deal with Tang Bingsun, said Ji Yuning. I understand, said Huang Haihao. By the way, how should I address you? Call me Miss Tang, said Ji Yuning. Sure, Miss Tang, said Huang Haihao. Chapter 1633, A Complete Mystery. Since you already chose to work for me, we're on the same boat now. If you need any help, feel free to tell me, said Ji Yuning. Although she didn't fully trust him yet, she should show her willingness to protect him in order to gain his loyalty. Therefore, Ji Yuning was willing to do something for Huang Haihao too. I will, said Huang Haihao. Great, you can leave now, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Huang Haihao turned around and walked away. Oh, wait a second. Ji Yuning suddenly stopped him. You haven't told me your phone number yet. Hearing that, Huang Haihao realized that he and Tang Aining hadn't exchanged numbers with each other yet. Ji Yuning gave him her name card later. By the way, the bills and gold bars stored in the underground room were taken away by me. Since we're in the same group now, I shouldn't take them away from you. Give me an address, and I'll send them back to you, said Ji Yuning. The whole Tianying gang belonged to her now anyway. However, she wouldn't return those guns and bombs nor tell him that she had taken them away too. Huang Haihao was amazed when he learned that Tang Aining had taken away the bills and gold bars in the underground room because they were quite heavy. However, the next second, he accepted it, because Tang Aining was a woman full of surprises. Well, Miss Tang, if you want them, you can take them. I don't know how to explain it to the other members if they are given back all of a sudden, said Huang Haihao. He needed to give them to Tang Bingsun if Ji Yuning didn't take them. The paper money wasn't his, so he didn't care much about it. Although it was a lot of money, it wasn't very much for the Tianying gang. The Tianying gang made a lot of money every year through their legal businesses, so it didn't lack money at all. Great, I'll keep them then, said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't keep them for herself, and was willing to give them back to Huang Haihao if he needed them one day in the future. Although 2 boxes of gold bars and 2 boxes of paper money were a lot, she was super rich already. Of course, said Huang Haihao. He wouldn't ask Ji Yuning for them, because he didn't need them. After that, Huang Haihao left. Chao Ya, you and Gao Yi can stay in City C to pay more attention to Huang Haihao for a while. Tell me whatever you find about him, and I'll go back to the capital before you, said Ji Yuning. She personally needed to deal with something about Tang Bingsun and Feng Qil in the capital. She wouldn't hurt Feng Qil, but he had to leave the capital and not be involved with the Tang family. As for Tang Bingsun, she wouldn't kill him, but she would remove him from his position in the Tang organization. Sure, said Chao Ya. Ji Yuning then left, and Chao Ya went to meet Gao Yi. At the same time, the official Weibo account of Tanglong Winery released an explanation and said that all the photos about Tanglong Winery were fake. However, not many people believed it. Unfortunately, the Tianying gang had powerful support behind it, so the internet users could do nothing to punish it. As time went by, people would forget the news. Tanglong Winery had good wines after all, and it had maintained a good reputation for years. Not many wine lovers would really stop buying wines produced by Tanglong Winery. Even though Tanglong Winery exploded, its underground room still stood. The elite manager took his people to the underground room before the police arrived, but it was already empty because Ji Yuning took most of the valuable things away. However, they didn't know that most of the valuable things were already taken away by Ji Yuning, so they were quite surprised when they saw nothing solid in the underground room. Most importantly, all the gold bars were gone. Moreover, there were many bombs left in the underground room, but the explosion wasn't as powerful as it should be. Everything was a complete mystery now. The elite manager reported it to the deputy leader afterwards, and the deputy leader was surprised too. It was impossible for nothing to be left in the underground room, but they couldn't figure out why. The police came later, but they found nothing useful. Even though the police knew that the Tianying gang was an illegal gang, they couldn't punish it without evidence. Huang Haihao didn't have a phone with him, but luckily he has some paper money in his pocket, so he took a taxi to Tanglong Winery later. Chapter 1634, Zhao Licheng. Because Tanglong Winery was a legal business in outsiders' eyes and Zhao Licheng, the finance manager, was also its general manager. He was in charge of it when Huang Haihao was absent. Although most senior managers of the Tianyan gang were ambitious, 2 or 3 of them were still respectful of Huang Haihao. As long as Huang Haihao was in the gang, they wouldn't cross the line. One of them was the finance manager, Zhao Licheng. Huang Haihao knew who he could trust in the Tianyan gang, so he assigned Zhao Licheng to be the finance manager. Zhao Licheng was astonished when he saw Huang Haihao. "Hi, Chairman Huang, welcome back." Zhao Licheng excitedly welcomed Huang Haihao at once. Because the police were still present, Zhao Licheng called Huang Haihao the chairman, instead of their gang leader. Even though everyone knew that Huang Haihao was the leader of the Tianyan gang, he was also the chairman of the Tanglong organization. Even the police called him Chairman Huang. When Huang Haihao got back, the police also asked him about the details of the abduction. Huang Haihao said that a strange woman knocked him unconscious before she abducted him, and he didn't wake up until this morning. He didn't know what had happened, but he seized a chance to escape. Because they didn't know how strong the woman was, they accepted Huang Haihao's words. The police found no useful evidence in Tanglong Winery, and they honestly were unwilling to mess with an illegal gang. Although they stood for justice, they were afraid of death. Most importantly, the Tianyan gang had a relationship with the government, so they could only turn a blind eye on it. Since Huang Haihao was back, Zhao Licheng told their people to stop searching for him. The deputy leader and the intelligence manager, however, couldn't accept it when they heard that Huang Haihao was safely back. They were the most ambitious members of the senior management in the Tianyan gang. The intelligence manager had tried to kill the deputy leader, and the deputy leader wished that Huang Haihao would never come back. Some of the other senior members also felt disappointed, but they could accept it, because they believed that Huang Haihao had the ability to save himself. In fact, even if Huang Haihao couldn't come back, it wasn't very likely for them to sit on his seat. No matter how the deputy leader and the intelligence manager felt at this moment, they had to face the reality. There was nothing else they could do, and they couldn't fight against him right now. Actually, if they were able to defeat Huang Haihao, they wouldn't have waited so long. Huang Haihao had a meeting of the senior management right after he was back. Before the meeting began, Huang Haihao called Tang Bingsun. Although he was determined to leave Tang Bingsun, he couldn't let him know about it right now. Therefore, he had to tell Tang Bingsun that he was safe now. Tang Bingsun felt relieved when he heard that Huang Haihao successfully escaped. In fact, he was unwilling to see Huang Haihao killed, because no one could be a better leader than him in the Tianyan gang. However, he was reluctant to pay 5 billion yuan to free Huang Haihao. Neither Huang Haihao nor Tang Bingsun talked about their conversation with Tang Aining, and they went to do their own jobs afterwards. About an hour later, the senior managers of the Tianyan gang gathered together in the meeting room of Tanglong Hotel. Those who were unhappy about the news that Huang Haihao was back had to hide their real feelings. Huang Haihao knew it very well, but said nothing about it. He didn't tell them about his deal with Tang Aining right now, and instead focused on doing their jobs. In order to not arouse their suspicion, Huang Haihao showed his angry attitude towards the abduction and gave an order to catch Tang Aining. Although the house Huang Haihao lived in exploded, he had other houses. Normally, he lived with his henchmen and bodyguards. Because he didn't have a family, his henchmen and bodyguards stayed by his sides day and night to protect him. He didn't feel safe when he was alone. However, it was useless when he encountered a strong enemy like Tang Aining. The house and the office building exploded, so they needed to rebuild them. Luckily, most of the wines stored in the warehouse under the office building were fine. So they could still sell them to make some money. What they needed to do now was to rent a temporary factory as soon as possible to continue doing their business. Their business was seriously affected because of the explosions, but they could only live with it. Ji Yuning later flew back to the capital by herself. Chapter 1635, Compete for a parking space. The news about the Tianyan gang was still a hot topic on the internet, but it didn't attract much more attention as time went by. It was almost 5 p.m. when Ji Yuning arrived at the capital. She was alone today, so she dined outside. And because her car was parked at the parking lot of the airport, she drove by herself this time. However, shortly after she came back, she encountered trouble. Ji Yuning wanted to have steak, so she went to a Western restaurant. Because the parking spaces were limited outside the restaurant, there was only one parking space left when Ji Yuning went over. Right when she was about to back her car into the parking space, a middle-aged woman suddenly stood in her way and stopped her car from moving inside. "Hey, this parking space is already occupied. Go somewhere else," shouted the middle-aged woman to Ji Yuning in a very unkind tone. Given Ji Yuning's temper, she was quite displeased. If the middle-aged woman showed a good attitude towards her, she wouldn't be mad. However, the middle-aged woman was rude and unkind. Ji Yuning opened the door car and got out of it. She walked to the middle-aged woman with a cold expression. "Ma'am, I don't understand why this parking space is already occupied. I arrived here before you." There was a car stopped not far from them, and the middle-aged woman came out of it. The car was also a luxurious car and was worth about 2 million yuan. It was obvious that the middle-aged woman was rich, but it wouldn't change the fact that she was acting like a barbarian. This middle-aged woman probably planned to bully Ji Yuning because she thought that Ji Yuning's car wasn't as expensive as hers. However, not every super-rich person would drive a very luxurious car, because most super-rich people kept a low profile. In addition, Ji Yuning's car wasn't cheap at all, it was a Hummer which cost her over 1 million yuan. However, her car wasn't as expensive as the middle-aged woman's car. Unfortunately, it was useless in Ji Yuning's eyes. "I told you that it's occupied, and you should go to park your car somewhere else." The middle-aged woman was still very rude. "Why don't you go to park your car somewhere else?" Ji Yuning was mad. "Don't you have any manners?" The middle-aged woman criticized Ji Yuning. Many people walked by them, and they heard the middle-aged woman's loud voice. "What? It's ridiculous. You were rude to me first, so I don't think I should be polite to you," said Ji Yuning. "If you showed a good attitude towards me, I'd let you take the parking space, but your terrible attitude has ruined everything." The middle-aged woman didn't know what to say now. Onlookers also looked at the middle-aged woman with disdain. "It's obvious that this young girl arrived here before the woman. Shut your mouth. Do you know who I am?" The middle-aged woman was angry from the humiliation. Nevertheless, before she could say something else, a female voice interrupted her. "Mom." After that, a young woman walked to the middle-aged woman. She then turned to look at Ji Yuning. She wasn't as arrogant or aggressive as the middle-aged woman, but was quite gentle. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning still saw the jealousy in her eyes. "Miss, I'm sorry. My mom has an appointment with her friend, and we're already late. My mom just wants to see her friend as soon as possible," said the young woman. This young woman was actually Shen Jilin, and the middle-aged woman was her mother, Chen Chuyin. Shen Jilin knew that Leng Xiaoting had a very beautiful girlfriend, but she didn't know that the stunning girl standing in front of her right now was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. If she knew that, she wouldn't be so calm. "Even though you're in a hurry, you can't steal other people's parking spaces," said Ji Yuning. Although Shen Jilin had a good attitude, Ji Yuning saw that she wasn't a good person. She must agree with her mother, otherwise she wouldn't come to help her mother. Besides, she apologized to Ji Yuning simply because she noticed that the situation wasn't to their advantage. "You're right, and please accept my sincere apologies. Miss, please forgive us this time," said Shen Jilin. In fact, she was full of anger and hatred towards Ji Yuning at this moment, but she had to pretend to be nice. After all, it was their fault. Most importantly, they were in a public place. Jilin. Chen Chuyin was dissatisfied with Shen Jilin's behavior. She didn't think that they needed to apologize. "Fine, forget it," said Ji Yuning. She was unwilling to waste time arguing with them. After that, Shen Jilin pulled Chen Chuyin away, and left the parking space to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then got in her car and backed it into the parking space. "Jilin, how could you give the parking space to her?" said Chen Chuyin in annoyance. Shen Jilin was displeased. "Mom, you should change your personality towards other people. Didn't you see everyone was blaming you? It's super embarrassing. Don't make us a joke in public." Chapter 1636. Shen Zhilin's relationship with Leng Xiaoting. Although Shen Zhilin supported Chen Chuyin to steal the parking space, she was unwilling to be laughed at by other people in public. Shen Zhilin would bully others who were inferior to her, but she cared about her image too. Chen Chuyin thought it made sense, so she dropped that topic, although she was still mad at Ji Yuning. "All right, let's park our car over there," said Shen Zhilin and walked to their car. After parking the car, Chen Chuyin and her daughter walked to the same Western restaurant as Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning found a seat by the window and ordered steak and fruit salad. Right after the waiter left her table, Ji Yuning saw Chen Chuyin and her daughter walking inside, but she ignored them. Shen Zhilin looked calm on the surface, but Chen Chuyin didn't bother to hide her disdain towards Ji Yuning. Coincidentally, they sat not far away from Ji Yuning. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Shen, Miss Shen, nice to see you." Two women by the table greeted Chen Chuyin and her daughter at once. "Nice to see you too, Mrs. Tong, and Miss Tong." Chen Chuyin and Shen Zhilin looked polite, but it was obvious that they thought they were better than them. "Have a seat, please," said Mrs. Tong. Chen Chuyin took out an invitation letter from her handbag and gave it to Mrs. Tong later. "Here, I got you the letter. Thank you so much." Mrs. Tong's face lit up at once. "Not a big deal, but all the guests are important figures, so you must be careful and to not mess with someone you shouldn't offend," said Chen Chuyin. Although Ji Yuning had no intention to eavesdrop their conversation, she had good hearing and easily heard their conversation. Therefore, Ji Yuning realized what they were doing. Mrs. Tong wanted to attend an event, but she wasn't important enough to be invited, so she begged Chen Chuyin to help her get an invitation letter. She did everything to get into the party mostly because she planned to achieve something on someone's coattails. Ji Yuning was right. Mrs. Tong and Miss Tong ached to attend the event in order to meet rich second-generation heirs. Although the Tong family was rich too, it wanted more. "Of course we'll be careful," said Mrs. Tong right away. "Oh, when will Miss Shen and Lord Leng have the engagement party?" "We're all looking forward to it," asked Mrs. Tong. Hearing that, Chen Chuyin and Shen Zhilin felt a little embarrassed, but they soon composed themselves. Ji Yuning, however, stopped at once. Lord Leng must be Leng Xiaoting. There was only one powerful Leng family in the capital after all. Before Chen Chuyin could say anything, Mrs. Tong continued, "Miss Shen, you're quite lucky to win Lord Leng's heart. He's a very rare quality man in the capital. I've heard of no one else who can become a major general at such an early age." Ji Yuning was annoyed once she heard that. She was now very sure that they were talking about Leng Xiaoting. People who were sitting at other tables were also surprised, then they turned to look at Chen Chuyin and her daughter with amazement. Even though they didn't know who Lord Leng was, a major general was quite unbelievable. Since Mrs. Tong said that they were looking forward to attending the engagement party of Shen Zhilin and Leng Xiaoting, everyone believed that Shen Zhilin was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. If Mrs. Tong said that earlier on, Chen Chuyin would definitely feel very proud, but now she had a totally different feeling. "Well, Xiaoting is too busy to settle it right now," said Chen Chuyin. Even though she herself didn't believe her words, she had to look elegant on the surface. In the past, she always believed that Shen Zhilin would marry into the Leng family because of the Shen family's relationship with it, and she had often shown off in front of her friends. Actually, Master Leng also had the intention to set them up, so she had confidence that it was a sure bet. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting got a girlfriend afterwards. In that case, it wouldn't be likely for Shen Zhilin to marry into the Leng family. "I understand. Lord Leng has a very important position in the military after all," said Mrs. Tong. Ji Yuning, however, sneered. She didn't think that Shen Zhilin could have a romantic relationship with Leng Xiaoting, and they could only be acquaintances. Ji Yuning faced Chen Chuyin and Shen Zhilin across her table, so she could see their expressions. She knew that Chen Chuyin was lying. Nevertheless, she was displeased when another woman had an illusion about her man, so she stood up and walked towards them. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over, Chen Chuyin was mad. "What are you doing?" "Well, I simply want to ask you two madams. Is Lord Leng, the unbelievable Major General, Leng Xiaoting?" asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, they were all shocked. To their surprise, this young girl had heard of Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 1637. Deal with it yourself. Do you know Leng Xiaoting? Asked Chen Chuyin. Leng Xiaoting always kept a low profile, and only a few people in the high society had met him, so Chen Chuyin was amazed that Ji Yuning had heard of Leng Xiaoting too. Sure, and were quite familiar, said Ji Yuning. What? Impossible, Chen Chuyin said. Why? Asked Ji Yuning. I also know Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Hearing that, Mrs. Tong turned to look at Shen Jilin with doubt. It sounded that Ji Yuning wasn't talking about Shen Jilin. Mrs. Tong had thought that Shen Jilin must be Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, but now it seemed that she was wrong. Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin, however, panicked. They thought that Ji Yuning could be a friend of Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. I can tell you that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend isn't Miss Shen who's sitting here, added Ji Yuning. Hearing that, onlookers were surprised. It turned out that Shen Jilin wasn't Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, and his fiancée was another girl. In that case, it would be ridiculous if they claimed to hold an engagement party for Shen Jilin and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, onlookers looked at Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin with disdain. Bullshit. Chen Chuyin was mad and snapped at Ji Yuning. I didn't, said Ji Yuning. If you don't believe it, Before she could finish, her phone rang. Coincidentally, the caller was Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, and felt that Leng Xiaoting caught her doing something bad. Without delay, she picked it up right in front of everyone. Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin, however, relaxed a little. They believed that Ji Yuning would leave after she received a call. Ningning, what are you doing now? Asked Leng Xiaoting. I'm about to enjoy my dinner, and you? Asked Ji Yuning. I'm going back to the capital. I'll arrive at 8:30 p.m., said Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't wait to see Ji Yuning now, but he could only stay in the capital for a night and he had to go back to their military base tomorrow. Luckily, it wasn't far from the capital. Great, and I need to ask you about something, said Ji Yuning. What is it? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Well, I just ran into a lady whose surname is Shen, and she said that you two are going to have an engagement party. Is it true? Asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, both Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Ji Yuning must be talking with Leng Xiaoting right now. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to talk with Leng Xiaoting. Mrs. Tong and Miss Tong were also stunned. Leng Xiaoting knew whom Ji Yuning was talking about, although she simply told him a surname. Ridiculous. Of course it's not true. Even if I'm going to have an engagement party, it's about you and me. Ji Yuning was satisfied. I don't know, but you must deal with it yourself. Sure, I will, said Leng Xiaoting right away. He knew that Ji Yuning wasn't really mad at him, but he hoped that it wouldn't happen again. Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin were totally shocked at this time. It couldn't be more obvious that Ji Yuning was actually Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Great, we'll talk about it later tonight, said Ji Yuning on the phone. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. Chen Chuyin didn't know what to say right now, but she refused to believe that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. Shen Jilin, at the same time, showed obvious jealousy on her face. She was jealous of Ji Yuning. She always dreamed of becoming Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, but she was always disappointed. Shen Jilin was full of anger and jealousy, but couldn't leave right now, because it would be more embarrassing. If you have the ability, you can try to steal my boyfriend from me, but you better mind your words if you don't have the ability. Ji Yuning warned. She was also a jealous girlfriend. After that, Ji Yuning went back to her seat and began to enjoy her dinner. No matter what, Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin were the joke right now. Mrs. Tong and Miss Tong were actually gloating over their bad luck. When Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin were gone, Miss Tong said, it was a total lie that Shen Jilin will marry Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 1638. The Shen family's relationship with the Leng family. I don't know, but the Shen family was indeed the Leng family's relative, and Mrs. Shen said that Master Leng has a very good impression of Shen Jilin. Maybe they believe it's enough for Shen Jilin to marry Leng Xiaoting, said Mrs. Tong. Honestly, she didn't know how to face Chen Chuyin in the future. Although Chen Chuyin loved bragging, the Shen family had indeed gained a lot of help from the Leng family. The Shen family wouldn't have become so successful without the Leng family's help. Even though the Shen family didn't have much influence in the capital, normally nobody dared to mess with it for the sake of the Leng family. Ji Yuning wasn't annoyed when she heard that, because she knew it wasn't important even if Master Leng had a good impression of Shen Jilin in the past. In addition, Shen Jilin looked very gentle on the surface, so it was quite understandable that Master Leng had a good impression of her. Miss Tong glanced at Ji Yuning once in a while. Well, I think this girl is much prettier than Shen Jilin, and she looks very nice too. Shen Jilin actually isn't as kind as she looks, said Miss Tong. Miss Tong wasn't very familiar with Shen Jilin, but they had mutual friends, so she had heard a lot about Shen Jilin's bad behavior. She had also contacted Shen Jilin a few times, and Shen Jilin indeed wasn't as kind and gentle as she looked on the surface. All right, we shouldn't talk about others' personal affairs any longer, said Mrs. Tong. Miss Tong nodded and dropped the topic. Once Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin left the restaurant, Chen Chuyin exploded. That little bitch. How come she's Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend? Although Chen Chuyin and Shen Jilin already left the restaurant, there were passers-by around them, so many turned to look at Chen Chuyin with surprise. Chen Chuyin, however, ignored other people's looks, because she was full of anger. Shen Jilin was also angry, but she controlled herself in public. She didn't scream out until she was in the car. No, even though they already knew that Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend, they were still angry when they saw Ji Yuning in reality. Especially when Ji Yuning had the call with Leng Xiaoting, Shen Jilin was more jealous than ever. It was very difficult for her to see Leng Xiaoting once, and she seldom could talk with him. Besides, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were girlfriend and boyfriend, so they must have slept with each other. Upon thinking of that, Shen Jilin almost went crazy. Because she was in a terrible mood, Shen Jilin had a car accident on her way home. Luckily, it wasn't serious. Ji Yuning went back to Leng Xiaoting's house afterwards because Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe were staying in Century City. Ji Yuning was worried that they might discover Leng Xiaoting. It was almost 8 p.m. when she arrived at Leng Xiaoting's house, and he came back half an hour later. The second Leng Xiaoting saw Ji Yuning, he hugged her tight and wanted to kiss her, but Ji Yuning pushed him away. Tell me, who's Miss Shen? Even though Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting had no special relationship with Miss Shen, she still wanted to learn more about her. Leng Xiaoting thought that Ji Yuning was mad, so he got nervous. Ningning, I promise that I have no special relationship with her. She's only one of my relatives, and I rarely see her. What's her name? Asked Ji Yuning. Shen Jilin, I think, said Leng Xiaoting, but he wasn't sure about it. If Shen Jilin heard that Leng Xiaoting didn't even remember her name, she would be furious and quite disappointed. She liked him so much, but he couldn't remember her name. The Shen family is my family's relative, but they have done many bad deeds, so my grandfather and I are investigating it. As long as we find enough evidence, we'll take action. Shen Yangfeng's wife is Chen Chuyin, and her older cousin is Chen Jinpeng. Chen Jinpeng used to be the deputy mayor of City H, but suddenly died in a car accident 3 years ago. Everyone thought that he was dead, but I found him in Burma a while ago. From what I know till now, he became a senior manager of the Kirin gang and he changed his name to be Long Tianyu. The car accident 3 years ago was a part of his scheme. They must be hiding something. Besides, Shen Yangfeng maintains a secret relationship with Yuan Wenrui, the third son of the Yuan family. The Shen family wants to gain higher social status and greater success by relying on my family, but they found that it won't work, so they turned to the Yuan family. The 4 dominant families in the capital look kind to each other on the surface, but were actually competing against one another, said Leng Xiaoting. He had no intention to keep secrets from Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning could avoid unnecessary trouble if she was aware of it. Given Ji Yuning's social status now, she should be careful when she was socializing with other people. The powerful families in the capital had complicated relationships with each other, so Ji Yuning shouldn't make friends with the Leng family's enemies. What have you found till now? Asked Ji Yuning. Not much, but we'll take action after we find out more, said Leng Xiaoting. Feel free to tell me if you need my help, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1639, Tell Feng Lin to leave the capital. Well, I do need your help now, said Leng Xiaoting with a serious expression. What can I do for you? Ji Yuning put on a serious face too. Help me fulfill my desire, said Leng Xiaoting and picked Ji Yuning up at once. He didn't give her any chance to push him away this time, and directly kissed her. He wanted her badly now. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then flushed. She thought it was really something important, but it turned out that he was simply horny. After having sex, two of them cuddled in bed. Oh, have you eaten yet? Asked Ji Yuning all of a sudden. Not yet, said Leng Xiaoting. He came back in a hurry, and didn't even have time to eat. Do you want noodles? Asked Ji Yuning. Don't bother. I'm not hungry, and I'll make it myself later, said Leng Xiaoting. He wanted Ji Yuning to have more rest. Ji Yuning said, Does Grandpa Shengguan know that you're back? No, he'll ask me to keep on practicing once he knows I'm back, but I have to go back to the military base tomorrow at noon, said Leng Xiaoting. He knew that he needed to practice more diligently, but he wanted Ji Yuning more than anything now. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was amused. Actually, it was fine if Leng Xiaoting had a day free. However, Ji Yuning felt a little sad because he had to leave tomorrow for work. After resting for a while, Leng Xiaoting got up and went to cook for himself. Once he was full, he took a rest for another while, then began to kiss Ji Yuning again. Leng Xiaoting was back, so Ji Yuning decided to keep him company tonight. The next day, Leng Xiaoting left after having breakfast with Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning went to the hospital where Feng Qile stayed later. Because Feng Qile was seriously injured, he had stayed in the hospital for a long time till now, and Feng Lin was taking care of him. Feng Lin was fine, but Tang Bingsun cared about them a lot because Feng Qile was his illegitimate son. He allowed Feng Lin to have a long vacation so that she could stay in the hospital to take good care of Feng Qile. In outsiders' eyes, Tang Bingsun was Feng Lin's boss, so she needed to apply for a vacation. In order to not arouse other people's suspicion, Tang Bingsun only visited Feng Qile once after he was hospitalized. Feng Lin was a senior manager in the Tang organization, so it was very normal for Tang Bingsun to visit Feng Qile. Afterwards, he learned Feng Qile's condition through phone calls. Feng Lin didn't complain about it at all, because she clearly knew that she was only a mistress. She was also aware that Tang Bingsun had a sexual relationship with many other women, but she was more important than them because she gave birth to Tang Bingsun's son. Tang Bingsun never stopped playing around with other women, and she showed no dissatisfaction with it. She only wanted money, which was the reason why she chose to be a rich old man's mistress. In fact, her relationship with Tang Bingsun was simply a deal, and both of them got what they wanted from it. Therefore, she didn't care whether Tang Bingsun would divorce Ji Yijing after their son joined the Tang family. She would have whatever she wanted when her son inherited the Tang family's wealth. Feng Qile stayed in a VIP ward, so only the two of them were in the room. Ji Yuning disguised herself as Tang Aining before she came. She knocked on the door after she found that only Feng Lin and Feng Qile were in the ward. At this time, Feng Qile was asleep, while Feng Lin was watching TV in the living room. Because Feng Qile had almost made a full recovery, there was no need for Feng Lin to stay by his bed all the time. Hearing the knock, Feng Lin thought it was the doctor, so she directly said, "Come in, please." It was during the day, so the door wasn't locked, and Ji Yuning pushed it open and walked inside. The second Feng Lin saw Tang Aining, she stood up in fear. Although Feng Lin hadn't attended Tang Yaxin's wedding, she read everything on the internet, so she recognized Tang Aining once she saw her. She was frightened now. Seeing Feng Lin's reaction, Ji Yuning knew that she recognized her. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, I came to have a talk with you," Ji Yuning said to comfort her. She didn't want Feng Lin to call more people to come. What do you want to talk about with me?" Feng Lin stayed alert. She didn't shout or yell for help, in case Tang Aining was irritated and hurt them. Since you know me, you must be aware of my grudges against Tang Bingsun, and I came here because I know your relationship with him too, said Ji Yuning. Let me be honest with you, I'm the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and its wealth should be mine. If you and your son don't want to be involved, I can give you 100 million yuan. You should leave the capital and never come back again. What? Feng Lin rounded her eyes in shock. To her astonishment, Tang Aining wanted her to leave the capital and Tang Bingsun. It was impossible. If she left Tang Bingsun, she would have nothing. Chapter 1640. Mom, we should agree 100 million yuan was a lot, because even Tang Bingsun didn't give her that much money. However, once her son joined the Tang family, she would have over 1 billion yuan. Why do you think that I'll agree? I can have much more money after my son joins the Tang family, said Feng Lin. Ji Yuning sneered and said with obvious disdain. Do you think your son can successfully join the Tang family after his real identity is exposed? If Ji Yijing hears it, she'll be the first one to kill him. She won't be as nice to you as I am. You. Feng Lin was scared. She knew that Ji Yijing wouldn't allow Feng Qil to live well. Are you going to tell her? Asked Feng Lin. She'll know it sooner or later, and what I'm going to do is to take the Tang family's wealth back. No one can stand in my way. I came here today simply because I think Feng Qil is innocent. However, if you want to be involved, you won't be innocent anymore and you will have to pay the price for your ambition, said Ji Yuning. Feng Lin was surprised, and didn't know what to say now. Even if no one told Ji Yijing would find it out sooner or later, and Tang Aining looked determined to grab the Tang family's wealth. Feng Lin didn't know that Tang Bingsun had an older daughter until she saw the news about Tang Yaxin's wedding. Tang Aining was much more powerful than they thought, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to do what she wanted. Anyway, she and her son would be in great danger. She was too weak to protect herself and her son. Tang Yaxin and Qi Ziyu are my enemies too, but both of them are suffering great pain right now. Do you want to be in the same pathetic condition as them? Asked Ji Yuning. No. Feng Lin rounded her eyes in shock. Qi Ziyu was in Tang Bingsun's hands now, and no one knew whether he was still alive, whereas Tang Yaxin's brain was permanently damaged, and her life was totally ruined. You can turn me down, or tell Tang Bingsun that I've come here, but you must be aware of the price of your decision, said Ji Yuning. Feng Lin didn't know what to do. Although she loved money, she loved her son more. In fact, 100 million yuan was enough for them to live a good life. Right at this moment, the door of the bedroom was pushed open, and Feng Qil walked out. Actually, Feng Qil had been eavesdropping on their conversation by the door. Qil, why did you come out now? Feng Lin got nervous. Feng Qil begged Feng Lin. Mom, we should agree and leave the capital. Feng Qil was aware that he was Tang Bingsun's illegitimate son, but he didn't feel happy about it at all. On the contrary, he was quite upset after knowing the truth, because a mistress and an illegitimate son weren't welcome anywhere. He didn't want his own mother to ruin another person's family, and he was unwilling to be an illegitimate son forever. Even though Tang Bingsun was very rich, he didn't care about it. Besides, Tang Bingsun was a terrible man who cheated on his wife and had more than one mistress. Feng Qil had caught Tang Bingsun flirting with a woman before by accident. If they had a normal relationship, they wouldn't flirt with each other. He also knew that it was hard for rich men not to have mistresses. Sometimes, he hated himself for being an illegitimate son. Mom, I hate being an illegitimate son, and I've always been unhappy about it. I just didn't know how to talk about it with you. Although he's rich, I don't want his money. He's a terrible man, and I hate him, said Feng Qil. Hearing that, Feng Lin's body was shaking in sadness. To her surprise, her son already found out about their abnormal relationship with Tang Bingsun. Ji Yuning, however, wasn't surprised by Feng Qil's reaction. Instead, Feng Qil left a good impression on her. Qil, do you really want to leave? Asked Feng Lin. Compared with her son, Tang Bingsun and his money were nothing in her eyes. Yes, Mom, we should leave, said Feng Qil with a serious expression. Feng Qil cried at once. Sure, you're right. We'll leave. We must leave here. After that, Feng Lin looked to Ji Yuning. I accept your offer, but I hope you can fulfill your promise. No problem. Tell me the number of your bank card, and I'll transfer 100 million yuan to you later. You must quietly leave the capital in Tang Bingsun, said Ji Yuning. I know. Feng Lin nodded. Chapter 1641. You are unbelievable. Ji Yuning was surprised, but not very surprised by Feng Lin's quick agreement. Anyway, she was glad that she agreed. After getting the number of Feng Lin's bank card, Ji Yuning left, and Feng Lin kept her promise and didn't tell Tang Bingsun what had happened between them. Ji Yuning went to a bank to transfer the money to Feng Lin. Normally, it took 24 hours for the bank to deal with a transfer, but Ji Yuning was a VIP client, so she didn't need to wait. Once she stated her need, it was done within minutes. Feng Lin was shocked that she soon received the money. Kiel, should we leave right now, or tomorrow? Asked Feng Lin. I want to leave right away, said Feng Kiel. He was unwilling to stay here. Great, let's go to see the doctor now, said Feng Lin. Feng Kiel was fine now, so he could leave the hospital. Sure. Feng Kiel beamed. Seeing his happy face, Feng Lin felt quite sad. Although Ji Yuning gave Feng Lin 100 million yuan, she didn't want to pay the bill by herself and called Tang Qingyang afterwards. Hi, Ji Yuning. Tang Qingyang picked up her call. Hi, Qingyang, Tang Bingsun's mistress and illegitimate son agreed to leave the capital just then and I gave them 100 million yuan for it. If they really leave, you should give the money back to me when you become the chairman of the Tang organization one day in the future, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wanted Tang Qingyang to pay the bill. The Tang organization would be his sooner or later, so 100 million yuan was nothing. She was willing to wait until Tang Qingyang successfully won the position of chairman of the Tang organization. Tang Qingyang was struck dumb for a second by the news. No problem. He agreed with alacrity. Even if Ji Yuning wanted 1 billion yuan, Tang Qingyang could give it to her, because she had done him a great favor. Oh, Tang Bingsun's illegal gang is also going to leave him. I made an agreement with its leader a few days ago. I can't make sure that they won't betray us right now, but I don't think we need to be worried, said Ji Yuning. Actually, the Tianyang gang wasn't as powerful as Ji Yuning used to think. Really? Tang Qingyang was excited. You're unbelievable, said Tang Qingyang. I've been very busy these days, but we must dine together someday, said Tang Qingyang. After that, they ended the call. Ji Yuning then went back to Century City and put on her own clothes. She rested for a while, and it was soon dinner time. When she was thinking about what to have tonight, she received Shen Yao's call. Shen Yao told her that she was in the capital right now, and asked if they could share a meal together. Ji Yuning accepted her invitation, because she wanted to see Shen Yao's real face. Shen Yao wasn't familiar with the capital, so she asked Ji Yuning for recommendations. Ji Yuning wasn't a picky eater, so she let Shen Yao make the decision. Shen Yao then chose a great place. She was in the eastern district now, and they would meet in a mountain villa. A mountain villa always had a great view and quiet environment, and Shen Yao liked it. Since Shen Yao made the decision, Ji Yuning listened to her. Therefore, Ji Yuning left her home and went to see Shen Yao. It was almost 5 p.m. now, and it took about 40 minutes to get to the eastern district by car. If there was a traffic jam, it could take even longer. Luckily, Ji Yuning left her home earlier, because even though Ji Yuning had lived in the capital for years in the previous incarnation, she wasn't familiar with every part of it. The capital was too large after all. She had only been to some popular parts of it before. Shen Yao was much closer to the mountain villa, so she arrived there earlier than Ji Yuning. She came alone, and had already handled her business in City Zhe. Shen Yao always wanted to come to the capital, trying to regain her memories about this city, but she found everything was much more complicated than she thought now. The big capital city looked totally strange to her. Shen Yao booked a private room once she arrived. Although there were only 2 of them, Shen Yao loved a quiet place, so she booked a private room. In addition, it wasn't polite to share the meal with her guest in the hall. However, right after Shen Yao booked the private room, a group of 5 people came and wanted a private room too, but the last one was already booked by Shen Yao. Once they knew that Xianxia booked a private room only for 2 people, they were displeased and told her to give the private room to them. You only have 2 people. I don't think you need a private room. You can dine in the hall. Their attitude was very terrible. Chapter 1642, Xianxiao's real face. Xianxia wasn't a weak woman, and she had a quick temper, so she argued in anger. Why can't 2 people dine in a private room? I came and booked the last private room before you. Why should I give it to you just because you have more people? Mind your attitude. Don't humiliate yourself. A man snapped at Xianxia. He was obviously an arrogant good-for-nothing rich heir. Who do you think you are? Xianxia stared at him. You. The man was mad at her tone. Do you know who I am? He wanted to bully Xianxia with his family's influence and wealth. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid of him at all. She turned to look at the receptionist. Is this your way of serving your customers? Shouldn't you do something now? The receptionist opened her mouth at once. Lord Yu, I'm sorry. This lady already booked the private room. Could you dine in the hall? Lord Yu was mad. What? You know who I am, so how dare you say that to my face? Lord Yu, please don't make it difficult for me, said the receptionist. Their boss had told them to treat every customer fairly. Whoever first came, he or she should be first served. So what? Lord Yu said in a very arrogant tone. Right at this moment, a displeased male voice sounded behind them. Lord Yu, why are you venting your anger on my staff member? Hearing the voice, Lord Yu was surprised and changed his attitude at once. Uncle Li, I'm sorry. The man was Li Minglang, and he was the owner of this mountain villa. He was in his 50s this year. Then what are you doing here, Lord Yu? Li Minglang interrupted him. Lord Yu didn't know what to say now. He was a little afraid of Li Minglang, because Li Minglang was in a more important position than him, and was also older than him. He dared to shout here only because his father had a relationship with Li Minglang and because he also called Li Minglang Uncle Li. Lord Yu, please remember the rule in my place. First come, first served, said Li Minglang. Of course, said Lord Yu. Li Minglang then ignored Lord Yu and apologized to Xianxia. Miss, I'm sorry. I hope your mood isn't affected. It's fine, said Xianxia, then walked to the private room. Lord Yu and his people felt embarrassed and left at once. Although Lord Yu was still displeased, he didn't dare to act against Li Minglang. The Li family was his family's most important business partner, and his father might beat him if he ruined their cooperation. Xianxia sat down in the private room and waited for Ji Yuning's arrival before they began to order. During this time, Xianxia took out her phone to read news about the capital. In a few seconds, she read a lot of news about Ji Yuning. Xianxia was amazed, because she didn't know that Ji Yuning was famous. Without delay, she read every piece of news about Ji Yuning. The first news she read was about Gufan, and Xianxia figured out that Ji Yuning was a businesswoman. After Xianxia read many comments about Ji Yuning, she was more curious about her. It turned out that Ji Yuning was a celebrity admired by many people on the internet. She typed down Ji Yuning's name and searched for more information about her. After that, she was totally amazed. Ji Yuning was only 19, but she was already a billionaire. It was quite shocking. About half an hour later, Ji Yuning came. When Ji Yuning saw Xianxia, Xianxia was still wearing a mask. Ji Yuning didn't use her jade eyes to see Xianxiao's face under the mask, because she would see it later since they were going to dine together. Besides, Xianxia was a senior cultivator, and Ji Yuning didn't want to offend her. Hi, Miss Ji Yu. Xianxia smiled at Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Shen, said Ji Yuning. Have a seat please, said Xianxia. Here is the menu. Please order whatever you want. After that, Xianxia rang the service bell. Thanks, said Ji Yuning with a smile. She took the menu and began to read it. Before long, a waiter came, and both Xianxia and Ji Yuning ordered 2 dishes. When the waiter was gone, Xianxia said, Miss Ji Yu, I know you probably are wondering why I'm wearing a mask all the time. To be honest with you, there is an ugly scar on my face, and I don't want to scare other people. Because we're going to eat together, I have to take the mask off and I hope you won't be scared. Of course I won't, said Ji Yuning. She had seen many scary scenes before, and wasn't afraid of a scar at all. Xianxia nodded and felt relaxed. She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. After that, Xianxia removed her mask and showed Ji Yuning her real face. Chapter 1643. Ji Yuning is shocked. However, the second Ji Yuning saw Xianxia's real face, she rounded her eyes in shock. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say now. What? Are you scared? Xianxia felt upset when she saw Ji Yuning's reaction. No, of course not. Ji Yuning denied it at once, but didn't know how to explain it at this moment. Xianxia noticed her reaction and suddenly got nervous. Do you know me? She had a feeling that Ji Yuning recognized her. Well, Ji Yuning stammered. Ji Yuning had indeed seen Xianxiao's face before in a photo, and it was of Leng Xiaoting's mother, Yunxiao. Xianxiao had the exact same face as Yunxiao. Ji Yuning thought it was highly possible that Xianxiao was Yunxiao, because both of them were a cultivator. Even though Xianxiao looked quite young now, a cultivator could live much longer than a mortal. However, if Xianxiao was Yunxiao, why didn't she come to the capital to meet Leng Xiaoting during the past years? Tell me, do you know me? Do you remember anything about me? Xianxiao got anxious. Did you lose your memories? Asked Ji Yuning with hesitation. Although Xianxiao had told Ji Yuning that this was her first time to be in the capital, Yunxiao had stayed in the capital for 7 years. If Xianxiao was Yunxiao, it was impossible that she had been absent for over a dozen years and didn't come to see Leng Xiaoting at all. In addition, it seemed that Xianxiao ached to find out more about herself. Xianxiao must have lost memories about something. Yunxiao had been seriously injured a dozen years ago, so it was understandable if she lost some memories. Xianxiao said, right, I was injured 15 years ago, so I couldn't remember something. Ji Yuning was right. In that case, Xianxiao could be Yunxiao. Did you lose all your memories, or just some of them? Ji Yuning continued. Just some of them. I didn't forget my original identity, said Xianxiao. Is Xianxiao your real name? Asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Xianxiao was surprised. Well, Xianxiao isn't my real name is Jing Yunxiao, said Xianxiao. Jing Yunxiao. Ji Yuning was now sure that Xianxiao was Yunxiao. You know me, right? Asked Jing Yunxiao with anxiety. I know a woman named Yunxiao, and she has the same face as you. She was lost 15 years ago, so I believe that you could be the same person, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yunxiao was excited. She always wanted to get her lost memories back, and now she finally found a clue. Can you tell me more about her? Asked Jing Yunxiao. Ji Yuning didn't answer that question right away, but showed Jing Yunxiao a photo in her phone. It was Leng Xiaoting's photo. Look at him. Do you have any feelings? Leng Xiaoting was only 11 when Yunxiao had the accident. Luckily Leng Xiaoting resembled his father, Leng Yunan, so Jing Yunxiao probably could feel familiar with his face. Even if she didn't think his face looked familiar, they were connected by blood and she must feel something different. Jing Yunxiao had mixed emotions the second her sight fell on Leng Xiaoting's photo. What's my relationship with him? Asked Jing Yunxiao. His name is Leng Xiaoting, and he's Yunxiao's son, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Jing Yunxiao was startled. In that case, she had married in the mortals' world and even had a family. All of a sudden, Jing Yunxiao burst into tears. My son, he's my son. No wonder I felt he looked so familiar when I saw him for the first time, but I couldn't remember where I've seen him before. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't have any doubt about Jing Yunxiao's identity now. Where is he now? Jing Yunxiao asked with excitement. She wanted to see him. Chapter 1644. Leng Xiaoting's mother. He isn't in the capital right now, because he left for work, said Ji Yuning. I can give him a call and tell him to come back right now. It was a big thing that Jing Yunxiao was back, and Ji Yuning wanted to tell Leng Xiaoting the good news as soon as possible. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out her phone and was about to call Leng Xiaoting. Wait. Jing Yunxiao stopped Ji Yuning. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Can you take me to where I've lived before? I want to see whether I can remember anything. No problem. Ji Yuning respected Jing Yunxiao's decision. We can go to the Leng family's old house, and you can put on your mask if you don't want to expose your identity. As for the reason to visit the Leng family's old house, Ji Yuning had her own idea. Great. Jing Yuniao nodded. I still need to call Xiaoting now, but I won't mention you. You don't need to be worried, said Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting. Ningning, what's wrong? Leng Xiaoting asked once he picked up her call. Normally, Ji Yuning only called him for something important. Jing Yuniao was a senior cultivator, so she had good hearing and cried the second she heard Leng Xiaoting's voice. Although she lost her memories, she knew that Leng Xiaoting was her son now and failed to control her emotions. Ji Yuning felt sorry for that, but there was nothing she could do about it. Xiaoting, I found several books in your parents' room before, and I want to read them now. Can you tell Grandpa Leng that I'll visit him later, said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting didn't mind Ji Yuning going into his parents' room, but he was absent now, so they had to ask for Master Leng's permission. Sure, Leng Xiaoting agreed, because there indeed were many good books in his parents' room. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting called his grandfather. Master Leng didn't think it was a big deal, so he agreed. After he finished the call with Leng Xiaoting, he called Ji Yuning and said, Ningning. You don't need to ask for my permission before you come. We're a family, and you can come to see me whenever you want. Even though Ji Yuning did it out of politeness, he sincerely took her as his granddaughter-in-law. Jing Yuniao also heard Master Leng's voice and she felt his voice sounded familiar too. Thanks, Grandpa, Ji Yuning said. All right, why don't you come earlier so that we can dine together? Master Leng said. I just remembered that, said Ji Yuning. Fine, come to see me now, said Master Leng. Sure, I'm on my way, said Ji Yuning. The dishes were already placed on the table, so Ji Yuning began to enjoy the meal. Jing Yuniao, however, lost her appetite. Ji Yuning tried to persuade her to have some food, but Jing Yuniao couldn't have any. Ji Yuning understood that she wanted to go to the Leng family's old house, so she quickly finished the meal. Jing Yuniao knew that she had affected Ji Yuning's appetite, and apologized to her, but Ji Yuning didn't mind it at all. Actually, Ji Yuning wanted to help Jing Yuniao get her memories back too. When they were leaving, Ji Yuning paid the bill before Jing Yuniao. Since she realized that Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, she shouldn't let her pay the bill. Jing Yuniao wanted to pay the bill by herself, but Ji Yuning did it first, so she had to give up. After that, they went to the Leng family's old house together. Jing Yuniao was quite nervous upon thinking that she was going to where she had lived before. Although we're not very sure of your relationship with the Leng family yet, I believe that you're Xiaoting's mother. I'm Xiaoting's girlfriend, and we'll be together forever if no accidents happens. In that case, you'll be my mother-in-law. Can I directly call you mother? Asked Ji Yuning. Sure. Jing Yuniao agreed. She wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, because they had traveled alone together. Because she wasn't aware of the purpose of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's travel to Kunlun Mountain, she believed that they traveled for fun. Many mothers-in-law had a lot of standards for their daughters-in-law, but Jing Yuniao was an exception. She hadn't seen Leng Xiaoting for years, and she had been an absent mother for years too. All of a sudden, Jing Yuniao thought of an important question and asked Ji Yuning, why do you believe that I'm Yuniao? Chapter 1645, What's my husband's name? Because you two have the same faces and experiences, said Ji Yuning. Do you have any questions about my age? Jing Yuniao asked with confusion. She looked quite young now, and nobody would believe that she was already a mother of a 27-year-old man. Ji Yuning thought it was time to tell Jing Yuniao that she knew she was a cultivator. Well, I know you're a senior cultivator, and cultivators live longer than mortals, said Ji Yuning. It's understandable that you look much younger than your real age in my eyes. What? You know I'm a cultivator. Jing Yuniao was shocked. Even though I'm not a cultivator, I can feel the air of a cultivator, said Ji Yuning. Xiaoting is a cultivator too now, but we just found out a few days ago. He's still at a low level. Jing Yuniao was amazed. To her surprise, Ji Yuning could feel the air of a cultivator. She wasn't surprised that Leng Xiaoting was also a cultivator, because he was her son after all. Do you know why I had the accident? asked Jing Yuniao. She forgot everything she had been through in the mortals' world after she woke up. Her older male cousin had saved her life, but he refused to tell her what she had been through, but simply warned her not to go back to the cultivation world again, or she could die. After she had a full recovery, she wanted to find out the truth by herself, but was stopped by her older male cousin. She then moved to City Zhe and lived a new life there. Even though she couldn't go back to the cultivation world right now, she decided to go back there in the future once she had a chance. During the past 15 years, she always tried to get her memories back. She couldn't stay calm any longer when she ran into Leng Xiaoting, and she made up her mind to visit the capital and get her memories back afterwards. However, she didn't tell her older male cousin that she was going to the capital, because she knew that he would stop her. I heard from Xiaoting that his parents died after falling down a cliff when they were in the middle of carrying out a mission. Is Xiaoting's father dead? Jing Yuniao was heartbroken. Although she didn't remember anything about her husband now, she must have been deeply in love with him since she chose to marry him, which was forbidden by the cultivation world. Yes, he's a mortal after all, said Ji Yuning. Well, what's my husband's name? Asked Jing Yuniao. Leng Yunan, said Ji Yuning. Leng Yunan. Jing Yuniao repeated it. What happened next? Asked Jing Yuniao. After Xiaoting became a cultivator by chance, I got curious, because mortals normally can't become cultivators. An idea came into my mind that one of his parents must be a cultivator, so we did an investigation, then found out that Xiaoting's mother could still be alive. We had that hope and kept on searching for more clues. We went to Kunlun Mountain last time because we heard there was dense magical power which was good for Xiaoting's cultivation. In addition, we also wanted to visit where Xiaoting's parents died. We ran into you when we left the Supreme Deity's abode and felt the air of a cultivator from you. We had a suspicion that Xiaoting's mother could have been killed by her enemies in the cultivation world, so we had to be careful. I don't want Xiaoting to be chased by his father's enemies, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yuniao was seriously injured by another senior cultivator, and she always knew it. She was a senior cultivator herself, so an ordinary mortal didn't have the ability to hurt her. Besides, precisely because her enemy was a senior cultivator, her older male cousin warned her not to go back to the cultivation world again. Even though she didn't know why she suffered the painful accident, she knew that she must have offended someone. However, she still couldn't figure out why her older male cousin kept it a secret from her. Therefore, she thought that her enemy wouldn't stop chasing her if they found out that she was still alive. Chapter 1646. Xiaoting is very outstanding since her older male cousin said that she could die if she went back to the cultivation world right now. She decided to give up the idea for the time being. As for her enemy, she was suspicious of the Jing family first, because many members of the Jing family wanted her dead. Jing Yuniao almost figured out why she had suffered the painful accident, but she didn't have evidence now. She broke the rule of the cultivation world and married a mortal and even gave birth to their son. She had humiliated her family, and her family wanted to kill her. If her guess was the truth, her family was indeed cold-blooded. Although she had indeed broken the rule and would be punished, she shouldn't be sentenced to death. She should be imprisoned and forbidden to leave the cultivation world again, or be deprived of her cultivation and chased out of the cultivation world according to the rules. However, the Jing family directly gave an order to kill her and her husband. If it was really the Jing family's order, Jing Yuniao wouldn't let them get away with it even if it was her family. Since the Jing family didn't care about her life and happiness, she didn't think she should be nice to them. If her older male cousin hadn't saved her life, she would have been killed already. Because of the Jing family, she lost her husband and had been separated from her son for years. She was full of hatred towards her family now. In her family, she only had affection towards her older male cousin. As for the other members in the Jing family, she didn't care about their feelings. When she was a little girl, she made slow and difficult progress, so her father didn't like her and the other members of her family were unwilling to accept her too. Her mother passed away at an early age, and her father quickly married another woman. His second wife gave birth to a son and a daughter afterwards, and they had great potential, so they won their father's love. Jing Yuniao was like a thorn in their side, and they always bullied her, but their father never asked about it. If her older male cousin hadn't protected her, she could have been bullied to death. Unfortunately, even if her older male cousin was willing to protect her, he was always absent from home, so she lived a very hard life. As time went by, she started to make great progress, and her half-sister and half-brother didn't dare to bully her again. Their father also began to pay attention to her. Sadly, her father only wanted to make use of her. That was the reason why she left her cruel family without hesitation. When she met Leng Yuanan, she fell deeply in love with him and married him later, even though she had to break the rule of the cultivation world. That was all that Jing Yuniao could remember now. Although she didn't have clear evidence to prove that her family wanted to murder her, she thought it was highly likely. Anyway, she had to get her memories back before she took revenge. Ji Yuning sensed Jing Yuniao's emotional changes, and she knew that Jing Yuniao must have an idea in her mind. Even though Ji Yuning knew the criminal's features, she couldn't tell Jing Yuniao right away, because she didn't know how to explain to her that she had seen the strange pictures. Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, but they had only known each other for a short time, so she decided to wait for the right time. Jing Yuniao wasn't in a good mood now, so Ji Yuning felt that she might need some quiet. After remaining silent for a while, Jing Yuniao asked Ji Yuning again, how's Xiaoting's life during the past years? She and Leng Xiaoting were related, so she cared about him. Xiaoting is very outstanding, and he became a major general at a very young age, but his job as a soldier is very dangerous, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning knew that Jing Yuniao would be worried if she told her that, but she knew she shouldn't keep it a secret from her. A major general. Well, he must have been through a lot, said Jing Yuniao. She knew that Leng Xiaoting must have risked his life countless times for the unbelievable honor, so her heart ached for her child. Every parent wanted his or her child to be outstanding, but every parent wanted his or her child to be healthy and safe more. What relatives does he have in the Leng family? Xiaoting lost his parents at a very young age. Does he have a good treatment in his family? Asked Jing Yuniao. He has a grandfather, 2 uncles and 2 aunts and their children. They live together, said Ji Yuning. Xiaoting didn't want to talk or socialize with other people after he lost his parents, but his grandfather took good care of him. Xiaoting also cares a lot about his loving grandfather, said Ji Yuning. Oh, my poor child. Jing Yuniao almost cried again. Anyway, Leng Xiaoting still had a loving grandfather to take care of him. By the way, what does the Leng family do? Asked Jing Yuniao all of a sudden. She suddenly had an idea that the Leng family couldn't be an ordinary family. The Leng family is the leading family of the 4 dominant families in the capital, said Ji Yuning. What? Jing Yuniao was astonished. To her surprise, the Leng family held such high social status. When Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao arrived at the Leng family's old house, it was about 7:30 p.m. However, because it was summer, the sky wasn't very dark. As soon as they approached the Leng family's old house, Jing Yuniao felt that its surroundings looked a little familiar. Although over a dozen years had passed by, the surroundings didn't have a big change. Chapter 1647. The Leng family's old house isn't a tiger den. There were security guards standing at the gate of the Leng family's old house, and they all knew Ji Yuning, so they opened the gate once she came and there was no need to do a security check. However, Jing Yuniao felt everything looked more and more familiar around her after she stepped into the spacious house. At the same time, she was also very nervous and couldn't move a step forward. Ji Yuning comforted her. It's fine. Don't be nervous. You're wearing a mask, so no one will recognize you. Jing Yuniao nodded and followed her. Master Leng was alone in the Leng family's old house because Leng Yuanqin had gone to see Leng Xiaojia while Leng Yuanzhen's family went to the Yu family's house. Leng Chengji walked out at this moment, and saw Ji Yuning coming. Without delay, he went to tell the good news to Master Leng, and Master Leng walked outside to welcome her at the door. In front of Ji Yuning, Master Leng was like an ordinary kind old grandpa, and he never thought that Ji Yuning was inferior to him. When Jing Yuniao saw Master Leng and Leng Chengji, she felt nervous and stiffened again. She knew that they knew each other, but she just couldn't remember who they were. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. Hi, Grandpa Lang, Uncle Lang. Ji Yuning smiled at Master Lang and Lang Changji. Ning Ning, welcome home, said Master Lang with a broad smile. Nice to see you, Lady Ning, said Lang Changji. In fact, Ji Yuning still felt a little uneasy when Lang Changji called her in that way, but she accepted it in case Master Lang became unhappy. She was going to marry Lang Xiaoting anyway. Jing Yuniao, on the other hand, hid behind Ji Yuning's back. Ji Yuning knew that she was nervous, but since she was already here, she couldn't hide all the time. Grandpa Lang, I came with a friend today, but she's amazed by the Lang family's high social status and doesn't dare come out, said Ji Yuning. Why? The Lang family's old house isn't a tiger den, said Master Lang. Ji Yuning then caught Jing Yuniao's hand and said to her, it's fine. Trust me. Jing Yuniao took a long breath in and walked out from behind Ji Yuning. This is Grandpa Lang. Ji Yuning introduced Master Lang to Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao didn't dare to meet Master Lang's eyes, and lowered her head. Honored to meet you, Master Lang. Nice to meet you too. Master Lang did his best to look kind and easygoing. He didn't understand why the girl was wearing a mask. However, even though he didn't know why, he didn't ask any questions about it, because she was Ji Yuning's friend. Grandpa Lang, my friend has a wound on her face, so she's wearing a mask now. Please don't mind it. Ji Yuning explained at once. Master Lang nodded. It's fine, I don't mind it at all. He understood that girls all cared about their appearances. Come on in now. Jing Yuniao looked around when she walked ahead. She still felt like everything looked familiar, but couldn't remember anything. Ji Yuning couldn't go to Lang Yuanen's room right after she got there, so she casually chatted with Master Lang for a while. Grandpa Lang, are you alone at home? Asked Ji Yuning. Yeah, your uncle Yuanchen went to the hospital, and your uncle Yuanzhen along with Aunt Yin went back to the Yu family's house today. Your Aunt Yin's nephew was accepted by the capital university, so they need to celebrate it, but his total score is over 100 points lower than yours, said Master Lang. He didn't bother to hide the pride on his face. Ji Yuning, however, felt a little embarrassed. Although the gap of over 100 points was big, very few high school students were able to be accepted by the capital university. Besides, she won the top scorer position with the help of her jade eyes, which actually wasn't fair. After chatting for a few minutes, Master Lang said, don't you want to get the books? You can go now. Master Lang didn't know whether Ji Yuning was busy today, and didn't want her to waste too much time. Great, I'll go get the books first, and we can talk later, said Ji Yuning. In fact, she couldn't wait for it. Grandpa Lang, do you mind if my friend goes upstairs with me? Asked Ji Yuning. Of course not. You can go together, said Master Lang. After that, Ji Yuning went upstairs with Jing Yuniao. The layout of the Lang family's old house stayed the same, so Jing Yuniao easily found the room where she had lived with Lang Yuanen in the past. Many parts of the Lang family's old house attracted her to have a look. She didn't know why, but couldn't resist the attraction. Is it this room? Asked Jing Yuniao. Yes, let's go inside, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1648. She looks familiar. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised that Jing Yuniao found the correct room by herself, because she had lived here before. Jing Yuniao pushed the door open and they walked into the room. Everything was covered by white cloth inside, but it was in the same position as usual. Nothing had changed from before, which surprised Jing Yuniao. She looked around, then walked to the study desk. Can I lift it? Jing Yuniao pointed at the white cloth. I want to pull out this drawer, said Jing Yuniao. She felt something was calling for her attention in it. In the drawer, there was a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Jing Yuniao picked up the inkstone. The inkstone was covered in magical power, and Ji Yuning could feel it. She simply took it as an antique, because there were many antiques in the Lang family's old house. Jing Yuniao's hands were shaking while holding the inkstone. I brought this inkstone out of the cultivation world. This is the only thing my mother left to me. I heard from Xiaoting that Yuniao loves calligraphy. Can you write down a few lines? Asked Ji Yuning. Sure. Jing Yuniao nodded. Although many years had passed, the pen, ink, paper and inkstone could still be used. Ji Yuning prepared everything for Jing Yuniao, and she began to write down on a piece of paper. She wrote down several lines of a love poem. Ji Yuning could clearly see that her calligraphy was exactly the same as Yuniao's handwriting. Let me show you the album of Xiaoting's family and Yuniao's notebook. Maybe it will be helpful for you to get your memories back, said Ji Yuning. After that, she walked to where the album and notebook were placed. She took them out and gave them to Jing Yuniao. You can look at them, I need to find several books. Since they came here with the excuse of getting several books, they must have some when they left. Ji Yuning then walked to the bookshelves. Jing Yuniao opened the notebook and saw her handwriting. While she was reading, she couldn't help but cry. After reading the notebook, Jing Yuniao flipped through the album and tears welled up in her eyes once more the moment she saw herself, her husband, and her son in the photos. However, she didn't cry aloud, because she didn't want Ji Yuning or other people to hear her. Ji Yuning soon found several books written by ancient famous writers. We can't stay here too long, but you can take the notebook and album with you, said Ji Yuning. She was sure that Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother, so she was willing to let her take the notebook and album away. Moreover, Ji Yuning also planned to let Jing Yuniao stay in Leng Xiaoting's house. Can I? Jing Yuniao was worried, because she hadn't gotten her memories back yet. Of course you can, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yuniao nodded and put them in her bag. When they walked out of the room, Jing Yuniao kept turning around and gave it a glance. Master Leng didn't ask Ji Yuning what books she wanted to take away. Ji Yuning chatted with Master Leng for a while longer before she left. However, once Ji Yuning was gone, the smile disappeared from Master Leng's face, and he was lost in thought. Master Leng, what's wrong? Leng Chengji carefully asked Master Leng. I think the girl who came with Ningning looks familiar, said Master Leng. I even feel like I know her. Unfortunately, Jing Yuniao had a mask on her face, so Master Leng wasn't able to see her whole face. However, he felt that they had met before. Master Leng found it quite strange, and wanted to figure out who the girl was, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask Ji Yuning face to face. Really? Leng Chengji was surprised. In fact, he also felt that the girl looked familiar. Master Leng, I actually have the same feeling, said Leng Chengji. Chapter 1649, Don't Take Action Alone, Do You Feel She Looks Familiar Too? Master Leng was surprised too. Do both of us know the girl? I think it's possible, said Leng Chengji. Anyway, no matter who she isn't a bad person since she's Ningning's friend, said Master Leng. Maybe both of them really knew the girl, but it wasn't important now. Once Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning left the house, Jing Yuniao took out the notebook and album to look at again. However, Ji Yuning had something to talk to her about, so she had to interrupt her. Mother, I plan to let you stay in Xiaoting's house. Do you have other opinions? You don't need to worry about Xiaoting. He seldom comes back and he normally won't use that house. Unless Ji Yuning was in the house, Leng Xiaoting normally wouldn't go there. If you don't want him to know about your existence for the time being, I won't let him know. If you want to go somewhere else, I can help you too. Since you're Xiaoting's mother and you're not familiar with the capital, I won't let you find a place to live on your own. There are other cultivators in the place where I live, so I don't want you to meet them. Neither you nor Xiaoting should go to the place where I live, said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to hide it from Yuniao. Leng Xiaoting had houses, the Siheiwan, and apartments under his name, but he only lived in one of the houses. Jing Yuniao was surprised. What? There are cultivators in the place where you live now? Yes, I've met many cultivators these days, and you probably know some of them, said Ji Yuning. Do you know their names? Asked Jing Yuniao. The cultivators in the place where I live now are a brother and a sister. Their names are Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yuniao only forgot what she had been through in the mortals' world, and still remembered what had happened to her in the cultivation world. They're members of the Baili family. Why are they in the mortals' world now? Jing Yuniao was astonished. Normally, cultivators shouldn't come to the mortals' world. It wasn't allowed among cultivators. What's the Baili family's position in the cultivation world? asked Ji Yuning. She was curious to know. It's one of the 4 dominant families in the cultivation world. The other 3 are the Dongfang family, the Yin family, and the Jing family, said Jing Yunyao. Since Ji Yuning was aware of the cultivation world, it didn't matter. That she told her more about it. The Dongfang family. Is Dongfang Ziyu a member of the Dongfang family? Asked Ji Yuning. Do you know Dongfang Ziyu too? Jing Yunyao was surprised once more. I've met her a few times before, but we're not familiar, said Ji Yuning. You're right. Dongfang Ziyu is a direct descendant of the Dongfang family, said Jing Yunyao. That was all she knew, because she had left the cultivation world years ago. I also know a cultivator who shares the same surname as you. His name is Jing Jining, said Ji Yuning. Actually, she already had the feeling that Jing Yunyao and Jing Jining were from the same family. What? Jing Jining? Jing Yunyao was shocked. Seeing Jing Yunyao's reaction, Ji Yuning was sure that they knew each other. I've met him only twice. Where is he right now? Asked Jing Yunyao. Last time I saw him was in the last month, and he told me that he was going to Province Yun, but I don't know where he is right now, said Ji Yuning. Don't mention me at all if you see him again. He's my older cousin, and he always stops me from finding out what happened to me that year, said Jing Yunyao, feeling quite nervous. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was confused. Why? Asked Ji Yuning. He told me that I could die if I enter the cultivation world again. Although I don't know what memories I lost and why someone wanted me, I have to stay away from the cultivation world, but... Jing Yunyao looked very sad. Do you know who's your enemy now? Asked Ji Yuning. I have a suspicion, but no evidence, so I can't make the conclusion now, said Jing Yunyao. Although she had a clear answer in her mind, she couldn't tell Ji Yuning before she found solid evidence. Since Jing Yunyao was unwilling to tell her, Ji Yuning didn't force her. Mother, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Asked Jing Yunyao. Even though you know who your enemy is, don't take action alone. We can talk about it with Xiaoting after you get your memories back. Ji Yuning almost begged Jing Yunyao. She didn't want anything terrible to happen to Jing Yunyao again, and didn't want Leng Xiaoting to lose his mother once more either. Ji Yuning added, Xiaoting is at a low level right now, but he has an excellent experienced private teacher to help him make progress. He's also a talented cultivator and he has gone up in 3 levels at a time. He's in the period of turning qi into energy now, so I believe that he can become a senior cultivator in the near future. They were determined to take revenge. Chapter 1650. Move into Leng Xiaoting's house. What? Xiaoting is already in the period of turning qi into energy. Jing Yunyao was shocked. It was too unbelievable to be true in her eyes. Even those so-called talented cultivators in the cultivation world couldn't go up in 3 levels at a time. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting was able to do that within a short time. At the same time, Jing Yunyao felt proud of him too. Since Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator now, there would be a lot of trouble ahead of him. Jing Yunyao didn't know what to say all of a sudden, and Ji Yuning gave her some time to absorb the shocking information. After a long while, Jing Yunyao asked, "Oh, how did Xiaoting become a cultivator?" Xiaoting was searching for a night-luminescent pearl and suddenly found he was able to absorb its magical power once he held it in his hands. Maybe because he absorbed more and more magical power over time, his body started to change and the magical power began to circulate in it, then he became a cultivator, said Ji Yuning. Actually, Leng Xiaoting had absorbed more magical power from her body, but it was a secret that she would never tell. Jing Yunyao nodded, because different people had different chances to become a cultivator. Mother, can you move into Xiaoting's house? Asked Ji Yuning. Will it be inconvenient for you? Asked Jing Yunyao, because Leng Xiaoting didn't meet her yet. Of course not, said Ji Yuning. Great. Jing Yunyao smiled, then Ji Yuning drove her to Leng Xiaoting's house. Mother, may I know which period you're in right now? Asked Ji Yuning. I'm in the advanced stage of turning qi into energy, but I've stopped in that stage for years, said Jing Yunyao. Although she had left the cultivation world for years, she didn't stop practicing her cultivation. Because the man who wanted to kill her was at a very high level, she had to improve herself. As long as she could reach the period from concrete to abstract, she would have help and support from Tiandaozong. Tiandaozong held an even higher position than the four dominant families, so she would be safe then. However, there was also a condition that she couldn't have made unacceptable mistakes before so that Tiandaozong would accept her. If a senior cultivator made an unacceptable mistake, Tiandaozong wouldn't kill them, but they would seriously punish them. Although Jing Yuniao believed that the Jing family wanted to murder her, she didn't have the ability to fight against it now. She had to continue to improve herself in order to successfully take revenge. Even if she was going to die, she would die for a reason. Especially after she found out that she had a son now, she had to be very careful and wouldn't take action until she was fully prepared. "Don't worry, I definitely won't take action alone," said Jing Yuniao. "Great." Ji Yuning felt relieved. "Oh, you just told me that Xiaoting has an experienced private teacher. Who is he? Does he know my relationship with Xiaoting?" asked Jing Yuniao. He's a senior cultivator too, but he isn't a member of the cultivation world, so he doesn't know your relationship with Xiaoting. He's a senior member of the Kunlun sect, and his name is Shengguan Yang," said Ji Yuning. Shengguan Yang. Jing Yuniao was shocked. "Mother, do you know Shengguan Yang?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yes, I heard a little about him, but we've never met before," said Jing Yuniao. The Kunlun sect used to be the leading orthodox sect among different sects when the cultivation world wasn't separated from other worlds, and Shengguan Yang was a rare senior cultivator. As modern society came into being, there were fewer and fewer cultivators because magical power was harder and harder to be found. The heavenly tribulation was more and more difficult, so cultivators gathered together in order to survive. Because there is endless magical power in Qinling Mountain, the cultivation world is set there, but it is only as large as a city with a few thousand people. Over the past hundreds of years, we didn't see any other cultivators in the mortals' world, so we thought cultivators only existed in the cultivation world. To my surprise, Shengguan Yang is still alive," said Jing Yuniao. "Grandpa Shengguan lived in the tower the entire time, and we drew his attention with delicious food. I persuaded him to take Xiaoting as his student, so he came back to the capital with us," said Ji Yuning. "There is indeed more magical power in Kunlun Mountain than other places, but I've never been to the Kunlun sect's place before," said Jing Yuniao. "I'm really surprised to know that Shengguan Yang is still alive." Chapter 1651, What do you want to talk about with me? When they arrived at Leng Xiaoting's house, it was already 10 p.m. so Ji Yuning arranged a room for Jing Yuniao. Before long, the room was tidied up and Jing Yuniao had everything she needed with her, because she planned to stay in the capital for a long time. Ji Yuning told her to go to sleep early while she went to sleep in the master room. She could hear Jing Yuniao if Jing Yuniao needed anything. Ji Yuning was alone wherever she lived, so she decided to stay in Leng Xiaoting's house for the time being. She wanted to take good care of Jing Yuniao, and she had nothing important to deal with right now. It didn't matter whether she went to her company or not, but the capital was a strange place for Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao, however, couldn't sleep at all that night. She needed more time to digest what she learned about her husband and son today. At 11 p.m., Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, and they chatted for a while, but Ji Yuning said nothing about Jing Yuniao. Since she promised not to mention Jing Yuniao, she had to keep her promise. During this time, Jing Yuniao kept on reading her notebook and flipped through the album. Ji Yuning couldn't sleep either, because she had her own worries. Finding Jing Yuniao was a good thing, but there was more they needed to consider afterwards. Since they already found Jing Yuniao, they were closer to their plan of taking revenge. She wanted to enter the cultivation world with them and help them take revenge. However, she had to become a cultivator before entering the cultivation world, which meant that she had to be purified and transformed and had to risk her life. If she failed, she could die. It wasn't easy for her to be reincarnated, and she cared about her family and love a lot. Because Ji Yuning fell asleep very late, it was already 7 a.m. when she got up the next day, so she went to prepare breakfast for Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao didn't get to sleep until daybreak, so she was still in bed at that time, but she was a light sleeper, so she heard the noise when Ji Yuning got up. She saw Ji Yuning busy cooking in the kitchen and walked over at once. "Are you preparing breakfast?" asked Jing Yuniao. "Yeah." Ji Yuning turned around to look at Jing Yuniao and found her bloodshot eyes. "Mother, you didn't have a good sleep last night. Why don't you stay in the bed for a while longer?" "I couldn't sleep at all, so I got up," said Jing Yuniao and looked upset. Ji Yuning understood her. "Have a seat. The breakfast will be ready soon." It wasn't complicated. Ji Yuning just boiled eggs, steamed buns, and poured 2 glasses of milk. "Let me help," said Jing Yuniao and went to fetch the plates. She would be embarrassed if she sat there and did nothing. Even if this house belonged to her son, they hadn't met each other yet, and Ji Yuning wasn't very familiar with her either. Ji Yuning actually had the same feeling. Although Leng Xiaoting was Jing Yuniao's son and they weren't very familiar, Jing Yuniao was a member of their family, so she wouldn't allow Jing Yuniao to do the housework. Therefore, Ji Yuning said, "No need, please just sit there and enjoy my service." Since Ji Yuning said that, Jing Yuniao didn't insist. Before long, the breakfast was ready. Although Jing Yuniao didn't have much appetite, she forced herself to have some food in case Ji Yuning was upset. In addition, she didn't want to affect Ji Yuning's mood or appetite. During breakfast, Ji Yuning glanced at Jing Yuniao but said nothing. Jing Yuniao noticed her unusual behavior and said, "What do you want to talk about with me?" I'm afraid it's a little offensive," said Ji Yuning. "It's fine, I won't mind it," said Jing Yuniao. "Well, why do you keep the scar on your face? Is it difficult to remove it?" asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was struck dumb for a second. In fact, the scar on her face was also a deep scar in her heart. Luckily, it wasn't something she didn't want to talk about. "Well, I just don't want to remove it, because it can remind me of what I've been through," said Jing Yuniao. "I'll remove it after I finish my revenge." The scar wasn't beautiful after all, and she didn't want to face her son with an ugly face. In addition, she didn't want other people to spread rumors about Leng Xiaoting's disfigured mother. "Can you successfully remove it?" asked Ji Yuning. "Well, I don't have much confidence, I can only do my best to make it fade away as much as possible. Actually, I was quite lucky and only a scar was left on my face. My face was completely damaged at the very beginning," said Jing Yuniao. Her older male cousin had a recovery magical pill at that time, which helped her face recover. Chapter 1652, Treat a Cultivator. However, the recovery magical pill wasn't of high quality and its effect was limited, so her face didn't have a full recovery. If she had a magical pill of high quality, there would be no mark left on her face. Actually, she was quite satisfied with the recovery of her face, and didn't have any complaints about it. It was rare to find an alchemist right now, and there were fewer than 3 in the cultivation world, so it was hard to find magical pills too. Ji Yuning suddenly remembered that Jing Yuniao had fallen to the ground with her face down in the pictures she saw at the door to hell. Anyway, it wasn't easy for Jing Yuniao's face to recover and only leave a scar. Ji Yuning also knew that there were all kinds of effective magical pills in the cultivation world. "Whenever you want to completely remove the scar, you can tell me. I have medicine, but I'm not sure that it can help, because I've never treated a cultivator before," said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning asked Jing Yuniao for details about the scar on her face in order to help her, but since Jing Yuniao didn't have the intention to remove it right now, Ji Yuning said nothing about it. "What? You have a medicine that can remove the scar?" Jing Yuniao was surprised. Common medicines weren't helpful, and only magical pills could do that, but they were hard to find. "Yeah, it's a power crystal, which is solidified magical power. It has great effects and is able to cure many diseases," said Ji Yuning. She didn't keep it a secret that she had power crystals, but she wouldn't tell the source. "Well, it's not helpful in any situations. If the person's organs are all damaged or it's a deadly disease, it can't help." Seriously injured people needed Ji Yuning to directly put her magical power into their bodies to help them recover. "I have only treated mortals, so I'm not sure whether it'll be helpful for cultivators." "Can I see it?" asked Jing Yuniao. This was the first time that she had heard of a power crystal. It sounded quite incredible. "Sure, please wait a second." Ji Yuning stood up and went back to her room to get power crystals for Jing Yunyao. Although they were stored in her telepathic eye space, she couldn't expose that in front of Jing Yunyao. Let's finish breakfast first. Jing Yunyao realized that they hadn't had breakfast yet. It's fine. I'm almost full, said Ji Yuning. After that, she walked upstairs. In her room, Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle with power crystals, then she went downstairs and back to the dining room. She walked to Jing Yunyao and handed the porcelain bottle to her. There were about 10 power crystals in the bottle. Once Jing Yunyao opened the porcelain bottle, she smelt pure magical power and her eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, it's really good. I don't know how helpful it is to remove the scar on my face, but I believe it will have a positive effect on it. Saying that, Jing Yunyao put on a serious expression and closed the porcelain bottle. You must take care of it and don't let other cultivators find out, or you'll be in big trouble. I understand, said Ji Yuning. Afterwards, Jing Yunyao gave the porcelain bottle back to Ji Yuning. Although power crystals were very good and precious, she wouldn't take them as her own. Ji Yuning, however, had no intention to take it back. Mother, if you don't mind, you can take it. Even though 10 power crystals might not be very helpful, they can improve your physical condition anyway. I have plenty of power crystals with me, so you don't need to worry about it, said Ji Yuning. What? You have plenty of power crystals? Jing Yunyao was shocked. Yes, but I'm afraid I can't tell you how I got them, said Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell her, Jing Yunyao wouldn't ask about it. Well, thanks. Jing Yunyao smiled at Ji Yuning. Mother, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Take it easy. You'll get your memories back one day in the future. Why don't we hang out together today? Asked Ji Yuning. I read a lot of news about you yesterday by accident, so I know that you're a busy businesswoman. If you have anything important to deal with, you can focus on your work. I can take good care of myself, said Jing Yunyao. By the way, it's really unbelievable that you're able to make so many big achievements at such an early age. Ha ha, there is nothing important waiting for me to deal with. I've hired professional managers to help me run my companies, said Ji Yuning. If she was busy today, she wouldn't stay here with Jing Yunyao. Well, Jing Yunyao was still slightly worried. Mother, it's fine. Ji Yuning comforted Jing Yunyao. Since Ji Yuning said that, Jing Yunyao gave in. They left together at 9 a.m. Chapter 1653, Spicy Hot Pot. Ji Yuning guided Jing Yunyao around for a while, but Jing Yunyao felt like everything was different now. The capital city had made dramatic changes during the past 15 years, so it was understandable if Jing Yunyao felt like everything looked new and strange. In addition, although Jing Yunyao had lived in the capital for over a dozen years before, she had spent most of her time with Leng Yuanan in the military, so she wasn't very familiar with the capital. When it was almost 12 p.m., Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao went to the commercial zone. It was time for lunch, so Ji Yuning planned to shop after having the meal. They could look at the Gufen store too. The Gufen store would be opening the day after tomorrow, and it had already attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Because Gufen was one of the hottest topics on social media once it was founded, many people had the idea to shop in its store after it was open. Therefore, Gufen already had a group of potential customers. Some internet users had shopped online on the official website of Gufen, and they were all impressed by its novel designs and good quality. However, even though online shopping was very convenient now, many customers still preferred to try the clothes in physical stores. Ji Yuning actually wanted to visit Gufen in order to choose sets of clothes for Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao had brought clothes with her, but women could never have enough clothes. Before all that, they went to dine together. Jing Yunyao was in a better mood now, so she wanted to eat some food. Because neither Ji Yuning nor Jing Yunyao were picky eaters, Ji Yuning made the decision. Luckily they were in a commercial zone, so they had plenty of choices. In the end, because Jing Yunyao was interested in it, they decided to have spicy hot pot. Because of the scar on Jing Yunyao's face, Ji Yuning booked a private room for them. Jing Yunyao was unwilling to show her real face in public, because although she was already used to the scar, she didn't want to hear other people's discussion about her. Jing Yunhao didn't eat much at breakfast, but she enjoyed the spicy hot pot very much. Ji Yuning also noticed Jing Yunyao's good mood, and felt happy for her. After eating, Jing Yunhao rushed to pay the bill, because Ji Yuning had done that before her yesterday. Since Jing Yunhao insisted on that, Ji Yuning didn't compete with her. "Mother, let's go shopping now," said Ji Yuning. "Sure." Jing Yunhao agreed, then they walked towards the Gufen store. However, after walking for a while, both Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao stopped suddenly and exchanged a knowing glance. "There are cultivators. Let's go another way," said Ji Yuning. Jing Yunhao nodded, then they walked on another road. Both of them felt cultivators ahead of them, but they didn't know their levels. Right when Ji Yuning walked away, she used her jade eyes and saw Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie. Ji Yuning didn't know their levels, but it seemed that they failed to sense Jing Yunhao. Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie didn't sense another cultivator was on the same street as them. Although Baili Zongyang was a well-known talented cultivator of the young generation in the cultivation world, he was still a level lower than Jing Yunhao, so there was a huge gap between them. "Well, I didn't expect to run into other cultivators in the capital, and I hope that they didn't notice us," said Jing Yunhao with worries. "It's fine. We can do our best to avoid them. If we can't, let nature take its course," said Ji Yuning. She couldn't tell Jing Yunhao who the two cultivators were, but she wasn't worried at all, because they had Shengguan Yang's help and she had the flood dragon too. Even though she was unwilling to expose the flood dragon, her safety was more important. "You're right," Jing Yunhao agreed. When they arrived at the Gufen store, all kinds of male and female clothes, shoes, and bags were already placed on most of the shelves. Although it wouldn't be open until the day after tomorrow, there were several customers in the store. After all, no salesman would shut customers out. The customers in the store now were several young women, and they all had a good impression of Gufen and Ji Yuning. They coincidentally saw the store of Gufen today, so they walked inside to have a look. They were attracted to the products, and kept on trying them. Chapter 1654. Shop for Jing Yunhao. The staff of Gufen were familiar with Ji Yuning's face, so they walked ahead to welcome her once she showed up. "Nice to see you, Chairman Ji Yu." "Nice to see you too, and you can go ahead with what you need to do." "I'll look around by myself," said Ji Yuning. "Sure." The staff went back to their jobs afterwards. And a saleswoman went to pour 2 cups of tea for Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao walked around in the store and they soon attracted the attention of several young women. "Look, the girl looks so familiar. I heard they call her Chairman Ji Yu. Is she the boss of Gufen, Ji Yuning?" "I suppose. Should we go to say hello to her?" "Why not? She's very famous and I hope we can take photos with her." Without delay, they walked towards Ji Yuning. When they proposed taking photos together, Ji Yuning agreed. Because of Ji Yuning's good personality, they had a better impression of her and even asked for her opinion when they were trying the clothes. Ji Yuning was also willing to give them advice, and they actually shared the same taste. Therefore, the several young women had a stronger desire to shop. In the end, each of them bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes and shoes, which added up to 50,000 yuan. Gufen aimed to become a high-end clothing brand. Although it was still very new, its quality wasn't worse than any other clothes brands of the same price level. Actually, many international clothing brands couldn't make sure that the quality of their products could match their prices. Ji Yuning, however, paid a lot more attention to quality than to fame. Even if Gufen became popular and famous in the future, she wouldn't allow its quality to worsen. She wanted to build a brand which could last forever. Although the sales of many international brands still rose these days, they relied on their fame to survive. However, as more and more new brands with better quality came out, they were losing their advantages. Once new brands became famous, they could lose their positions in the fashion industry. Ji Yuning had the ambition, but she also knew it wasn't an easy goal. Her ability was limited, and she still needed more time to achieve her goals. When the several young women left, they posted their photos with Ji Yuning on social media, drawing a lot of envy from their friends. Ji Yuning went to pick up several sets of clothes for Jing Yunhao later, and told her to try them on. Jing Yuniao felt shy and hesitated to accept this gift. Ji Yuning knew that Jing Yuniao would decline, but she also knew that Jing Yuniao would accept it as long as she insisted. No, thanks, I have enough clothes, said Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao liked Gufan too, but she thought that it was impolite to accept the gift from Ji Yuning when she did nothing for her. Ji Yuning had already given her many power crystals today, and she thought it was enough. It's nothing. We're going to be a family anyway, and I love to give you gifts, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yuniao understood that Ji Yuning was very kind to her. I know, and I feel very happy to have you be my family member. Great, so you must accept my gift, said Ji Yuning. Well, you just gave me a gift this morning, so I don't think I should accept a gift from you again, said Jing Yuniao. Since Jing Yuniao felt a little embarrassed, Ji Yuning thought that she should consider her feelings. Although Jing Yuniao was Leng Xiaoting's mother and her future mother-in-law, they weren't very familiar with each other. Why don't you buy me a good seafood meal tonight? Said Ji Yuning. A big seafood meal cost a lot too, so it could help Jing Yuniao feel better. Sure, but you don't need to send me so many clothes just for a free meal, said Jing Yuniao. She knew that Ji Yuning proposed that in order to help her feel better, but she still thought that Ji Yuning had given her too much. If you don't accept my gift, I'm afraid I'll lose my appetite for a good meal, said Ji Yuning. Seeing that Ji Yuning wouldn't give up, Jing Yuniao didn't know what to do now. All right, I'll try them, she said in the end. Wonderful. Ji Yuning beamed. Chapter 1655. Jing Yuniao faints. Many staff members in the store witnessed the way Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao got along with each other, and they were quite envious. It wasn't easy for a daughter-in-law to get approval from her mother-in-law. Although they didn't know who Ji Yuning's boyfriend was, they believed that he couldn't be an ordinary man. In addition, Jing Yuniao had a natural air of elegance, which made people believe that she must have been born in a very good family. Ji Yuning had prepared 3 sets of clothes, bags, and shoes for Jing Yuniao, but Jing Yuniao only wanted 1 set. Jing Yuniao tried to refuse, but Ji Yuning persuaded her to accept all of them. Although Gufan was owned by Ji Yuning, she still paid the bill when she shopped there. Jing Yuniao felt quite touched that Ji Yuning treated her so well. They went to look around later, and Jing Yuniao told Ji Yuning to stop the car when they passed a church, because she somehow felt it looked familiar. Therefore, Ji Yuning stopped the car in a nearby parking lot, and went towards the church together with Jing Yuniao. It was a quaint European church, and was one of the 5 main cathedrals in the capital. The architectural style of the church was a Romanesque semicircular arch, and the whole church faced south from the north. A tall cross was set on the top of the church, and the whole church looked very exquisite. In front of the church was a small courtyard. No one knew whether it was an artificial design or an accident, because the green space was divided into a cross shape. There was a stone tablet on each side of the green space, but the handwriting was already blurred. Following the path, they came to the entrance of the church. The gate of the south hall was gorgeous, and the main entrance in the middle was carved with exquisite brick carvings. The church had 3 courtyards. The gate was an ancient building occupying the first courtyard of the church, the east courtyard was the main building of the church, and the west courtyard was the living area. The main building of the church was a brick structure, facing the south, while the facade of the front building was in a typical Baroque style. 3 majestic brick arches were juxtaposed to decorate the entire building facade luxuriously and solemnly, and exquisite brick carvings could be seen everywhere. The church was very quiet. The south church was different from the east, west and north churches. The pillars in the church were all bricks, surrounded by terrazzo, and the top of the pillars was also inlaid with gold patterns. Although more than 10 years have passed, nothing had changed. Ji Yuning quietly followed Jing Yuniao without saying a word. Jing Yuniao looked at everything here, and felt so familiar. Obviously, she had been here. However, she only felt everything looked familiar, and nothing else. After walking around for a while, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao went to have a seat in the main hall of the church. There were many other people sitting in the hall. Most of them were couples. "How, I wish we could have our wedding here," said a woman. A couple sat not far away from Jing Yuniao. My grandfather's thoughts are outdated, and he doesn't allow the younger generation to hold Western-style weddings, but don't worry, I'll give you the wedding you want. We can hold it with only our friends as the guests, but it won't look grand. Do you mind? The man said. Of course not. Even if there are only the two of us, I won't mind it, said the woman. Hearing their conversation, Jing Yunhao felt it was very familiar too. It seemed that she had said the same thing before. Since she felt it was familiar, it must have happened to her before. Jing Yunyao's thoughts were spinning, and it was torture for her when she failed to remember what she tried so hard to. She was determined to get her memories back. Because of the obsession, Jing Yunhao suddenly had a painful headache and she covered her head with her hands at once. Mother. Ji Yuning was scared and supported her in a hurry. The second Ji Yuning supported Jing Yunhao passed out, so Ji Yuning lifted her up in her arms without hesitation before she left. The scene shocked everyone in the hall, because Ji Yuning seemed to be very strong. Someone was worried about them and asked her with concern, "Miss, may I help?" "Thanks, I can handle it," said Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning carried Jing Yunhao up, she secretly put her magical power into her body in case anything terrible happened. As the magical power moved into Jing Yunyao's body, Jing Yunhao gradually calmed down. The nerves in her brain also went back to normal. In addition to that, the scar on Jing Yunyao's face also faded a little. When Ji Yuning carried Jing Yunhao back to her car, Jing Yunhao woke up and Ji Yuning stopped putting her power into Jing Yunyao's body. "What happened?" asked Jing Yunhao. "You just fainted in the hall, so I carried you back to the car," said Ji Yuning. "Oh, thanks," said Jing Yunhao. She had suddenly had a strong headache when she tried to get her memories back in the church. "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused." Jing Yunhao apologized to Ji Yuning. "Not at all, I'm just worried about you," said Ji Yuning. She honestly didn't think it was a big deal, and only cared about Jing Yunyao's health. Although Jing Yunhao was a cultivator, it was hard to cure one's mental scar. Chapter 1656. Don't mince your words. Jing Yunhao sighed, because she couldn't stop herself from trying to get her memories back. "Why don't we go home and have a rest?" said Ji Yuning. "Thanks, but I'm fine. We can go home after we have the seafood for lunch this afternoon," said Jing Yunhao and tried to cheer herself up. Although she just passed out, she felt very well now. I think we can go buy some seafood and cook at home by ourselves." "What do you think?" said Ji Yuning. It was still early, and they would have to drive around for a few more hours if they decided to eat outside before going back home, and Ji Yuning was worried that Jing Yunhao might faint again. "No problem, but I'll be the cook today, and you can't compete against me for that," said Jing Yunhao. "I can be your assistant," said Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning went to shop for seafood with Jing Yunhao. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao went to the largest aquatic products mall in the capital. However, when they arrived at the aquatic products mall, something unpleasant happened. Although there were all kinds of seafood in the mall, not every species was available all the time, especially the rare species. For example, there were only a few red king crabs left now. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao saw a red king crab weighing about 10 kilograms. Red king crabs weren't real crabs. They were mainly distributed in cold waters and were named after their huge size and so were known as the king of crabs. Since it was the famous, the king of crabs, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao decided to taste it. A red king crab was much more expensive than other crabs, and this huge red king crab cost them thousands of yuan. Ji Yuning didn't allow Jing Yunhao to pay for this red king crab, because it was too expensive. Actually, it alone was more expensive than a good seafood meal. Although Jing Yunhao could afford it, Ji Yuning still paid the bill before her. However, right after Ji Yuning paid the money for the red king crab, a woman came in a hurry and directly said that she wanted the same red king crab. Seeing the woman, the owner of the seafood stand looked a little displeased. "I'm sorry, this miss just paid for this red king crab." "What?" The woman was upset. "I told you I want this crab, and I just went to look around for a while. Why did you sell it to another person?" Hearing that, the owner of this seafood stand was angry too. "You said that you want it, but you also told me it's too expensive." You didn't pay for it. Why should I keep it for you? The woman was struck dumb for a second, and panicked a little. In fact, she left to search for cheaper red king crabs, but failed. Besides, other red king crabs were smaller, and the lady of their house disliked small crabs. This red king crab in Ji Yuning's hands was very suitable. If she didn't go back with a big red king crab, the lady of their house would criticize her, which made her feel quite anxious. I'm back now, and I'm willing to pay, said the woman. It's useless, because it's sold already, said the owner. The woman suddenly turned to Ji Yuning. Hey, you, give this red king crab to me, and I can give you the same amount of money. Her attitude was very rude. Sorry, but no, said Ji Yuning, disliking the woman's attitude. The woman was mad, but couldn't do anything about it. Ji Yuning then ignored the woman and left with Jing Yunyao. They also bought many prawns, fish, shellfish and other seafood. They even bought some food materials for the next 2 days. It was only 4 p.m. when they were back at the house, so Ji Yuning told Jing Yunyao to have a rest, and that they could begin to cook at 6 p.m. Jing Yunyao nodded. When it was 5 p.m., Ji Yuning received a call from Qi Tianline, and he invited her to share a meal together because he was in the capital now. Ji Yuning told him that she wasn't available today. However, she could give him a free meal in the Wangdeng Hotel. Qi Tianline snorted with disdain. I don't lack money for a meal, and it's not easy for me to come to the capital. I simply want to share a meal with you, and I know you're living in the capital now. As the host, shouldn't you invite your friend to have a meal together? All of a sudden, he became angry. Do you think I'm not qualified to be your friend? Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. If you really take yourself as my friend, you should understand me. I'm not free today, even though I'm willing to share a meal with you. When will you be free? Asked Qi Tianline. Tomorrow, said Ji Yuning. Well, can you come to see me after dinner? By the way, do you have more pills? Asked Qi Tianline. Ji Yuning laughed. Now I understand why you want to see me. Don't mince your words. Ji Yuning wasn't being mean, but this was the way they got along with each other. Qi Tianline hesitated for a second, then said, Fine, I need more pills, and honestly you don't know me very well. I'm not as cruel as you think. Chapter 1657, Not a Cruel Man. Qi Tianline was in a car at this moment, and Cheng Hua was the driver. Yu Hao sat on the front passenger's seat, and he was surprised by his leader's words. Since when did his leader change? Actually, he only changed his behavior after meeting Ji Yuning, because he had failed to treat her cruelly once before. Because Ji Yuning aroused his interest and he even liked her, he became tolerant. In fact, he used the excuse of asking for more pills to see Ji Yuning, because they were leaving tomorrow. I don't care what kind of man you really are, because it has nothing to do with me, but I can give you more pills when I'm free, said Ji Yuning. She indeed had no interest in learning what kind of man Qi Tianline was. However, since they were friends, she was very generous. Great, come to see me after dinner, and I can transfer the money to you right now. We're leaving tomorrow morning, so you must be quick, said Qi Tianline. Sure, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yunyao took out her notebook and the album once she was back in her room, and she felt like crying once more. She didn't forget that she had to cook tonight, so she composed herself and went downstairs at 5:30 p.m. Ji Yuning heard the sound of Jing Yunyao opening the door, so she walked out too. Jing Yunyao didn't wear a mask at home, so Ji Yuning was able to see the scar which had slightly faded. She was surprised, then realized that it was the effect of her magical power. Jing Yunyao noticed her reaction and asked with confusion, What's wrong? Mother, Ji Yuning didn't know how to start the conversation. Well, because you just passed out in the church, I helped you take a power crystal and the scar on your face has faded a little, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't tell her that it was the effect of her magical power, so she made up a lie. What? Jing Yunyao was surprised too. Without delay, she went to look at herself in the mirror. She indeed found that the scar on her face had slightly faded. To her surprise, the power crystal was much more useful than she thought. Because she was too surprised, it took her some time to accept it. Ji Yuning was anxious looking at Jing Yuniao, so Jing Yuniao comforted her at once. Don't be worried about me. Of course I can't blame you for that. I know that you helped me take a power crystal for my body, and I should thank you for that. Anyway, I already figured out who I am and who's my enemy, so this scar isn't very important. Jing Yuniao had no intention to blame Ji Yuning, although she kept the scar to remind herself not to give up on taking revenge. She had already learned what she needed to know right now, so it didn't matter even if the scar disappeared. Ji Yuning relaxed when she realized that Jing Yuniao really didn't care about it. It wasn't a big thing, but Ji Yuning thought that she should still apologize to Jing Yuniao. I'm sorry for that, and I can help you completely remove it if you don't need it now, said Ji Yuning. Sure, but we should cook first, said Jing Yuniao with a smile. After that, they went to cook together. Although they decided to have a big good meal, they didn't cook much food because there were only two of them. Jing Yuniao was a great cook, and a mouth-watering aroma soon came out of the kitchen. She had been a cook for over a dozen years, so she had confidence in her cooking skills. After finishing the seafood meal, Jing Yuniao wanted to wash the dishes by herself, but Ji Yuning stopped her. Ji Yuning told her to have a rest and that she would wash the dishes. Jing Yuniao already cooked for her tonight, so she thought that she should do something too. Since Ji Yuning insisted, Jing Yuniao left to deal with the scar on her face. This time, she truly felt the great and unbelievable effect of Ji Yuning's power crystal, because as soon as the power crystal liquid touched the scar, it started to fade. After Ji Yuning washed the dishes, she went to chat with Jing Yuniao for a while in the living room. When it was 8 p.m., Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao that she needed to go outside to deal with something. If Jing Yuniao needed any help, she could call her. Ji Yuning gave Qi Tianlin a call when she left the house and found out that he was in the Wangdang Hotel right now. Ji Yuning then told him to book a table in the cafe on the top floor of the hotel. They would meet there. The cafe on the top floor of the Wangdang Hotel was semi-outdoor, and most of the walls were glass so that people could see the beautiful view of the surroundings. Chapter 1658. Run away with their son. There weren't private rooms, instead there were partitions in the cafe. And although there wasn't much private space, it wasn't very open either. Because it wasn't the rush hour, Ji Yuning soon arrived at the Wangdang Hotel. The moment she walked into the lobby, she saw Tang Bingsun walking outside with several other businessmen. Tang Bingsun looked haggard now because of what had happened to his family recently, but he still had to deal with his business. He didn't know what Feng Lin had done behind his back yet, because he didn't have enough energy to pay attention to her. Ji Yuning didn't disguise herself for Tang Aining today, nor did she have any conflict against Tang Bingsun, so Tang Bingsun ignored her and walked straight to the outside. A while later, Tang Bingsun finally heard the bad news that Feng Lin ran away with their son. He couldn't believe it and went to the hospital where Feng Kiel had stayed. Qi Tianlin was already waiting for Ji Yuning when she came. Yu Hao and Cheng Hua politely greeted her. Since you don't have time to dine with me, buy me a cup of coffee, said Qi Tianlin. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed and called an attendant to serve them. Although Yu Hao and Cheng Hua were Qi Tianlin's bodyguards, they were like friends when they were alone together. Ji Yuning also treated them equally, so they ordered their favorites too. In a few minutes, 4 cups of coffee were placed on the table. Afterwards, Ji Yuning gave Qi Tianlin a porcelain bottle. Qi Tianlin already paid Ji Yuning the money after he had the call with her, making it seem that he was afraid that she wouldn't come. Ji Yuning knew it as well, but she thought that he only cared about the pills. Actually, Qi Tianlin just wanted to see her. Because they ordered coffee, Ji Yuning couldn't leave right away, so she stayed to chat with Qi Tianlin. About half an hour later, she told him that she had a relative in her place and that she couldn't leave her relative alone for too long, so she had to go. Qi Tianlin knew Ji Yuning had to leave for a reason, so he didn't keep her. When Tang Bingsun arrived at the hospital, he was told that Feng Kiel had already left the previous afternoon. Tang Bingsun was angry and called Feng Lin at once, but couldn't get through to her. Without hesitation, he went to Feng Lin's apartment. He had the key to Feng Lin's apartment, so he directly opened the door and walked inside. However, it was totally empty now. What the hell? Tang Bingsun was furious. He thought that Feng Lin ran away with their son because he had terrible luck these days and Feng Lin might be worried that he would lose everything. Tang Aining must be involved in this. He didn't think that he was able to keep the fact that he had an illegitimate son a secret from her. After that, Tang Bingsun called Tang Aining in anger, but Ji Yuning had put the phone in her telepathic eye space, so she missed his call. Tang Bingsun was ablaze with fury and smashed his phone to the ground. Jing Yunyao was in her own room when Ji Yuning got back, so Ji Yuning didn't bother her, but went back to her room too. A while later, Leng Xiaoting called her and Ji Yuning chatted with him for a long time, but she still said nothing about Jing Yunyao. After having the call with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning took out the phone under the name of Tang Aining. She checked it several times every day to see whether she had missed any calls or messages. In fact, she mainly cared about whether Tang Bingsun had contacted her. She enjoyed it very much when he was furious. Ji Yuning wasn't worried about Huang Haihao, because she gave Gao Yi's phone number to him, so that he could find her through Gao Yi. When Ji Yuning took out the phone, she soon saw missed calls from Tang Bingsun, and she called him back. In a few seconds, Tang Bingsun picked it up. "May I help, Mr. Tang?" Ji Yuning sounded quite lazy. Because there was only a room between Jing Yunyao's room and Ji Yuning's and Jing Yunyao had good hearing as a cultivator, she was able to hear what Ji Yuning was saying on the phone. Although Ji Yuning just had another call, Ji Yuning deliberately lowered her voice, so Jing Yunyao didn't pay attention to it. This time, however, Ji Yuning didn't bother to lower her voice. Jing Yunyao could hear that Ji Yuning changed her voice and that a man was talking with her. It aroused Jing Yunyao's curiosity, so she focused on their conversation. Ji Yuning was her son's girlfriend after all, and she wanted to know more about her. "Did you abduct Feng Lin and Feng Qiu?" asked Tang Bingsun without hesitation. "Why do you think it's me?" asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 1659, Tang Bingsun has a heart attack. She didn't ask him who Feng Lin and Feng Qiu was, which meant she already knew them, and Tang Bingsun believed that she must have abducted them. "Is it you?" asked Tang Bingsun. "Yeah, it's me." Ji Yuning admitted it. "You?" Tang Bingsun was mad. "Why did you do that?" asked Tang Bingsun in anger. "They have no grudge against you." "You're right, so I didn't hurt them, but they stood in my way, so I had to remove them. I simply gave them some money and told them to cut their relationship with you," said Ji Yuning airily. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao frowned. "What do you want?" asked Tang Bingsun. "I told you I want the Tang family's wealth. As long as you're willing to let me take it over, I can let you go, or you can wait to be punished," said Ji Yuning in a cold tone. Jing Yunyao realized that Ji Yuning must have a long-standing grudge against this Mr. Tang on the other side of the phone. However, she didn't know why. She was worried that Mr. Tang might be Ji Yuning's ex-boyfriend. Although she shouldn't judge Ji Yuning if Ji Yuning had ex-boyfriends, she didn't want Leng Xiaoting to be hurt if Ji Yuning still kept in touch with her ex-boyfriend. Even though they hated each other, hatred was also an emotion. "Tang Bingsun, if I had found out the truth earlier, you would have been killed a long time ago. You betrayed your first wife, I Xinrong, because you're too selfish. It must have something to do with you that she fell into a vegetative state in the car accident." Ji Yuning was suspicious of Tang Bingsun. I Xinrong was Tang Aining's mother, and Tang Aining inherited her mother's surname. Tang Bingsun got nervous when Ji Yuning said that, because the car accident was indeed a part of his scheme. Jing Yunyao was also scared when she heard that. Once your first wife was caught in the car accident, you welcomed your mistress and illegitimate daughter and threw your biological daughter into a cruel training camp. You made full use of her and forced her to do bad deeds for the Tang family's interests, but you will be disappointed, because Tang Aining isn't dead and you will pay for what you've done," said Ji Yuning with a sneer. Jing Yunyao was shocked and believed that Ji Yuning was also Tang Aining. It turned out that Ji Yuning had been sent to a cruel training camp before when she was only a little girl. No wonder she was so excellent at fighting. All of a sudden, Jing Yunyao had a deep sympathy for Ji Yuning. Tang Bingsun was furious, but didn't know what to say. Ji Yuning didn't give him any chances and directly hung up on him. Even though she lost control of her emotions just then, she would be fine in a few minutes. After that, Ji Yuning realized that her conversation with Tang Bingsun on the phone might have been heard by Jing Yuniao. Luckily, she didn't care about it. Tang Bingsun was still furious when Ji Yuning suddenly ended the call, so he fainted again. Because he was walking back and forth during the call with Ji Yuning, he collapsed straight to the ground. Tang Bingsun struggled to get back to his feet and covered his chest with one hand. He found it was hard for him to breathe. He soon realized that he was in a very bad condition, so he called his housekeeper and ordered the housekeeper to call his family doctor over. This wasn't the first time that he had suddenly fainted after having a call with Ji Yuning, so he hired a family doctor to take care of him. The housekeeper was downstairs, but Tang Bingsun was out of strength to call for help at this moment. He could only do his best to make a call. The second the housekeeper received Tang Bingsun's call and heard the word doctor, he called the doctor and went upstairs together. They saw a bright light from Tang Bingsun's study, so they ran to find him there. Master Tang. The housekeeper and the doctor ran to help Tang Bingsun at once. The doctor found that Tang Bingsun had a heart problem, so they immediately sent him to the hospital. After the medical check, it turned out that Tang Bingsun had a heart disease and his blood pressure was also very high. In that case, he had to stay calm and never lose control of his emotions, because it might cause a serious problem to his health. Tang Bingsun understood it very well, so he did his best to calm down. At the same time, he hated Tang Aining to death. The richer a man was, the more afraid he was of death. Because of Tang Aining, Tang Bingsun had fainted twice and his body was in a bad condition now. Therefore, Tang Bingsun hated her very much, but he hated her even more because he couldn't do anything to pay her back. Jing Yuniao didn't fall asleep until it was 3 a.m., but she got up very early the next morning and went to prepare breakfast for Ji Yuning after knowing what she had been through. When she washed her face, she noticed that the scar had completely disappeared, which amazed her. She finally realized that Ji Yuning's power crystals were as effective as magical pills. Chapter 1660, Lanio Ji Yuning got up when she heard that Jing Yuniao was already up. Before she went downstairs, she heard sounds from the kitchen and knew that Jing Yuniao was preparing breakfast. Ji Yuning sped up and walked into the kitchen at once. Mother, please let me do it. It's fine. I can handle it, you just need to wait outside, said Jing Yuniao. Ji Yuning didn't insist, and walked out. She also noticed that the scar already disappeared from Jing Yuniao's face, but it wasn't a surprising result. Before long, breakfast was done, and Jing Yuniao took the plates out. During breakfast, Ji Yuning felt sympathy, love, and care from Jing Yuniao's eyes. She was amused and knew why Jing Yuniao looked at her in that way. Mother, what's wrong? Asked Ji Yuning. Nothing. Jing Yuniao shook her head because she didn't want to bring it up in case Ji Yuning was heartbroken. Well, did you hear my conversation on the phone last night? Asked Ji Yuning. Jing Yuniao stopped for a second, then said, yeah. Ji Yuning nodded, and didn't look surprised. Do you believe that I'm Tang Aining? Asked Ji Yuning again. Aren't you? Jing Yuniao was surprised instead. Actually, it was quite obvious that Ji Yuning denied that she was Tang Aining. Of course not, Tang Aining is already dead, but she was my teacher in the past. I'm taking revenge for her and I simply want to scare her father, so I used her name, said Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning didn't explain it right now, it might cause misunderstandings. Although Tang Aining was born again in Ji Yuning's body, she was Ji Yuning now and she must make other people believe that. Oh, I understand it now, said Jing Yuniao and felt relaxed. After breakfast, Jing Yuniao said to Ji Yuning, Ningning, you can go to deal with your business, and I can take care of myself. Jing Yuniao was aware that Ji Yuning stayed in order to keep her company. She knew that Ji Yuning was very kind to her, but she couldn't occupy more of Ji Yuning's time. I'm free these days, and I'll leave to deal with my business if it's necessary. Please don't be worried, said Ji Yuning. Even though Ji Yuning didn't go anywhere, she didn't pay much attention to Jing Yuniao either. Everyone needed privacy after all. At noon, Ji Yuning received a call from Ning Chengkai, who told her that Lanio, the world's largest cosmetics company, wanted to acquire Kuzi. The vice president of its branch in their country, Peng Ziji, always wanted to meet him, but he refused, so Peng Ziji began to threaten him and even tried to bribe him. Lanio was a very famous cosmetics company, and it had developed activities in the field concentrating on hair color, skin care, sun protection, makeup, perfume, and hair care. There were 9 makeup brands in Lanio now, but only 2 of them were top brands, so Ji Yuning wasn't surprised that they could attract attention from Lanio. Kuzi grew rapidly within a very short time, and it was quite profitable too. Ji Yuning was curious what Lanio would do after acquiring it. Anyway, she disliked coercion and bribery. What did he say? He said that he's a relative of the Yuan family in the capital. If we don't agree, we'll be shut out of the capital city, said Ning Chengkai. If Peng Ziji didn't have much influence, Ning Chengkai wouldn't bother to call Ji Yuning. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was unhappier. Very good, I want to see what he can do to us. If he dares harass you again, give him my number and I'll deal with him in person. Sure, said Ning Chengkai. Although he was slightly worried about Ji Yuning, he believed that she had the ability to solve this problem. Peng Ziji was only a relative of the Yuan family, but Ji Yuning had the support of the Leng family in the capital. Ji Yuning called Kei afterwards, and told him to help her find out more information about Peng Ziji, especially his relationship with the Yuan family in the capital. She had to know her enemy very well in order to win the battle in business. Before long, Kei had the result. Peng Ziji indeed had a relationship with the Yuan family, but it wasn't close. In other words, Peng Ziji was the Yuan family's distant relative. Although the Peng family had chances to socialize with the Yuan family, they weren't close at all. Ji Yuning found it ridiculously funny that Peng Ziji used his distant relationship with the Yuan family to put pressure on her company. Although he held an important position in the branch of Lanio, Lanio was a foreign company after all, so it wasn't enough for him to achieve his goal by using Lanio's influence. Chapter 1661. Visit the xianxia organization. It was probably because Peng Ziji had heard a lot about Ji Yuning, that he tried to use the Yuan family's influence to compete against her. After lunch, Ji Yuning decided to walk around with Jing Yuniao again, because it wasn't good for her health if she stayed at home all day. Mother, why don't we go to see Xiaoting's corporation? Said Ji Yuning. Since Jing Yuniao already knew that she was a very successful businesswoman, they could go to see her company today. Sure. Jing Yuniao was excited. My company hasn't officially been founded yet, and the office buildings are still under construction, said Ji Yuning. Well, it's already unbelievable, because you're only 19. Said Jing Yuniao. Although she lived in City Zhe during the past few years, she knew a lot about the latest news. Ha ha, actually Xiaoting is much more successful than me. He has a corporation with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets, but not many people are aware of it, said Ji Yuning. Even though the xianxia organization wasn't comparable to the Jinline organization and the Tengguang organization, it was ranked among the top 10 corporations in their country. In fact, they didn't have a big difference in assets, but they all held a very important position in their industries. What? Jing Yuniao was stunned. Leng Xiaoting's title of Major General in the military already shocked her, but she was even more surprised to know that he also had a corporation with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. Have you heard of the xianxia organization? Asked Ji Yuning. Sure, do you mean it's owned by Xiaoting? Jing Yuniao was amazed. I heard from Xiaoting that the corporation used to be his maternal grandfather's property, but his maternal grandfather only had one daughter who was his mother, so his mother inherited it. However, neither his father nor his mother liked the capital. Both of them went to work in the military base, so his maternal grandfather arranged his henchmen to manage the corporation. Xiaoting's maternal grandfather. Jing Yuniao was confused. I think he must be your adopted father in the mortals' world, said Ji Yuning. Since Jing Yuniao wasn't a mortal, she didn't have a family in the mortals' world, but Leng Xiaoting had a maternal grandfather, which meant that Jing Yuniao had an adopted father in the mortals' world. Jing Yuniao agreed with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning continued. Xiaoting also joined the army later, but he also had to manage his business empire, so he was very busy almost every day. Within 5 years after he took over Xianxia, it grew rapidly and became much more successful. It was a legend in business. Jing Yuniao was astonished, but also felt sorry for what her son had been through. Even Ji Yuning's heart ached for Leng Xiaoting too. Although Ji Yuning was also busy with her work now, she didn't think that it was tiring. "Well, let's go to visit Xianxia now," said Ji Yuning. "It isn't far from here." "Great." Jing Yuniao smiled. About 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the headquarters of the Xianxia organization. The headquarters of the Xianxia organization was located near the city center. It was a 32-story office building, covering an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. It wasn't very big, but it was actually only the office building of the headquarters of the Xianxia organization. Xianxia had many other branches in major cities around the country. Jing Yuniao felt very proud of her son when she saw such a grand office building, but she also knew that her son must have worked very hard for this incredible success. Ji Yuning parked the car outside the office building, because there was a spacious square which could be used as a parking lot. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao stayed in the car and didn't get out of it. About 10 minutes later, when they were about to leave, a car drove into the parking space next to Ji Yuning's car. Ji Yuning didn't pay much attention to it until she noticed a fruit knife about 20 centimeters long in the driver's hand. Ji Yuning was surprised and immediately used her jade eyes to look at him. The driver was a young man in his early 20s. He was in a courier's suit, but there was obvious hatred shown on his face. Although Ji Yuning didn't know why he held a long knife in his hand, she had to do something since they were outside Leng Xiaoting's corporation now. She didn't want Leng Xiaoting's corporation to be affected. Even though Xianxia was able to deal with it, Ji Yuning still wanted to stop the young man from doing anything harmful. Therefore, Ji Yuning said to Jing Yuniao in a low voice, "Mother, the driver in the car next to us has a sharp knife in his hand. He is dressed like a courier, but there is obvious hatred on his face. I'm afraid that he'll do something terrible, so we must pay more attention to him." Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was annoyed. Chapter 1662, Jing Yuniao is recognized. Sure. Jing Yuniao agreed, and got out of the car with Ji Yuning. They walked separately as if nothing was wrong. A minute later, the young man left his car too with a package in his hand as he walked straight to the office building of Xianxia. His knife was hidden in the pocket of his coat. At this moment, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was in the package. Since he had a knife with him, there could be more dangerous things in the package. She hoped that she wouldn't see explosives in it. Luckily, there were only several stones in the package. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao quietly followed the young man. The young man who disguised himself for a courier stopped at the door of the office building. It seemed that he was waiting for someone to take the package. About 3 minutes later, a woman about 30 years old walked out towards him. The man handed the package to the woman, before reaching his hand into the pocket of his coat when the woman was signing her name. Other than Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao, no one else noticed what he was doing. The second the young man pulled out his sharp knife, Jing Yuniao abruptly dashed out and kicked him away. The knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clear sound, which attracted attention from people around them. The woman who was signing her name was scared and threw the package to the ground at once. The security guards by the door also ran to the young man and captured him. Although they didn't witness what the young man had done, they knew it was a murder attempt. It seems that the courier wanted to stab Manager Ding, and the woman kicked the courier away at a key moment. Wow, it's unbelievable. After a quick kick, the young man was already 3 meters away from them, shocking a large group of people. "Manager Ding, are you all right?" Someone went to ask Manager Ding with concern. Manager Ding was still shocked and couldn't say a word. Right at this time, a private car stopped at the door, and 3 men stepped out of it. They were 2 young men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man asked with a serious expression, "What's going on here?" "President He." Once he showed up, all the staff in Xianxia greeted him with great respect. Jing Yuniao felt that he looked familiar, but didn't know who he was. He Qiming also saw Jing Yunyao, and was surprised when he saw her face. Why Yunyao? He Qiming couldn't believe his eyes. Jing Yunyao stared at He Qiming, but didn't know what to say. Other people didn't know He Qiming's relationship with Jing Yunyao, so they remained quiet. He Qiming walked to Jing Yunyao at once. President He, can we go to your office to have a private conversation? Ji Yuning stopped him right away. Ji Yuning didn't expect to meet someone who could recognize Jing Yunyao here, but she thought that she should probably tell Leng Xiaoting that she had found Jing Yunyao later. Oh, hi, Miss Ji Yu. He Qiming didn't notice Ji Yuning until now. He Qiming knew that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so he was very polite to her. Please follow me to my office, said He Qiming. Afterwards, He Qiming left one of his secretaries to deal with what had happened by the door, before he walked into the office building with Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. Along the way, He Qiming glanced at Jing Yunyao once in a while, but he knew it wasn't time for him to ask any questions yet. Ji Yuning said nothing and Jing Yunyao remained silent too. They went to the president's office later, and the secretary poured a cup of tea for Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao before he walked out. He Qiming immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Are you really Yunyao?" He Qiming didn't think that it was possible, because Jing Yunyao looked much younger. Besides, it seemed that she didn't know him. Before Jing Yunyao could say anything, Ji Yuning said, "Yes, she is really Yunyao, Xiaoting's mother, but she lost her memories." Hearing an affirmative answer, He Qiming was excited. However, although Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, he didn't know much about her, so he didn't fully trust her. "She looks much younger," said He Qiming. "Well, she has taken good care of her skin," Ji Yuning explained, although it was a lie. He Qiming nodded, because it was possible for a 50-year-old woman to look like a woman in her early 30s. "Well, I saw their bodies with my own eyes that year," said He Qiming again. "Didn't the woman have a totally disfigured face?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yes." He Qiming nodded. He began to think that the woman who died with Leng Yunan might not be Yunyao. Chapter 1663. Won't hurt Xiaoting. Well, because she already lost her memories, no one knows what really happened that year. "We must be patient until she gets her memories back," said Ji Yuning. As long as Yunyao got her memories back, people would believe her no matter what excuse she gave them. He Qiming thought that Leng Yunan probably did something on purpose to make people believe that the woman who died with him was Yunyao. Leng Yuanan and Yunyao were deeply in love, so they were absolutely willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. However, only they knew the real reason. Ji Yuning continued, although Yunyao lost her memories, she feels familiar with people and places she used to know. "I can promise that she's really Xiaoting's mother, and we won't hurt Xiaoting." Ji Yuning understood that He Qiming couldn't fully trust her right now, so she could only explain it to the best of her ability. If he couldn't understand, it might cause misunderstandings. In addition, no one could easily hurt Leng Xiaoting. He Qiming nodded. "I know." Although he still had doubts about Jing Yunyao, he tended to believe that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt Leng Xiaoting. Even though he didn't know much about Ji Yuning, he had heard a lot about her and he believed that she was a good girl. Anyway, Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girl, so he should trust Leng Xiaoting's choice. After that, He Qiming apologized to Jing Yunyao. "Yunyao, please forgive me. I only had doubts about you to protect Xiaoting." Although he didn't see the evidence to prove Jing Yunyao's identity yet, he decided to trust her and took her as Yunyao. And since he took her as Yunyao, he should be respectful of her. It would be embarrassing if he treated her badly and it turned out that she was really Yunyao. Anyway, if she wasn't Yunyao, Leng Xiaoting would deal with it by himself then. "It's fine, I understand why you have doubts," said Jing Yunyao. He Qiming wasn't a dumb man after all. Hearing Jing Yunyao's tone, He Qiming felt quite familiar. Maybe she really was Yunyao. "President He, can you keep it a secret from Xiaoting before Yunyao gets her memories back?" asked Ji Yuning later. "Sure." He Qiming also thought that it was a better idea. "President He, could you tell me whether Xiaoting's maternal grandfather is Yunyao's adopted father?" asked Jing Yunyao. Because He Qiming wasn't very sure of her identity yet, Jing Yunyao still separated herself from Yunyao. Yes, because Yunyao saved our master's life, and our master didn't have any children, he adopted Yunyao as his own daughter. Not many people were aware of it, and Yunyao married into the Leng family as our master's biological daughter, said He Qiming. Hearing that, both Jing Yunyao and Ji Yuning nodded. Actually, Jing Yunyao wanted to know more about Leng Xiaoting's maternal grandfather. She wanted to know his name and the address of his place he used to live. Ji Yuning had the same questions in her mind, so she decided to ask Leng Xiaoting later. Because they were searching for Yunyao, it was very normal for her to ask him these questions. After having the private talk with He Qiming, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao left. He Qiming wanted to walk them out, but Ji Yuning told him to stay. Therefore, He Qiming ordered his secretary to walk them out. When they were gone, He Qiming sat on his seat and gazed into the space. He hoped that Jing Yunyao was Leng Xiaoting's biological mother. Even though Yunyao wasn't his master's biological daughter, they were very close. Yunyao had saved his master's life, and as his master's henchman, he was very grateful to Yunyao. He also treated Yunyao as his master's biological daughter. No matter what, he would keep it a secret from Leng Xiaoting for the time being. He Qiming's secretary came back later and reported what had happened by the door to He Qiming. The young man was Manager Ding's husband's younger brother, and he aimed to murder Manager Ding. The reason was because Manager Ding just divorced her husband because he cheated on her. And their only house became Manager Ding's property. Manager Ding's husband's younger brother and mother were unwilling to accept the result and wanted to share the house, because even though it was a small house, the housing price in the capital was extremely high. Manager Ding and her ex-husband paid the down payment of the house together, but Manager Ding had been paying the housing loan alone after they got married and she still needed to pay about 1,000,000 yuan. Manager Ding was the HR manager of xianxia, and her monthly salary was about 40,000 yuan, while her ex-husband's salary was much lower than hers. In fact, her ex-husband was a loser and a coward. So in order to share the house, her ex-husband's younger brother and mother kept harassing her. However, whenever they came, the security guards would chase them away. Chapter 1664. Angry Lu Xiao Manager Ding was scared, so she didn't go back to her place these days, and instead stayed in her friend's place. So her ex-husband's younger brother became furious, and planned to murder her. Fortunately, he would be put in jail now. Manager Ding was unwilling to settle it out of court in order to protect herself. In addition, Manager Ding was a staff member of xianxia, and xianxia was willing to support her after knowing what she had suffered. As a result, her ex-husband's younger brother was punished according to the law. Jing Yunyao wore an absent look after leaving xianxia. "Mother, are you all right? Do you want to go home right now?" asked Ji Yuning. "Oh, I'm fine," said Jing Yunyao. "Ningning, can you help me ask Xiaoting for more information about her maternal grandfather? I wanted to visit the place he used to live. Although she was only his adopted daughter, she had been treated very well. In fact, she wanted to visit her adopted parents' graves, but she was afraid it might arouse Leng Xiaoting's suspicion. Therefore, she had to postpone it." "Sure, I'll ask him tonight," said Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoting was busy during the day, and she didn't want to interrupt him when he was at work. Jing Yunyao agreed. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Shengning organization, Jing Yunyao asked, after looking at the main office building that was without a sign, "What's the name of your corporation?" Ji Yuning laughed. "I gave the name Shengning to my corporation before I found out that Xiaoting's corporation is xianxia. It's a romantic coincidence." Whenever she thought of that, she couldn't help but laugh with happiness. Jing Yunyao also smiled. "Wow, you're meant to be together." Ji Yuning parked her car outside the main office building of Shengning, then got out with Jing Yunyao. "Nice to see you, Chairman Ji Yu." The security guards at the door greeted her with great respect once she showed up. Ji Yuning guided Jing Yunyao into the building, and all the staff greeted her respectfully as Chairman Ji Yu along the way. Ji Yuning simply nodded at them. Her office was on the 18th floor. Looking at the empty 18th floor, Jing Yunyao asked, "Don't you have a secretary?" Ji Yuning said, "Although I already have many companies under my name, my corporation hasn't formally established yet, and I don't come here often, so I don't have a secretary." I have 2 bodyguards though, who are also my chauffeurs and subsidiaries. Saying that, Ji Yuning poured a cup of tea for Jing Yunyao. A few minutes later, Chen Kanji and Kei came to say hello to Ji Yuning. This is my friend, Shen Yao. Ji Yuning introduced Jing Yunyao to Chen Kanji and Kei. She then turned to Jing Yunyao. This is the executive president of Shengning, Chen Kanji, and this is our tech supervisor, Mu Yi. Nice to meet you, Miss Shen. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Chen, Mr. Mu. They greeted each other. After sitting for a while, Chen Kanji and Kei left, and Ji Yuning gave Jing Yunyao a tour around the building. When they went to the floor of Fenghua Entertainment, Ji Yuning felt the different atmosphere because everyone looked serious in their cubicles. It couldn't be because of her. She had stayed here for a while, and she knew that her staff wouldn't be so scared of her. When Ji Yuning walked inside, they greeted her one after another and relaxed a little, which proved that they didn't get nervous because of her. What happened? Asked Ji Yuning. Chairman Ji Yu, Manager Lu is very angry at something right now. Maybe you should ask him, said a staffer. Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow, then walked to Lu Xiao's office. Once she walked near, she heard Lu Xiao's angry voice. Song Shuyan, you're my damn close bro. How dare you chase the artist of my company? I warn you to stop now, or you'll be shut out of this industry, said Lu Xiao in great anger. Hearing the name Song Shuyan, Ji Yuning frowned. He was a good-looking and popular young singer who was also good at acting. Ji Yuning had heard of him before. It sounded as if he was chasing an artist who worked for Fenghua Entertainment. Ji Yuning believed that only Sha Yichu could make Lu Xiao so furious. She knew that Lu Xiao had a very good impression of Sha Yichu, but she didn't know which stage they were at now. However, it seemed that Lu Xiao hadn't made any progress yet. Anyway, if it was his personal affair, Ji Yuning didn't think she should get involved. Lu Xiao's secretary wanted to inform Lu Xiao that she came, but Ji Yuning stopped her and went to wait in the lounge. The secretary then poured 2 cups of tea for Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. Lu Xiao, I don't understand why you're so mad at me about that. Although you're managing Fenghua Entertainment now, you'll leave sooner or later, right? Said Song Shuyan. He actually said that to purposely annoy Lu Xiao. Chapter 1665. Leave the problems to me. Even if I'm going to leave Fenghua Entertainment in the future, I'm its general manager now, so I have the power to manage my artists. Said Lu Xiao. Well, I know it'll affect an artist's development if her relationship is exposed, so I promise that I'll keep it a secret after Yichu becomes my girl. Don't worry, I'll protect her well, said Song Shuyan. Bullshit, Song Shuyan. I'm warning you to stay away from Sha Yichu, shouted Lu Xiao and hung up on Song Shuyan. He was indeed full of anger because of Sha Yichu. He now regretted helping Sha Yichu hire Song Shuyan's music teacher so that they had a chance to see each other. Ji Yuning didn't rush to go inside and gave him several minutes to calm down. Lu Xiao called Sha Yichu right after having the call with Song Shuyan. Sha Yichu, stay away from Song Shuyan. You're still a new face, and gossip will only ruin your career. Do you understand? Said Lu Xiao. Although he was jealous, what he said was also the truth. Sha Yichu only had a small number of fans, and not many of them were her loyal fans. Song Shuyan, however, had dozens of millions of fans. And most of his fans were loyal. If Sha Yichu had any gossip with him, she would surely be amid strong criticisms. Because Sha Yichu was still a new face, Song Shuyan's fans would jump to the conclusion that she wanted to ride on his coattails. However, if Sha Yichu was a popular successful singer too, the situation would be different. Actually, even if Sha Yichu was popular too, Lu Xiao wouldn't allow her to have any gossip. I told you I did keep a distance from him, but we have the same music teacher and I can't avoid him forever, said Sha Yichu, feeling aggrieved. Just stay away from him and leave the problems to me. I'll handle it, said Lu Xiao, but he was still mad at Song Shuyan. Fine, Sha Yichu agreed. In fact, Sha Yichu could feel that Lu Xiao treated her differently, and he was a very handsome and successful mature man, so she had special feelings towards him too. Nevertheless, she felt that she didn't deserve Lu Xiao, because Lu Xiao was at a much higher position than her. Ji Yuning knocked on the door of Lu Xiao's office a minute after he finished the call with Xia Yichu. "Come in," said Lu Xiao in annoyance, because he was still in a bad mood. Ji Yuning then pushed the door open and walked inside. Lu Xiao changed his expression the moment he saw Ji Yuning. "Please have a seat, boss." Lu Xiao was Leng Xiaoting's man, but he didn't know Yunyao, so he had no reaction when he saw her. "Oh, I've already solved the problem Tang Xiaoxiao suffered," said Lu Xiao. A few days ago, Tang Xiaoxiao kept receiving strange messages and calls. Someone even stalked her to her home. Tang Xiaoxiao was scared, but didn't know who the person was. She told the company, who found out that the person was Tang Xiaoxiao's fan, so they warned the fan not to do that again. The fan remained quiet for only 2 days, before suddenly claiming that he wanted to kill himself on Weibo because Tang Xiaoxiao had betrayed him. Internet users didn't know the truth, and Tang Xiaoxiao became their target. Although Tang Xiaoxiao did nothing wrong, and it was purely slander, it still affected her reputation. Even Ji Yuning was amid criticisms too. However, Ji Yuning's loyal fans defended her as always. Ji Yuning didn't care about it, but Tang Xiaoxiao was an actress, so she had to clear her name. Therefore, Fenghua Entertainment posted evidence of the fans' terrible behavior on Weibo to stop the rumor getting worse. The fan actually had a mental problem, so he had many delusions. The hospital and his family could prove that. Although some haters refused to believe it, most of the internet users accepted the evidence. "Glad to know that," said Ji Yuning. She believed in Lu Xiao's ability. Ji Yuning said nothing about Xia Yichu, because it was their personal affair. She also didn't stay there for long, and soon left with Jing Yunyao. When they were home, Ji Yuning told Jing Yunyao to have a rest and that she would cook, but Jing Yunyao refused, so they cooked together in the end. Chapter 1666, Rukan. Been a while in the night, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning asked him what his maternal grandfather's name was and the address of the place where he used to live. Because Ji Yuning asked the questions casually, Leng Xiaoting didn't think further about it. He told her that his maternal grandfather was Yi Zhengye, and that the place he used to live was at XX Road in the Northern District. The house was still there, but only the housekeeper and his wife were living there. After Yi Zhengye and his wife passed away, the other members of the Yi family moved out as well, so Leng Xiaoting told the housekeeper to stay there. The house was empty anyway. The next day, Ji Yuning got up early to run. Jing Yunyao heard that Ji Yuning was up, so she left the bed too, then went to run along with Ji Yuning. It wasn't convenient for her to practice her cultivation right now, so she could only improve her physical health. Cultivators needed to exercise too. When they walked outside, Ji Yuning said to Jing Yunyao, "Mother, Xiaoting told me that your adopted father's name is Yi Zhengye, and that the place he used to live is at XX Road in the Northern District. The house is still there, but only the housekeeper and his wife are living there. We can visit it after having breakfast." Hearing the name Yi Zhengye, Jing Yunyao felt familiar, but she couldn't remember the man's face. "Oh, what's the name of the Yi family's housekeeper?" asked Jing Yunyao. "Meng Zhengdu," said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning ran into Zhang Rukan that morning. Although Zhang Rukan knew that it was impossible for him to be together with Ji Yuning, he still wanted to see her. Therefore, as long as it wasn't rainy, Zhang Rukan would go out to run in the morning trying to meet Ji Yuning. He would also run in the morning even if Ji Yuning didn't live here, but he wouldn't be as diligent. "Hi, Ji Yuning, been a while." Zhang Rukan was excited to see her. "Hi, Rukan, been a while," said Ji Yuning. Zhang Rukan saw Jing Yunyao, who ran next to Ji Yuning. He was struck dumb for a second, and felt that she looked familiar, but couldn't remember where they had met before. "Hi, nice to meet you, ma'am," said Zhang Rukan politely. "Nice to meet you too." Jing Yunyao smiled at him. She noticed Zhang Rukan's reaction when he saw her, but said nothing about it. After that, Zhang Rukan ran with them till he was out of strength. When they were running together, Zhang Rukan glanced at Jing Yunyao once in a while, trying to remember who she was. Jing Yunyao asked Ji Yuning after Zhang Rukan was gone, "Ningning, who is he? Why do I feel like he knows me?" "Oh, His name is Zhang Rukan, the grandson of Master Leng's good old friend, Zhang Zongyu. The Zhang family and the Leng family have been allies for generations, so I bet they must know you, but he was too young when he last saw you, said Ji Yuning. After running for a while longer, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao went back home. They both went to have a shower, and then had breakfast together later. When they finished breakfast, they were ready to go to the Yi family's old house. However, because it was far from where they were right now, they spent nearly an hour on the road. The capital city was too large and too busy, so it wasn't easy to get used to the pace of living there. Luckily, Ji Yuning had stayed in the capital for many years before, so it wasn't difficult for her to get used to it, but Jing Yuniao needed more time. The capital city is too big. We have to spend at least half an hour on the road every time, said Jing Yuniao. Ha ha, you're right, and it's very hard to have a house here, said Ji Yuning. If she didn't have her jade eyes, she wouldn't have confidence to build her business empire here, because although she appeared very successful right now, she wasn't comparable to businessmen in the capital. Most successful businesses gathered in the capital and city B after all. The Yi family's old house stood in the old district, and although most of the surrounding buildings became skyscrapers, it still stayed the same. Jing Yuniao felt it looked very familiar. The gate of the Yi family's old house was made of iron, and they were able to see inside, where an old couple in their 60s were watering and trimming flowers and other plants in the front yard. Although the house was old, it was very clean. Do you want to go inside? Ji Yuning asked Jing Yuniao. Sure, but we should tell them to keep it a secret from Xiaoting, said Jing Yuniao. After that, they walked forward together. Hi, Mr. Meng. Ji Yuning called outside the iron gate. Meng Zhengdu and his wife turned to look at the iron door, but they couldn't see Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao clearly because they were losing their sight. Anyway, Meng Zhengdu walked towards them later. Who are you? Asked Meng Zhengdu. Right when he finished that question, he saw Jing Yuniao's face and looked shocked. Why Yun? He was too shocked to call her name. In his memory, Yuniao was already dead for years. Chapter 1667, Are You Really Yuniao? Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao said nothing and waited in silence. Jing Yuniao also felt that Meng Zhengdu looked quite familiar. What's wrong? Meng Zhengdu's wife, Mrs. Meng ran to him when she saw that he suddenly stopped and looked shocked. Meng Zhengdu and his wife weren't very old, and they often exercised, so they were both very healthy. When Mrs. Meng ran over, she saw Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. Why Yun? She had the same reaction as Meng Zhengdu. Are you really Yuniao? Asked Meng Zhengdu. Yuniao had passed away for 15 years, so he couldn't believe the woman standing in front of him was exactly Yuniao although they looked the same. In addition, if Yuniao was still alive, she would be 50 years old, but the woman in his sight looked like she might be in her early 30s. Nice to see you, housekeeper Meng. I am Yuniao, said Jing Yuniao. Really? You look much younger, said Mrs. Meng. She has taken good care of herself, so she looks much younger, said Ji Yuning at this moment. Very nice to meet you, Mr. Meng, and Mrs. Meng. My name is Ji Yuning, I'm Xiaoting's girlfriend. What? You're Lord Xiaoting's girlfriend? Meng Zhengdu and his wife turned to look at Ji Yuning with doubt, because they didn't know anything about Leng Xiaoting's personal affairs. Yeah, you can ask Xiaoting to verify it if you don't trust me, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Meng Zhengdu and his wife nodded. Do you mean she's really Yuniao? Asked Meng Zhengdu again. Of course she is Yuniao, but she lost her memories, so she wants to visit places she used to live to see whether she can get her memories back, said Ji Yuning. I haven't told Xiaoting yet, because we decided to share this news with him after Yuniao successfully gets her memories back. So, Mr. Meng, Mrs. Meng, please keep it a secret. Oh, Meng Zhengdu and his wife were still greatly surprised. Well, is it convenient for you to let me burn an incense stick for my adopted parents? Asked Jing Yuniao with sincerity. Meng Zhengdu exchanged a glance with his wife. Neither of them gave a response right away. Although they still had doubts about Jing Yuniao's identity, they tended to believe her, so they opened the gate for Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. Meng Zhengdu guided them to the front hall, where there was a picture of Yi Zhengye and his wife hanging in the middle. Jing Yunhao felt like crying when she saw the photo of Yi Zhengye and his wife. It was hard for her to control her feelings towards them. Meng Zhengdu and his wife lit incense sticks for Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao took the incense sticks and Jing Yunhao said before they prayed to them, Master Yi, Mistress Yi, I'm Jing Yunhao, your adopted daughter. I lost my memories in an accident 15 years ago, so I couldn't remember you and I feel terribly sorry for that. I promise I'll visit your graves once I get my memories back. After that, Jing Yunhao and Ji Yuning bowed to the photo of Yi Zhengye and his wife 3 times before they inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner. Right after Jing Yunhao finished doing that, a picture flashed by her eyes. She saw a young man with a long knife chasing a middle-aged man in a narrow alley. The young man then picked up a wooden stick and threw it at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was hit heavily in the back and fell on the ground. When he tried to get back to his feet and continue to run away, it was too late, and the young man already raised the long knife in his hand. At this key moment, a young woman appeared out of blue and kicked the young man away. Afterwards, another young man showed up and controlled the man who was kicked away. The picture ended here, and Jing Yunhao had a feeling that she was the young woman in it. He Qiming had said that Yunhao had saved Yi Zhengye's life, so the middle-aged man in the picture could be Yi Zhengye. Jing Yunhao was a cultivator, not a mortal, so she knew that there were many strange things which couldn't be explained by science in this world. However, she was curious to know who the young man was. She was sure that the young man who appeared behind her was in the same group as her. She decided to figure out what the picture meant. Was Master Yi chased by a young man with a knife in a narrow alley before? The young man hit him with a wooden stick and he fell, then a young woman appeared to save his life and kicked the young man away. Jing Yunhao asked Meng Zhengdu all of a sudden. Meng Zhengdu was surprised and said, yes, you're right. Mother, did you get your memories back? Asked Ji Yuning with excitement. No, a picture just flashed by my eyes, said Jing Yunhao. Although she was a little disappointed, it was a good sign anyway. Ji Yuning nodded. Great, it seems that familiar places indeed can help you remember something. Chapter 1668, Goddess of Medicine. Meng Zhengdu and his wife confirmed that Jing Yunhao was Yunhao after she told them the story. They were also willing to help her get her memories back. Mr. Meng, did Yunhao live here too? Ji Yuning asked Meng Zhengdu. Yes, before Yunhao married into the Leng family, she lived here for a year. Although she got married, the Yi family still kept her room here. It's still the same now, said Meng Zhengdu. Can we have a look? Asked Ji Yuning. Sure. Meng Zhengdu agreed without hesitation. Please follow me this way, said Meng Zhengdu. Housekeeper Meng, please allow me to walk at the front. I want to see whether I can find the room by myself, said Jing Yunhao. No problem. Meng Zhengdu agreed. Therefore, Jing Yunhao walked at the front, followed by Ji Yuning, Meng Zhengdu and Mrs. Meng. Jing Yunhao went to the second floor later. She looked around, then went up to the third floor. There were 4 rooms on the third floor, and Jing Yunhao stopped outside the second from the right. At this time, Meng Zhengdu and Mrs. Meng exchanged a glance again, because this room was actually Yunhao's room. I think it must be this one, said Jing Yunhao. You're right, said Meng Zhengdu. After that, he pushed the door open for Jing Yunhao and they walked inside one after another. Everything stayed the same in the room, but the furniture was covered by white cloth now. Meng Zhengdu and his wife lifted the white cloth to let Jing Yunhao see the room clearly. Jing Yunhao looked around for a long time, but unfortunately she remembered nothing. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao helped Meng Zhengdu cover the furniture with white cloth before they left. Before they left, Jing Yunhao reminded Meng Zhengdu and his wife not to tell Leng Xiaoting that she had been here for the time being. Meng Zhengdu and Mrs. Meng watched Ji Yuning's car moving away in their sight. They didn't go back in the house until Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao totally disappeared. Do you think she's really Yunhao? Asked Mrs. Meng. I think she is, but we must be patient till she gets all of her memories back, said Meng Zhengdu. Since they promised Jing Yunhao not to tell Leng Xiaoting that she had been here, they wouldn't say anything about it. Jing Yunhao was actually a little upset after they left the Yi family's old house, but she pretended to be calm in case Ji Yuning was worried about her. Mother, why don't we go to Hengdian World Studios now? There is a crew from Fenghua Entertainment filming a new show, said Ji Yuning. The shooting of an empress of military blood was about to come to an end, and Ji Yuning had only visited it twice till now. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunhao arrived at Hengdian World Studios and Ji Yuning gave Lu Zhan a call later. At this moment, Lu Zhan was really angry, because an actress didn't do her job well in an important scene today. In the scene, the actress's role was the goddess of medicine of the Medicine King Valley, and she was a beautiful kung fu master. In the story, she showed up by flying over from the bottom of the cliff and saved the leading actress who wanted to commit suicide by jumping from the cliff. They filmed at a real cliff for the quality of the show. However, this actress's hand was injured, so she couldn't catch the leading actress, which annoyed Lu Zhan. Because she was injured, they had to replace her right now. Although it wasn't an important role in the show, it required a skilled actor. The setting was already down, so they couldn't give it up and jump to the next scene. Lu Zhan didn't know what to do now, but he suddenly received Ji Yuning's call. "Hi, boss," said Lu Zhan. "Where are you right now?" "I'm driving by Hengdian World Studios. Can I have a short visit?" asked Ji Yuning. "Sure, we're in District F," said Lu Zhan. "Great, I'll be right there," said Ji Yuning and hung up the call. Lu Zhan suddenly had an idea that Ji Yuning would be perfect for the role. "What's wrong?" Lu Yichen asked Lu Zhan with curiosity. "Nothing, we can have a rest for 10 minutes, said Lu Zhan. He needed to ask for Ji Yuning's permission in taking over the role of goddess of medicine, so he could say nothing about it now. However, if Ji Yuning played the role in the show, she might overshadow the leading actress. Anyway, he needed Ji Yuning's agreement first. Lu Yichen thought that Lu Zhan must have found a suitable actor for the role, or he wouldn't be so happy. Chapter 1669, Guest Appearance. Because Lu Zhan had no intention to tell him the reason, Lu Yichen didn't ask further about it and went to tell the filming crew to stop for a while. Lu Zhan, at the same time, stood up and walked to the front door. Ji Yuning's car stopped outside District F, and she saw Lu Zhan waiting at the door once she got out of her car. "Hi, Uncle Lu, did you come to pick me up in person? Do you need my help?" asked Ji Yuning with a smile. Lu Zhan was surprised, then said, "You're really smart. I do need your help." "What can I do for you?" asked Ji Yuning. "Well, the thing is." Lu Zhan told Ji Yuning about the trouble he encountered today and hoped that she could play the guest role. The role only appeared in a few scenes, so it didn't matter even if she wasn't good at acting. Lu Zhan simply hoped that Ji Yuning could help him, but he wouldn't force her. Ji Yuning thought for a while, then agreed, because it was a show produced by her own company after all, and several scenes wouldn't cost her much time. Anyway, Lu Zhan said that her acting skills weren't important. Lu Zhan was happy to hear an affirmative answer. "Do you want to stay here with us, or to go home?" "If you want to go home, I can arrange someone to drive you home." Ji Yuning asked Jing Yunhao. Even though it might not cost her much time, she would spend a day here and she was afraid that Yunhao might feel bored. "It's fine, I think it'll be interesting," said Jing Yunhao. Since Jing Yunhao said that, Ji Yuning agreed. There weren't many outsiders in District F, because it was a little remote with cliffs, valleys, ponds, and beautiful wildflowers. It was hard to find a natural view like that, so they didn't waste time searching for it since the Hengdian World Studios could provide a place like that. When Lu Zhan came back with Ji Yuning, every member of the crew got nervous. They weren't scared of Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was the boss after all, and no one wanted to make mistakes in front of her. "Get prepared, our boss will play the role of goddess of medicine," said Lu Zhan to Lu Yichen. Hearing that, other members of the crew were all astonished. Actually, Ji Yuning was very beautiful and they all knew that she was excellent at fighting. However, as the boss of their company, it was a little strange that she came to play a guest role. Anyway, they knew that Ji Yuning just agreed to help Lu Zhan. No matter how good or bad Ji Yuning's acting skills were, they didn't want to see Lu Zhan's angry face again. Therefore, they began to prepare the equipment. The leading actor and actress were waiting in the lounge for the filming to continue. When they saw Ji Yu-ning walking inside, they were surprised and stood up at once. "Hi, boss. Boss, nice to meet you, I'm Chao Hanshin." Chao Hanshin greeted Ji Yu-ning. This was the first time that Chao Hanshin met Ji Yu-ning, so he was a little nervous. Although he was already 30 while Ji Yu-ning was younger than 20, he still had great respect towards her. He had read a lot of news about Ji Yu-ning on the internet, and he admired her unbelievable abilities. Chao Hanshin was already working for Fenghua Entertainment now, and he was very grateful to Lu Zan and Ji Yu-ning. He loved acting and was determined to win his own position in the industry. "Nice to meet you too." Ji Yu-ning was very nice to them. Although she was their boss, she treated them kindly. "All right, tell the makeup artist to help our boss wear makeup for the role of goddess of medicine." Lu Zan didn't want to waste more time. Knowing that, everyone in the room was shocked. However, they also knew that no one was more suitable than Ji Yu-ning for the role now. Ji Yu-ning went to wear the makeup while Jing Yunyao waited aside. "Wow, boss, your skin is so good that I thought you were wearing foundation. I can't believe that you have no makeup on your face at all," said the makeup artist. "Ha ha, I'm only 19 this year, and I'm using Kuzi too," said Ji Yu-ning. "I'm using Kuzi as well, and I really like it." The makeup artist admired Ji Yu-ning more after knowing that Kuzi was owned by her. "All the actors are using Kuzi right now so that we can look better in front of the camera," said Tang Xiaoxiao. Although actors looked glorious before the cameras, they lived a very tiring life and often needed to work overnight. Luckily, with Kuzi's help, they were able to maintain a good appearance. When Ji Yu-ning was wearing makeup, Lu Zan introduced her to the story and scenes she was going to act in. Chapter 1670. Overshadow the leading actress. Once Ji Yu-ning put on makeup and hair accessories, she was too stunning to be ignored. "Boss, I think you should be the leading actress in the show, because no one will pay attention to me when you appear," said Tang Xiaoxiao just joking. "I have the same worry," said Lu Zan. He was very satisfied with Ji Yu-ning's appearance, but it wasn't a good thing if the leading actress of the show was overshadowed. However, they couldn't tell Ji Yu-ning to quit right now, nor could they tell her to deliberately act badly in the show, because it would affect her reputation. The audience would criticize her if she didn't do her job well. Therefore, Ji Yu-ning still needed to do her best. Anyway, the quality of the show was more important. "Well, I know I'm beautiful, so I'm afraid you can only overshadow me with your outstanding acting skills," said Ji Yu-ning. She was joking too. Before long, Ji Yu-ning changed her clothes and walked outside. Everyone believed that she was the perfect choice for the role of goddess of medicine in the show. Tang Xiaoxiao felt quite stressed at this moment. Even though Tang Xiaoxiao wasn't less noticeable than Ji Yu-ning, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Luckily, they dressed in different styles today. Ji Yu-ning was a goddess, while Tang Xiaoxiao was a female general, so they were gorgeous women of different types. "Boss, it's very easy for you to be popular if you want to be an actress," said Lu Zan. As a director, Lu Zan knew the entertainment industry very well, and he believed that Ji Yu-ning could gain a lot of fame by only using her outstanding appearance. Lu Zan personally preferred an actress with excellent acting skills rather than a beautiful face. "I think I'm already a celebrity now," said Ji Yu-ning with a smile. It was the truth, because she was always one of the hottest topics on social media. "Ha ha, you're right." Lu Zan laughed. "All right, let's begin now," said Lu Zan. "Wait a second, I need to take a photo with boss," said Tang Xiaoxiao and gave her phone to her assistant. Lu Zan agreed and waited for a while. "Me too." Chao Hanshin joined them later. "Boss, would you mind if we posted your photos with them on Weibo to attract more attention for the new show?" "I think it's a great chance," said Lu Zan. "Why not?" Ji Yu-ning nodded. "Very good. I'll arrange someone to take photos of you during the filming," said Lu Zan. "If it's possible, boss, you can help us do the publicity on Weibo." "No problem," said Ji Yu-ning. After that, they walked out. The setting was ready outside, and everyone was waiting for the actors. Many people were curious about Ji Yu-ning's look after she wore makeup and clothes for the role. Therefore, they kept glancing at the dressing room, hoping to see her when she walked out. Luzon walked out first and everyone cheered up, because Ji Yuning was about to walk out too. The next second, Ji Yuning showed up, and everyone was stunned by her beauty. She looked quite different from her previous look, but people were still able to recognize her immediately. Wow, she's gorgeous. She looks amazing. I think she's prettier than the leading actress. Both of them are great beauties. All right, quiet, let's begin shooting, said Luzon with a loudspeaker, and the crowd fell into silence at once. Luzon told the action director to teach Ji Yuning what she should do in the following scenes. Although Ji Yuning was very good at fighting, she still needed to learn how to look beautiful in the show. Ji Yuning was a quick learner, so she soon knew what she should do. Luzon then let Ji Yuning try the wire, because it was the first time that she had done wire work. Tang Xiaoxiao and Ji Yuning would act together in the scene. Tang Xiaoxiao would fall from the cliff, while Ji Yuning flew up from the bottom. Action. When everything was ready, the shooting began. With a loud scream, Tang Xiaoxiao fell down from the cliff. At the same time, Ji Yuning flew up from the bottom and caught Tang Xiaoxiao halfway, then flew straight to the top of the cliff. Afterwards, she stood by the edge of the cliff. Everything looked perfect in the camera, causing the people at the scene to almost even believe that it was real. Tang Xiaoxiao had done wire work many times before, but this was her first cooperation with Ji Yuning, so she was still very nervous. When Ji Yuning steadily caught her, she was surprised and relaxed. Actually, it wasn't a difficult thing in Ji Yuning's eyes. Good, said Luzon with satisfaction. Because several framing positions were required, but there was only one camera position, they needed to do it twice more. Chapter 1671, have different advantages. It was impossible for them to look exactly the same every time they moved and acted in the camera, but Ji Yuning and Tang Xiaoxiao did their best to make every time look the same. They passed in one go, which surprised everyone. After that, the leading actor joined them in the second scene. In the second scene, the leading actress was abducted by the supporting actress who started to hate the leading actor after she failed to get him. The supporting actress then tried to force the leading actor to hurt himself because she wouldn't allow the leading actress to get what she couldn't have. The leading actor was willing to sacrifice himself for the leading actress, and the leading actress had the same idea, so she chose to jump off the cliff. The leading actor then killed the supporting actress in grief. Although the supporting actress was able to abduct the leading actress, she was no match for the leading actor. Right after the leading actor killed the supporting actress, the leading actress was rescued by the goddess of medicine and they finally reunited. After that, they thanked the goddess of medicine. At the same time, the leading actor recognized the goddess of medicine, and asked her whether she came from the Medicine King Valley. Goddess of medicine nodded and the leading actor begged her to help his master, because his master was poisoned and many good doctors failed to cure his shifu. The goddess of medicine was interested, so she agreed. Although the conversation was simple, it required a high level of acting skills. It was a very simple scene, but Luzon noticed that Ji Yuning was a talented actress. She wasn't a professional actress and didn't have acting experience at all, which proved that she was a talented actress. Luzon felt very excited and asked Ji Yuning when the scene was done, "Boss, I think you're a talented actress. Why don't you consider becoming an actress?" However, Luzon was just joking, because Ji Yuning was a very successful businesswoman and she was very busy every day. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning had a lot of fame, and she could attract a huge audience. "Ha ha, I think I shouldn't compete against them for their job, but I can play more guest roles if there are chances in the future," said Ji Yuning. She thought acting was very interesting. "No problem, it's easy," said Luzon. "Aren't you afraid that I'll overshadow the leading actors?" asked Ji Yuning. "Not at all. I'm more afraid that you don't want to play a role in my shows," said Luzon. Ji Yuning would only have a guest appearance in the show, so it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the leading actors picked by him were all excellent at acting. In the third scene, the goddess of medicine went with the leading actor and leading actress to a wooden room in a bamboo forest. In it there was an old man in his 70s lying on the bed with a pale face and slightly purple lips. However, the second goddess of medicine saw the old man. She discovered that it was her father who had abandoned her mother and her. She immediately became enraged, and refused to heal him. Ji Yuning showed touching hatred and anger on her face and in her eyes, which made people believe that she really had the feelings. Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen were impressed by Ji Yuning's acting skills, if she used any. When the goddess of medicine refused to cure the old man, the leading actor asked her for the reason. He had a feeling that they must have a grudge against each other. The goddess of medicine then told him the truth, and the leading actress wanted to have a private talk with her. After that, the leading actress walked aside with the goddess of medicine and told her the real reason why her father abandoned her mother and her that year. It turned out that a killer was chasing her father at that time, and he was forced to leave his wife and daughter behind in order to protect them. The goddess of medicine couldn't accept it at the beginning, but was persuaded to rescue the old man in the end. Although Ji Yuning had no experience of acting before cameras, she often acted in her real life, because she used to be a professional killer. Therefore, Ji Yuning played a vivid role as the goddess of medicine in the show. As a result, even Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't perform properly at the beginning. Luckily, Tang Xiaoxiao was an excellent actress, so she began to focus on her role and proved her ability. Ji Yuning and Tang Xiaoxiao just had different advantages. Anyway, the filming went on smoothly. When the goddess of medicine returned to the wooden room, she helped the old man take a pill before she began to treat him. As time went by, the old man opened his eyes. The goddess of medicine had left before the old man was conscious, and she told the leading actor and leading actress not to tell the old man that she had rescued him. That was the final scene of Ji Yuning's part. Although she didn't show up in many scenes, it still took a long time for her to finish her guest appearance. "Very well, you have your own advantages," said Lu Zhan. "Well, I think our boss is better than me," said Tang Xiaoxiao. "Maybe because she is your boss, you felt a little uneasy before the cameras," said Lu Zhan, encouraging Tang Xiaoxiao to be confident. Tang Xiaoxiao and Ji Yuning understood him, so they dropped that topic. Chapter 1672. They are jealous anyway. Ji Yuning wasn't an actress, so she didn't need to be good at acting, but Tang Xiaoxiao was different. "All right, today's shooting is over," said Lu Zhan, and the other people went to pack up at once. When Ji Yuning and the other actors had just walked into the dressing room, Lu Zhan came and asked her, "Boss, do you have time to dine with us later?" "My treat." "Wait a second." Ji Yuning didn't give Lu Zhan an answer right away, but walked to Jing Yunyao. "Do you want to go with us?" She was busy filming today and even ignored Jing Yunyao. "Sure," said Jing Yunyao with a smile. "Great." Ji Yuning nodded. She then told Lu Zhan that she would pay for the meal tonight. After that, they changed clothes and went to the Wangdang Hotel together. On the way, Lu Zhan sent out a post on Weibo. "The official account of an empress of military blood. We have a boss who's also our lifesaver. An actress's hand was injured today, so she couldn't play her role in the show. We couldn't find another suitable actress until our boss showed up. She was perfect for the role, and left us all stunned." There were photos of Ji Yuning behind the scenes attached to the post. And she indeed looked stunning in the pictures. Although the official Weibo account of an empress of military blood didn't have many followers, Ji Yuning had a lot of fans on Weibo. So before long, the post attracted a lot of attention. Lu Zhan also reposted it on his own Weibo account. Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen chose several photos and sent out a post by themselves. Tang Xiaoxiao, "Our boss is unbelievable." Chao Hanchen, "First meeting with our boss, and she's amazing." Because Ji Yuning was driving, she couldn't send out a post right now. Lu Zhan, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Chao Hanchen had millions of followers on Weibo, so the post soon went viral. "Oh my, Goddess Ji Yu is gorgeous. She's a real goddess. You're my love, Goddess Ji Yu. I think Goddess Ji Yu should be the leading actress. Xiao Xiao is also very beautiful. Yes, Xiao Xiao is as stunning as Ji Yuning. Xiao Xiao, I love you." Why does Hanchen also call Goddess Ji Yu his boss? Is he working for Fenghua Entertainment now? I suppose. No matter what, I'll support Hanchen forever. Most people left positive comments, but as always there were negative comments too. Isn't Ji Yuning a student and a businesswoman? Couldn't she focus on her work and studies? She shouldn't make herself a joke. I hate her. Ji Yuning's loyal fans defended her at once. So, can't she be a good student, a successful businesswoman, and an excellent actress at the same time? She can do what you couldn't believe. That's the reason why she's our goddess Ji Yu. You're a bunch of haters. You're simply jealous. Stop defaming goddess Ji Yu. Can't they learn from people who are far more outstanding than them? As always, the haters were strongly criticized. Before they left for the Wangdang Hotel, Ji Yuning booked a private room there. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao arrived earlier than Lu Zan and the other people. Boss, I already sent out a post about your part in the new show, but there are always haters attacking you on the internet, said Lu Zan, but he was actually also amazed when Ji Yuning's loyal fans spared no effort to defend her. Ji Yuning then reposted the post sent out by the official account of an empress of military blood. Ji Yuning, please don't judge me with your standards of a professional actress. I just played a guest role in it. Once Ji Yuning sent it out, she had enthusiastic responses from her fans. Goddess Ji Yu, we love you. Don't give those haters a glance. They're jealous of you. Goddess Ji Yu. Chapter 1673, Meet Peng Ziji. Most of the comments under Ji Yuning's post were positive, and it was rare to see a negative comment. Su Tongnuo and the other supporting actors also reposted the post and supported Ji Yuning. Su Tongnuo, I would have gone to the set if I had heard that our boss would be there. Bai Lin, I wish I could have seen her performance with my own eyes. Han Longxuan, I'm amazed too. It was already 9 p.m. when Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao got back home, so they each went to their own rooms afterwards. When Ji Yuning was free, she took out her phone and checked her new messages. Many of her friends said that they were stunned by her acting. Ji Yuning also chatted with Chu Peihan and her other friends in their WeChat group. Chu Peihan told Ji Yuning that she would come to the capital in a few days. Although there were over 10 days away from the new semester, she wanted to meet Ji Yuning earlier, because it was late August now and their university life would soon begin. Ji Yuning then asked Yu Mixi whether she was free. If she wasn't busy, she could come to the capital along with Chu Peihan. Therefore, Yu Mixi decided to go to the capital with Chu Peihan 3 days later. Hao Ran and the other boys also wanted to go to see Ji Yuning earlier. So it was decided that Yu Mixi, Chu Peihan, Mu Ke, Hao Ran, and Zhang Tianping would go to meet Ji Yuning together. And while Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi would stay in Ji Yuning's home in Century City, the boys would stay in the Wangdang Hotel. Although those who couldn't go were unhappy, they had other arrangements and couldn't cancel them. At 10 p.m., Ji Yuning chatted with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for a long time again. She told him that her friends would come to see her in 3 days, and Leng Xiaoting didn't say anything about it. Instead he proposed to let them stay in the Xianxia Hotel. Ji Yuning didn't want to upset Leng Xiaoting, so she agreed to move Mu Ke, Hao Ran, and Zhang Tianping to the Xianxia Hotel. Because Mu Ke, Hao Ran, and Zhang Tianping preferred to sleep in the same suite, Leng Xiaoting arranged a luxurious suite with 3 bedrooms for them. The next morning, Ji Yuning received Ning Chengkai's call at 11 a.m., and Ning Chengkai told her that Peng Ziji came to see him again. He gave Peng Ziji Ji Yuning's number, and thought that Peng Ziji would contact her soon. Ji Yuning said that she could handle it, then hung up the call. Within a minute, her phone indeed rang again. Hi, said Ji Yuning in a calm tone. Are you the owner of Kuzi, Ji Yuning? Asked Peng Ziji with obvious arrogance. He thought he was superior to Ji Yuning. Peng Ziji learned a little about Ji Yuning through the internet, but he didn't think that she was an important figure. Yeah, and who is this? Asked Ji Yuning, although she already knew who he was. This is the vice president of the branch of Lanio in our country, Peng Ziji. I know that you already know why I am calling you, and I hope that we can have a nice talk face to face, said Peng Ziji. Sure, when and where? Asked Ji Yuning. Do you know Tangyan Tea House? If it's possible, we can meet there at 2 p.m. this afternoon, because I'm busy this morning and night, said Peng Ziji. Ji Yuning thought that it was ridiculous, because it was Peng Ziji who wanted to talk about business with her, so he should be polite to her. Anyway, Ji Yuning decided to see him in person. Sure, see you in Tangyan Tea House at 2 p.m. She had been to Tangyan Tea House before, so she knew it. After that, Ji Yuning directly hung up on Peng Ziji. She knew that Peng Ziji would be displeased if she hung up on him, so she did it on purpose. Peng Ziji was indeed mad when Ji Yuning hung up on him, because he thought that he deserved great respect. However, he himself wasn't respectful of other people. After having lunch, Ji Yuning asked Jing Yunyao, "Mother, I need to deal with my business later. Do you want to go with me?" "Since it's business, I don't think I should go with you," said Jing Yunyao, who knew that Ji Yuning was afraid that she might feel bored if she stayed home alone. "It's fine. I'm simply going to threaten him to give up the idea of acquiring my cosmetics brand," said Ji Yuning. "All right, I'll go with you," said Jing Yunyao. Since Ji Yuning was going to be a bad girl, she thought that she should support her. Therefore, when it was 1 p.m., Ji Yuning left with Jing Yunyao. It was a little early, but Ji Yuning always tried to be punctual. At 1:30 p.m., Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao arrived at Tangyan Tea House, then they waited in the car till 1:50 p.m. before Ji Yuning called Peng Ziji. "Hi, Mr. Peng, I've arrived," said Ji Yuning. "I already booked a private room, you can just tell the receptionist my name." "I'll be there in a few minutes," said Peng Ziji. Chapter 1674. Arrogant Peng Ziji. After that, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao went to the private room booked by Peng Ziji. About 5 minutes later, Peng Ziji came, arriving 5 minutes before the appointed time. A man and a woman, who were his secretaries, followed him. Peng Ziji was a tall man in his early 40s, with a plain face, and he was wearing a formal suit today. Ji Yuning stood up and calmly greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Vice President Peng." Jing Yunyao also stood up but said nothing. She should be quiet when there was nothing she could do. Peng Ziji squinted at Ji Yuning. "Nice to meet you, Chairman Ji Yu. Have a seat." He walked to the sofa and nodded at Ji Yuning. He was very arrogant. Once they were seated, Peng Ziji's secretary ordered a waiter to serve them tea. Peng Ziji didn't open his mouth until the waiter was out. "Since Chairman Ji Yu is aware of today's meeting's purpose, I think I should be straightforward. Lanio wants Kuzi, so I've been assigned to acquire it. You can still be the manager with 10% shares of Kuzi after the acquisition, and Kuzi will become a third-tier brand with the help of Lanio." It sounded attractive, but it was simply a trap. Lanio was a famous international cosmetics corporation, so it would be very easy for Kuzi to gain greater fame if it was acquired. Kuzi was popular now, but it still wasn't comparable to Lanio. Lanio developed activities in over 100 countries worldwide, and had hundreds of branches globally, whereas Kuzi was only a newly established brand without a long history. There was a huge gap between them. If Ji Yuning agreed to sell Kuzi to Lanio, she would lose absolute control of it. However, the products of Kuzi could be effective due to her magical power. If it was acquired by Lanio, Ji Yuning wouldn't be able to put her magical power into it anymore. It wasn't what Ji Yuning wanted. Although Kuzi wasn't as successful as Lanio for the time being, she believed that it could grow to be another famous international brand in the future. Ji Yuning didn't lack money at all, so she wasn't attracted to the conditions laid down by Lanio. Ji Yuning smiled. "Well, to be honest with you, I can't remember how many peers in the same industry as me have the idea to acquire Kuzi till now, but I have no intention to sell Kuzi. I only accept business cooperation, and I believe the general manager of Kuzi has already told you that." "What? Why?" Peng Ziji was surprised. He thought that Ji Yuning agreed to meet him because she was willing to sell Kuzi. "I don't want to sell Kuzi," said Ji Yuning with determination. "Do you think it's funny to fool me?" Peng Ziji coldly stared at Ji Yuning. "Why do you say that?" Ji Yuning sneered with disdain. "You've visited my company a few times, and the general manager of my brand has told you that we don't want to sell Kuzi. It's you who tried to threaten and bribe us. Don't you think that it's inappropriate?" Peng Ziji was struck dumb for a second. "Chairman Ji Yu, it's your honor that Lanio chose your brand," said Peng Ziji arrogantly as usual. "I don't think so," said Ji Yuning in a cold tone. "Chairman Ji Yu, you're still too young to be a mature businesswoman," said Peng Ziji. You don't know how fierce business competition can be. I know, but don't think too highly of yourself, said Ji Yuning. Chairman Ji Yu, I know that you have some connections, but people come and go for benefits and benefits only, said Peng Ziji. Chapter 1675, Meet Peng Yunlong by accident. It was true that people gathered together for benefits. However, it wasn't the absolute truth. Peng Ziji was a snob, so he believed that everyone was snobbish. Ji Yuning wasn't sure that all the people in her circle would give her a helping hand when she was in trouble, but she believed that Tangguang and Xianxia would certainly help her. One was her family's business, while the other was her future husband's business. Both of them loved her the most in this world, so they definitely wouldn't hesitate to help her. Peng Ziji didn't know that, so he took Ji Yuning lightly. Your words make sense, but I still can't accept it, said Ji Yuning. Peng Ziji lost patience and directly threatened Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, don't test my patience. The Yuan family in the capital is my relative, and it's very easy for them to shut you out of this city. Hearing Peng Ziji's threat, Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all, but Jing Yunyao was displeased. She said nothing and coldly stared at Peng Ziji, which slightly scared him. The Yuan family. Are you sure it will support a distant relative like you? Asked Ji Yuning with mockery in her voice. You. Peng Ziji was surprised, then got furious. How dare you do research on me? Haven't you done the same thing? Asked Ji Yuning. Peng Ziji was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say now. Actually, he only read some news about Ji Yuning on the internet. He didn't think there was anything wrong with that, but he was annoyed when Ji Yuning did the same thing to him. Vice President Peng, I think we can call at the end of our meeting, said Ji Yuning. What if I insist on acquiring Kuzi? Said Peng Ziji. Are you sure? If you insist on doing that, I'm afraid I'll use a special way to protect my company from being ruined. You should know that I'm a kung fu lover, and I won't hesitate to solve a tricky problem with violence when I lose temper, said Ji Yuning. At the same time, she cracked her knuckles and seemed to be ready to beat someone. Peng Ziji knew that Ji Yuning wasn't a weak girl at all, so he was reluctant to have a fight against her. It's illegal if you dare to beat me, said Peng Ziji in anxiety and anger. Isn't it illegal if you insist on acquiring my company with force? Asked Ji Yuning with a serious expression. Don't think that you're superior to me, because you're simply an idiot in my eyes. Peng Ziji was stunned. Although he was willing to do anything for his own interests, he was afraid of death. He was no match for Ji Yuning after all. If you dare to damage Kuzi, you'll pay for it, and I won't say that twice. Ji Yuning warned him before she left with Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao also gave Peng Ziji a glare before they walked out. Peng Ziji was angry, but couldn't stop them. Right when Ji Yuning walked to the yard, she ran into a familiar face, Peng Yunlong. Peng Yunlong was in a military uniform today, and Luo Zhanhua was by his side. Hi, General Peng, Secretary Luo, nice to see you again. Ji Yuning greeted them with a smile. Oh, hi, nice to see you, Ningning. What a coincidence. Peng Yunlong beamed when he saw Ji Yuning. Are you free now? Why don't we have a fighting competition for fun? Even though he knew that Ji Yuning would win, he thought it was challenging and enjoyed it. However, before Ji Yuning could give him an answer, he saw Jing Yunyao. Why Yunyao? Peng Yunlong rounded his eyes in shock. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was surprised. She didn't expect that Peng Yunlong knew Jing Yunyao too. The next second, she realized that Peng Yunlong was Leng Yunan's old friend, so he must have seen Jing Yunyao before. Jing Yunyao was also astonished, but she felt that Peng Yunlong looked familiar. Luo Zhanhua didn't know Jing Yunyao, so he had no reaction, but he knew that it wasn't simple after noticing Peng Yunlong's shocked expression. Peng Yunlong was disappointed when he saw that Jing Yunyao looked at him as if he was a stranger. Yunyao had passed away for years, and Jing Yunyao looked much younger than Yunyao, so maybe she wasn't Yunyao. Peng Yunlong apologized right away. Sorry, miss, I mistook you for another person. No, you didn't. She is Yunyao, but she lost her memories, and can't remember people that she used to know, said Ji Yuning. What? Peng Yunlong was shocked again. Is she really Yunyao? Yes, she's Yunyao, Leng Yuanen's wife, Leng Xiaoting's mother, said Ji Yuning with affirmation. Knowing that, Luo Zhanhua was greatly surprised. To his astonishment, Leng Xiaoting's mother was still alive. Although he hadn't seen Leng Yuanen and Yunyao before, he had heard that they had lost their lives in an accident. Chapter 1676, used to admire Yunyao, their bodies were brought back afterwards and buried together. So if this woman was Leng Yuanen's wife, Leng Xiaoting's mother, who was the woman who was buried with Leng Yunan? Hung Yunlong still found it was hard to believe. Well, how about her age? Women care about their appearances, so it's very normal that she looks much younger than her real age, said Ji Yuning. Hung Yunlong nodded. He gave Jing Yunyao a glance filled with mixed emotions, then said to Ji Yuning, "Girl Ji Yu, if you're not busy now, can we have a private talk?" Ji Yuning glanced at Jing Yunyao and found that she stayed calm, so she agreed. Sure. Ji Yuning also wanted to know more about Jing Yunyao from Peng Yunlong, and it might help Jing Yunyao remember something. After that, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao followed Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua into a private room. When they walked ahead for a few steps, Peng Ziji and his two secretaries walked outside. Ji Yuning directly ignored Peng Ziji, because he was merely a stranger in her eyes. As long as he stopped scheming against Kuzi, she wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. However, Peng Ziji was shocked when he saw that Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua were with Ji Yuning. Although Peng Ziji didn't know Peng Yunlong, he recognized Luo Zhanhua. Businessmen needed to socialize with officials, so Peng Ziji remembered Luo Zhanhua's face. In addition, Peng Yunlong's military uniform clearly showed that he wasn't an ordinary soldier. Both Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua were important figures, but they were with Ji Yuning now. Even though Ji Yuning had connections, he thought that she only had connections in business. So it came as a surprise that she had friends in politics too. It was totally different. Wow, Ji Yuning is able to have a relationship with them, exclaimed one of Peng Ziji's secretaries. No wonder she's so confident, said another secretary. Peng Ziji had to change his mind and report it to his supervisor first. He didn't dare to offend Ji Yuning by himself now. In the private room, Ji Yuning, Jing Yunyao, Peng Yunlong, and Luo Zhanhua sat by a table, and aides stayed outside. How could you be sure that she's Yunyao? Peng Yunlong asked Ji Yuning. Although she lost her memories, what she has been through left hints and traces in her mind. We went to the Leng family's old house the other day, and she was able to find the room she used to live in on her own. We also visited the Yi family's old house, and the same thing happened again, said Ji Yuning. I don't think they're coincidences. She couldn't tell him that both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were cultivators. Peng Yunlong nodded. After that, Peng Yunlong looked at Jing Yunyao with a complicated affection in his eyes. Then who was the woman who died with Leng Yuanen? Asked Peng Yunlong with curiosity. We don't know it yet, but I think Leng Yunan did it to protect Yunyao, said Ji Yuning. It was actually just an excuse that Ji Yuning made up to tell Peng Yunlong. The truth was that Jing Jining replaced Jing Yunyao with another woman's body. Peng Yunlong agreed with Ji Yuning. General Peng, do you know anything about Yunyao and Leng Yunan? Something that left a deep impression on you? Asked Ji Yuning. Peng Yunlong understood Ji Yuning's purpose and nodded. Yes, a little. Can you share it with us? Said Ji Yuning. When Jing Yunyao visited the Yi family's old house, she remembered that she had rescued Yi Zhengye once before. Sure. To be honest, I met Yunyao before Leng Yunan did, said Peng Yunlong. Thinking of the old stories, Peng Yunlong had more complicated emotions. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao were a little surprised, but didn't stop Peng Yunlong from telling the old stories. Peng Yunlong said, well, Yunyao and I met each other during a fight. I was 21 that year, and it was my third year in the military. I went back home that day for the New Year festival and witnessed a robbery right after I got off the train at the train station in the capital. I chased the robber without hesitation, and the robber suddenly squeezed the bag he robbed into a girl's hand when I had almost caught him, and the girl was Yunyao. Because the robber told Yunyao to run when he squeezed the bag into her hand, I thought that they were in the same group, then I began to attack Yunyao. To my surprise, Yunyao was better than me at fighting and easily beat me down in seconds. She then dumped the bag to me and caught the robber. I didn't know that she was innocent until the robber admitted to the crime. I apologized to Yunyao, but we had a bad first impression of each other. Unexpectedly, Yunyao was my younger cousin's friend, and we got familiar afterwards, but we never got along with one another. Chapter 1677. Leng Yunan proposed to Yunyao. Yunyao met Leng Yuanan after knowing me, and it was about half a year later. It was summer and I went back home again for the summer vacation. Leng Yuanan was home that time too, so we hung out together. There was a funny drama when Yunyao met Leng Yuanan for the first time. Back then, a woman who liked Leng Yuanan kept harassing him and even publicly said that they already had a sexual relationship. Yunyao was a girl with a strong sense of justice, so she stood up and beat Leng Yuanan for the woman. Luckily, Leng Yuanan wasn't seriously injured, and Yunyao also found it was just a misunderstanding later. She apologized to Leng Yuanan and he forgave her. As Peng Yunlong told the old stories, pictures of the scenes flashed by Jing Yunyao's eyes. Yunyao and Leng Yuanan got along well with each other, and I honestly was a little jealous, but I refused to admit that I already fell in love with her. When Yunyao became Leng Yuanan's girlfriend, I realized that I made a wrong decision, but it was too late. Ji Yuning was surprised when she heard that Peng Yunlong had admired Yunyao before, but didn't think it was impossible. Jing Yunyao, however, felt slightly embarrassed, because she lost her memories and felt a little strange when Peng Yunlong said that he had admired her before. We had a trip in Province Y once, and we coincidentally met a group of soldiers who were in the middle of a mission. They were going to catch a bunch of drug dealers, and we joined them when they were about to lose the fight. During the shooting, a violent drug dealer pointed his gun at Yunyao and Leng Yuanan didn't hesitate to protect her from being hurt by the bullet. He almost died that time, and Yunyao became his girlfriend afterwards. I knew I had to hide my affection towards Yunyao in my heart from that time. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao suddenly felt heartbroken and even cried. She turned her head away at once because she didn't want them to see her crying, but she failed. Ji Yuning pulled out tissues at once and put them in Jing Yunyao's hands. Jing Yunyao wiped her eyes right away. Peng Yunlong continued. Leng Yuanan proposed to Yunyao after they had dated each other for a year, and he also bought a beautiful manor for her. He kept on telling many romantic stories about Leng Yuanan and Yunyao, but unfortunately Jing Yunyao couldn't remember them clearly. Where is the manor now? Is it still there? Asked Ji Yuning. If it was possible, they could go there. No idea, because I didn't go there again after Leng Yuanan and Yunyao had the accident. Maybe Xiaoting knows its address, said Peng Yunlong. In that case, they could only ask Leng Xiaoting. General Peng, you just said that your younger cousin is my friend. May I know her name? Asked Jing Yunyao. Her name is Peng Xian, but she already passed away because of cancer 5 years ago, said Peng Yunlong. He still felt sad whenever he thought of that. Jing Yunyao also felt upset when she heard the bad news. Well, do you know where her grave is? Can I visit her grave? Asked Jing Yunyao. Since Peng Xian was her friend, she thought that she should go to see her. Peng Yunlong then told Jing Yunyao the address of Peng Yunlong's grave. After that, they were going to leave. Ji Yuning said to Peng Yunlong, General Peng, please keep the fact that Yunyao is still alive a secret. She doesn't want more people to know before she gets her memories back. No problem. Peng Yunlong agreed. Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao left later. When they were gone, Peng Yunlong was lost in thought for a long time. Jing Yunyao was in a sad mood as well and Ji Yuning didn't bother her. It was 5 p.m. now, so they directly went home. They planned to visit Peng Xian's grave tomorrow. On their way home, Ji Yuning received a call from Sheng Guanyang. Sheng Guanyang asked her whether she was very busy these days, and Ji Yuning denied it. Then he complained. If you're not busy, why don't you come to see me? I'm alone every day. Even though Sheng Guanyang could do many things alone, he hoped that someone could talk with him sometimes. Lao Zhang and Stone didn't have common interests with him, and they always showed great respect to Sheng Guanyang because of the difference in their status, which made Sheng Guanyang feel bored. Therefore, once Sheng Guanyang had time, he tortured Stone by teaching him fighting skills. Luckily, Stone was a retired soldier and had a strong build, so he was able to accept the tough training. Within a few days, his fighting skills were greatly improved and he began to enjoy Shengguan Yang's lessons. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Shengguan. I've been occupied by a very important thing these days. Can I go to see you for dinner tomorrow if I'm free at that time?" said Ji Yuning. Shengguan Yang was satisfied and agreed. Chapter 1678. Do you still want to stop me? After having the call with Shengguan Yang, Ji Yuning said to Jing Yunyao, "Mother, I'll drive you to Peng Xian's grave tomorrow morning, and I'll try to ask Xiaoting about the manor tonight. I need to visit Grandpa Shengguan tomorrow afternoon. If you don't mind, we can go to see him together." I don't think I should see him right now," said Jing Yunyao. When they were home, Ji Yuning told Jing Yunyao to have a rest, and went to cook alone. Jing Yunyao, however, didn't have much appetite, so she stopped after eating a little. Ji Yuning didn't force her to eat further, so she went back to her room later. Once she was home, Jing Yunyao took out the album to look at the pictures once more. All of a sudden, her phone rang and the caller was her older cousin. She hesitated for a while, then picked it up. She knew that her older cousin cared about her a lot. "Yunyao, where are you now?" asked Jing Jining and sounded nervous. Jing Yunyao left City Jie without telling him at all. He was a businessman, so he only could visit Jing Yunyao once a month. The house was acquired by the government, so I left," said Jing Yunyao. "So where are you right now?" "I need to see you," said Jing Jining. He was worried that she might run into other cultivators. Jing Yunyao remained silent, and didn't know whether she should be honest with Jing Jining. Jing Jining had a bad feeling and said, "Are you in the capital now?" Jing Yunyao was struck dumb for a second. "Yeah, you're right. I'm in the capital now." Jing Jining was shocked and criticized her. "What are you doing there? Didn't I tell you not to go to the capital? What if?" He stopped all of a sudden. He almost blurted the Jing family out. Jing Yunyao sighed and felt mentally tired. "Jining, I know what happened to me, and you shouldn't stop me from finding out the truth." "What?" Jing Jining was surprised. "Have you gotten your memories back?" Jing Jining didn't know that Jing Yunyao was able to remember something because of Ji Yuning, so he thought that she already had her memories back. "Do you still want to stop me?" asked Jing Yunyao. Her enemy had almost killed her and her husband, and she could never get over it. Jing Jining fell into silence at once. He knew Jing Yunyao's personality very well, and realized that he couldn't stop her anymore. She would never really give up the idea of taking revenge once she was prepared. However, Jing Jining was worried about her safety. Jing Yunyao also understood that her older cousin cared about her, so she didn't blame him for keeping secrets from her. If it hadn't been for Jing Jining, she would have been killed. "Yunyao, I know I can't stop you anymore, but you should know that you still have a son. Do you want to leave him behind?" asked Jing Jining. He still tried to use Leng Xiaoting to stop Jing Yunyao from risking her life. Jing Jining was aware of the existence of Leng Xiaoting, and he also knew a lot about him, but he had never met Leng Xiaoting face to face. In fact, Jing Jining had secretly helped Leng Xiaoting many times when Leng Xiaoting was carrying out dangerous tasks. Leng Xiaoting had sensed it, but didn't have any evidence. Anyway, Jing Jining didn't want Jing Yunyao to lose her son and suffer the pain again. However, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stop Jing Yunyao from taking revenge forever. Once Jing Yunyao was prepared, she wouldn't hesitate to pay the Jing family back. In fact, as long as Jing Yunyao had the ability to punish the Jing family, Jing Jining wouldn't stop her. Even though Jing Yunyao was going to kill her own father who was his uncle, he still chose to support her. No one knew what Jing Yunyao had suffered before except for him. Although it sounded unacceptable, Jing Yunyao didn't have a qualified father. Besides, Jing Yarong gave the order to kill his own daughter and his own daughter's husband, which proved that he was cold-blooded. Jing Jining actually never liked Jing Yarong's behavior and the unfair treatment Jing Yunyao had been forced to accept. Chapter 1679. The implication, especially after Jing Yarong gave an order to kill Jing Yunyao and Leng Yuanan, Jing Jining hated him more than ever. However, he couldn't do anything about it, because he was no match for Jing Yarong. In fact, during these years, the Jing family began to weaken under Jing Yarong's leadership, and was left behind by the other three dominant families. Jing Yarong deserved a serious punishment. You don't need to be worried about me. I won't risk my life to take revenge. I must be well prepared before I take action, said Jing Yuniao. Actually, even if she was going to take revenge, she wouldn't kill Jing Yarong, because she was unwilling to bear the crime of killing her own father. Jing Jining opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Jing Yuniao used to be at a lower level than him, but now she was even better than him. As long as Jing Yuniao kept improving herself, she would be able to punish Jing Yarong. However, that was under the condition that the senior members of the Jing family wouldn't be involved. There were 3 senior cultivators in the Jing family who were also famous in the cultivation world. If the senior members of the Jing family were involved, Jing Yuniao alone wouldn't be able to hurt Jing Yarong. Oh, have you seen Leng Xiaoting yet? Asked Jing Jining. Not yet. I'm not prepared for it, said Jing Yuniao. Fine, I'll go to see you in the capital tomorrow, and we can talk about other things then, said Jing Jining. Ji Yuning heard that Jing Yuniao was having a call, but she didn't hear their conversation because Jing Yuniao kept her voice down. Late that night, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting again. Xiaoting, I met General Peng at Tangyan Tea House today, and he told me that your father gave a manor to your mother after he proposed to your mother. Is it true? Yeah, we can go there if you're curious about it, said Leng Xiaoting. If Ji Yuning didn't mention it, Leng Xiaoting would have almost forgotten the manor. Ji Yuning was excited. Does it still exist? Of course, said Leng Xiaoting. Where is it? Asked Ji Yuning again. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Ji Yuning asked that for a purpose, so he told her the address. Great, we can go to see it together when you're back, said Ji Yuning, but she already made the decision to go there with Jing Yuniao first. After a night, Jing Yuniao calmed herself down and went to prepare breakfast in the morning. She then told Ji Yuning that Jing Jining called her last night. Ji Yuning didn't think it was a problem, because Jing Jining was Jing Yuniao's ally instead of an enemy. After having breakfast, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuyao went to visit Peng Xian's grave. They bought a bunch of flowers on their way. It didn't take them much time to find Peng Xian's grave. When Jing Yuniao saw Peng Xian's photo on the tombstone, she felt like her face looked very familiar. Jing Yuniao put the flowers down and said, Xian, I'm Yuniao, and I came to see you today, but I'm sorry because I forgot you. Please forgive me. When Jing Yuniao said that to herself, a series of pictures flashed by her eyes again. When she just left the cultivation world and arrived at the capital for the first time, she knew nothing and had no money with her. She had to sell her earrings for some money. Unfortunately, she met a bad businessman and he only gave her 400 yuan for a pair of earrings which were worth over 1,000 yuan. 20 years ago, 1,000 yuan was a lot of money. An 18-year-old girl coincidentally saw it and stood out to help Jing Yuniao. The girl was exactly Peng Xian. Peng Xian learned that Jing Yuniao just arrived at the capital and had no friends here, so she decided to rent her empty apartment to Jing Yuniao. When Peng Xian took her to see the apartment, they were stopped by a group of hoodlums halfway. Without hesitation, Jing Yuniao beat them down like lightning, which impressed Peng Xian and they became friends afterwards. The pictures ended here and Jing Yuniao had a strong headache all of a sudden. Mother, are you all right? Ji Yuning was worried. I'm fine. I just remembered how I met Xian, said Jing Yuniao. Really? Did you remember anything else? Ji Yuning was excited. No, I just remember our first meeting, said Jing Yuniao with disappointment. Ji Yuning comforted her. It's fine. We can take it easy. Jing Yuniao and Ji Yuning stayed there for a while longer, then left. On their way home, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning. Mother, is it possible that you can get some of your memories back once you see photos of the deceased who you feel familiar with? I think it's an important hint. Jing Yuniao's eyes lit up at once. You're right. It's a hint. Chapter 1680. Leng Yuanen's Manor. Well, if so, I think we must visit Leng Xiaoting's father's grave to help you remember something about him, said Ji Yuning. Please help me ask Xiaoting where his father was buried, said Jing Yuniao. As a senior officer of our country, I think his father must be buried in the national graveyard. Normally, people are not allowed to enter it, but I can solve this problem, said Ji Yuning. Mother, actually I think you should consider seeing Xiaoting now. Xiaoting probably knows more about your past, and he might greatly help you get your memories back. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao fell into silence. As Ji Yuning just said, Leng Xiaoting indeed knew her past better than anyone else. In addition, she also ached to see her only child. I'll think about it, said Jing Yuniao. Why don't we go to visit his father's grave tonight? Nobody will see us in the night, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning planned to sneak into the graveyard. Because Peng Xian's grave was far from Leng Yuanan's manor, they spent nearly an hour on the road. When they finally arrived at the Eastern District, it was almost 12 p.m., so they went to dine first. During the meal, Ji Yuning received Shang Honghuai's call. Hey, did you buy the land? How about the male ghost? Asked Shang Honghuai. Yeah, and it's already done, said Ji Yuning. Wonderful. Who helped you get rid of the male ghost? Asked Shang Honghuai with curiosity. A man I met before, and he promised me that the male ghost won't come back again. Ji Yuning made up a lie. Very good. Shang Honghuai relaxed, then asked, Oh, can you give me the man's number? I want to learn from him. Sorry, I don't have his number. He's a little strange and left right after finishing his job, said Ji Yuning. Fine. Shang Honghuai didn't insist. When Ji Yuning finished the call with Shang Honghuai, Jing Yuniao asked, What male ghost? Jing Yuniao was surprised that Ji Yuning had run into a male ghost before. Well, there was an ancient grave buried in a piece of land which I planned to buy a while ago, said Ji Yuning. They were in a private room now, so no one else would hear their conversation. Can you see ghosts? Jing Yuniao was shocked. Yes, said Ji Yuning, but didn't tell Jing Yuniao why she was able to see ghosts. After having the meal, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao went to the manor. Ji Yuning only knew its vague position, so she needed to search for it on the way. Luckily, she soon found it because there was a large area of green plants around it. It was a private manor, so outsiders were forbidden to enter it. The manor was rectangular, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, and there was a circle of cypress trees inside the walls, which actually were even taller than the walls, so people couldn't see anything from the outside. Moreover, the surrounding constructions were totally different now, and Jing Yuniao didn't feel familiar with them. Ji Yuning decided to climb over the wall to get inside. When they were at the top of a wall, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes. She scanned the inside of the manor for a while. As Peng Yunlong told her, there were mountains, water, a sea of flowers in the front yard, an ancient Sihewan in the middle, and a peach forest was hidden behind the mountains. Although it wasn't the peach blossom period and there was no peach blossom, the scenery of this manor was already beautiful enough. Ji Yuning could see the beautiful view with her jade eyes, but Jing Yuniao could only see a little in her sight. There were only 4 people in the manor. 2 middle-aged men and 2 middle-aged women, and they were managing this manor. At this time, all of them were trimming and organizing flowers and plants in the front yard. The big house and the backyard were empty. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao jumped from the wall and walked inside. They directly went to the backyard and didn't bother to avoid the surveillance cameras. As long as nothing terrible happened, no one would spend time watching surveillance videos. And even if someone did, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't blame them when he found out that the strangers who sneaked into the manor were Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. Chapter 1681. Finally see each other. When they walked into the Sihewan, Jing Yuniao started to feel that everything looked familiar around her, but she didn't have strong feelings. This Sihewan wasn't small after all, so it was impossible for her to be familiar with every corner. Once they went to the backyard, Jing Yuniao felt the familiarity of this place. She would know what it was like even if she closed her eyes. Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao to look around and that she would keep a lookout. Jing Yuniao nodded. She vaguely saw 2 people in the pavilion next to the pond. A man and a woman were playing with each other, and she could feel their happiness by watching them aside. She thought that they must be Leng Yuanan and her in the past. However, the vague pictures flashed by too fast to make her feel that they were real. It seemed that she just watched a movie, and couldn't remember anything. Jing Yunyo walked around and looked at the peach forest. There were no peach blossoms, but she seemed to see peach blossoms and the beautiful scenery. However, what touched her most wasn't the scenery, but the people in it. A man, a woman, and a little kid were playing, laughing and taking photos. She knew that the man was Leng Yuanan, the woman was her, and the kid must be Leng Xiaoting. Several photos of this peach blossom forest were put into her album, but these pictures just couldn't help her get her memories back and make things more real. Therefore, Jing Yunyo forced herself to think deeply, but she had a headache as soon as she thought deeper about it. For fear that Ji Yuning would get worried, she stopped at once and she might not be able to figure it out right now. Mother, someone is coming. At this moment, Ji Yuning saw someone walking to them. Let's leave now, said Jing Yunyo. She didn't think it was necessary for them to stay here for a longer time. As a result, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyo left. On the way back, Jing Yunyo remained silent again, because the scene she saw just now had a great influence on her. All of a sudden, Jing Yunyo received a call from Jing Jining, who said that he was in the capital and wanted to see her. Please wait a second. Jing Yunyo wasn't familiar with the capital, so she needed to ask Ji Yuning for their location. Ji Yuning said, tell him to meet us at Mountain River Restaurant next to Mountain River Garden. Mountain River Garden was where Leng Xiaoting lived, and there was a nearby restaurant called Mountain River Restaurant. They were owned by the same boss. If they met there, it would be convenient for Jing Yunyo and Jing Jining to go back to their homes after their gathering. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Jing Jining was struck dumb for a second. To his surprise, Jing Yunyo was with Ji Yuning now. Although Jing Jining knew Ji Yuning, he didn't know about her relationship with Leng Xiaoting. He decided to ask Jing Yunyo how she met Ji Yuning later. Ji Yuning said to Jing Yunyo, Mountain River Restaurant is next to the front gate of Mountain River Garden, so it'll be convenient for you to go back home later. Great. Jing Yunyo nodded and felt touched that Ji Yuning was so considerate. It was 4 p.m. when Ji Yuning drove Jing Yunyo to Mountain River Restaurant, and it was time for her to go see Sheng Guanyang, so she didn't walk inside with Jing Yunyo. Because Jing Jining just got off the plane when he called Jing Yunyo needed to wait for a while for him. About 10 minutes later, Jing Jining came, heading straight to the private room that Jing Yunyo booked. Jing Jining thought that he would see Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning was absent. Do you know Ji Yuning? Asked Jing Jining once he seated himself. Yeah, she's Xiaoting's girlfriend, and it's also her who recognized me, said Jing Yunyo. Knowing that, Jing Jining was surprised. Anyway, Ji Yuning was a very outstanding girl, so she and Leng Xiaoting were a great match. Afterwards, Jing Jining noticed Jing Yunyo's face, which didn't seem to be damaged at all. He rounded his eyes in shock. What happened to your face? The scar was removed, said Jing Yunyo. Did you have surgery? Asked Jing Jining. No. Jing Yunyo shook her head. Ji Yuning gave me a magical pill and helped me heal it. Jing Yunyo trusted Jing Jining, so she wouldn't keep it a secret from him. What? Ji Yuning has such an effective magical pill. Jing Jining was amazed. Yes, but I don't know how she got it, said Jing Yunyo. Since Jing Yunyo didn't know about it, Jing Jining didn't ask further about it. How did she find you? Asked Jing Jining again. Jing Yunyo then told him about her first meeting with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Do you plan to see Xiaoting? Asked Jing Jining. Why not? Asked Jing Yunyo instead. Have you ever thought about the consequence? You're a cultivator and you age slowly. How should you explain it to him? Asked Jing Jining. Jing Yunyo smiled. Well, I don't think it's a problem now, because Xiaoting is already a cultivator. What? When? Jing Jining was greatly surprised. Only Leng Xiaoting's mother was a cultivator and his father was a mortal, so it wasn't very likely for him to become a cultivator. Besides, if Leng Xiaoting was already a cultivator, the cultivation world would find him sooner or later. The Jing family would find him too. Chapter 1682. Members of the Jing family. Once the Jing family found out about Leng Xiaoting's existence, their conflict would be fiercer, especially the conflict between Jing Yarong and Leng Xiaoting. Jing Yarong had killed Leng Xiaoting's father, and Leng Xiaoting was a humiliation in Jing Yarong's eyes. By then, there would be a serious fight. However, Leng Xiaoting was a newcomer to the cultivation world, so he was no match for Jing Yarong. In that case, he actually hoped that Leng Xiaoting couldn't become a cultivator. Although Leng Xiaoting couldn't see Jing Yuniao and his life would be very short if it happened, he could at least have a life with less danger. If it's possible, I wish that Xiaoting weren't a cultivator. He'll be dragged into a more dangerous situation if he becomes a cultivator, said Jing Jining in a sad tone. Jing Yuniao had the same worry as Jing Jining. I know, but it's not something we can control. Anyway, Xiaoting had great talent and he has gone up 3 levels within a month. He's in the early stage of turning qi into energy right now and he's the most talented cultivator I've ever seen. I believe he can achieve extraordinary things in the future, said Jing Yuniao. What? Jing Jining was shocked by the news that Leng Xiaoting was already in the early stage of turning qi into energy after he became a cultivator for only a month. His talent was unbelievable. It was the first time that Jing Jining had heard of a cultivator who could make such quick progress. Accordingly, Leng Xiaoting could indeed achieve extraordinary things in the future. If so, there was no need for him to be worried. Xiaoting's level is still very low now, so we must protect him from being discovered by people from the cultivation world, especially members of the Jing family, said Jing Yuniao. Leng Xiaoting would be in danger if he was found by Jing Yarong when he was still at a low level. Of course, but accidents can happen, said Jing Jining anxiously. Jing Yuniao became silent too. Although they would try to protect Leng Xiaoting from the cultivation world, it was hard to say whether they could succeed. If the Jing family found him, no one knew what would happen. Oh, how did Xiaoting become a cultivator all of a sudden? Does he know any cultivators? How did he learn that he suddenly changed and became a cultivator? He was a mortal after all, so how did he learn to improve his cultivation without anyone's guidance? Jing Jining asked. I heard about it from Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning isn't a cultivator, she can sense the air of cultivators, and she also knows a little about us, said Jing Yuniao. What? Ji Yuning can sense the air of a cultivator. In that case, she must have known my real identity earlier on. Jing Jining was surprised. It was beyond his imagination that a mortal was able to sense a cultivator. Right. Jing Yuniao said, she also talked about you with me, so now she's aware of our relationship. Jing Jining opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say at this moment. Ji Yuning told me that Xiaoting was searching for a night luminescent pearl and suddenly noticed that he was able to absorb its magical power once he held it in his hands. Probably because he absorbed more and more magical power over time, his body started to change and the magical power began to circulate in it, then he became a cultivator, said Jing Yuniao. They already knew about the existence of cultivators before Xiaoting became a cultivator, and they even had fights against members of the evil practice. They learned more about the cultivation world and cultivators from them. It isn't a secret to them that the entrance is at the Qinling Mountain. They found 2 books about cultivation in my old room afterwards, then Xiaoting started his cultivation. Hearing that, Jing Jining had a better understanding of it. Although Xiaoting has great talent, he still needs a teacher to help him avoid mistakes, so I think you should go to see him as soon as possible. You two are going to see each other sooner or later, and it'll be more convenient for you to help him with his cultivation, said Jing Jining. There is no need to be worried about that, because Xiaoting already has a great private teacher. With his help, I believe Xiaoting can make quicker progress, said Jing Yuniao. Xiaoting is busy with work now, so he doesn't have much time for cultivation. She knew that cultivation needed days and nights, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't leave his work behind. Who's his private teacher? Jing Jining asked with curiosity. I just told you about my first meeting with Ji Yuning. At that time they went to Kunlun Mountain. Xiaoting advanced his level right in the Kunlun sect's place. They met an elder of the Kunlun sect, Shengguan Yang, afterwards and he became Xiaoting's private teacher, said Jing Yuniao. Shengguan Yang is still alive, and he's Xiaoting's private teacher now. Jing Jining was greatly surprised again, because all the people who knew about Shengguanyang thought that he was already dead. After all, ever since the cultivation world came into being, cultivators only stayed there. During the past hundreds of years, they hadn't met any other cultivators outside, so they believed that there were no cultivators in the outside world. It didn't mean that cultivators didn't exist in the outside world although they hadn't met any, but they would still be amazed. Moreover, it was a very good thing that Shengguanyang could be Xiaoting's private teacher. Jing Jining didn't know Shengguanyang's current level, but Shengguanyang was already a senior cultivator in the Yuanying period. Now hundreds of years had passed, and Shengguanyang's level had to be higher. He believed that Shengguanyang must be at a higher level than those senior cultivators in Tiandaozong. Ji Yuning arrived at the Siheiwan at 4:30 p.m. At this time, Shengguanyang was training Stone, but he directly left Stone behind once Ji Yuning came. He told Ji Yuning to show him what she had learned from him again. Ji Yuning made great progress compared with her last performance, and Shengguanyang was very satisfied. After that they shared dinner in the Siheiwan. Jing Yuniao left after having the meal with Jing Jining. When Jing Jining learned that Jing Yuniao lived in Mountain River Garden, he stayed in a nearby hotel and told Jing Yuniao to call him whenever she needed his help. Chapter 1683 compared her with the photos. Yu Yin and several of her friends were coincidentally dining at Mountain River Restaurant today, but she just arrived because of the traffic jam. It was only 6:30 p.m. now, so the meal wasn't ready yet. Yu Yin just parked her car well outside Mountain River Restaurant when Jing Yuniao and Jing Jining walked to the door after having a meal. She didn't leave her car, then saw Jing Yuniao. In an instant, Yu Yin was shocked. Isn't that Yuniao? How is it possible? Isn't Yuniao already dead? Yu Yin couldn't believe her eyes. Because she was too shocked, Yu Yin didn't have any reaction. When she finally realized it, Jing Yuniao was gone. Yu Yin immediately got out of her car, trying to find Jing Yuniao, but failed. She wasn't sure whether she was right, so she went back to her car and checked the driving recorder at once. The driving recorder recorded everything. Although it was small, it was very clear, so Yu Yin was able to clearly see Jing Yuniao's face this time. She closely resembled Yuniao, but looked much younger. However, Yu Yin also looked much younger than her real age, so she didn't jump to a negative conclusion. Yuniao didn't know whether the woman was really Yuniao. Maybe they just looked alike. She had witnessed Yuniao's funeral with Leng Xiaoting's father a dozen years ago after all. Anyway, Yu Yin couldn't put it aside. Then she took a picture of Jing Yuniao in the driving recorder and decided to show it to Master Leng and Leng Yuanzhen when she was home. After having the meal with Shengguanyang in the Siheiwan, Ji Yuning went back home at 8 p.m. Yu Yin also left Mountain River Restaurant for her home at about 8 p.m. In the Leng family's old house, Master Leng, Leng Xiaoxi and Leng Xiaoxun were watching TV and chatting with each other in the living room. Once Yu Yin was home, she asked, "Xiaoxun, where is your father?" "In the study," said Leng Xiaoxun. "Tell him to come downstairs. I have something to talk to him about," said Yu Yin. "All right." Leng Xiaoxun went upstairs then. Master Leng felt that Yu Yin was different today, so he asked, "What's up? Did anything bad happen?" "Father, I have something important to talk about with you and Yuanzhen. Can we go to your study?" Yu Yin didn't want more people to hear about it before they figured it out. Master Leng was struck dumb for a second, then realized that it had to be complicated, so he stood up. "Sure, let's go." Afterwards, Master Leng walked to his study. Yu Yin, instead, was waiting for Leng Yuanzhen. In a short while, Leng Yuanzhen showed up and asked her with confusion, "Why do you have to see me downstairs?" "Let's go to Father's study to discuss it now," said Yu Yin, then walked towards Master Leng's study. Hearing that, Leng Yuanzhen understood that they were going to have a meeting with Master Leng about something important. When the three of them went to Master Leng's study, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were left in the living room with curiosity. "What does Mother want to talk with Father and Grandfather about?" asked Leng Xiaoxi. "Did Father do anything wrong? Maybe Mother found out and wants to question him," said Leng Xiaoxun. "No." Leng Xiaoxi was surprised and couldn't believe it. "Why don't we go to eavesdrop outside the door?" Leng Xiaoxun proposed. He was curious about what it was. Forget it. We'll be punished if we're exposed. Leng Xiaoxi was timid, and didn't dare to do that. Since Leng Xiaoxi said that, Leng Xiaoxun gave up too. They were mostly afraid of their grandfather. In the study, once Leng Yuanjun came, Yuyin told him to close the door. What's wrong? Asked Leng Yuanjun afterwards. I went to have a meal with my friends at Mountain River Restaurant today, and I coincidentally saw a woman who closely resembles Yunyao, said Yuyin. Hearing that, both Master Leng and Leng Yuanjun were astonished. I know that Yunyao already passed away over a dozen years ago, and she probably only looks like Yunyao, but it's still quite unbelievable. I felt anxious, so I took a photo of her. Here, you can have a look, said Yuyin and took out her phone to show the photo to Master Leng. Master Leng took her phone and Leng Yuanjun moved closer too. After a simple glance, Master Leng and Leng Yuanjun were totally taken aback. They look the same. Master Leng and Leng Yuanjun agreed with Yuyin. Yin, you can go to Yunin's room and get their album to have a comparison, said Master Leng. Even though they looked very similar in photos, 15 years had passed and they couldn't remember Yunyao's face clearly now. Moreover, Master Leng wanted to make sure of it although he didn't believe that this woman could be Yunyao. No problem, said Yuyin and left right away. Maybe she simply looks like Yunyao. There are many people who look alike in this world, said Leng Yuanjun. He didn't believe that this woman could be Yunyao either, because he also witnessed their funeral. Besides, if this woman was really Yunyao, why didn't she come back to the Leng family? And who was the woman who died together with Leng Yuanan? I know, but we still need to make sure of it, said Master Leng. Although Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi didn't dare to eavesdrop outside the door, they were curious all the time, so they kept staring at the direction of Master Leng's study. Once Yuyin walked out, Leng Xiaoxun asked, Mom, what are you talking about with Dad and Grandpa? It's adults' business. Yuyin criticized him, then went upstairs in a hurry. Is it really because my father has done something wrong? Leng Xiaoxun thought it was possible, because Yuyin didn't look happy and she probably ran upstairs to cry in her room. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoxun followed up at once because he was worried about Yuyin. Leng Xiaoxi did the same thing. Yuyin didn't know how to explain it and snapped at him, nonsense. Watch your TV shows and don't follow me up. I only need to find something upstairs. Yunyao didn't want them to know her real purpose, because she was afraid that Leng Xiaoting might find out too. Fine. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi stopped. Chapter 1684, Face It Now. Yuyin went to Leng Yuanan's room, but didn't find their album. All of a sudden, she remembered that she had photos with Yunyao before, so she went to her room later. When she was back in Master Leng's study, she said, Father, I didn't find their album. Maybe Xiaoting put it somewhere else, but I have photos of me and Yunyao. Saying that, Yuyin gave Master Leng the photos. Master Leng took them and compared Yunyao with the woman, then he was surprised by their similarity. They were basically the same person. Wow, they're too similar. Leng Yuanjun exclaimed. Master Leng, however, suddenly looked upset. Yuanjun, go to Mountain River Restaurant and find out this woman and this man's real identities. We need to figure out whether she simply looks like Yunyao, or if there is something hidden behind it. Master Leng believed that it was either a coincidence or a scheme that this woman who greatly resembled Yunyao appeared. After all, the Leng family wasn't an ordinary family, and there were plenty of people who tried to scheme against it. If it wasn't a coincidence that this woman showed up out of blue, she had to be disguising herself as Yunyao for a purpose. At the same time, Master Leng also knew that there was a possibility that this woman was really Yunyao. Although it wasn't a strong possibility, they couldn't ignore it. The reasons were, first, the woman looked exactly the same as Yunyao, which was quite unbelievable although there were many people who looked familiar in this world. Second, Master Leng remembered that Yunyao's body had a disfigured face when they found it that year, so it was possible that the woman who fell down the cliff with Leng Yuanan wasn't Yunyao. Since it was possible, Master Leng couldn't help but think further about it. If the woman who died together with Leng Yuanan wasn't Yunyao, who could she be? Why would she die with Leng Yuanan? Where was Yunyao at that time? Why did she disappear as well after Leng Yuanen's death? Did Leng Yuanen's death have something to do with her? Master Leng knew that he shouldn't be suspicious of Yuniao like that, because Yuniao and Leng Yuanen were deeply in love in the past. However, since he had doubts, he had to analyze the event. Hearing what Master Leng said, Leng Yuanzhan and Yu Yin also began to think about why this woman who looked like Yuniao suddenly appeared. Sure, said Leng Yuanzhan and got ready to leave. Wait a second. Master Leng stopped him, then said to Leng Yuanzhan and Yu Yin, keep it a secret from other people. Of course. Leng Yuanzhan and Yu Yin agreed. After that, they walked out of Master Leng's study together. When Leng Yuanzhan left in a hurry, Leng Xiaoxun asked, Mom, what exactly has happened? Control your curiosity, Yu Yin said, then went upstairs and ignored Leng Xiaoxun. Once Leng Yuanzhan came, the manager of Mountain River Restaurant didn't hesitate to play the surveillance video for him. When Leng Yuanzhan saw that it was Ji Yuning who drove the woman here, he was greatly surprised. The first idea that appeared in his mind was that this woman must have shown up for a purpose. She approached Ji Yuning first, then became close to Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family through Ji Yuning. Leng Yuanzhan knew Ji Yuning's background, so he didn't think that there was an unspeakable secret between Ji Yuning and the woman. Instead, he believed it was the woman who tried to form a relationship with Ji Yuning first. The problem now was whether Leng Xiaoting was aware of the woman's existence. Leng Yuanzhan immediately shared this idea with Master Leng, and Master Leng had the same feeling as him. Both of them believed that the woman wanted to get close to Leng Xiaoting through Ji Yuning. However, they didn't know whether Ji Yuning knew that the woman looked the same as Leng Xiaoting's mother. Afterwards, as Leng Yuanzhan kept on searching for more information about the woman through surveillance videos, he found that the woman went to Leng Xiaoting's house later, which kept him alert. He told Master Leng what he found right away, and Master Leng couldn't stay calm either and told him to keep on paying special attention to the woman. A while later, Leng Yuanzhan saw Ji Yuning coming back, then the woman left Leng Xiaoting's house with Ji Yuning in a car. Leng Yuanzhan followed them at once. However, when they had only left Mountain River Garden for a short distance, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao noticed Leng Yuanzhan. There was no need for Ji Yuning to use her jade eyes because she recognized the Leng family's car by a simple glance, but she didn't know who the driver was. Mother, I think you're already been discovered by members of the Leng family, because there is a car which belongs to the Leng family following us, said Ji Yuning, but she stayed calm, because she didn't think it was a problem. Jing Yuniao would see the members of the Leng family sooner or later anyway. Jing Yuniao was struck dumb for a second. To her surprise, the Leng family quickly found her. What should we do now? Since they already discovered you, why don't you face it now? It'll cause misunderstandings if we keep hiding from them, said Ji Yuning. Actually, Ji Yuning had the same worries as Master Leng before, so she hoped that Yuniao could see the members of the Leng family earlier. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao agreed. If she still avoided meeting them, they might be suspicious of her. You're right. Jing Yuniao nodded. Because they were still around Mountain River Garden, Ji Yuning directly stopped the car at a nearby square. Leng Yuanzhan didn't know that they already saw him, so he followed them to the square and stopped his car not far from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning told Jing Yuniao to stay in the car, then she got out of it alone and walked to the car which belonged to the Leng family. As she walked ahead, she used her jade eyes to see its inside and found Leng Yuanzhan. Because she already knew it must be a member of the Leng family, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised when she saw Leng Yuanzhan. Leng Yuanzhan had a premonition when Ji Yuning walked towards him and he felt that he might have been discovered by her. When he saw that Ji Yuning was indeed looking at him, Leng Yuanzhan was sure that he was exposed. Anyway, Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, so he soon accepted it. After that, he rolled the car window down, but felt a little embarrassed and avoided Ji Yuning's eyes. Chapter 1685, Confirm Identity. Hi, Uncle Yuanzhan. Ji Yuning went to the front of the car and politely greeted Leng Yuanzhan. She wasn't annoyed because he followed them, because she knew that he did it for a reason. Oh, hi, Ningning. Leng Yuanzhan felt a little embarrassed. If you don't mind, can we have a talk in the car? Said Ji Yuning. Of course not. Leng Yuanjun nodded and unlocked the car door. Ji Yuning then opened the car door of the rear seats before she got inside and closed it. Uncle Yuanjun, why have you been following me the entire time today? Ji Yuning asked on purpose. She actually pushed her luck. If Leng Yuanjun didn't know yet, she would keep it a secret and they would go to the cemetery later. Well, I want to know who the woman in your car is. Leng Yuanjun didn't bother to beat about the bush and got straight to the point with a serious attitude. In that case, Ji Yuning directly said, she's Yunyao, the Leng family's daughter-in-law, Leng Yuanen's wife, and Leng Xiaoting's mother. Do you believe it, or do you think she only looks like Yunyao and is building a relationship with me to try to get close to Leng Xiaoting and the Leng family through me? Leng Yuanjun was taken aback by Ji Yuning's words, but he soon accepted that Ji Yuning easily figured out his worries because she was a very smart girl. Do you mean she's really Xiaoting's mother? Asked Leng Yuanjun. Although he asked that question, Ji Yuning's meaning couldn't be more obvious and it was hard for Leng Yuanjun to believe it. For all kinds of reasons, he believed that she simply resembled Yunyao. Since she's Xiaoting's mother, who was the woman that died with his father? Why didn't she visit the Leng family during the past years? Asked Leng Yuanjun. He was still suspicious of her and also criticized her. Because she lost her memories and couldn't remember what happened in the past, but I'm sure that she's Xiaoting's mother. I've confirmed it. I'm not dumb, and I wouldn't trust her just because she closely resembles Xiaoting's mother. However, if you don't trust me, I have nothing else to say, said Ji Yuning. Although she and Leng Xiaoting had a close relationship, she wasn't very familiar with the other members of the Leng family, so it was understandable that Leng Yuanjun had doubt and she wouldn't be mad. Of course I believe that you won't hurt Xiaoting, but I'm just worried that she might have the ability to do that, said Leng Yuanjun. It meant that he still didn't believe that the woman was Yunyao. He was afraid that the woman had successfully deceived Ji Yuning. Although he knew that Ji Yuning was a very outstanding girl, there could be people who were cleverer than her in this world. Does anyone else know about Yunyao? Asked Ji Yuning. Your Aunt Yin saw her at Mountain River Restaurant by accident today, and she talked about that with me and your grandpa Leng after she came home. Because we witnessed Xiaoting's parents' funeral, we thought that our enemies might be using her against us. I came to Mountain River Restaurant to investigate and saw that it was you who drove her here. I didn't know whether you're aware of what happened to Xiaoting's mother, so I believe that she wanted to get closer to Xiaoting and the Leng family through you. I kept on spying on her and found that she just went to Xiaoting's house, and you came back later. So I followed you, but I simply wanted to know what you will do together, said Leng Yuanjun. Well, we plan to visit the grave of Xiaoting's father tonight. I've brought her to many familiar places and to meet familiar faces. When she met familiar people, she only felt familiar with them, but she somehow could remember some memories when she went to visit the grave of her old friend, Peng Xian. Therefore, we want to see whether she could remember more things after visiting the grave of Xiaoting's father, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Leng Yuanjun's body shook a little in fear. They were going to visit the grave of a dead person to get some memories back. Even though Leng Yuanjun was a man, he didn't have the courage to visit a grave in the night. As for the funeral of Xiaoting's parents, he told me that the body of his mother had a disfigured face when they found it, so the body might not be Yunyao, said Ji Yuning. Leng Yuanjun didn't remember it until Ji Yuning said that. Yunyao's body indeed had a disfigured face back then, but her necklace was on the body and it lay with Xiaoting's father, so everyone believed that it must be Yunyao's body. Anyway, Leng Yuanjun still had doubt. Does Xiaoting know of her existence? Asked Leng Yuanjun. Not yet, because she wants to see Xiaoting after getting her memories back, so he kept it a secret from Xiaoting. Actually, I did advise her to see Xiaoting earlier so that Xiaoting can tell her what happened before, because it might be helpful for her to regain her memories, said Ji Yuning. I don't think so. To be honest with you, I still can't believe that she's really Yunyao. If they see each other right now, Xiaoting will be heartbroken if it turns out that she isn't, said Leng Yuanjun. Ji Yuning understood it as well, so she wasn't mad at all. Since you're all aware of it right now, I think I should help you get rid of the doubt. Yuniao is the Leng family's daughter-in-law, and you should know that she used to write with an ink brush. I went to their room before, and found many of her notes. Why don't we go to the Leng family's house together and let her write in front of you? We'll see whether she's really Yuniao. Grandpa Leng also likes calligraphy, so it should be very easy for him to figure it out, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Leng Yuanjun agreed. Since Ji Yuning was so sure that the woman was Yuniao, he also wanted to test and verify it in case unnecessary trouble occurred. After that, Ji Yuning got out of the car and went back to her own car. Once she was in her car, she said to Jing Yuniao, "Mother, Uncle Yuanjun, Aunt Yin, and Grandpa Leng have all noticed you. They can't believe that you're still alive and that you lost your memories, so they are suspicious of you and afraid that you might have been sent by their enemies to hurt them. We need to go to the Leng family's house right now to prove your identity." No problem. Jing Yuniao nodded, because she knew it was necessary. She wasn't unhappy that the members of the Leng family didn't trust her, because she had done nothing to prove herself yet. How should we prove it? Asked Jing Yuniao. Chapter 1686. I trust Ningning, we can prove it by your handwriting. There are many of your notes in your and Xiaoting's father's room. You can write down several characters and Grandpa Leng is a calligraphy expert. He'll know whether you're the same person, said Ji Yuning. If they still don't believe it, then forget it. It's enough as long as Xiaoting trusts you, said Ji Yuning. Because she respected them, she was willing to prove it, but she wouldn't beg them to trust her if they still refused to believe it. They couldn't tell them that Yuniao was a cultivator after all. After Ji Yuning got out of the car, Leng Yuanjun called Master Leng without delay. For the convenience of driving, Leng Yuanjun used Bluetooth earphones. How is it? Have you made any discoveries? Master Leng asked in a hurry once he received Leng Yuanjun's call. I discovered that the woman went outside with Ji Yuning, so I followed them, but Ji Yuning saw me, said Leng Yuanjun. What? You were exposed, and then? Asked Master Leng. He wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning caught him, but he was curious about what happened next. Would Ji Yuning be mad? Because he believed that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt Leng Xiaoting or the Leng family, his first reaction wasn't to ask Leng Yuanjun what they had done, instead he cared more about whether Ji Yuning would be annoyed. We had a talk, and Ji Yuning told me that the woman is Yuanan's wife, Yuniao. Ji Yuning said that she has already confirmed it, but the woman lost her memories and Ji Yuning is helping her get them back, said Leng Yuanjun. I'm not so suspicious of the woman anymore, but I still can't believe that she's really Yuniao. I know Ji Yuning won't hurt Xiaoting, or the Leng family, and she proposed to prove it using the woman's handwriting. Father, you know a lot about calligraphy, so you can see whether the woman and Yuniao are really the same person later. Hearing that, Master Leng got excited. I trust Ningning. I trust her. The woman could really be Yuniao. Master Leng had spent a lot more time with Ji Yuning than Leng Yuanjun did, so he understood Ji Yuning better. Since Ji Yuning had confirmed it, he believed that it was close to the mark. If it wasn't real, Ji Yuning wouldn't propose to prove it using her handwriting. Although he knew that handwriting could be imitated and faked, it could only fool ordinary people, it was impossible to fool him. He had liked and studied calligraphy and painting for decades after all. Leng Yuanjun opened his mouth. He wanted to tell Master Leng not to be so excited at such an early stage, or he would be greatly disappointed if the result wasn't what he wanted. However, Leng Yuanjun didn't say it aloud in the end, because he believed it a little. If the woman was really Yuniao, Master Leng wouldn't be happy if he told him not to be so excited right now. It might make Master Leng misunderstand him, and think that he didn't want Yuniao to come back. Anyway, Master Leng was full of excitement at this moment. Now we should get the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone prepared. We'll arrive in about 40 minutes, said Leng Yuanjun. Sure, said Master Leng and hung up the call, then left to prepare paper, ink, a brush, and an inkstone. Even though he trusted Ji Yuning, Leng Yuanjun's words also made sense. It was possible that the woman had successfully deceived Ji Yuning into believing that she was Yuniao. Besides, she lost her memories. One must know his or her enemies well in order to win a battle. If the woman aimed to hurt the Leng family, she had to be well prepared beforehand. Therefore, whether she was really Yunyo or not, they had to make sure of it before they accepted her. Master Leng loved calligraphy and paintings. Not only was he a lover of them, but he also liked writing and painting himself, so there was paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones of high quality in his study. The inkstone was even an antique. Within a short while, Master Leng prepared everything they needed, but he still needed to wait for a long time. At the same time, he suddenly wondered whether Xiaoting was aware that Yunyo might not be dead. Thinking of that, Master Leng took out his phone at once and wanted to call Leng Yuanjun again, but he put it down later when he remembered that Leng Yuanjun was driving. Afterwards, he walked out of his study. In the living room, Yu Yin, Leng Xiaoxun, and Leng Xiaoxi were still there. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were playing battle in the sky. When they saw the excited expression on Master Leng's face, they thought that Leng Yuanjun might have shared good news with him. The idea that the woman might really be Yunyo dawned on Yu Yin. She ached to ask Master Leng that question, but she had to control herself because Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were there. Xiaoxun, Xiaoxi, you two can go upstairs now, said Yu Yin to Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi. Why? Leng Xiaoxun didn't understand. Before Yu Yin could say anything, Master Leng opened his mouth. We'll have guests in a while, so you should go upstairs now. They didn't want Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi to know about Yunyo right now, in case they told other people. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi knew there had to be important guests coming today, and it would be inconvenient if they stayed in the living room, so they went upstairs. Although they were curious to know what guests would come this late at night, they didn't dare to ask questions about it. The Leng family wasn't an ordinary family, and the guests must be very important since they came at night. After Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi went upstairs, Yu Yin asked Master Leng, "Father, you look excited. Do you have any good news?" Master Leng then told Yu Yin what Leng Yuanjun had said to him on the phone. After hearing that, Yu Yin had the same reaction as Master Leng. She also chose to trust Ji Yuning and believed that the woman could be really Yunyo. If she's really Yunyo, that'll be the best, said Yu Yin, but she looked upset the next second. If she's Yunyo, who was the woman who died together with Yuanan? Why did Yunyo disappear all of a sudden after Yuanan's death? She even lost her memories. Yu Yin had to admit that she had the suspicion that Yunyo might have something to do with Leng Yuanan's death. If Yunyo survived and Leng Yuanan died, it was possible that Leng Yuanan died because of her. Master Leng was displeased as well. It was obvious that he had the same suspicion as Yu Yin. However, it was hard for him to believe it, because Yunyo and Leng Yuanan were deeply in love back then. Chapter 1687. Exactly the same. It's obvious that Yunyo has also suffered a lot that year, or she wouldn't lose her memories all of a sudden, said Master Leng, defending Yunyo. Yu Yin only had the suspicion for a short while, and she still chose to believe that Yunyo wouldn't hurt Leng Yuanan. After all, they had lived together for years, and she knew what kind of person Yunyo was. Although many people were wearing a mask on their faces and it was hard to truly know a person from their appearance, it didn't mean that everyone loved disguising. Because Master Leng was restless during the wait, he directly walked out of the door. Master Leng, what's wrong? Leng Chengji noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. It wasn't something that they couldn't tell Leng Chengji, so Master Leng shared the news with him and Leng Chengji was leaving him shocked too. However, he had the same reaction as Leng Yuanjun. Although he thought that it was possible that the woman could be Yunyo, he was suspicious of her. However, he noticed that Master Leng almost accepted it, so he said nothing and waited to see the result. During this time, Master Leng told Yu Yin to find Yunyo's notes for him from Leng Yuanan's study. Master Leng anxiously walked in and out. When it was almost the appointed time, he went straight to wait at the gate, followed by Yu Yin and Leng Chengji. Finally, Leng Yuanjun's car drove. A while later, they saw another car behind it, and they knew that it must be Ji Yuning's car, which meant that Ji Yuning and Yunyo came too. All of a sudden, they got nervous. They hoped that she was really Yunyo, but was also worried that she might not be Yunyo. Actually, no one was more nervous than Yunyo. She wasn't afraid that she might not be able to prove her identity, but she felt a little timid when she was about to have a family reunion. She had met Master Leng a few days ago, but her face was covered back then, and Master Leng didn't know who she was. Now, however, they would meet face to face. Ji Yuning didn't know how to comfort her about that, so she said nothing. The car stopped before the gate. Leng Yuanjun got out of it and gave the car key to a security guard, who would drive the car to the parking garage. Ji Yuning's car was stopped right outside the gate, and she got out of it with Jing Yunyao too. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still amazed when they saw Jing Yunyao in the flesh. They felt the strong familiarity from Yunyao, and only those who were really familiar with them could give them that feeling. "Hi, Grandpa Leng, Uncle Changji, and Aunt Yin." Ji Yuning greeted them. "Nice to see you, Master Leng." Jing Yunyao also politely greeted Master Leng, but she didn't know how to call the other two people, so she simply nodded at them. Once Master Leng heard her voice, he said with surprise, "Are you the woman who came with Ningning the other day?" Although he asked that question, he already had the answer, and Master Leng was more sure that she was Yunyao, because he already felt that she looked familiar when her face was covered. If they weren't close family members, they wouldn't have that familiarity towards each other. As for now, the familiarity became strong and real. People's appearances might lie, but the feelings couldn't. Leng Chengji also recognized Jing Yunyao when he heard her voice, and he began to believe that she could really be Yunyao. At the same time, Master Leng and Leng Chengji thought that they probably came the other day not for books but for something else. Nevertheless, they didn't think that they had an evil purpose, because Yunyao lost her memories and Ji Yuning was helping her get them back by taking her to familiar places. Yu Yin and Leng Yuanjun were surprised when they heard that Ji Yuning and Yunyao had visited the Leng family a few days ago, but it wasn't the right time to ask about that right now. "Yes," said Jing Yunyao. "Come on in." Master Leng welcomed them without delay. He couldn't wait to make sure whether this woman in front of his eyes was really Yunyao. Even though he was quite sure that she could really be Yunyao after he saw her face, he still wanted to confirm it. Afterwards, they went inside and followed Master Leng to his study. "Please don't mind," said Master Leng with slight embarrassment. They needed to confirm it, but it was also a little disrespectful. "Of course not." Jing Yunyao didn't mind it at all, then went to the table and began to write with the ink brush. Master Leng and Yunyao had talked about calligraphy with each other before, and Master Leng had watched her writing many times. Therefore, he was very familiar with the way Yunyao used the ink brush, the posture when she wrote, and her handwriting. When Jing Yunyao wrote down on the paper right now, she looked exactly the same as Yunyao in his memories. Appearance and posture could be imitated, but verve couldn't. Although Jing Yunyao lost her memories, the way of holding the ink brush, the posture and look when she wrote, and the style of her writing were all habits that had developed since her childhood, and they wouldn't change due to amnesia. Jing Yunyao's writing was naturally comfortable and unconstrained. This was her consistent style, and there was no trace of deliberateness, because she didn't do it deliberately. Master Leng was already very familiar with Yunyao's handwriting and he just saw it again, so he got more excited when he saw the several characters Jing Yunyao wrote down and recognized Yunyao's handwriting, but he didn't stop Jing Yunyao from finishing writing. Once Jing Yunyao was done, she put down the ink brush and asked Master Leng, "Master Leng, please." Master Leng walked over at once and compared it with Yunyao's notes. "They're exactly the same. I'm sure that they're from the same person," Master Leng said with great excitement. I trust you. I now believe that you're Yunyao." Saying that, Master Leng cried with joy. The others in the room were also excited. Yu Yin completely believed it, and although Leng Yuanjun and Leng Chengji still felt that it was too unbelievable, they were willing to accept it. Since they believed it now, they felt happy too. "Thank you for trusting me." Jing Yunyao also cried. She felt happy because members of the Leng family were willing to trust her, but she wasn't so excited because she lost her memories of them. Chapter 1688. The enemy was already killed. "Yunyao, I trust you too," said Yu Yin. "Thank you." Jing Yunyao thanked Yu Yin. "Welcome home, Yunyao." "Welcome home, Lady Leng." Leng Yuanjun and Leng Chengji also accepted her. Although they didn't say that they trusted her too, the way they called her showed their attitudes. Thank you so much for trusting me, but I'm sorry that I can't remember anything about you now, said Jing Yuniao, feeling a little guilty. It's fine. You'll get your memories back. Master Leng comforted her at once. As long as it was true that she was Yuniao, they could take it slowly to help her get her memories back. Jing Yuniao thought for a while, then said, although you trust me, I know you still have doubt. Since I survived, who could be the woman who died with Yuanan? I think I should explain it to you. Hearing that, Master Leng and the others put on a serious expression. They indeed wanted to know the truth. Since Yuniao was willing to tell them right now, they wouldn't refuse to listen to her. Well, I guess you'll surely be mad after knowing the truth, but I still think it's necessary for you to know it. In fact, I indeed fell down from the cliff with Yuanan, but I was still alive at that time, while Yuanan was already. Jing Yuniao said and felt heartbroken. Although she didn't remember details about the accident, it really had happened and left a great impact on her. Because I lost my memories, my older male cousin told me everything. He said that he went to help us once he heard that someone was going to hurt me and Yuanan, but he was still late, and we had already fallen from the cliff by the time he arrived. Luckily, I was still breathing, so my older male cousin killed a woman who was in our enemy's group to replace me. He disfigured her face and disguised her as me, then took me away. He did his best to save my life. Although I survived, I lost my memories, and my older male cousin was unwilling to tell me more about Yuanan. He thought that I should say goodbye to my old life since I lost all my memories. I met Ji Yuning a few days ago, and she said that she knew me. She did something to confirm my identity and my older male cousin told me the truth afterwards. I know that his behavior sounds selfish in your ears, but he only did that to protect me, said Jing Yuniao. She decided to be honest because she reached the agreement with Ji Yuning in the car before they came here. If she didn't tell the truth to the other members of the Leng family, they might still be suspicious of her. Hearing that, Master Leng and the others didn't think that she was lying, but they had mixed emotions. What Yuniao's older male cousin had done was indeed a little selfish in their eyes, but they weren't annoyed at him, because he did everything for Yuniao's good. All of a sudden, Master Leng thought of something. Aren't you an orphan? In the past, Yuniao told the members of the Leng family that she was an orphan. The Leng family was aware that she was only the adopted daughter of the Yi family, and its members also knew that Yuniao and Leng Yuanan already became girlfriend and girlfriend before Yuniao met Yi Zhengye. The Leng family didn't disdain Yuniao after knowing that she was an orphan. On the contrary, they had sympathy for her. The Leng family never cared about a marriage between families of equal social status. It cared more about love. There was a huge gap between Master Leng and his wife too when they got married. The Shen family was only a small business family back then, and it was quite unbelievable in many other people's eyes when Master Leng married his wife. Even though Yuniao was an orphan, she was very outstanding. She was a woman, but she joined the army along with Leng Yuanan and had made great achievements on her own abilities. She also had a title in the military. If the accident hadn't happened 15 years ago, she would have become a general. I'm not an orphan, but there is no difference, because my mother passed away when I was little. My father paid all his attention to his second wife and their children. Only my older male cousin sincerely cares about me and my whole family, but he stayed outside most of the time. I was so tired of the family, so I left it, said Jing Yuniao. Upon thinking of that family, Jing Yuniao couldn't help but show hatred on her face. Master Leng and the others felt sorry for her. Let bygones be bygones. We can live a happy life from now on, said Master Leng. He didn't want Jing Yuniao to be affected by her terrible experiences, and he decided not to blame Jing Jining for keeping it a secret from the Leng family after he rescued Jing Yuniao. He couldn't change anything even if he blamed Jing Jining for it. Yuniao was back safe and sound now, which was all that mattered. I know, said Jing Yuniao. She was reluctant to elaborate on that, because she was afraid that she might lose control of her emotions. After all, she had more grudges against her family. It was her family who killed her husband. She definitely wouldn't let the Leng family know that, because it would bring trouble and danger to them. Even though the Leng family was the top family in the mortals world and not many other families were comparable to it, it was still nothing for the Jing family who could easily ruin the Leng family. It was a matter of force. However, there was a rule in the cultivation world that cultivators couldn't kill mortals, and those who dared to break this rule would be punished by Tiandaozong. Master Leng suddenly became serious and asked, "You just said that your older male cousin knew that someone was going to hurt you in Yuanan. Who is it?" They always believed that it was an accident that had happened when they were chasing criminals, but unexpectedly it was a scheme. If it was a scheme, they had to find out who the enemy was and take revenge. The Leng family would never hurt innocent people, but it wasn't weak at all. If it was weak, it wouldn't become a dominant family, and it wouldn't submit to humiliation either. The Leng family wouldn't take the initiative to commit crimes or allow people from their factions to commit crimes. Violation of the law was actually inevitable, it was just a matter of seriousness. However, no matter who dared to cause the Leng family trouble, it wouldn't hesitate to take revenge. Therefore, the members of the Leng family were full of anger after knowing that Leng Yuanan and Yunyao had been schemed against. The atmosphere became depressing in an instant. The enemy was already killed by my older male cousin. He wouldn't let the person get away with it since it was a scheme, said Jing Yunyao. She wouldn't tell the Leng family the truth about that, because she would take revenge by herself. Hearing that, the others relaxed. Since the enemy was already killed, this problem was solved. Chapter 1689, Slowly Get Memories Back. "Oh, does Xiaoting know that you're still alive?" asked Master Leng. "Not yet, because I plan to meet you after getting my memories back." "It sounds so unreal without my previous memories," said Jing Yunyao. Well, Master Leng sighed. Xiaoting became cold and introverted after he lost his parents. He seldom talked with other people, and his life was occupied by study. After that, he joined the army and has been busy training and doing his task afterwards. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao's heart ached for her son and tears came out of her eyes. She knew it was hard for a kid to live a good life without parents. Even though he hadn't been treated badly, the death of his parents still had a great impact on him, which could affect his personality. Although Leng Xiaoting lived an affluent life now, Jing Yunyao still felt sad when she thought about what he had been through. Master Leng continued, "Because of his hard work, he has made great achievements and became a major general at an early age. In fact, his achievements are enough for the title of a general, but he's too young and we tried to make it look fair." Jing Yunyao felt proud of it too, but she was more sad than proud, because Leng Xiaoting had risked his life for the honor. Because of Xiaoting's personality, I was worried that he might live his life alone. Luckily, he changed a lot once he met Ningning. Although he still looks cold most of the time, his heart is warm now, said Master Leng, and he was really grateful to Ji Yuning for that. Jing Yunyao also felt touched. Ji Yuning had helped her a lot and now she was able to meet the Leng family. "If it's possible, I hope that you can see Xiaoting earlier and join us again. We can help you get your memories back slowly," said Master Leng. He was aging, and cared more and more about familial relationships. He really hoped that all the members of his family could gather together one day. And since Yunyao was the daughter-in-law of the Leng family, he really hoped that she could join them again. "Sure." Jing Yunyao nodded. Actually, after having spoken with Jing Jining, she already made up her mind to see Leng Xiaoting one of these days, and now she had no worry at all. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning's phone rang. Without giving a glance at the caller, Ji Yuning knew that it had to be Leng Xiaoting. "Grandpa, it's Xiaoting. Should we tell him right now or wait till he's back?" asked Ji Yuning. It was the Leng family's personal affair after all, so she needed to ask for Master Leng's opinion. "Not now. It's very late, and he'll rush back home once he finds out. It'll be dangerous if he drives fast," said Master Leng. Although he wanted to have Leng Xiaoting meet Yunyao as soon as possible, he cared more about his safety. "Ask him when he can be back. If he isn't busy tomorrow, tell him to come home." "Sure, I'll go outside to answer his call," said Ji Yuning. After Master Leng nodded, Ji Yuning went outside. They were boyfriend and girlfriend after all, and they would talk sweet nothings on the phone, so it was better if she answered the call away from the senior family members. Once Ji Yuning walked to the yard, she called Leng Xiaoting back. Because it cost her some time to talk with Master Leng, Leng Xiaoting already ended his call. Leng Xiaoting immediately picked up her call because his phone was right in his hand. Ji Yuning made up a lie and told him that she was in the washroom earlier. Leng Xiaoting wasn't displeased. He only felt a little anxious today, so he was worried that Ji Yuning might be in trouble. Now knowing that she was fine, he relaxed. After chatting for a while, Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting, "When can you come back?" "Tomorrow morning. I'll arrive in the capital before 11 a.m. Didn't you say that your friends would come tomorrow? I'll accompany you to treat them." "Oh, I already arranged a car to pick them up at the airport, and we can go to see them together tomorrow," said Leng Xiaoting. Even though they weren't in the same age range and didn't have many common topics, they were Ji Yuning's friends after all, and they didn't become her friends for business benefits. So he really wanted to know and socialize with Ji Yuning's friends. Ji Yuning, however, couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting wanted to meet Chu Peihan and her other friends. With his presence, it was impossible for them to enjoy themselves. Leng Xiaoting had a natural air of power. Even though he had no intention to show them a cold expression, his social status was too high for them, so they would naturally stand in awe of him. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoting wanted to meet her friends, Ji Yuning wouldn't stop him. In addition, it might not happen, because Leng Xiaoting would see Yunyao once he came back tomorrow. In that case, Leng Xiaoting probably wouldn't have time to meet Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends. It was only a secret for Leng Xiaoting right now. "Great, call me when you're in the capital tomorrow," said Ji Yuning. She didn't have a long talk with Leng Xiaoting on the phone, because she couldn't keep Master Leng and the others waiting for her. After the call, Ji Yuning went back to the living room. The moment she walked inside, she saw Leng Yuanchen. Ji Yuning entered from the backyard, while Leng Yuanchen walked in from the front yard. Leng Yuanchen was struck dumb for a second when he saw Ji Yuning, because it was very late now, but she was still in the Leng family's house. "Hi, Uncle Yuanchen." Ji Yuning politely greeted him, but still kept a distance from him. Although she had grudges against Leng Xiaojia and Zhang Shuyuan, she didn't have any grudges against Leng Yuanchen, so she wouldn't vent her anger on him. It was obvious that Leng Yuanchen knew nothing about Jing Yunyao. "Oh, hi." Leng Yuanchen also greeted Ji Yuning politely and stood away from her. He disliked Ji Yuning and was unwilling to accept her, because he felt the crisis of Ji Yuning supporting Leng Xiaoting too. Nevertheless, he still needed to pretend to be polite on the surface. They didn't have grudges against each other after all. "Well, I need to see Grandpa Leng right now. Please excuse me," said Ji Yuning, then walked towards Master Leng's study. Seeing Ji Yuning walking away, Leng Yuanchen squinted. He believed that Leng Xiaoting must be here too since Ji Yuning was here. He was very dissatisfied with it when Leng Xiaoting always stayed in Master Leng's study and had private conversations with him. Chapter 1690. Good news. Ji Yuning told Master Leng and the others that Leng Xiaoting would be back home at 11 a.m. tomorrow. "Why don't you stay here tonight? You can sleep in Xiaoting's room and we can tell him to come back home once he arrives tomorrow," said Master Leng. Because Leng Xiaoting sometimes slept here, his room was cleaned once every few days. It wasn't dirty at all. All the furniture in Leng Yuanen's room was also covered in white cloth, so it wouldn't be difficult to clean it. "Thanks, but I think Ningning and I should go back today, and we'll come tomorrow morning," said Jing Yunyao. She wasn't prepared to stay in the Leng family's house yet. "Fine." Master Leng noticed Jing Yunyao's unwillingness, so he didn't insist. He understood that she needed some time to get used to it. After that, Ji Yuning and Yunyao had to leave, so Master Leng walked them out. At this time, Leng Xiaoxun was eating in the dining hall. He heard Ji Yuning's voice coming from the living room and was surprised. Without delay, he stood up and walked outside, then really saw her. "Ji Yuning." Leng Xiaoxun called her and ran towards them. Hearing his voice, everyone stopped and turned to look at Leng Xiaoxun. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoxun complained. "Grandpa, didn't you say that you have a guest tonight and told us to stay away? I thought your guest is an important leader, but it turns out to be Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning was his idol after all, so Leng Xiaoxun was slightly annoyed. Ji Yuning wasn't an outsider. Why did his grandfather tell him to stay away? Because Leng Xiaoxun was very little when Leng Yuanan and Yunyao had the accident, he didn't know them at all, so he stayed calm when he saw Jing Yunyao. Because she came for something serious, said Master Leng. He wasn't displeased with Leng Xiaoxun's complaint. Fine. Leng Xiaoxun pursed his lips, and unwillingly accepted this explanation. In fact, he knew that it must be something serious, and that is why Master Leng told them to stay away. Xiaoxun, we have another guest here, said Yu Yin, but she didn't tell Leng Xiaoxun that Yunyao was Leng Xiaoting's mother. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Leng Xiaoxun greeted Jing Yunyao with respect at once, because Jing Yunyao was the only new face here. Although Jing Yunyao looked very young, Leng Xiaoxun understood that rich women all took good care of their skin. For example, his mother was in late 40s now, but looked like a woman in her early 30s. Leng Xiaoxun thought that she might be Ji Yuning's mother, but he didn't ask that question aloud. This is my son, Leng Xiaoxun. Yu Yin introduced Leng Xiaoxun to Jing Yunyao. Nice to meet you too, Xiaoxun. Jing Yunyao gently smiled at Leng Xiaoxun. After that, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao left. Once they were gone, Leng Xiaoxun asked Yu Yin, Mom, is she Ji Yuning's mother? Not really, said Yu Yin. Then who is she? Asked Leng Xiaoxun. You don't need to know that. Yu Yin criticized him. Leng Xiaoxun pursed his lips with dissatisfaction, but said nothing further about it. He went upstairs afterwards and talked about it with Leng Xiaoxi. Leng Xiaoxi was also greatly surprised, but she understood it. If it wasn't something serious, their grandfather wouldn't have told them to stay away. At the same time, Master Leng told Leng Chengji to clean Leng Yuanan's room tomorrow morning. Since it was proven that Jing Yunyao was really Yunyao, he really hoped that she could move back and live with them. It might be helpful for her to get her memories back. Even if Yunyao was unwilling to move in, he wouldn't force her to do that. Anyway, it was better if the room was cleaned. Master Leng went back to his room later, and called his youngest daughter, Leng Yuanjun, who was in City C right now. It was already 11 p.m., and Leng Yuanjun just fell asleep, but her phone was turned on 24/7, so she woke up once it rang. Who is it? It's very late. Song Wenxuan mumbled. Leng Yuanjun grabbed her phone over and was surprised. It's my father. Normally, Master Leng was asleep at this time, and he had never called her so late at night, so Leng Yuanjun was worried that something bad might have happened. Song Wenxuan was scared too and couldn't sleep further. Leng Yuanjun answered the call at once and asked worriedly, Father, what happened? Why are you calling me so late at night? Something indeed happened, but it's good news. Master Leng said with excitement. Good news. What good news? Leng Yuanjun was relieved, so was Song Wenxuan. Yunyao is still alive, said Master Leng. What? Hearing that, Leng Yuanjun rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Song Wenxuan was anxious looking at Leng Yuanjun. He didn't know what Master Leng said that made Leng Yuanjun look so surprised. Yunyao is still alive. She just came to see us and left not long ago, but she lost her memories, so she can't remember what happened to her in the past, said Master Leng. Leng Yuanjun opened her mouth, and burst into tears the next second. Women were emotional. In fact, except for Leng Yuanjun's family, the other people in the Leng family got along well with each other, and they cared about one another too. Leng Yuanjun was thrilled when she heard that Yunyao was still alive and just came back home. Yuanjun, what happened? Song Wenxuan was still anxious. He just heard that it was good news, but didn't know what it was. Xiaoting doesn't know it yet, but he'll be back home tomorrow morning. We plan to let them see each other. If you have time tomorrow, you can come back too. If not, we can wait till you're free, said Master Leng. Although he hoped that Leng Yuanjun could come back, he wouldn't force her to if she was occupied with work. We're not busy recently, so we'll come to see you tomorrow, said Leng Yuanjun. She and her husband were senior leaders in their workplace, so it was easy for them to ask for leave. However, as senior leaders, they wouldn't leave their work behind for unimportant things. Chapter 1691, Rescue a Pregnant Woman. Great, said Master Leng, then hung up the call. What's wrong? What happened? Once Leng Yuanjun hung up the call, Song Wenxuan asked her in a hurry. Father just told me that Yunyao is still alive, and she just came back, said Leng Yuanjun and cried again with excitement. What? Song Wenxuan was taken aback. After being shocked, they booked tickets for the earliest flight to the capital tomorrow. The plane would take off at 7:50 a.m., and they would arrive at the capital about 10 a.m. So they should arrive at the Leng family's old house at 11 a.m. too. At the same time, Jing Yunyao couldn't calm down after she left the Leng family's old house. Ji Yuning wouldn't bother her and left her some space. Because they visited the Leng family tonight, there was no need for them to visit Leng Yuanan's grave. They would do that in the day since the Leng family already accepted Jing Yunyao. By the time they were back in Mountain River Garden it was nearly 12 a.m. so Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao went back to their own rooms. Jing Yunyao called Jing Jining afterwards, and told him about what had happened tonight. Well, I think it's fate that is bringing you and Xiaoting together. It's not a bad thing that the Leng family discovered you earlier, said Jing Jining. At the beginning, he was worried that Jing Yunyao might delay the meeting because of hesitation and indecision. That night, Jing Yunyao couldn't sleep until 3 a.m. and kept having dreams about her memories shortly after she fell asleep. However, she only had dreams, and they didn't help her remember anything. Although she didn't sleep well last night, Jing Yunyao was a cultivator and she wouldn't be affected even if she didn't sleep for days. Therefore, she was still full of energy when she got up the next morning. In the morning, Master Leng came back after exercising, and Leng Yuanqin walked downstairs at the same time. Yuanqin, if you have nothing important to deal with this morning, you can stay at home and go to work this afternoon. Leng Yuanqin was struck dumb for a second, then asked with confusion, why? Yunyao isn't dead, and she's coming by later, said Master Leng. What? Leng Yuanqin rounded his eyes in shock and couldn't believe his ears. It was impossible for him that Yunyao was still alive. After that, Master Leng told Leng Yuanqin more about Yunyao, and Leng Yuanqin had mixed emotions. He didn't want Yunyao to come back, because he knew that she was a powerful woman. With her help, Leng Xiaoting would become a greater enemy for them. Therefore, Leng Yuanqin lost his appetite during breakfast. However, since Yunyao wasn't dead, he couldn't shut her out. He forced himself to eat some food in case Master Leng noticed his abnormal reaction. Actually, Master Leng wasn't dumb and knew his thoughts very well, but he said nothing because Leng Yuanqin didn't do or say anything yet. Leng Yuanqin didn't have anything important to do in the morning, so he didn't go to work. Master Leng told him not to tell Zhang Shuyuan that Yunyao would come back, because he was worried that Zhang Shuyuan might cause an argument. Leng Yuanqin knew it was possible, but he still felt embarrassed when Master Leng said that to his face. Nevertheless, Master Leng was his father, so he had to listen to him. Ji Yuning had a rest after finishing breakfast before she went to the Leng family's house. Because she didn't know when Leng Xiaoting would arrive, she sent him a message to tell him to meet her at the Leng family's old house. As for the reason, Ji Yuning kept it a secret, and Leng Xiaoting thought that she simply wanted him to see Master Leng, so he didn't question it further and agreed. Thinking that she was going to meet Leng Xiaoting soon, Jing Yunyao was quite nervous. She was even more nervous than last time when she met Master Leng and the other members of the Leng family. Leng Xiaoting was her son after all. Comfort couldn't help her relax at this time, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to do that. Anyway, everything would be fine after she met Leng Xiaoting. However, an accident happened on their way to the Leng family's old house. When Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao passed a luxurious house area, a private car suddenly rushed down the slope, and a pregnant woman was walking at the front. She had been pregnant about 7 months, so it was a little inconvenient for her to move. Besides, when the car came, she was struck dumb and couldn't avoid it in time. Seeing that the car was about to hit the pregnant woman, Ji Yuning immediately stopped, opened the car door, and dashed towards the pregnant woman like lightning. At the very dangerous moment, she pulled the pregnant woman away with the car slightly touching the pregnant woman before it rushed ahead. It wasn't forced to stop until it hit a car which drove by at this time. When Ji Yuning jumped out of the car, Jing Yunyao followed her. It was too dangerous, and she wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning could handle it well. Because the pregnant woman was frightened and her stomach started hurting, Ji Yuning put her magical power into the pregnant woman's body without hesitation in case she was injured. Therefore, Jing Yunyao felt it and looked at Ji Yuning with great surprise. To her astonishment, Ji Yuning had magical power. She started to wonder what kind of mortal Ji Yuning really was. However, it wasn't the right time to ask that question now, so Jing Yunyao said nothing. When the car accident happened, many people surrounded them and someone asked, "Do we need to call an ambulance?" "Yes, please," said Ji Yuning. Although she could protect this pregnant woman by putting her magical power into her body, it was a secret and she wouldn't tell anyone at the scene. The pregnant woman was still in pain now, so she had to be sent to the hospital. If she was injured, her family would be worried. "Ma'am, what's the phone number of your family members? I can help you call them," asked Ji Yuning. The pregnant woman felt much better now, so she was able to hear Ji Yuning. She told Ji Yuning her husband's phone number and Ji Yuning asked Jing Yunyao to make a call. She was supporting the pregnant woman now, so it wasn't convenient for her to do it. Because the pregnant woman lived in this area too, her husband came within a minute after receiving the call, followed by her mother-in-law. When they found out that it was Ji Yuning who saved the pregnant woman, they thanked her repeatedly. Chapter 1692, Leng Xiaoting's mother. They would deal with it when the police came, so Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao left first. Because there were too many people who were staring at Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao, they didn't notice that one of them looked totally shocked. The person was a middle-aged woman, but she didn't focus on Ji Yuning, instead she focused on Jing Yunyao. It was obvious that she knew Jing Yunyao. When the woman got her mind back, Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao had already left, and she took out her phone and called a caller named Jinchen at once. At this time, Xu Jinchen and Leng Xiaoting were on their way to the capital, and were about to arrive. Xu Jinchen's phone suddenly rang, and the caller was his mother. It turned out that the middle-aged woman who stared at Jing Yunyao with shock was Xu Jinchen's mother. Because Xu Jinchen was driving, he put it on speaker. "Hi, Mom, what's up?" asked Xu Jinchen. "Jinchen, I just saw a woman outside where we live. She closely resembles Xiaoting's mother and most importantly she was with Ji Yuning." "Mrs. Xu said with great excitement. Mrs. Xu recognized Ji Yuning too. Although she had never seen her in person before, she had seen many of her photos on the internet. And it was precisely because she knew Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting, that she was astonished by what she saw at the accident scene. The Xu family and the Leng family had been friends for dozens of years, so Mrs. Xu definitely knew Yunyao. Actually, they had a good relationship. What? Hearing that, Xu Jinchen was shocked and slammed on the brakes. Leng Xiaoting, who was sitting on the front passenger's seat, was also taken aback. Then he figured out why Ji Yuning wanted him to directly go back to the Leng family's old house today. Leng Xiaoting believed that the woman who closely resembled his mother must be his mother, or Ji Yuning wouldn't ask him to go back home. When did Ji Yuning find his mother? Although he was mentally prepared for the fact that Yunyao could still be alive, Leng Xiaoting was still astonished when he heard that it was the truth. His heart began to pound fast, and he got nervous in an instant. What's that sound? Is it the sound of brakes? Mrs. Xu heard the abrupt sound when Xu Jinchen came to a sudden halt. She was too shocked by the woman who closely resembled Yunyao, so she didn't ask what Xu Jinchen was doing before she shared this shocking news with him. "Yeah, I'm driving, and I was scared by what you just said." Xu Jinchen calmed himself down and said. Leng Xiaoting was actually more shocked than him. All of a sudden, Xu Jinchen turned to look at Leng Xiaoting worriedly. "Are you all right, Mrs. Xu was anxious. "I'm fine. All right, I need to go now," said Xu Jinchen and directly hung up the call. It wasn't the time to talk with his mother right now. "Xiaoting, are you all right?" Xu Jinchen wanted to say something now, but he didn't know what he should say. In Xu Jinchen's eyes, Leng Xiaoting's mother already passed away, so he didn't think that the woman could be Xiaoting's mother. They probably just looked alike. As for the reason why she was with Ji Yuning, he was confused, but couldn't make any guesses before he knew details. "I'm fine. "Keep on driving," said Leng Xiaoting, and there was no emotion in his voice. Although Leng Xiaoting actually had mixed emotions, he hid them away from other people, like he usually did. Therefore, Xu Jinchen could see that Leng Xiaoting changed his expression, but couldn't feel any emotions from him. However, even though he wasn't sure how Leng Xiaoting felt now, he knew that he shouldn't be curious about it and started the car again. After a while, Xu Jinchen asked with uncertainty, "Are we continuing to return to the Leng family's old house?" Leng Xiaoting already told Xu Jinchen that he needed to go back to the Leng family's old house, but Xu Jinchen wasn't sure about it now after his mother's call. It was obvious that Ji Yuning told him to go back to the Leng family's old house because the woman who closely resembled his mother was there. Leng Xiaoting always wanted to find his mother, but he was quite nervous now that he was really going to see her. He didn't know what to say, because his mother was dead for 15 years. They became strange to each other after the separation of 15 years, but they were connected by blood after all, so it was impossible to cut the feeling between them. That was the reason why Leng Xiaoting didn't know what he should do or how to face it. Xu Jinchen suddenly realized that Ji Yuning and the woman who closely resembled Xiaoting's mother were going to the Leng family's old house too. His home wasn't far from the Leng family's old house, and it only took several minutes to get there by car. It seemed that the woman who closely resembled Xiaoting's mother could really be his mother. Thinking of that, Xu Jinchen was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, he didn't have a better explanation for that. Xu Jinchen was so curious that he almost asked about it aloud, but he still controlled himself. No matter what, he knew that Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to meet the woman, so he sped up at once. In fact, no matter how fast Xu Jinchen drove, Leng Xiaoting still felt it was too slow. Even though he didn't know what to do later, he still wanted to see her as soon as possible. He also knew that Xu Jinchen already drove as fast as possible, so he didn't urge him because it would be dangerous if he drove too fast. They were in the city center now, and there was more and more traffic on the road. And precisely because of that, Xu Jinchen didn't know whether he was in a rush to meet the woman or not. At the same time, Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao arrived at the Leng family's old house at 9:30 a.m. The members of the Leng family didn't go outside today, except for Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia who were still in the hospital. Leng Xiaoming was also absent, because he was working in another city. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi were in the yard now. They didn't know that Ji Yuning would come this morning, so they were surprised to see her when she showed up. "Nice to see you again, ma'am." Leng Xiaoxun greeted Jing Yuniao first, because she was older than them. Chapter 1693, Finally see each other, "Nice to see you, ma'am." Leng Xiaoxi greeted Jing Yuniao after Leng Xiaoxun. Actually, neither Leng Xiaoxi nor Leng Xiaoxun knew who she was, because Yuyin didn't tell them. "Nice to see you too." Jing Yuniao gently smiled at them. At this time, Master Leng and the others also walked out, because Leng Chengji told them that Jing Yuniao came once Ji Yuning's car entered the yard. Morning. Master Leng beamed with happiness when he saw Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. He was looking forward to seeing them again. He didn't even sleep last night, because the whole thing was still unbelievable in his eyes, and he was afraid that it was just a dream when he woke up the next day. Therefore, when he got up this morning, Master Leng asked Leng Chengji whether Ji Yuning and Yuniao had really visited him last night. Leng Yuanjun and Yu Yin also didn't sleep until it was very late, and they talked much about Leng Yuanan and Yuniao. However, Leng Yuanqin was displeased with Master Leng's attitude towards Yuniao. Ever since they were kids, Master Leng always liked Leng Yuanan more than his other children, and now he cared more about Leng Yuanan's children too. Actually, Master Leng liked Leng Yuanan and Leng Xiaoting more for a reason, and it wasn't serious. Even Leng Yuanjun didn't pay much attention to it. Leng Yuanqin was jealous simply because he wasn't tolerant. Ever since they were little, Leng Yuanan was always the smartest child in the Leng family, and he could do everything the best. Parents normally paid more attention to the kid who was smart, lovely, and studied hard. Although Master Leng treated his three sons slightly differently, there wasn't a big difference. Besides, Leng Yuanqin and Leng Yuanjun were afraid of Master Leng when they were boys, so they seldom stayed close to him. Only Leng Yuanan wasn't scared of Master Leng and was willing to be close to him, so Master Leng naturally cared more about Leng Yuanan. In addition, Master Leng used to be a soldier, and he had a special feeling towards soldiers. Leng Yuanan was the only member of the Leng family who joined the army, which was also the reason why he was more important in Master Leng's eyes. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting lost his parents who loved him most in this world when he was very young, so it was understandable that Master Leng, who was his grandfather, paid special attention to him. Leng Yuanchen's family never liked Leng Xiaoting, and even took him as their enemy. Leng Yuanzhen's family treated Leng Xiaoting well, but Leng Xiaoting always kept his distance from them. He only had a close relationship with his grandfather in his family. Among Master Leng's grandchildren, Leng Xiaoting was also the smartest one, and he joined the army at 18, then made a lot of great achievements. No grandparent wouldn't like such an outstanding grandkid. And even though Master Leng cared more about Leng Xiaoting, he also loved his other grandchildren, but his other grandchildren always stood in awe of him and were unwilling to be close to him. Only Leng Xiaoxun spent a lot of time with Leng Xiaoting, so he wasn't afraid of Master Leng, and Master Leng was close to him too. "Good morning, Master Leng." Jing Yuniao greeted Master Leng with respect. Although she already proved her identity, she hadn't gotten her memories back yet, so she didn't call Master Leng her father for the time being. Master Leng understood it, so he decided to be patient. When Yuniao had her memories back, she would naturally call him her father. "Hi, Yuniao." Leng Yuanzhen and Yu Yin also smiled at Jing Yuniao. "Morning, Yuanzhen, Yin." Jing Yuniao directly called their names. "Yuniao, this is my second son, Leng Yuanchen," said Master Leng to Jing Yuniao. "Nice to see you, Yuanchen." Jing Yuniao greeted Leng Yuanchen. "Hi, Yuniao." Leng Yuanchen gave her an indifferent response. Jing Yuniao noticed that Leng Yuanchen didn't want her to come back, but she didn't care about him. Because she already knew from Ji Yuning that Leng Yuanchen's family disliked Leng Xiaoting, it wasn't surprising that he didn't want to see her either. Jing Yuniao had the same personality as Ji Yuning, and was kind to other people when other people didn't cause her trouble. However, if anyone dared to annoy her, she wouldn't be kind either. As a result, she didn't care whether Leng Yuanchen wanted her to come back or not. It would be fine as long as he didn't make things difficult for her and Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoxi and Leng Xiaoxun were curious about their attitudes towards each other, but didn't dare to ask about them. "All right, let's get inside now." Master Leng invited them to go inside with great enthusiasm. After that, they went to have a seat in the living room and several domestic servants served them cups of tea at once, then they began to chat with each other. "Yuniao, where did you live during the past 15 years? Master Leng asked Jing Yuniao. He wasn't investigating something, but simply wanted to learn more about her. "When I woke up, I was at County X in City J. After 3 years of treatment, I made a full recovery. My older male cousin bought a small building for me to run a small business there, but the land was acquired by the government a short while ago, and I always wanted to go to the capital, so I came," said Jing Yuniao. "City J. It's quite far from the capital," said Master Leng. If it was close, they probably could have found Yuniao earlier. About 12 p.m., Leng Xiaoting arrived, but he got out of the car at the gate and told Xu Jinchen to go back home. Xu Jinchen was curious to know what exactly had happened, but it was Leng Xiaoting's family affair after all, so he listened to Leng Xiaoting and left. As Leng Xiaoting stepped into the Leng family's old house, he became more anxious and nervous than before. Leng Chengji saw him once he showed up, and ran to tell everyone that he was back. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao was nervous too, especially when she felt that Leng Xiaoting was closer and closer to her. She didn't even know where to put her hands. Master Leng and the others were thrilled, but they didn't walk out to welcome Leng Xiaoting. Instead, they waited for him to come inside on his own. They were a family after all, and Leng Xiaoting wasn't a guest. Anyway, everyone turned to look at the door, waiting to see Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting stopped for a second outside the living room and hesitated a little. There was an entryway behind the door, and people in the room couldn't see the outside, and vice versa. However, Leng Xiaoting could already feel the air of a cultivator in the room. Chapter 1694, Mother and Son, Lord Leng, welcome back. Let's go inside now, said Leng Chengji with excitement and happiness. He had the same feeling as Master Leng and also felt happy when Yunyo came back. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting, then walked inside, followed by Leng Chengji. The second he entered the living room, his sight fell on Yunyo and met her eyes. His body shook a little and his heart began to pound fast from the strong familiarity he felt. However, he wasn't surprised, because he knew that she would be here. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Jing Yunyo lost her memories, but cultivators had a strong feeling towards blood connection, so he was sure that she was his mother as soon as he saw her. He felt like crying and tears welled up in his eyes, but he controlled himself. Yunyo, however, burst into tears the moment she saw Leng Xiaoting, but she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. Jing Yunyo stood still, and Leng Xiaoting walked to her step by step. Master Leng thought that Leng Xiaoting hadn't seen Yunyo for 15 years, and he was only 11 years old when Yunyo left him, so Master Leng wanted to introduce Yunyo to him. However, before he could do that, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth first and called with difficulty, "Mom." He hadn't called that for 15 years, so he wasn't familiar with it right now, but he couldn't help saying that aloud because of their blood connection. Master Leng and the others were surprised when Leng Xiaoting easily called Jing Yunyo his mom. They hadn't seen each other in 15 years after all, and they thought that Leng Xiaoting would refuse to accept Yunyo when they met again. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting looked quite calm, as if he already knew that Yunyo wasn't dead. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was indeed mentally prepared for it, and he was very used to controlling his emotions, so he didn't have a strong reaction. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi, on the other hand, were totally shocked. They couldn't believe that this stranger turned out to be Leng Xiaoting's mother. They thought that their Aunt Yunyo had already passed away 15 years ago. However, it seemed that they were wrong. Since Leng Xiaoting just called the woman his mom, it must be true, but it was still quite unbelievable in their eyes. Jing Yunyo subconsciously answered Leng Xiaoting's call, then cried again. Although she didn't have memories, she felt the strong blood connection, and when Leng Xiaoting called her mom it aroused the maternal love she had forgotten. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to do when Jing Yunyo cried. He walked ahead at once and laid his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't cry." However, when Leng Xiaoting said that to comfort her, Jing Yunyo lost control of herself and cried louder. Leng Xiaoting honestly didn't know what to do at this moment. Even though Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, she was still an outsider and it was their family affair, so she said nothing. Master Leng and the others also felt touched by the scene. Even Leng Yuanqin, who didn't want Yunyo to come back, was affected. After all, he wasn't a cold-blooded man, and he was simply gotten the better of by his jealousy. He was jealous of Leng Yuanan because Master Leng cared more about Leng Yuanan than him, then he was jealous of Leng Xiaoting because he believed that his son wasn't worse than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoming actually also had a bright future in politics. No one interrupted Jing Yunyo when she cried. Nevertheless, Jing Yunyo soon realized what she was doing and felt embarrassed. She did her best to control herself and gradually stopped crying. "Sorry, I lost my manners." Jing Yunyo apologized to them. "It's fine. We understand," said Master Leng. "Come on, have a seat now." Afterwards, everyone was seated, and Leng Xiaoting sat with Jing Yunyo. Leng Xiaoting felt a little uneasy, because he had never stayed so close to any women except for Ji Yuning during these years. Although Jing Yunyo was his mother, they hadn't seen each other for 15 years after all. "Xiaoting, why didn't you look shocked when you saw your mother?" asked Master Leng with curiosity. "Well, Jinshan received a call from his mother on our way back here. He told me that his mother ran into a woman who closely resembles my mom and that she was with Ningning, so I already knew it before I came here," said Leng Xiaoting. "How come you knew that she's your mother? Don't you have doubt?" asked Master Leng again, because it seemed too easy for Leng Xiaoting to accept it. "I trust Ningning," said Leng Xiaoting. "In addition, we're connected by blood, and I trust my feelings." Actually, it was more because he was a cultivator, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't tell them that. He became a cultivator, then found out that his mother was also a cultivator. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to die, so he was mentally prepared for the fact that his mother might still be alive. Master Leng felt that something wasn't right, but he didn't ask further about it. Since Yunyao's identity was already confirmed, there was nothing he needed to be worried about. When it was 11:10 a.m., Leng Yuanjin's family came, and the housekeeper welcomed them at once. Even though they already knew that Yunyao was back, they were still amazed when they finally saw her. They even forgot to greet Master Leng and kept staring at Jing Yunyao. "Yunyao, you must be Yuanjin, and this is your husband, Wenxuan, right?" Jing Yunyao stood up to greet them. Jing Yunyao could recognize Leng Yuanjin and Song Wenxuan not because she remembered something, but because Master Leng just mentioned them. Chapter 1695, Song Yinyu. When they came, they also recognized her at first glance, so they had to be Leng Yuanjin and Song Wenxuan. "Yes, we are," said Leng Yuanjin. She knew that Yunyao lost her memories, so someone must have mentioned them before they arrived here. "I'm so sorry, I lost my memories and I can't remember anything about you. Master Leng just talked about you too, so I learned your names," said Jing Yunyao with embarrassment. "It's fine. You'll get your memories back, and we're glad to see that you're fine." Leng Yuanjin comforted her. Nothing was more important than her safety. Song Wenxuan was a man, and didn't know what to say at this moment, so he said nothing and let Leng Yuanjin do the talk. "Oh, Yunyao, this is my daughter, Song Yinyu." Leng Yuanjin pulled Song Yinyu, who was struck dumb, over and introduced Jing Yunyao to her. "Yinyu, this is your Aunt Yunyao. Nice to see you, Aunt Yunyao." Song Yinyu greeted Jing Yunyao at once, her voice very sweet and adorable. Song Yinyu was actually confused, because she heard that her Uncle Yuanan and Aunt Yunyao were already dead. Why did her Aunt Yunyao suddenly come back? She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that she shouldn't ask about it right now. "Nice to see you too, Yinyu." Jing Yunyao smiled at her. After that, Master Leng told them to have a seat. Song Yinyu looked to Ji Yuning with great excitement. She was also surprised when she walked inside because of Ji Yuning's presence. Ji Yuning became her idol after she learned about her achievements through the internet. Ji Yuning noticed her look, then gave her a smile. From Song Yinyu's gaze, Ji Yuning knew that she was also her fan. Song Yinyu was thrilled when her idol smiled at her. In fact, she ached to talk with her idol at this moment. Before she came to the capital, she already knew that Ji Yuning was her cousin Xiaoting's girlfriend, but she never had the chance to see Ji Yuning before. She also complained about it when she heard that her mother and her Aunt Yin already had a meal with Ji Yuning. When they were chatting with each other, Leng Yuanjin suddenly said, "Oh, when Yinyu heard that Yin and I shared a meal with Ji Yuning last time, she complained about it and said that I should bring her out too. She's Ji Yuning's loyal fan." Hearing that, Song Yinyu felt shy and lowered her head at once, and Leng Yuanjin joked. "Look at you. Do you feel embarrassed? Ji Yuning is your idol and also your future sister-in-law." "Mom." Song Yinyu was dissatisfied when her mother joked about her. "Ha ha, your mother is right. Ningning is also your future sister-in-law, so you don't need to feel shy in front of her. You should spend more time with her," said Master Leng. Except for Leng Yuanqin's family, the other members of the Leng family already accepted Ji Yuning as the Leng family's granddaughter-in-law. Since they were a family, they really should spend more time with one another. The Leng family had to be united for it to be strong. "You're right, Grandpa Leng. Yinyu, why don't we exchange our phone numbers or ID accounts?" Ji Yuning pleased Song Yinyu of her own accord. Since Master Leng said that they should spend more time with each other, she needed to show with her attitude that she was willing to be Song Yinyu's friend. Song Yinyu nodded at once with excitement. Of course, she actually didn't expect it to happen all of a sudden. Although Ji Yuning was her future sister-in-law and they would be a family, Ji Yuning became her idol first, so she still felt nervous in front of Ji Yuning. "I want that too. I'm not Ningning's friend on WeChat yet," said Leng Xiaoxun without delay. "Me too. I want both a phone number and WeChat account." Leng Xiaoxi was unwilling to be left aside. Afterwards, they took out their phones and went to ask Ji Yuning for her phone number and WeChat account, which amused the other people in the room. Song Yinyu directly sat by Ji Yuning after that, and began to chat with her. Once she opened her mouth, she kept complimenting Ji Yuning with admiration. "Goddess Ji Yu, can we take photos together?" Song Yinyu asked Ji Yuning with anticipation. "Sure," said Ji Yuning. Hearing Ji Yuning's agreement, Song Yinyu was excited and asked again, "Can I post them to my WeChat moments?" She wanted to do that, but she thought that she still needed to ask for Ji Yuning's opinion. Of course, Ji Yuning agreed. Since she was willing to take photos with Song Yinyu, she wouldn't mind it if Song Yinyu posted the photos on social media. Can I say that you're my sister-in-law?" asked Song Yinyu. Although Song Yinyu was only 13, she was smart and more mature than her age. She knew that Ji Yuning was a celebrity and her reputation mattered. Ji Yuning was amused by Song Yinyu's questions. "I'm not a big star, so it's fine if my romantic relationship is public." Song Yinyu felt relieved and beamed. "Wonderful. I just want to show off our relationship in front of my classmates. Many of my classmates are your fans because they believe you're a kung fu master. If they find out our relationship, they'll be super envious of me." They were teenagers, so they really admired Ji Yuning's level of martial arts. Ji Yuning laughed again after Song Yinyu said that. After that, they took several photos together and Song Yinyu posted them on her WeChat moments. "Song Yinyu, you might not believe it, but my idol is my future sister-in-law. I'm happier than ever now, and we'll be a family. I can see my idol every day." Song Yinyu only had dozens of contacts on WeChat, and most of them were her friends or classmates in addition to her relatives. Chapter 1696, You'll never be able to do that except for her relatives and several close friends. Other people didn't know that Song Yinyu had a powerful family, especially her family's relationship with the Leng family. Her other friends only knew that her family was involved in politics. In addition, Song Yinyu always kept a low profile and never showed off her family background. Shortly after Song Yinyu posted her photos with Ji Yuning, many people liked them and left comments. Her classmates were indeed all envious of her. However, Song Yinyu's older female cousin, Song Yaru, left an aggressive comment. "Song Yaru, no way. Ji Yuning doesn't deserve Lord Leng." Seeing that comment, Song Yinyu was mad. "Song Yinyu, why? I think Goddess Ji Yu and my cousin Xiaoting are a perfect match. They're so good-looking that I can barely move my eyes away from them when they're together." She knew that Song Yaru always wanted to marry into the Leng family. Back in the old days, her uncle even mentioned that to her parents and hoped that her parents could help Song Yaru marry into the Leng family. They didn't care whether Song Yaru could marry Leng Xiaoming or Leng Xiaoting, they simply wanted to become more successful on the Leng family's coattails. Leng Xiaoxun was too young, so he wasn't among their choices, and Song Yaru was already 21 this year. She was a junior studying in the capital aeronautics university. Although the Song family was a super-rich family and held an important position in City C, it wasn't comparable to the Leng family. Song Yinyu's parents refused, because they didn't have the right to interfere in the Leng family's family affairs. It wasn't because of the huge gap between the two families as to their social status, because the Leng family valued a person's abilities and character above his or her family background. Song Yinyu's parents knew Song Yaru and her parents very well, and they were unwilling to do them that favor. In fact, Song Yaru came to study in the capital in order to get close to the Leng family too. Because Song Yinyu's parents refused to help them, Song Yaru's parents were displeased, but they didn't dare to argue with them, because Song Yinyu's parents were the most outstanding members of the Song family. Therefore, although Song Yinyu hated Song Yaru, she didn't cut off her relationship with her. Reading Song Yinyu's reply, Song Yaru was full of anger and humiliation. She was also jealous of Ji Yuning. Song Yaru knew that Leng Xiaoting was the eldest grandson of the Leng family, and he was also the youngest major general in their country. Most importantly, he was extraordinarily handsome and she fell in love when she saw his photo for the first time. However, Song Yaru didn't know Leng Xiaoting's character at all, and she only admired his appearance and family background. Now she learned that Ji Yuning became his girlfriend, so she was jealous of Ji Yuning and hated her. Although she also knew that Ji Yuning was a very outstanding girl, she let jealousy and hatred get the better of her. In her eyes, Ji Yuning was excellent, but still didn't deserve a man from the Leng family. Song Yaru, fine, your future sister-in-law, but she isn't yet, right? No one knows what will happen in the future. She's so young after all. Song Yinyu, no matter what, you'll never be able to do it. Song Yaru was furious, because Song Yinyu pointed out what she hated most. She ached to marry into the Leng family, but she had no hope to meet any of its members without Leng Yuanjin's help. Upon thinking of that, Song Yaru hated Leng Yuanjin and Song Wenxuan too. She hated them for refusing to help her marry into the Leng family. If she succeeded, it would bring a great advantage to the Song family as well. Nevertheless, the Leng family's young male children were also Leng Yuanjin's nephews. It was impossible for her to cause her nephews trouble. The Leng family was Leng Yuanjin's family too, so she didn't need to be worried about advantages at all. Song Yaru stopped replying to Song Yinyu, because she knew that she would only become angrier. After waiting for a few minutes, Song Yinyu still didn't see Song Yaru's response, and she knew that Song Yaru must be full of anger now. Before long, dishes were placed on the table, and they enjoyed the meal together. During this meal, everyone enjoyed it except for Leng Yuanqin, but he still stayed to the last second and didn't show his unhappiness. However, they were a family and they had spent a lot of time with each other, so they knew one another very well. They could tell each other's emotions by a simple expression. Anyway, they were already used to it, and wouldn't bother to force everyone to be happy. After the meal, they went back to the living room and continued to chat with each other. Ji Yuning, however, wouldn't stay, because she was an outsider after all. Moreover, she still needed to pick up Chu Peihan and her other friends at the airport in 2 hours. Therefore, Ji Yuning excused herself and left. When Ji Yuning was leaving, Jing Yuniao felt nervous. Although she was a member of the Leng family, she lost her memories and couldn't remember anything about the other family members. Even though she had only spent a few days with Ji Yuning, they weren't strangers, and she would feel anxious if Ji Yuning wasn't by her side. At the same time, she knew that she couldn't leave with Ji Yuning now. No matter how uneasy she felt, she had to stay. She came to see Leng Xiaoting and she couldn't leave right away. She cared a lot about her relationship with Leng Xiaoting. When Leng Xiaoting heard that Ji Yuning would leave, he looked at her unhappily, but he also knew that he couldn't leave with her right now. Although Jing Yuniao didn't say anything, Ji Yuning saw her anxiety from her eyes, so she said to Jing Yuniao, "Mother, it's the day when you finally have a family reunion, so you can enjoy it. If you don't want to stay here for the night, Xiaoting can drive you back to Mountain River Garden. I have something else to do this afternoon, but I'll go back tonight." "Right, you haven't gotten your memories back yet, so it's not convenient for you to stay here for the time being. I won't force you to stay either, so you can live in Xiaoting's house. The room you and Yuanan used to live in has been cleaned up now, and you can move in whenever you want. You're always welcome in the Leng family," said Master Leng. "Thanks." Jing Yuniao nodded. Although Leng Xiaoting couldn't leave with Ji Yuning now, he could walk her out and they had a private talk before Ji Yuning left. Chapter 1697. Sound out Ji Yuning. Other people understood that Leng Xiaoting wanted to have a private talk with Ji Yuning, so none of them followed and they simply said goodbye to Ji Yuning in the living room. When they walked outside, Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning, "When did you meet my mother? Why didn't you tell me?" He wasn't questioning Ji Yuning, but was confused about it. Ji Yuning briefly told Leng Xiaoting the whole story, and Leng Xiaoting was deeply touched because she really cared about him. He stared at her with love in his eyes and ached to press her into his arms. However, there were many people around them, so he could only watch her leaving. The car which was used to pick up Chu Peihan and her other friends was ready, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't go with her right now, so Ji Yuning could only go alone. It stopped in Xianxia Hotel. Leng Xiaoting originally arranged for someone to drive it for Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning rejected it and said that she could go to drive it on her own. Although Leng Xiaoting wouldn't go with her, there still would be 6 people in all including herself. Therefore, Ji Yuning couldn't drive her own car, because it could only accommodate 5 people. The capital had strict traffic rules, so they shouldn't squeeze more people into a car than its capacity. Therefore Leng Xiaoting prepared a fancy MPV with 7 seats for her, which was enough. Because it was still early, Ji Yuning drove her car back to Century City first before she left for Xianxia Hotel. Xianxia Hotel had a branch in every district in the capital, and Leng Xiaoting arranged for Mu Ke and the others to stay in the Xianxia Hotel in the southern district for their convenience, because it was closer to Century City. Ji Yuning stopped her car, then walked to take a taxi. However, when she almost reached the gate, she saw Baili Zongxie walking inside, and Baili Zongxie noticed her too. Baili Zongxie hadn't seen Ji Yuning for a long time, so she was excited to see her right now. She walked towards Ji Yuning at once and greeted her. "Hi, Ji Yuning, been a while. Have you been very busy these days?" "Been a while. Yeah, I have been a little busy recently," said Ji Yuning. "Oh, by the way, I've been accepted by the capital university too." "We'll study in the same university," said Baili Zongxie with great excitement. Although she tried to form a relationship with Ji Yuning for a purpose, she also wanted to make friends with her. In addition, her purpose wouldn't hurt Ji Yuning. "Really? That's wonderful." Ji Yuning actually wasn't surprised, because she already knew, but she still pretended to be surprised on the surface. "Well, I accidentally cut my hand a few days ago, and I used the medicine produced by your company. The wound stopped bleeding at once, and there was a scar within several hours. It disappeared after 2 days, which is quite amazing. However, I don't see any special substances in it. Is there any magical things in it?" asked Baili Zongxie with excitement and admiration, but she carefully observed Ji Yuning's expressions when she said that. She was aware that the medicines and makeup products produced by Ji Yuning's companies contained magical power, and she purposely said that to sound out Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning looked a little guilty or uneasy, she must know about the existence of magical power. Moreover, it should be kept a secret from other people, so normally people would feel guilty or uneasy when others asked about it. If Ji Yuning stayed calm, it was possible that she didn't know that the magical power was something mortals shouldn't know. Those were Baili Zongxue's guesses. Although Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl and she might not be able to see anything from her face, she still wanted to try it. Hearing that question, Ji Yuning knew that Baili Zongxie was sounding her out. She didn't feel displeased, and stayed calm as usual. "Yeah, there indeed is a special substance which isn't written on the list, but I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is." Seeing Ji Yuning's calm face, Baili Zongxie believed that she didn't know the importance of magical power. "I understand. It's your business, and I shouldn't know the details." Baili Zongxie had no intention to ask further about it, in case Ji Yuning was suspicious of her. They weren't familiar after all, and even if they were familiar, they shouldn't talk about business secrets. What Baili Zongxie didn't know was that Ji Yuning was already aware of her real purpose. Ji Yuning was still kind to her just because she knew that she wouldn't hurt her. I have something to deal with right now, and I have to go. We can have a gathering when we're free one day," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," Baili Zongxie said, then they separated. Once Baili Zongxie turned around, she looked slightly upset, because they still found nothing useful after such a long time. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua had been spying on Ji Yuning too, but they suddenly went back to the cultivation world. No one knew whether they had found something useful, or simply went back for their cultivation. After all, the kung fu competition was coming. She hoped that the Dongfang family found nothing useful as well. If the Dongfang family had the help of magical power, it would become stronger. Ji Yuning walked to the roadside, and she felt the air of a cultivator when she was waiting for a taxi. It approached her from the left side, so Ji Yuning knew that it wasn't Baili Zongxie, but it could be Baili Zongyang. They were the only cultivators who lived here. However, when Ji Yuning looked over, she was surprised to see Jing Jining. Although Ji Yuning was surprised to see him here, he must have shown up for a reason. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning didn't think that Jing Jining came for her. If it wasn't a coincidence, he must have come for Baili Zongxie. As Jing Jining walked near, Ji Yuning politely greeted him. "Hi, Uncle Jing, what a coincidence. Hi, are you free now? I have something to talk about with you, said Jing Jining. In fact, he indeed didn't come for Ji Yuning, and he simply followed Baili Zhongshe and surprisingly found out that Baili Zhongshe knew Ji Yuning too, so he wanted to ask Ji Yuning about something. Sure, but I only have 20 minutes, said Ji Yuning. She realized that Jing Jining caught her talking with Baili Zhongshe just then, so she guessed that he must want to talk with her about Baili Zhongshe or Leng Xiaoting. Where are you going? I can send you there and we'll talk on the way, said Jing Jining. He drove a car this time, but it belonged to the hotel, because he didn't have a car in the capital. Chapter 1698. Despise Tang Bingsun's acceptance, great, said Ji Yuning, then followed Jing Jining, walking to his car. After they were in the car, Jing Jining asked, do you know Baili Zhongshe? Although he asked that question, he already had the answer. Yes, said Ji Yuning. Do you know her real identity? Asked Jing Jining. Although Jing Yunyao told him that Ji Yuning could feel a cultivator, she didn't tell him that Ji Yuning already met other cultivators. What's your relationship with her? Asked Jing Jining. Although it had nothing to do with him, he was worried that members of the Baili family built a relationship with Ji Yuning for a purpose. Jing Jining knew that he shouldn't interfere in it and he was afraid that Ji Yuning might be displeased, so he explained at once. Please don't misunderstand me. I have no intention to judge your choices of friends, but I'm simply worried that members of the Baili family build a relationship with you for a purpose. Well, we just know each other, and I know what they aim to do. I'm a jade businesswoman, so they originally wanted to buy more high-quality jade through me for their cultivation. I don't think they're unkind to me, and I also want to learn more about cultivators through them, said Ji Yuning. Jing Yunyao already told Ji Yuning that Jing Jining was aware of the fact that she could feel cultivators, so Ji Yuning could be honest with him. Ji Yuning wasn't unhappy about it. Since Jing Yunyao trusted Jing Jining, she was willing to trust him too. However, she didn't tell Jing Jining that Baili Zongyang and Baili Zhongshe also wanted the magical power in the medicines produced by her company. At least she wouldn't tell Jing Jining of her own accord before Jing Jining asked her about that. If Jing Jining asked her about that, she wouldn't hide the truth from him. Jing Yunyao knew about it after all, so there was no need for Ji Yuning to deceive Jing Jining. In fact, even if Ji Yuning was going to tell Jing Jining anything about the magical power, she would give him the same answer she told Jing Yunyao, and wouldn't tell him its source. Are you involved in jade business as well? Jing Jining was surprised when he heard that. Yes, the colorful jade provider in City Tang is my company, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, Jing Jining was more surprised. You're the person who unseated the Wang family in City Tang. Jing Jining was a jade businessman too, so he naturally had heard of the Jing family. He knew it was the colorful jade provider which replaced the Wang family in City Tang. Nevertheless, he didn't know many details, because they weren't business competitors and he didn't bother to do an investigation about it. Therefore, he didn't know that Ji Yuning was the boss of colorful jade provider until now. If he had done an investigation, he would have found out that Ji Yuning was the boss of colorful jade provider and Leng Xiaoting got the right of development for her. I had conflicts against the Wang family when I went to City Tang. It was their fault, but they still wanted to take revenge, so I had to unseat them, said Ji Yuning. You're really a girl who is full of surprises. I believe you have many more companies under your name, right? Said Jing Jining. I have a real estate company too, but it isn't very big, said Ji Yuning. Jing Jining didn't ask further about it, because he knew it would be annoying if he kept on asking about it. After that, they talked more about Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao and Ji Yuning got out of the car when they arrived at Xianxia Hotel. Ji Yuning then called the number which Leng Xiaoting gave her and said that she came for the car. Before long, a man drove a car out and stopped outside the hotel. He gave Ji Yuning the key and Ji Yuning drove the car away. Chu Peihan and others arrived at the airport of the capital at 4:50 p.m., and Ji Yuning had an hour and 20 minutes before that. She would spend 50 minutes on her way, so she needed to wait for half an hour after she arrived at the airport. Anyway, she was free now, so she decided to go there earlier. Right after she arrived at the airport, Ji Yuning received Tang Qingyang's call, and he asked her, "Hey, did you annoy Tang Bingsun again? I heard that he had a heart attack, and has been absent for days." Tang Qingyang sounded quite excited. It was impossible for him not to be excited, because Tang Bingsun had killed his father and he dreamed of taking revenge. Since Tang Bingsun had a bad result now, he was happier than ever. Hearing that, Ji Yuning smiled and said, "Yes, he found out that Feng Lin and their son already ran away. He called me and asked me for the reason. I seized the chance to annoy him, but his acceptance is too weak." Ji Yuning despised Tang Bingsun's acceptance. Tang Qingyang didn't know what to say when he heard that, because not many people had as strong an acceptance as Ji Yuning. If he were Tang Bingsun, he would have a breakdown too. Although he had no sympathy for Tang Bingsun and even gloated over his failure, he had to admit that Tang Bingsun had really tough days recently. What had happened to Tang Yaxin, Shi Ziyu, the Tianying gang, and Feng Lin all made him feel angry and greatly threatened. Once Tang Bingsun heard that Feng Lin and Feng Qil disappeared, he sent out many people to search for them, but only found that they already went to Country Y. Even though Tang Bingsun had friends in Country Y, he had already missed the chance to catch Feng Lin and Feng Qil when he heard the news. It was impossible for Tang Bingsun's friends to check every surveillance camera to find his mistress and illegitimate son. Feng Lin was also afraid that Tang Aining might regret it, so they went away as far as possible. Feng Lin was able to be a senior manager of Tang Bingsun's company, not only because of their affair, but also because of her abilities. Therefore, there was no problem for her to live a good life in Country Y. Moreover, Feng Lin had studied for 2 years in Country Y, so she was fluent in language Y. As for Feng Qil, he was born to inherit the Tang organization, so he was good at language Y too. Chapter 1699, force him to step down because Tang Bingsun had a heart problem, he couldn't attend the meeting in the company. As a result, Tang Qingyang, who had only a few less shares than Tang Bingsun, began to manage everything in the company. Tang Bingsun was definitely reluctant to see it happen, but it was the result voted for by most of the major shareholders. Most major shareholders agreed with Tang Qingyang's proposals, so he won their support too. Tang Bingsun couldn't attend the meeting, nor could he appoint someone to exercise his rights on his behalf, because he had to transfer the shares to this person in this case. Only the person holding the shares could intervene in the company's decisions. Without shares, even the person whom Tang Bingsun was closest to couldn't interfere in the business. Therefore, although Tang Bingsun was unwilling to accept the result, he was left no choice. Moreover, Tang Qingyang's decisions were indeed good for the development of the company, so he couldn't disagree only for his own good, because he would suffer the greatest loss if he insisted on doing that. "Why don't you make a transfer contract, and we can force him to step down? We can say that Tang Bingsun is seriously ill and can no longer manage the company, so his nephew, Tang Qingyang, will replace him." Ji Yuning said, "Anyway, Tang Bingsun has no children to inherit his family business now. It's totally legal and reasonable if you do that. In addition, it's Tang Bingsun's daughter who made him a tragedy and joke, so outsiders won't be suspicious of you." "You're right." Tang Qingyang immediately agreed with Ji Yuning, because he trusted her. Upon thinking that the long drama was finally about to over, Tang Qingyang was greatly excited. He simply wanted to take revenge, and did not really care for the property. In fact, it was very easy for Ji Yuning to force Tang Bingsun to step down, but she didn't do that until she finished torturing him. She wouldn't let him fail easily. However, it was time for her to close it now. "I'm occupied these days, but we can take action when I'm free," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," Tang Qingyang said. Ji Yuning stayed in the car, and went to the arrival hall when there was about a dozen minutes. As she walked into the hall, it was about the time her friends arrived, but it would still take them about 20 minutes to get out of the plane and pick up their luggage. Therefore, Ji Yuning stayed there and waited for them. During the wait, Ji Yuning felt many people were looking at her, and she also heard other people talking about her. They either recognized her or complimented her outstanding appearance. Some men were even criticized by their girlfriends because they kept glancing at Ji Yuning, but it wasn't serious. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and the others walked out. Each of the 3 boys pulled a suitcase. Mu Ke did that for Yu Mixi, Hao Ran for Chu Peihan, and Zhang Tianping for Mu Ke. Why did Mu Ke leave his own suitcase to another person and go to help Yu Mixi with hers? The answer was very simple, because Yu Mixi was his girlfriend. Although Mu Ke and Yu Mixi already became boyfriend and girlfriend earlier on, Yu Mixi didn't know that Mu Ke applied for the same university as her until they received the admission letter. Yu Mixi was deeply touched at that time. Mu Ke's parents also heard about their relationship later. They didn't disagree with it, even though there was a huge gap between their family background. They hoped that Mu Ke could have a girlfriend of the same economic level as him, but they would never despise Yu Mixi. It was because of Ji Yuning to some extent. Yu Mixi was Ji Yuning's good friend, and Ji Yuning was always willing to help her. Yu Mixi also worked hard, which meant that she could have a bright future. So Mu Ke's parents valued their future daughter-in-law's abilities above her family background. They hoped that their future daughter-in-law could be an independent girl instead of relying on her family to live. They also had the same requirement for Mu Ke. Although Mu Ke was the sole heir of the Mu family, he needed to have the ability to manage his family business well. If he couldn't do that, his family business would be ruined one day. Whether in business or politics, everyone needed to work hard to win in endless competitions. However, Mu Ke's parents were unhappy that Mu Ke chose the same university as Yu Mixi, because he was able to go to a better college. Unfortunately, they already had the admission letter, so they could only accept it. Although Mu Ke did it for Yu Mixi was unaware of it, so Mu Ke's parents didn't blame her for it. Boss. Chu Peihan ran towards Ji Yuning and gave her a big hug once she saw her. Several girls who recognized Ji Yuning said with envy at once, "Wow, it must be great to be Goddess Gu's friend. She can have Goddess Ji Yu pick her up and can also hug Goddess Ji Yu. I wish I could become Goddess Gu's friend too." Boss. Ningning. Mu Ke and the others went to Ji Yuning and were also excited to see her. "Been a while. How have you been recently?" asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was happy to see them too, because they were her good friends in high school. Most importantly, they didn't become friends for any benefits and were good friends. "We're all good." They smiled at Ji Yuning. After that, they left together. "Boss, can you bring us to your company first?" asked Chu Peihan. "Sure, we can go to my company right now, then we can dine together before we make arrangements for the following days," said Ji Yuning. Each of them was very excited, and they were curious to see Ji Yuning's company. On the way, they laughed and chatted with each other. About an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Shengning organization. "Boss, is it this office building?" asked Hao Ran. "Yeah, there is another office building under construction behind it," said Ji Yuning. "Wow, it must be super expensive in the capital," Chu Peihan exclaimed. This wasn't City F after all, and the housing price was extremely high in the capital. A luxurious house in City F might only cost 10,000 yuan a square meter, but it could be over 100,000 yuan in the capital. Therefore, the money Ji Yuning paid for these 2 office buildings could buy a large living area in City F. I'm not very clear about it," said Ji Yuning, because the second office building wasn't done yet, and she was still spending more money on it. "The land is quite expensive in the capital, but the construction materials should be at the same prices as those in other cities, but this piece of land alone might cost several 100 million yuan, said Mu Ke. Chapter 1700, Easily Replaced, It's Evil Capitalism. Hao Ran said. The car stopped outside the gate of the grand office building, then they got out of it. "Nice to see you, Chairman Ji Yu." A security guard greeted Ji Yuning with great respect once he saw her. Ji Yuning then gave the car key to him and asked him to park it in the parking lot, otherwise it would block the entrance. As Ji Yuning walked inside with her friends, all the staff greeted her with respect. "Nice to see you, Chairman Ji Yu." After they entered an elevator, Hao Ran said with excitement, "Wow, boss, it's so cool. I'll tell my staff to call me Chairman Hao once I walk into the company in the future." "You can, but you must study hard first. You need to prove that you have the ability to take over your family business. Business is like a battlefield without smoke. If you don't have abilities, you'll be easily replaced, said Ji Yuning to encourage Hao Ran. Although Hao Ran had made a big change during this year, he still couldn't focus on his studies. If Hao Ran was determined to become a successful businessman, she wouldn't hesitate to help him. However, if he refused to work for his own future, it would be useless even if she wanted to help him. Although Hao Ran was her friend, she wouldn't help a lazy man. Boss, you don't need to be worried about that. You're my idol, and I'll learn from you, said Hao Ran with a serious expression. Ji Yuning brought them straight to the 18th floor, where her office was. Although they came to her company for a tour, it wasn't appropriate for them to walk around casually because it would affect the staff. If they wanted to go to other floors, they had to wait till the staff left at 6 p.m. Boss, is this whole floor your office? Asked Hao Ran. It's big, said Hao Ran. His father's office was much smaller than Ji Yuning's. The floor of Ji Yuning's office was about 1,000 square meters. I only use several of the rooms on this floor, and most of the other rooms are empty, said Ji Yuning. It was impossible for her to use the whole floor by herself, but it was the chairman's office after all, and should be separated from the other offices. The tea house is the next room. There is tea, fruit juice, water, and coffee. You can have whatever you want, said Ji Yuning. Great. The others didn't think it was inappropriate, because they were good friends. You Mixie, what do you want? Mu K asked Yu Mixie. Juice please, said Yu Mixie. Afterwards, Mu K went to make a glass of juice for Yu Mixie. Hao Ran, a cup of coffee please, Chu Peihan said to Hao Ran. No problem. Hao Ran didn't mind it at all, and went to make a cup of coffee for Chu Peihan. At this time, Ji Yuning received a message from Chen Kanji. Chen Kanji heard that she came with her friends today and asked her whether they needed an attendant. Ji Yuning replied that they didn't need an attendant, and that they could do everything on their own. Since she said that, Chen Kanji didn't say anything further about it. He didn't go upstairs to bother Ji Yuning either. He had nothing important to talk about with Ji Yuning anyway. You can do your homework on the internet to see where you want to have fun in the capital. We can go to have fun together tomorrow. It'll be late when we finish dinner tonight, so we won't hang out today, Ji Yuning said to Chu Peihan and her other friends. Although she had stayed in the capital for a long time, she seldom had fun outside, so she wasn't familiar with that. Ji Yuning would listen to them wherever they wanted to go. We have actually already reached an agreement. We'll visit the palace tomorrow and Hengdian World Studios the day after tomorrow, said Chu Peihan, and she suddenly squinted at Ji Yuning. It seemed that she had an evil idea in her mind. Chu Peihan continued, Boss, if it's possible, can you let us play some roles in an Empress of Military Blood? We don't need many lines, we simply want to show our faces. You don't need to pay us either, we just want to experience what it feels like when we all put on clothes from the ancient time. It's easy, but I can't get important roles for you, because the shooting is about to end. You can get some unimportant roles, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think it was difficult. If she was able to satisfy her friends' needs, she would. Moreover, they just wanted unimportant roles, and all the important roles were settled earlier. Chu Peihan knew the rules too. All the important roles were settled in contracts and actors couldn't end the agreement as they wanted, or they would have to pay a lot of money for it and their reputation would be damaged too. Therefore, Chu Peihan only wanted to play an unimportant role to experience it. There were many extras at the set after all, and nobody cared about them. With Ji Yuning's agreement, Chu Peihan smiled with satisfaction. Although Hao Ran and the others had no interest in acting, they thought that filming was fun, and they wouldn't mind joining the crew for a few days. However, if they had to do that every day, they would go crazy. When it was about 6 p.m., they went to Xianxia Hotel. Because everything was arranged well, Ji Yuning directly went to see the manager. She called the manager once they walked into the hall of Xianxia Hotel, and the manager walked out to serve them without delay. His leader told him to serve them well, so he didn't dare to be late. Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu. I'm the manager here, my name is Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan greeted Ji Yuning politely. Nice to meet you, Manager Wu, said Ji Yuning. After that, Manager Wu took out a room keycard and gave it to Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, this is the room keycard. Thanks. Ji Yuning handed the card to Mu K and told him to place their luggage in their room while they went to order some food in the private room at the dining hall. Yu Mixie's and Chu Peihen's luggage was put in Ji Yuning's car, because they would be staying in Ji Yuning's house. Manager Wu then guided Ji Yuning and the others to the private room at the dining hall. They had prepared the best room for Ji Yuning. Mu K soon came down and joined them. When they finished dinner, it was nearly 8:30 p.m., and they separated at 9 p.m. Mu K and the other boys went to their room, while Chu Peihen and Yu Mixie followed Ji Yuning to Century City. Chapter 1701. The Grand Palace. On the way to Ji Yuning's house, she told Chu Peihen and Yu Mixie that she needed to visit Leng Xiaoting's mother later, so she would be absent tonight. She would come back tomorrow to spend more time with them. As for the reason why she needed to see Leng Xiaoting's mother, she lied and said that Leng Xiaoting's mother didn't feel well. Chu Peihen and Yu Mixie didn't know Leng Xiaoting's family background, so they weren't surprised when they heard about his mother. And since Leng Xiaoting's mother didn't feel well, they wouldn't keep Ji Yuning with them. My house isn't far from the hotel, and it only takes 10 minutes to get there by car. Do you want to have breakfast on your own, or go to the hotel and dine with Hao Ran and the other boys, or wait for me to pick you up? Asked Ji Yuning. We'll share breakfast with them in the hotel. You can directly pick us up at the hotel, said Chu Peihen. They weren't kids, and Chu Peihen wasn't a weak girl at all. Ji Yuning drove Chu Peihen and Yu Mixie to Century City. After preparing rooms for them and making sure that there were no problems, Ji Yuning left. When she got back to Mountain River Garden, it was already 11 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came at 10 p.m., but they didn't go to sleep yet. Instead they chatted with each other in the living room. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, they mainly talked about Leng Yuanan and Yunyao's old stories. Jing Yunyao was nervous when Ji Yuning wasn't by her side, so she couldn't relax until Ji Yuning came back. Although Leng Xiaoting was her son, she lost her memories of him, so she still felt uneasy when they were alone together. Therefore, the slightly depressed atmosphere didn't become relaxed until Ji Yuning was back. Mother, I need to hang out with my friends tomorrow, so I can't stay with you. Why don't you let Xiaoting take you to visit his father's grave? Said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Jing Yunyao. Since Ji Yuning wasn't free, she wouldn't force Ji Yuning to stay with her. Where will you go tomorrow? Asked Leng Xiaoting. The palace, and we will probably stay there for the day, said Ji Yuning. Well, I can take my mother to visit my father's grave tomorrow morning, and we can go to the palace together in the afternoon. My parents used to take me there very often, said Leng Xiaoting. He wanted to take Jing Yunyao to the palace too, because it might be helpful for her to get her memories back. In addition, Leng Xiaoting also wanted to have fun with Ji Yuning. Although there would be a large group of people, he would feel happy as long as he could be with Ji Yuning. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it if Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao joined them. They chatted for a while longer, before going to sleep at 12 a.m. Because Jing Yunyao stayed in the house with them, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep together tonight. Jing Yunyao slept in the same room, Ji Yuning slept in the master's bedroom, while Leng Xiaoting slept in the guest's room. Because of Jing Yunyao, Leng Xiaoting didn't dare to do anything inappropriate and sneak into Ji Yuning's room in the night. Jing Yunyao was a cultivator, so she would hear any light sound, so Leng Xiaoting could only chat with Ji Yuning on WeChat. That night, Jing Yunyao kept having some dreams, but she couldn't remember anything when she woke up the next day. The next morning, Leng Xiaoting got up first and prepared breakfast for Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao. Jing Yunyao didn't think that it was wrong for Leng Xiaoting to make breakfast for them. Some people thought that housework was a woman's job, and a daughter-in-law was merely a nurse to serve their son, but Jing Yunyao had a different opinion. In Jing Yunyao's eyes, since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were girlfriend and boyfriend now, they should care about each other's feelings. Whoever was able or free to do the housework should do it. It also depended on the way they got along with each other. Even if Leng Xiaoting did all the housework, Jing Yunyo wouldn't think that it was wrong, because it showed Leng Xiaoting's love towards Ji Yuning. As long as they were in love, it was their own affair how they chose to live their life. Although Jing Yunyo was Leng Xiaoting's mother, she wouldn't interfere in it. It would only cause conflict if the mother-in-law interfered in their relationship. After having breakfast, Ji Yuning wanted to wash the dishes, but Leng Xiaoting stopped her. He told her to have a rest, and that he would do it. When it was nearly 8 a.m., Ji Yuning left the house. Because it was rush hour, there was a lot of traffic on the road. So it was almost 9 a.m. when Ji Yuning arrived at the xianxia hotel. Because the ancient palace was in the city center of the capital, Ji Yuning went back to the city center from the southern district after she went to the southern district from the city center. Ji Yuning called Mu Ke when she had almost arrived, so they came down to wait for her. Once Ji Yuning's car showed up, they got inside and left together. After 9 a.m., there wasn't much traffic on the road, so they arrived at the palace in 40 minutes. The imperial palace was an ancient palace. Now it had become a tourist attraction, and many people visited it every day. If it was a holiday, it would be super crowded, making it impossible for the tourists to appreciate the views. There would be people everywhere and everyone had to walk slowly. After parking the car, Ji Yuning went to buy tickets and they went inside together. Because it was still early, there weren't many people. Normally, tourists came after lunch. The palace was very large, with a construction area of about 150,000 square meters, more than 70 large and small palaces, and more than 9,000 houses. It was one of the largest and best preserved wooden ancient buildings in the world. Therefore, it was impossible for them to see every corner of it in a day. In fact, it wasn't fully open, and tourists could only see its front half. The palace had basically been repaired, and the places that hadn't been repaired were desolate and gloomy, especially the harem and cold palace. No one dared to walk there and nobody was allowed to go there either. The harem was like a battlefield since ancient times. The competition among concubines was endless till someone died, and countless dead people were buried there. Without repair, there was wild grass everywhere and it looked desolate. There were 4 gates around the palace, and the front gate was called the South Gate. Ji Yuning and her friends walked in from the South Gate. The South Gate was tall and wide with beautiful patterns, which were quite impressive. "Wow, where the ancient emperors lived is indeed a grand place," said Mu Ke. Chapter 1702, Good Men Won't Argue with Women, Right? I wish I could travel backwards in time to be an emperor in ancient times, ha ha. Said Hao Ran. He was reading a time-traveling novel these days, and the male protagonist became an emperor in the ancient time after traveling backwards in time, so he had dreamed about it too. "I think you merely want thousands of legal concubines," Chu Peihen joked. "Ridiculous. I'm not that kind of man," Hao Ran argued, implying that he was a good man. "Really? I can't believe it," said Chu Peihen on purpose. "Fine, good men won't argue with women." Hao Ran rolled his eyes and ignored Chu Peihen. Actually, he had to admit that he was no match for Chu Peihen. He couldn't win an argument or a fight against her, and he felt a little upset about it. However, he had to accept reality. "I know I've hit the point." "Ha ha," said Chu Peihen with pride. However, she was just joking. "This palace just looks good, but it's an extremely dangerous place." Each day was full of conspiracy and trickery. The emperor wasn't safe. Instead, he faced the greatest danger. He was always on guard against being assassinated, Zhang Tianping said. "It's easy if you want to be an emperor. If my company needs an emperor for costume dramas in the future, I'll let you play it. Of course, that's on the condition that this role isn't the main role. If it's the main role, I'll let the director take full control. If you want to get the role, use your initiative and go to do the audition," Ji Yuning said. An important role required great acting, but Hao Ran wasn't an excellent actor. Ji Yuning had to make sure of the quality of the shows produced by her company. If she allowed Hao Ran to get in through the back door just because he was a good friend, she would become an irresponsible boss. However, if the role wasn't important, it wouldn't matter. "Great. If the part of the role in the show can be over in a few days, it'll be best. I can't stand it if it takes a long time, said Hao Ran with excitement. They kept on walking ahead to a large square. The Jinshui River in the square wound its way from west to east. There were 5 stone bridges across the river and on both sides of the square were neatly arranged corridors. As early as outside the south gate, Chu Peihan and the others already had their mobile phones ready, and they took pictures all the way in. At first, they took pictures of the surrounding scenery, and now they directly pulled Ji Yuning over and began to take pictures together. Ji Yuning stayed patient and let them do whatever they wanted. She was simply being cooperative. At the front of the square was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Hall of Supreme Harmony rose some 30 meters above the level of the surrounding square, and it was the ceremonial center of imperial power. For example, when the emperor ascended the throne, the emperor got married, the queen was enrolled, the emperor accepted congratulations from civil and military officials. It was here and used it to give a banquet to the ministers. Built above 3 levels of marble stone base, and surrounded by bronze incense burners, the Hall of Supreme Harmony was the largest wooden structure within the palace. It was 11 bays wide, with the main room being 9 bays wide, and 5 bays deep, the numbers 9 and 5 being symbolically connected to the majesty of the emperor. The 6 pillars nearest the imperial throne were covered with gold, and the entire area was decorated with a dragon motif. The dragon throne, in particular, had 5 dragons coiled around the back and handrests. The screen behind it featured sets of 9 dragons, again reflecting the 9-5 symbolism. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao arrived at the National Cemetery. On their way, Jing Yuniao bought some flowers. They found Leng Yuanan's grave. On the tombstone, there were portraits of Leng Yuanan and Yun Yao, but Leng Yuanan and another woman were in the tomb. 15 years ago, their bodies weren't burned, so Leng Yuanan's whole body was buried. Although Jing Yuniao already saw Leng Yuanan's photo before she came here, she still felt shocked and her heart pounded fast once she saw his photo on the tombstone. Her body also began to shake, the flowers almost falling from her hands. Jing Yuniao slowly squatted down and placed the flowers in front of Leng Yuanan's tombstone. Looking at the portrait of him and herself on the tombstone, she couldn't help but cry again. Leng Xiaoting hadn't visited the grave of his parents for a long time, so he also felt quite sad at this moment. In fact, he wished that his father weren't dead either. He wished that his father could show up out of blue like his mother. Unfortunately, it was only his wish, because the dead man in the tomb was really his father. In a minute, a series of pictures suddenly played in front of Jing Yuniao's eyes. From the pictures, she saw her first meeting with Leng Yuanan, which Peng Yunlong told her about before. This time, everything looked so real that it helped her remember what she had been through. However, Leng Yuanan and Yunyao had been together for 13 years, so it was impossible for her to see everything from the pictures. She only saw some important things that she remembered. As she watched the pictures, Jing Yunyao's head began to ache and she passed out the next second. Mom. Leng Xiaoting supported Jing Yunyao on time so she didn't fall on the ground. Since Jing Yunyao fainted, Leng Xiaoting couldn't stay there any longer. He carried her in his arms and left at once. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting could still feel Jing Yunyao's breath, so he knew that her life wasn't in danger. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to be hurt after all. Leng Xiaoting put Jing Yunyao down on the rear seats, then drove the car away. Because Jing Yunyao didn't feel comfortable, Leng Xiaoting didn't go to see Ji Yuning and instead brought Jing Yunyao back home for a rest. About 10 minutes later, Jing Yunyao woke up and found herself in the car, then realized that she passed out again. Are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. I'm fine. Why don't you stop the car by the road for a while? I can circulate the energy in my body to help myself recover, said Jing Yunyao. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting and stopped the car by the roadside. Once the car was stopped, Jing Yunyao sat cross-legged and began to circulate the energy around her body. After 5 minutes, Jing Yunyao stopped and her face returned to normal. Chapter 1703, I definitely will. Do you want to meet Ningning or go back home? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Although he wanted to see Ji Yuning right now, he cared more about Jing Yunyao's body and mood. I'm fine. Let's go to see Ningning now. I want to visit the museum too, said Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao remembered something, but it wasn't a complete story and it only happened within a short time, but she saw the museum in the palace in her memories. They didn't go to visit it for fun, they went to chase a thief. Unfortunately, she only remembered half of the story, then fainted, so she wanted to visit the museum to try to remember the rest of the story. After remaining silent for a while, Leng Xiaoting said to Jing Yuniao, "It's 11 a.m. now, and it should be 12 p.m. when we arrive at the palace. Why don't you call Ningning and tell her that we'll have lunch together later?" "Great," said Jing Yuniao and called Ji Yuning. At this time, Ji Yuning and her friends were still looking around in the Hall of Supreme Harmony because it was very big and they kept taking photos along the way. Jing Yuniao conveyed Leng Xiaoting's message to Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning undoubtedly agreed. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao would arrive in 40 minutes, and Ji Yuning and her friends would finish walking around the Hall of Supreme Harmony in 10 minutes too. So they would dine outside and come inside again. Although they needed to buy tickets again after they left, Ji Yuning didn't mind. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting was coming, Ji Yuning's friends were nervous. It wasn't because they didn't want him to come, but because they stood in awe of him. Actually, they were excited to see Leng Xiaoting, because he was the youngest major general in their country. Not many people were able to see him in the flesh. Ji Yuning had visited the palace in her previous incarnation, and she had done her homework last night before she went to bed, so she knew where to have delicious food. At the beginning, Ji Yuning and her friends planned to dine casually in the palace, because there were simple meals at the west side of the square. However, since Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao would join them for lunch, they decided to choose a good meal. Because they needed to drive for a few minutes to get to a good restaurant, they directly went to the parking lot. The restaurant Ji Yuning chose was called Palace Food. Although it was a modern building, it was decorated in the ancient style. It also had a good environment with separated yards, fake mountains, and gazebos. Ji Yuning actually planned to come here for dinner today, but advanced the plan. Because she already had the plan yesterday, she directly told Jing Yuniao the address when she received her call earlier. Neither Jing Yuniao nor Leng Xiaoting was a picky eater, so they told Ji Yuning to order dishes before they came. It took some time for the cook to prepare their food anyway. Ji Yuning booked a private room and directly told her friends to order whatever they wanted. She also sent Jing Yuniao a message and told her the number of the private room. After ordering, Ji Yuning told her friends to wait in the private room while she went to wait for Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao outside. About 10 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting's car came and stopped next to Ji Yuning's car. "Hi, Mother, Xiaoting." Ji Yuning walked to them. "Sorry to keep you waiting," said Jing Yuniao with slight embarrassment. "No worries, the dishes aren't on the table yet," said Ji Yuning. Once the door of the private room was pushed open, Chu Peihan and the others stood up with one accord. It seemed that they had been trained before, but actually they were just nervous. After that, they greeted Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao together. "Nice to see you, Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng." Leng Xiaoting lightly answered, but didn't say anything further. Jing Yuniao smiled at them. "Nice to see you too." Afterwards, they went to seat themselves around the table. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao separately sat by Leng Xiaoting's sides, because they were afraid that the others might feel uneasy if they sat next to Leng Xiaoting. In fact, even though they didn't sit next to Leng Xiaoting, they were still nervous, and they remained quiet after Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao came. However, it was mostly because Jing Yuniao was older than them, so they tended to behave themselves in front of her. Ji Yuning had to create a relaxed atmosphere later, because it would be embarrassing if everyone remained quiet during the meal. Gradually, they were relaxed. "Mr. Leng, do you plan to marry our boss?" asked Chu Peihan. "Of course, I definitely will," said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't feel uneasy at all when he faced that question, even though Jing Yuniao was by his side. Although Ningning is too young to get married, you can get engaged first." "Do you have the plan to do that?" asked Chu Peihan again. "Of course, and my grandfather has already talked about that with Master Tang." We wanted to settle it as soon as possible, but Master Tang said that there isn't a good date this year after looking at our date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope, said Leng Xiaoting. When it was brought up, Leng Xiaoting was upset, because he had to wait for the next year. What? Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Ji Yuning with great surprise, because Ji Yuning never told them that. Boss, why didn't you tell us? Did you plan to keep it a secret from us? Chu Peihan questioned Ji Yuning in anger. We failed to get engaged. I'll tell you when the date is settled, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think that she had done anything wrong. Chu Peihan was struck dumb for a second, then accepted it. Fine. They knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't ignore them, so Chu Peihan was merely complaining. Chapter 1704. My period is coming. Jing Yunyao wasn't surprised because Ji Yuning already told her. After chatting for a while, the dishes were all placed on the table, and they began to enjoy the meal. They had a rest for a while when they finished lunch before they went to the palace again. Jing Yunyao still sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, and Ji Yuning drove her friends there. This time, Leng Xiaoting went to buy tickets before they entered the palace. Jing Yunyao came to the palace for the purpose of going to the museum. Ji Yuning and her friends had already looked around in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and their next stop was also the museum, so they didn't stop at the Hall of Supreme Harmony and went straight through it to the museum. On their way, Jing Yunyao told Ji Yuning what had happened to her when she and Leng Xiaoting visited Leng Yuanen's grave, so she would go straight to her destination later and wouldn't go slowly around with them. Because the museum was very large, and there were many areas and compartments. One dynasty was in one area, and not everything was displayed in a big hall. Although Jing Yunyao was accompanied by Leng Xiaoting, she was in a special situation, so Ji Yuning wouldn't leave her alone. Therefore, Ji Yuning told Chu Peihan and her other friends to look around on their own and that she would go to see other things with Jing Yunyao. As for what they would see, Ji Yuning didn't tell them many details, and her friends were smart and didn't ask further about it. Ji Yuning had come to this museum in her previous incarnation, so she knew that there were many antiques. Compared with the antiques in this museum, those in her telepathic eye space weren't worth mentioning. Anyway, most of the cultural relics left by the palace were kept here, and since ancient times the richest were the people in the palace. There was wine vessel 3 generations old, ancient jade articles, famous calligraphy paintings of the Tang, Song, Yuan and Ming dynasties, Song and Yuan ceramics, enamel, lacquerware, gold and silverware, bamboo and wood tooth combs, gold and bronze religious statues, and many emperors as well as concubines' costumes, clothing and furniture, and so forth. All kinds of valuable objects were gathered here. In addition, there were a large amount of books, classics, and document files. For this reason, the Palace Museum had an antiquities museum, a library, and a documentary hall, which organized manpower to continue to organize the cultural relics. Actually, there was also something priceless in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space. That set of bronze chimes was worth several billion yuan, and it would be one of the most valuable objects in the museum too. If Ji Yuning showed the set of bronze chimes to the public, it would cause a great sensation in the field of music and antiques. All major music groups and major museums would definitely compete against each other for it. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning thought that she should probably sell the set of bronze chimes. At that time, Ji Yuning could advertise her Xianxia antique store. She didn't have the interest in collecting antiques, and she was involved in this industry simply because she had a pair of jade eyes, and she was able to find valuable objects with them. After she found valuable ancient objects, she needed to sell them for money. All in all, money was more important than ancient objects in Ji Yuning's eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't sell a lot of antiques at a time, or she would get in trouble, so she could only keep them in her telepathic eye space and sell them at her antique store bit by bit. Ji Yuning didn't realize that she hadn't delivered goods to Xianxia antique store for a long time until now. Although they couldn't sell antiques every day, and a dozen antiques could satisfy the customer's needs for a while, the antiques left on the shelves for days were unpopular, which meant that they should replace them with new ones to attract more customers. Ji Yuning decided to go to Xianxia antique store when she was free in a few days. As for the set of bronze chimes, she would launch a publicity campaign once there was a large auction. As Ji Yuning walked near the museum, she felt magical power, and she felt uncomfortable when it intruded into her body after she entered the museum. Ji Yuning frowned with confusion. Was it because the magical power was too strong and she couldn't accept it all of a sudden? Ji Yuning tried to absorb the magical power, but she didn't want to expose more of herself in front of Jing Yuniao, because she had already exposed a lot about her in front of Jing Yuniao. If only Leng Xiaoting was by her side, she wouldn't be worried, because Leng Xiaoting was aware of her jade eyes. Even though she felt a little uncomfortable, it was still tolerable, so she put it aside and went where Yuniao wanted to go. Because Jing Yuniao got some of her memories back, this museum wasn't strange to her, so she brought Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to the calligraphy and painting exhibition area. Jing Yuniao directly went to the front of along the river during the Qingming festival and asked, "Has it been stolen once 27 years ago?" "Right, it was indeed stolen 27 years ago, and was brought back afterwards," said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was aware of it, but he didn't know who had brought it back. He didn't care much about it, and it happened before he was born. "In my memories, I came here for this painting. It was stolen and replaced, but I failed to remember what happened next," said Jing Yuniao. Even though she was looking at it right now, she couldn't remember anything else. "Ningning, are you all right? Your face looks pale. Do you feel uncomfortable?" At this time, Leng Xiaoting gave Ji Yuning a glance and saw her pale face. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao turned to look at Ji Yuning at once. Seeing her pale face, Jing Yuniao looked worried too. "Do I?" Ji Yuning was surprised. "I don't feel uncomfortable at all." Saying that, Ji Yuning pretended to be fine, but she clearly knew that she wasn't. She was indeed uncomfortable ever since she entered here. When the magical power kept attacking her, she felt quite stressed. "Really?" Leng Xiaoting frowned with concern. Ji Yuning showed embarrassment at once. My stomach is a little painful, but it isn't serious. Maybe my period is coming. Why don't you go on looking around here, and I'll go to the ladies' room. I'll call you later." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao nodded. Different girls had different reactions when their period came. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words and agreed, then Ji Yuning left for the ladies' room. However, once she walked out of the room, she showed great pain on her face. Chapter 1705. Leng Xiaoting's old classmates. Besides, Ji Yuning not only felt uncomfortable, but she also felt that something was pulling her somewhere. It wasn't convenient for her to leave earlier, but now she decided to follow the strange feeling. As she walked away, the feeling grew stronger, and Ji Yuning could feel the distance and excitement. However, she knew it had nothing to do with her consciousness, because it was something she couldn't control. Therefore, Ji Yuning thought that it might have something to do with her jade eyes. Either way, she had to figure it out. Drawn by the feeling, Ji Yuning went to the jade exhibition area. She had a pair of jade eyes, so she naturally could see the white mist around the jade. It was obvious that the jade had magical power. However, Ji Yuning ignored the other jade and went straight to a piece of jade. It was called the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and it was made during the Warring States period. This jade was made of white jade from Hotan, Xinjiang. Both sides of the jade were decorated with moire patterns for 6 circles. The moire was slightly raised, and a line was engraved on it. A chalong was carved in the hole, with a beast body, a unicorn head, wings on the side and a long tail decorated with rope patterns. A phoenix was carved on each side of the jade, with a long body, a long feather on the top of the head, and a long tail curling down under the body. The feeling drew Ji Yuning to find this jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and she could feel that her excitement had something to do with it too. Accordingly, Ji Yuning was more sure that this jade had a certain connection with her jade eyes. If so, she wanted to have it. However, it was kept by the museum, and she couldn't easily get it even if she paid money for it. She could only turn to Leng Xiaoting for help. Without delay, Ji Yuning took out her phone and called Leng Xiaoting. Because of anxiety and excitement, her body was slightly shaking. "Xiaoting, are you free now? Can you come to the jade exhibition area?" I need your help, said Ji Yuning anxiously. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting thought that Ji Yuning was in trouble and he was worried about her. Sure, I'll be right there, said Leng Xiaoting and hung up the call. He told Jing Yuniao that Ji Yuning needed his help, and Jing Yuniao decided to go to see Ji Yuning with him. Since Jing Yuniao couldn't remember anything else here, there was no need for them to stay anyway. Before long, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao met Ji Yuning at the Jade exhibition area, and they noticed her abnormal condition with a simple glance. Ningning, are you all right? Both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao were worried. I'm fine. Ji Yuning did her best to calm herself down when she saw Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao's worried expression, then she explained. I'm strangely attracted to this jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and I want to have it. Xiaoting, can you help me with that? Can we directly buy it or exchange it with another valuable antique? There were many antiques in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, and some were more valuable than the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask further about it, and thought that Ji Yuning simply liked it. Jing Yuniao, however, thought that it couldn't be that simple reason, but she didn't ask more about it either. Leng Xiaoting called Zhang Zongyu afterwards. Zhang Zongyu was the previous curator of the National Museum, and the leader of the Palace Museum was his student and was promoted to the position by him, so Leng Xiaoting turned to Zhang Zongyu for help. After Leng Xiaoting told Zhang Zongyu that Ji Yuning wanted the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, Zhang Zongyu promised to settle it for them with alacrity. In a few minutes, Leng Xiaoting received Zhang Zongyu's reply and the leader agreed to give them the jade, but they had to talk with him about how to get it. Ji Yuning was relaxed when she heard the answer. Actually, if the leader of this museum refused to give them the jade, she would steal it on her own, because she felt that it was too important for her to lose it. About several minutes later, a young couple walked into the jade exhibition area. However, when they saw Leng Xiaoting, they looked surprised. There was obvious admiration in the woman's eyes towards Leng Xiaoting. The man, on the other hand, showed disdain afterwards and said in an acerbic tone, "Oh, isn't this our old classmate, Leng Xiaoting? We haven't seen you for ages." After that, he walked to Leng Xiaoting and continued, "How are you? What do you do now?" It was obvious that he didn't know Leng Xiaoting's family background. Although they were old classmates, Leng Xiaoting always kept a low profile and not many outsiders were aware of his real identity. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting spent a short time in the university and seldom socialized with other people, so he didn't know many of the classmates back then. Xu Jinchen was an exception. Xu Jinchen also kept his family background a secret, so not many people knew his real identity either. Ji Yuning knew the woman must be Leng Xiaoting's admirer when she saw her look at Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning squinted, but said nothing for the time being. Jing Yuniao remained silent too, because there was no need for her to be involved in it. Leng Xiaoting stayed calm when the man disdained him. He had already forgotten who he was and thought that they might have gone to the same university before. "Who are you?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, the man was embarrassed. To his astonishment, Leng Xiaoting already forgot him. He refused to believe it, so he thought that Leng Xiaoting was pretending. "What? You don't remember me? We went to the same university. Do you live a hard life now so you don't dare to admit it?" said the man. The man was quite arrogant. His family was very rich and had over 1 billion yuan in assets. And although there were many rich people in the capital, there were more poor people in this big city. Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to answer his question, which made the man believe he was right. The woman obviously had the same idea as the man, so she showed dislike in her eyes afterwards. "Leng, did you forget me too?" asked the woman. Her tone was quite unkind, because she didn't think that Leng Xiaoting could forget her. Chapter 1706, Jade with Dragon Phoenix Cloud Pattern. "I don't remember you at all," Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, the woman looked displeased. "Leng Xiaoting, stop acting. Menga was the most beautiful girl in our school. She chased you, but you rejected her. I'm afraid that you didn't know her family is super rich, so you rejected her at that time," said the man. He didn't think it was embarrassing that Lin Menga had chased Leng Xiaoting before. Well, you missed a great chance to become successful. If Menga became your girlfriend back then, it could have saved you at least 10 years on your way towards success. It sounded as if it was an honor to climb up the social ladder on a woman's coattails. However, he said that simply to laugh at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting wasn't mad at all, because this man was merely a loser in his eyes. Jing Yuniao didn't feel humiliated either, because she had the same opinion about this man as Leng Xiaoting. Ha ha, ha ha. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter, then asked, "Miss, may I know how many assets your family has?" Lin Menga didn't notice Ji Yuning until now, because she paid all her attention to Leng Xiaoting. So when she saw Ji Yuning, Lin Menga was amazed by her beauty and there was obvious jealousy in her eyes. Ji Yuning was much prettier than her. However, she didn't think it was important, because Ji Yuning looked poorer than her, so Lin Menga pretended to be modest. Not much, about 700 million yuan in assets. Although she sounded modest, she was actually showing off her family wealth. "You're right, it indeed isn't much and actually is too little," said Ji Yuning with disdain. Lin Menga didn't expect that Ji Yuning would have that reaction, and it seemed that Ji Yuning's family was richer than hers. She was reluctant to believe it. Lin Menga asked at once, "Is your family richer than mine?" If Ji Yuning's family was indeed richer than her family, she wouldn't dare to mess with Ji Yuning in case her family was affected. "Not much, about 10 billion yuan, said Ji Yuning, and she pretended to be modest as well. What? Both Lin Menga and the man were shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. 10 billion yuan, you must be bragging, said the man. He refused to believe what Ji Yuning just said to them. "I know it's beyond your imagination." Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at him. Ha ha. Jing Yuniao snorted with laughter. It was so funny when Ji Yuning made fun of the man. When the man wanted to say something else, 5 people walked over in a hurry. The man at the front was about 40 years old. He was wearing a suit and leather shoes, followed by 4 people. 2 were in security suits and 2 in casual clothes. The man recognized the man at the front at once. He was the leader of this museum, Kai Wenhong. Therefore, he greeted him with great respect at once. "Nice to see you, Curator Kai." Even though this man was born in a rich family, he didn't have as high a position as Kai Wenhong in the society. Kai Wenhong, however, ignored him and went straight to Leng Xiaoting. "General Leng, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting." Although Leng Xiaoting had only waited for him for a few minutes, he was still very polite to Leng Xiaoting. Seeing Kai Wenhong's behavior, the man and Lin Menga were stunned. Kai Wenhong just called Leng Xiaoting a general. They went to school, and they knew that only an officer with a rank of major general or above could be called a general. Thinking of that, the man and Lin Menga turned to look at Leng Xiaoting with shock. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting was an important officer in the military and his rank could be a major general or above. They couldn't believe it. Leng Xiaoting was too young to be a major general. Nevertheless, Kai Wenhong had indeed just called Leng Xiaoting a general. The man and Lin Menga didn't want to stay at this moment. "No worries, Curator Kai," said Leng Xiaoting. "I'll get it out right now, then we can go to finish the related procedures," said Kai Wenhong. They needed to finish some procedures to take an antique out of the museum. After that, Kai Wenhong gave an order to clear the area and Leng Xiaoting as well as the other people had to leave right now. It was very serious to open the showcase, and no accidents were allowed to happen. Although he was the head of this museum and had great power, this place wasn't his home and he had to be responsible for it. As a result, all the other people in the Jade exhibition area were politely asked to leave. Lin Menga and the man still couldn't believe what had happened, but they listened to the order and walked outside. After that, Kai Wenhong and his people went to open the showcase and take out the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. The second the showcase was opened, the white mist covered around it attacked Ji Yuning's eyes. Ji Yuning's eyes felt uncomfortable at once and she closed them to shut the white mist out. Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting noticed that white mist too, and they looked at Ji Yuning with great surprise. Both of them were cultivators, so they could see magical power. Leng Xiaoting knew Ji Yuning's secret, so he wasn't very surprised, but Jing Yuniao was greatly surprised. However, even though they were surprised, they composed themselves because they were in a public place. Ningning, are you all right? Leng Xiaoting immediately asked Ji Yuning in a low voice. I'm fine, said Ji Yuning, but she didn't open her eyes right away. As the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was put into a box, Ji Yuning felt the magical power leave her for a while. She opened her eyes then and didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. She saw that Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were worried about her, but they didn't say anything about it to each other. Before the required procedures were finished, the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was kept by the staff in the museum. Chapter 1707. He is a general, General Leng, Miss, and Ma'am, please follow me this way. Kai Wenhong made a hand gesture to invite them. After that, they followed Kai Wenhong and left. Lin Menga and the man already ran away in fear once they made sure that Leng Xiaoting was indeed a general. Lin Menga just told the man to ask their old classmates in the WeChat group to see whether anyone else knew Leng Xiaoting, and the man did it. Hey, I just ran into the cold Leng Xiaoting in the museum, but I heard Curator Kai call him General Leng. Does any of you know why? Before long, someone replied to him. Really? How is it possible? No way. General Leng. Only an officer with a rank of Major General or above can be called that. Right. Although I heard that Leng Xiaoting joined the army, he's only 26 this year. It's impossible for him to earn such a high rank in the military. Search for it on the internet. I don't think you can find the answer on the internet. If Leng Xiaoting is really an officer with a rank of Major General or above, he must belong to a special team. His information should be highly confidential, and only the senior leaders in the military can know it. Because soldiers in the special team must do dangerous tasks. The tasks are quite dangerous and kept secret too, but they can get high rewards. Leng Xiaoting must have made great achievements in order to become a major general at such an early age. I can't believe it. He's as young as we are. Most people couldn't believe it. Zhang Lihong, are you sure you met the right person? Zhang Lihong was the man's name. I'm very sure of it. I actually saw Leng Xiaoting standing with several important figures before, but I don't know his real identity. I have always had a feeling that Leng Xiaoting isn't an ordinary man. I don't know whether Leng Xiaoting is a general, but I know his family isn't ordinary at all. What does his family do? Once they found someone who knew Leng Xiaoting's family background, they ached to know more about him. His family is the Leng family in the capital, and he's the Leng family's eldest grandson. What? The Leng family is the leading family of the 4 dominant families in the capital. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, but no one doubted it, because the father of the classmate who told them Leng Xiaoting's family background was a senior official in the capital, so it was normal that he knew members of the Leng family. Zhang Lihong and Lin Menga were totally amazed now. To their astonishment, Leng Xiaoting was the eldest grandson of the Leng family in the capital. Zhang Lihong couldn't be more regretful now. He didn't seize the chance to please an old classmate from a super powerful family, instead he laughed at him when they met each other. Lin Menga also regretted giving Leng Xiaoting up that year. If she could marry Leng Xiaoting, she would be a lot more important than other people now. It seemed that she believed she could get Leng Xiaoting as long as she persisted in chasing him. Actually, there were countless girls who chased Leng Xiaoting and wanted to become his girlfriend. Most of them were prettier and richer than Lin Menga, but Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to pay attention to them. Leng Xiaoting chose Ji Yuning in the end, which proved that he didn't care about his girl's family background or her appearance. Ji Yuning was very stunning, but she wasn't the most beautiful girl who had chased Leng Xiaoting. It was her special air that attracted Leng Xiaoting. In the end, they couldn't change what had already happened. Since they already offended Leng Xiaoting, they had to leave right now, and didn't dare to see him again. When Leng Xiaoting and the others left the museum, they went to Kai Wenhong's office. His secretary poured cups of tea for them once they came. General Leng, I heard from my teacher that you can exchange the jade with an antique of the same value. Asked Kai Wenhong. Although Zhang Zongyu already told him that, he still needed to ask about it in person. Kai Wenhong preferred an antique to money, because he was in charge of a museum after all. They normally collected antiques by searching for them everywhere, and they were happy to exchange antiques. This jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern is worth around 30 million yuan. What valuable antique can you give us, General Leng? Asked Kai Wenhong. Leng Xiaoting didn't answer that question but turned to look at Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning said, I have a Tang Senkai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan. What? A Tang Senkai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong was surprised, not because Ji Yuning had such a valuable antique, but because she was willing to exchange the vase for the jade. There was a price gap of 10 million yuan after all. Are you sure? Kai Wenhong asked. Sure, said Ji Yuning. If it's possible, can I take the jade away? Right now. I can arrange someone to send the vase here later. Of course, said Kai Wenhong. If other people wanted to do that, he might not agree, but Leng Xiaoting was different. In addition, they had to sign the contract before they took the jade away, so he wasn't afraid that they would deny it. In fact, Kai Wenhong was quite excited that he could get a Tang Senkai vase which was worth about 40 million yuan today. As the curator of this museum, he was in a high position with a high salary, but he didn't have 10 million yuan. Even if an official became corrupt in the government, he couldn't be very rich, and Kai Wenhong was an upright official. Therefore, 10 million yuan was a lot of money in his eyes. Accordingly, he was shocked that Ji Yuning easily decided to exchange the vase for the jade. Anyway, since Ji Yuning was willing to do that, he wouldn't turn her down. After that, Leng Xiaoting signed the contract with Kai Wenhong. Because it was settled because of Leng Xiaoting's influence, he had to sign his name. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting took the box with the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern inside, then gave it to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was full of excitement when she got it and her hands were shaking. However, it wasn't her own feeling, instead it came from the jade eyes. Chapter 1708. Almost knocked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning guessed that the jade eyes was responding to the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, so it must be the jade eyes which was being excited. Even though the jade eyes were mixed with her eyes now, it was a piece of jade itself. Ji Yuning ached to open the box right now, but she had to control herself in public. After that, Ji Yuning and the others wanted to leave. Kai Wenhong said to walk them out, but they declined, so he didn't insist. Once they were gone, Kai Wenhong called Zhang Zongyu. Master Zhang, General Leng exchanged a Tang Senkai vase which is worth about 40 million yuan for the jade. There is a price gap of 10 million yuan, but they didn't hesitate at all, said Kai Wenhong with excitement. What? A Tang Senkai vase? Wow, I didn't know that girl Ji Yu has something valuable like that. Why didn't she let us see it first? Zhang Zongyu complained. He always wanted Ji Yuning to call him first whenever she found any valuable antiques. He wouldn't mind if Ji Yuning called Master Leng and Master Shu before him. What girl Ji Yu? Kai Wenhong didn't know Ji Yuning's relationship with Zhang Zongyu. The girl with Leng Xiaoting is Ji Yuning, and she's the boss of Xianxia Antique Store, said Zhang Zongyu. There were two females with Leng Xiaoting back then, but there was only one girl, and Kai Wenhong realized that the girl was Ji Yuning. Although Jing Yunyo looked young, she was obviously a mature woman. Oh, she's the boss of Xianxia Antique Store. Kai Wenhong was slightly surprised to know that. Because he was an old friend of the previous owner of Xianxia Antique Store, he had heard of what had happened to it. He knew that a girl named Ji Yuning bought Xianxia Antique Store, but didn't know that Ji Yuning was the girl he met today until now. It seemed that the girl wasn't ordinary, because she came with General Leng. What's her relationship with General Leng? Asked Kai Wenhong with curiosity. Because Zhang Zongyu was his teacher, he could ask whatever he wanted to know. Zhang Zongyu didn't think it was something he shouldn't tell other people, so he said, Ji Yuning is Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Knowing that, Kai Wenhong nodded, but he wasn't shocked, because he didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting or his character. He didn't think it was very unusual that Leng Xiaoting had a fiancé. Ji Yuning is an unbelievable girl, and I can bring you to meet her one day when we're free. She has many good objects, said Zhang Zongyu. Sure, said Kai Wenhong happily. Most of them were interested in antiques in this industry, and they would do some research once they found good objects. When they went back to the hall, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo that she needed to leave for a while. She had to put away the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, then bring the Tang Senkai vase over here. Although it was put in her telepathic eye space, she couldn't directly put the jade inside and get the vase out. Even though she could do that by avoiding the crowd, there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so it would be difficult for her to explain it if she was caught doing that. Normally, no one would rewind the surveillance videos if nothing went wrong, but there was someone staring at the surveillance screens, and Ji Yuning couldn't take the risk. Besides, Jing Yunyo wasn't aware of her telepathic eye space yet, so she had to be very careful. Moreover, they just finished the deal, and it was impossible for her to get the Tang Senkai vase here within such a short time. It took at least an hour to do that, so it would arouse suspicion if she got it here so quickly. Therefore, Ji Yuning needed to go out for a while and return at the right time. Ji Yuning didn't tell them what exactly she planned to do, and Jing Yunyo thought that she would wait for someone to get the Tang Senkai vase here for her and help her move the jade away. She was afraid that Ji Yuning might feel bored, so she said, "I can go with you." "Thanks, but I can do it alone. Why don't you walk around here with my friends?" "It's not appropriate if we leave them alone here," said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning needed to do something without Jing Yunyo knowing it, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't leave her behind, so Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to stay here. "I'll give them a call and your number. They'll contact you when they're done. I'll be back in an hour and we'll see each other then," said Ji Yuning to Jing Yunyo. Because her friends felt nervous to contact Leng Xiaoting, she told them to call Jing Yunyo instead. "No problem," said Jing Yunyo. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked away alone. She gave Chu Peihan a call and told her about the situation, and Chu Peihan understood it. On her way, several naughty kids were playing with each other and they almost knocked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was scared for a second, because the jade could be broken if they knocked her. Although it was easy for Ji Yuning to avoid those naughty kids, she cared a lot about the jade, so she was very nervous. However, right after Ji Yuning avoided the naughty kid who almost knocked her, the kid ran ahead for a few steps and fell, then burst into tears. "Oh, my son." A couple stood aside and went to him at once and carried him up. Ji Yuning turned around and gave them a glance, then continued to walk away. It wasn't her fault anyway, and the parents would take care of their kid. Unfortunately, the couple soon ran over and stopped her. Chapter 1709. What important object can you have? Ji Yuning frowned, and knew what they wanted to do from their expressions before they said anything. They simply wanted to blame her for everything. "What's wrong with you? How can you run away after making my son fall?" The woman criticized Ji Yuning in anger, and didn't look guilty at all. Hearing her criticisms, people around them turned to look at Ji Yuning with annoyance. Ji Yuning was displeased and questioned the woman. "When did I make your son fall? It's your son who ran around here and fell on his own. It has nothing to do with me. I know you did that. How can you deny it? You're shameless." The woman still blamed Ji Yuning for it. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that the woman had done that. She was so used to blaming other people for her mistakes, that she was quite familiar with the trick. Young people nowadays are really selfish. She doesn't apologize after knocking the kid over. "If she were my daughter, I would feel humiliated." Onlookers began to criticize Ji Yuning too. Ji Yuning was mad and coldly stared at the woman. "I think you're the shameless person here. I didn't touch your kid at all, and it's your kid who almost knocked into me and I avoided it. He kept on running and fell a distance away from me. You can't blame me for that. You must have done it very often and you always blame other people for your mistakes." "You." Hearing that, the woman panicked all of a sudden. Other people didn't notice her expression, but Ji Yuning's words aroused their suspicion. It was possible that Ji Yuning didn't knock the kid at all, and the kid fell by himself. In that case, they couldn't criticize Ji Yuning. The woman became angry with embarrassment and argued. "Nonsense. It isn't my fault." She clearly knew the truth, but wouldn't admit it. Those who did bad deeds always refused to admit doing them, and wouldn't allow other people to know what they had done. Ji Yuning sneered, then pointed at the surveillance cameras at the left corner. "There are surveillance cameras. If you refuse to admit it, we can check the surveillance video." Hearing that, the woman turned to look at surveillance cameras at once and panicked again. This time, onlookers noticed her expression. Oh, it turns out that the girl didn't knock the kid, but the kid fell by himself. This woman blamed the girl for it. She's shameless. Right, her son fell on his own. How could she blame the girl for it? Onlookers began to criticize the woman, and the couple felt embarrassed. Unfortunately, they refused to give up. Even if you didn't knock my son, why didn't you help him and stop him from falling? The kid's father still blamed Ji Yuning. What? That's ridiculous. Ji Yuning curled her lips. If I didn't avoid him, he would knock into me. So what? You're much taller and stronger than him, said the woman. Other people also felt it was ridiculous. Her son was about to knock into Ji Yuning and she blamed Ji Yuning for avoiding her son. Yeah, I'm much taller and stronger than your son, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he knocked me, but... Ji Yuning raised the box in her hands at this time. There is a very important object in this box. If it's damaged, can you pay for it? What important object can you have? Said the woman with disdain. Although Ji Yuning looked pretty, she didn't wear expensive clothes, so they didn't think they could have anything valuable. Actually, even though Ji Yuning put on simple clothes, they were all international brands, and a random summer set cost several thousand yuan. Moreover, Ji Yuning wore simple clothes, but she had a very special air. Not many people could recognize international brands, and not everyone could appreciate another person's air. Ji Yuning also had the contract in her hands, and the first page was the authentication certificate. There were photos, price, and introduction of jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern on it, and Ji Yuning raised it up to show it to everyone. What's shown on this page is what is in this box. It's the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern from the Warring States period, and it's worth 30 million yuan. I just got it from the Palace Museum. If you think 30 million yuan is nothing, I have nothing else to say, said Ji Yuning. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Palace Museum for the proof, but you must bear the result if you delay what I'm doing. Ji Yuning knew that they didn't dare to go to the Palace Museum with her from their expressions. In fact, they were already shocked and scared by the price. Even if they would go with her, she wasn't worried about it at all, because she knew that she hadn't done anything wrong. Onlookers were also amazed by the price of the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. It was small, but it was quite expensive. They didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words, because they thought that there was no need for Ji Yuning to deceive them. After all, it was the couple's kid's fault, and they shouldn't blame Ji Yuning for it. If they didn't learn from today's accident, they would cause trouble for more innocent people in the future. Unkind people like them wouldn't change unless they learned a lesson. So, what do you want to do now? I don't have time to waste on you, said Ji Yuning. The couple didn't dare to say anything further about it, and left in silence. They were ordinary people, and simply wanted to blackmail Ji Yuning for some money, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all. Ji Yuning didn't stay there and walked away in a hurry. However, right after she walked away from the crowd, Ji Yuning suddenly squinted. Chapter 17:10. Being followed because of the jade. She felt the air of a cultivator behind her. She could roughly sense the person's level from his or her air. If the person was at a high level, she could feel strong air, or she would feel light air. This cultivator behind her wasn't at a very high level, and should be between Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao. Among all the cultivators she had seen, only Wu Shunhua and Baili Zhongshe were at that level. So it was probably one of them, or a new face. Ji Yuning was curious, but couldn't turn around right now. She could only walk in places with many people. It was afternoon already, and there were tourists everywhere, so Ji Yuning didn't think the cultivator would choose to attack her in public. At the same time, she was worried that the cultivator might follow her for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, so she hugged it tight in her arms to protect it from danger. Because her movements were very natural, others didn't realize that she did it on purpose. After Ji Yuning hugged the box in her arms, she opened the lock on it too. She was still anxious that the cultivator might suddenly attack her in public, so she put the jade into her telepathic eye space. There was a large box in her hands, and she couldn't put it into her telepathic eye space as well, or it would attract other people's attention. However, she could put what was in it into her telepathic eye space, because no one knew what was in the box or whether there was something in it. As for the cultivator, she didn't care whether the cultivator would discover it. Cultivators wouldn't be surprised by her special skill, and would probably believe that she had a Chenken bag. Ji Yuning actually didn't want it to happen, because she was worried that something else might occur after the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was put into her telepathic eye space. As Ji Yuning walked ahead, the cultivator kept following her and they got closer and closer to each other. Ji Yuning stayed alert all the time. Luckily, the cultivator didn't do anything when Ji Yuning reached her car. Instead, the cultivator stayed not far from her and stared at her. Ji Yuning opened the car door of the rear seats, but didn't get in it right away. At the second when the car door blocked other people's sight, Ji Yuning put the box into her telepathic eye space as well and she was finally relieved. The jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was very important to her, so she had to be careful. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out a small box from her telepathic eye space. There was only cotton in it, which was used to protect antiques from breaking, and Ji Yuning used it to store the Tang Senkai vase. However, she couldn't put the Tang Senkai vase into it right now, because she was worried that she might have conflict with the cultivator later. She didn't want to damage the vase, so she kept the box empty for now. She could go to the washroom before she entered the museum and put the vase in it. Ji Yuning spent almost 40 minutes on the way out of the museum till now, and it was time for her to go back. When she walked back, she saw the cultivator. It was a new face, a man about 40. Although Ji Yuning saw him, her gaze didn't stay on his body. She simply gave him a quick glance, so the cultivator didn't feel anything wrong. He didn't know that Ji Yuning could feel the air of a cultivator, so he believed that Ji Yuning couldn't notice him. After Ji Yuning walked away, she didn't feel that the cultivator followed her again. She thought to herself that the cultivator might try to open her car door with violence. However, even though she had that worry, she wouldn't turn around to look at him. It wasn't a big deal, and she could afford the damage. Since the cultivator didn't follow her again, she better avoid him right now. Ji Yuning thought that she must be very careful today, because the cultivator might follow her again if he failed to find what he wanted. In that case, she couldn't allow him to see Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, Ji Yuning called Jing Yuniao and asked her whether they were still in the museum or somewhere else. She also told Jing Yuniao that she just ran into a strange cultivator. He was in a pair of black pants and gray coat. His level should be between her level and Leng Xiaoting's level. He followed her because of the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and he might follow her again later, so they should avoid meeting him. Jing Yuniao said there were many antiques with magical power in this museum, and the magical power would mix with the air of cultivators. As long as they weren't close to each other, no one would find them, and they would be safe in this museum. Moreover, since the man was at a lower level than her, she would be able to find him before he found her. However, she was confused about the reason why the cultivator wanted to have the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Were there any secrets to it? Ji Yuning had guessed correctly, because the cultivator indeed went to open her car door with violence. Because he was a cultivator, it wasn't difficult for him to do that, and other people around him didn't think that it was strange. They thought it was his car. Nevertheless, he failed to find the large box Ji Yuning had in her hands just then, and he looked disappointed. Did she put the box into another box and take it away? Why would she do that? Did she find out that I was following her? The man thought that it was impossible, but it was true that the box disappeared. After that, the man closed the car door and walked back to the palace. However, Ji Yuning was nowhere to be found now, and he was full of anger. He came for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern this time, but someone else got it before him. At the same time, he doubted whether there was really the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern in the box, so he decided to go to the museum. When Ji Yuning had almost reached the museum, she went to the washroom and took out the Tang Senkai vase. And after she walked out of the washroom, she called Kai Wenhong. She needed to pass the security check before walking into the museum, but the antique would be taken away from her unless there was a staffer with her. Chapter 17:11. sell the set of bronze chimes at auction. After receiving Ji Yuning's call, Kai Wenhong walked out to welcome her in person. He didn't think it was strange that she came back within an hour. Kai Wenhong also believed that Ji Yuning arranged for someone to help her get the case here, and the distance wasn't long. He was only surprised that Ji Yuning came back to give him the vase on her own. He thought that there would be another person. Kai Wenhong met Ji Yuning soon. "Miss Ji Yu, I didn't know that you would bring it here by yourself." Kai Wenhong politely said to Ji Yuning. "My friends are still looking around inside, so I called someone to help me get it here and I met him outside," said Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, I heard from Master Zhang that you're the boss of Xianxia Antique Store now, and that you can sometimes get some good ancient objects. Please call me next time, I also want to have a look," said Kai Wenhong. Kai Wenhong never bothered to ask for the sources of Ji Yuning's good ancient objects, because he knew that they could be legal and illegal. As long as she had a powerful support, it would be fine even if she got the ancient objects by grave digging. In addition, Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Even if the government found out what she was doing, it would turn a blind eye on it. As long as no one had anything on her and forced the government to deal with it, she would be safe. The government had strict rules about cultural relics, not ancient objects. Cultural relics were different from ancient objects. As the name suggested, cultural relics were objects with cultural value. According to the current academic view, they should refer to objects cast in the past and passed down to the present. They had a certain value for the current society, and they were cultural products inherited in history. The scope of cultural relics was very wide. They included various building sites, memorials of various eras, intangible cultural heritage, which currently were also cultural relics, unearthed ancient tombs, ancient construction tools and buildings, artificially mined grottos, artificially carved stones, handicraft products, various historical books and cultural materials of each dynasty or era, which had an impact on modern society. As for antiques, we could understand them literally. Antiques referred to things produced in previous years. An ancient object should have the qualifications for appreciation and research value. Based on their relevant data, we could infer some circumstances and characteristics of their time. The biggest difference between antiques and cultural relics was that cultural relics were protected by the laws of the government and private possession was allowed, but they couldn't be sold. On the other hand, people could collect antiques, invest in them, or sell them to other people. "No problem, I surely will give you a call too when I get some good ancient objects again," said Ji Yuning. Since Kai Wenhong proposed that of his own accord, it would be free advertising and Ji Yuning definitely wouldn't turn him down. "Oh, Curator Kai, can I ask you for some information about something?" asked Ji Yuning. "What is it?" said Kai Wenhong. "When will there be a big antique auction?" asked Ji Yuning. "The biggest antique auction in the capital every year is in October, but exactly which day of October has not yet been determined. It will take about a month to determine. As long as there are relevant antique auctions, well-known antique shops will be invited, including Xianxia Antique Store. And this year will certainly not be different. Once the time is set, I'll send the invitation letter to you in person," Kai Wenhong said. "Well, I actually want to sell an object at the auction. May I know the rules?" asked Ji Yuning. Since it is a large-scale antique auction, the value of the auctioned objects can't be low. They must at least be worth tens of millions of yuan. However, it's hard to tell an exact number, because the number of auctioned objects is limited. About 20 items will be shown, so only the top 20 antiques will be accepted for auction. Of course, if the top 20 items do not reach the bottom line of value, they will not be accepted either. In other words, even if the number is small, objects with low value will still not be accepted, said Kai Wenhong. Then he asked Ji Yuning, "Miss Ji Yu, what do you want to sell at the auction? How much is it worth?" Kai Wenhong was eager to know the answer, because Ji Yuning was able to give him a Tang Senkai vase which was worth about 40 million yuan, which meant that she must have more valuable objects. A set of bronze chimes, and it's worth over 100 million yuan, but I'm afraid I can't show you right now, Curator Kai. You can see it when I send it for the appraisal, said Ji Yuning and didn't give many details. A whole set of bronze chimes was worth billions of yuan, and a small part of it would cost less. A set of bronze chimes. It's worth over 100 million yuan. Hearing that, Kai Wenhong was shocked. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning had such a priceless ancient object. At the same time, he ached to see it, but Ji Yuning said that she couldn't show him right now, so he had to control himself. I'll tell you once it's open for application, said Kai Wenhong. Sure, thank you, Curator Kai, said Ji Yuning. My pleasure, said Kai Wenhong. As they talked with each other, they arrived at Kai Wenhong's office, and several aged experts of this museum were already waiting for them. Kai Wenhong told them to do the appraisal, not because he didn't trust Leng Xiaoting or Ji Yuning, but because it was the rule. All the antiques had to be appraised before the museum took them. It wasn't free after all, and they exchanged for it with another valuable antique. When the box was placed on the table, several experts surrounded it at once. They all couldn't wait to see the Tang Senkai vase. Once the box was open, they began to appraise the vase. Within a short time, they had the answer, and it was real. After that, they signed a certificate of receipt of the item and Ji Yuning left then. She called Leng Xiaoting when she walked out of Kai Wenhong's office and asked him where he was right now. They had just finished walking around the museum and were back in the hall, so Leng Xiaoting told her their location, and Ji Yuning went to meet them. They gathered together again in the hall. Is it done? Asked Jing Yuniao. Did you see the man? Asked Ji Yuning afterwards. No, but I don't know whether we'll run into him when we walk out. Why don't we move separately and meet again after leaving here? Asked Jing Yuniao. Chapter 1712. An unimportant person saying that, Jing Yuniao suddenly realized that it might cause a misunderstanding that she did it in order to not be affected by Ji Yuning, because the man aimed to follow Ji Yuning after all. I'm simply afraid that you'll get in bigger trouble if we run into the man and let him know about our relationship. I have the same worry, and I don't want you to be affected. His target is me anyway, so I think I should go out first. If I see him, I'll lead him away. If not, I'll tell you to come out. What do you think? Said Ji Yuning. Well, Jing Yuniao didn't want Ji Yuning to take that risk. It'll be fine, I promise, said Ji Yuning. Great, said Leng Xiaoting. He understood that Ji Yuning already made up her mind, and he knew that she could protect herself well. Chu Peihan and the others didn't know what had happened, but heard that someone was following Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning didn't want them to be affected. Even though they didn't care about it, Ji Yuning already made the arrangement, and they had to listen to her. Therefore, Ji Yuning walked out alone, and carefully felt everything around her to see whether the cultivator was still there. After looking around for a while, she called Leng Xiaoting and told them to come out. The group of them then left together and walked ahead. They didn't stop appreciating the palace after running into the cultivator, because they weren't afraid of him. They simply wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Boss, since someone followed you, is it all right if we continue to walk around here? Asked Chu Peihan worriedly. Right, boss, we don't want to bring trouble to you, said Mu Kei. The others expressed their worries too. Ji Yuning smiled at them. It's fine, just an unimportant person, so we shouldn't be affected by him. Since Ji Yuning said that, the others dropped the topic. Anyway, it wasn't easy for other people to hurt Ji Yuning. The cultivator entered the museum several minutes after Ji Yuning walked into it, but he went in the opposite direction from Leng Xiaoting and the others, so they didn't see each other. When he arrived at the Jade exhibition area, he failed to find the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern after walking around. He didn't know where it went, and began to wonder whether Ji Yuning really had it in her hands just then. If she had it in her hands, why did she walk out and then bring it back? He didn't want other cultivators to know the secret about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Actually, he didn't think it was possible, because he learned it from a book buried in a previous cultivator's grave. It was said that the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern could accumulate magical power, which was very helpful for cultivation. However, it disappeared now, and he was full of anger and anxiety. The man wanted to find Ji Yuning, but the palace was too large, and he honestly didn't know where he should go after walking out of the museum. All of a sudden, he remembered that Ji Yuning's car was still stopped outside the south gate, so he went to wait there for Ji Yuning. When it was almost 4:50 p.m., Ji Yuning and the others were about to leave, because tourists would be cleared out from 5 p.m. They didn't leave through the door which they came by, and instead left from the north gate, because the south gate was too far. However, their cars were left at the south gate, so they still needed to go back there. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would take a taxi to get their cars back, while the others stayed at the north gate. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left Jing Yunyo with Chu Peihan and the others. They weren't worried that she might feel bored because Chu Peihan and Hao Ran were talkative, and they already got familiar with Jing Yunyo on the road. Mu Ke and the others might not be as talkative as Chu Peihan and Hao Ran, but they also talked with Jing Yunyo once in a while. Jing Yunyo wasn't as quiet as Ji Yuning, nor as talkative as Chu Peihan, and she got along well with Ji Yuning's friends. With a group of young people by her sides, Jing Yunyo became cheerful too. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got in the taxi, they casually chatted with each other. Because there was a taxi driver, they had to be careful. The taxi driver was a man about 40, and he kept glancing at Ji Yuning from the rearview mirror. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed what he was doing, but didn't say anything about it. "Miss, are you the famous Ji Yuning on the internet?" The taxi driver finally asked Ji Yuning with curiosity. He actually wasn't very sure of it. Since the taxi driver asked that question, Ji Yuning couldn't ignore him. "Yeah, I'm Ji Yuning, nice to meet you," said Ji Yuning politely to him. Hearing that, the taxi driver got excited. "Ha ha, I'm quite lucky that I have you in my car today." It wasn't very likely to happen, because Ji Yuning was a successful businesswoman and normally had an exclusive car. In the following minutes, the taxi driver kept complimenting Ji Yuning for her great achievements and Ji Yuning thanked him kindly. However, before the taxi driver talked enough about her, they arrived at their destination. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wanted to pay the bill, the taxi driver refused to take the money, but Ji Yuning wasn't willing to take advantage of him, so he had to accept it in the end. "Why do we get out of the car right here?" asked Leng Xiaoting with confusion, because they were about 40 meters away from the parking lot. Ji Yuning said, "I just remembered that the cultivator might be waiting for me at the south gate, and I don't want you to be exposed. I'll go to see first. If he's absent, you can follow me then." Chapter 17:13, Shameless People. Because she just remembered that on their way here and the taxi driver was also in the car, Ji Yuning could only tell the taxi driver to stop the taxi meters away from the parking lot. Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded. "Sure, be careful." He knew that Ji Yuning could feel the air of a cultivator from afar and she had a pair of jade eyes, so there was no need for her to have conflict against the cultivator face to face. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be worried. "You should be careful too," said Ji Yuning with concern. She was afraid that Leng Xiaoting might run into the cultivator. "I will," Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Ji Yuning walked forward. When she was near the parking lot, she used her jade eyes to carefully scan around it. She didn't feel any cultivators nor see the man, then she called Leng Xiaoting and told him to come over. The cultivator actually had waited here for Ji Yuning for a long time, but Ji Yuning was still absent and he needed to deal with something else, so he left later. Coincidentally, when he was gone for 5 minutes, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came. Leng Xiaoting's car was parked next to Ji Yuning's car, so they went to their cars together. Ji Yuning checked the car door at once, because she thought that the cultivator must have damaged it. She was right, and she easily pulled the car door of the rear seats open. It wasn't a surprising result, so Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all. Leng Xiaoting, however, was displeased. He didn't care whether his car was damaged, but it was obvious that the cultivator aimed to hurt Ji Yuning. "Is it because of the cultivator?" asked Leng Xiaoting. The cultivator followed Ji Yuning for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern, and he might believe that Ji Yuning put it in the car. "Yeah, he thought that I left the jade in this car," said Ji Yuning. "Tolerate it for a while. We can go back to Xianxia Hotel in the southern district for dinner, and I'll arrange for someone to replace this car," said Leng Xiaoting. After that, they drove away. Because the car door was damaged, Ji Yuning could only close it with a rope. When they drove back to the north gate, Jing Yuniao sat in Leng Xiaoting's car, while Chu Peihan and others sat in Ji Yuning's car. What the hell? Boss, your car door was damaged by someone. Hao Ran exclaimed once he saw the car door. Boss, why did you come back so soon? Didn't you find out who did that? Asked Chu Peihan. They were all annoyed, and even wanted to beat the person who damaged the car door. It was damaged by the person who followed me. It's fine, I'll find him and make him pay for it, said Ji Yuning. She didn't want money, but she would teach the man a lesson. Boss, why did the person do that? Did he think there was anything valuable in your car? Asked Mu Ke. Perhaps. Ji Yuning said and changed the topic at once. Oh, do you want to have fun together tonight or stay in the hotel? I already told the show director that you'll be there before 9 a.m. tomorrow. So you need to get up at 7 a.m. tomorrow and leave for the filming set at 7:30 a.m. Hengdian World Studios is a little far and you'll certainly be caught in a traffic jam during rush hour. I think we should stay in the hotel today. I'm a little tired after walking around for a whole day. If we continue to have fun tonight, I'll be out of energy tomorrow, said Chu Peihan. Although she could only play an unimportant role, she cared about it. Hao Ran, Chu Peihan, and Zhang Tianping would join the show, while Mu Ke and Yu Mixi would watch aside. They weren't good at acting and felt embarrassed to do it too. Therefore, they decided to rest after having dinner. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi would go back to Century City with Ji Yuning, so they had to get up earlier than the boys tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting already booked a private room before they arrived at Xianxia Hotel, so they directly went to it afterwards. When they finished dinner, the boys went back to their room, and Ji Yuning drove Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi back to Century City. Leng Xiaoting went back to Mountain River Garden with Jing Yuniao. Because Baili Zongyang and his younger sister were in Century City, it wasn't convenient for Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting to stay there. However, shortly after they left the hotel, Ji Yuning received Ji Yuqingyan's call. Ji Yuqingyan never had called her after she gave him her phone number until now, so it had to be something important. Hi. Ji Yuning picked up the call. Ningning, I. Ji Yuqingyan stammered. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood that Ji Yuqingyan must have encountered trouble. What happened? Tell me, said Ji Yuning in a domineering tone, and Ji Yuqingyan felt stressed. He said at once, my girlfriend was deceived by her friend to a bar, and she was forced to stay there by a boy who's her admirer and a bunch of the boy's friends. They told me to go over to drink with them. If I win, I can leave with her. If not, they'll rape my girlfriend. Ningning, I honestly don't know what to do now. Can you help me? Although Ji Yuning told him to feel free to call her when he needed help, he still felt embarrassed. Why is your girlfriend so troublesome? Ji Yuning complained, but she still needed to help Ji Yuqingyan since he was helpless now. Where are you? At the gate of our school, said Ji Yuqingyan. Great, I'll be there in half an hour, said Ji Yuning and hung up the call, then stopped the car by the roadside. Boss, what's wrong? Asked Chu Peihan. My older male cousin's girlfriend was forced to stay in a bar by a boy who admires her and the boy's friends. They asked my cousin to drink with them. If he wins, he can leave with his girlfriend, otherwise they'll rape the girl, said Ji Yuning. There was no need for her to hide it, because they would go there together. What? They're shameless. Chu Peihan was furious once she heard that. Boss, are we going to help him? Great, I'll beat the shit out of their ass, said Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was a girl who had a strong sense of justice, and now Ji Yuning's cousin was in trouble, so she felt that she had to do something. Chapter 17:14, Is She Worth It? After that, Ji Yuning called Hao Ran and told him that they needed to deal with something now, and she asked him whether they wanted to join them. Ji Yuning did that not because she wanted to make big trouble, but because she was afraid that the boys might blame her for not doing it with them. They would be safe as long as she was there, so she called them. Hao Ran got interested once he heard that, and agreed at once. After that, Ji Yuning turned around the car and went to pick the boys up. She told them to sit on the rear seats, and left the front passenger's seat to Ji Yuqingyan. Boss, what happened? Hao Ran asked her once he got in the car. Ji Yuning told them the story and the boys were mad too, and they all promised to teach the bunch of shameless people an unforgettable lesson. After picking up the boys, Ji Yuning sped up and headed to Ji Yuqingyan's school. In 20 minutes, they arrived and Ji Yuning directly stopped the car in front of Ji Yuqingyan. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi also sat on the rear seats, and Ji Yuning told Ji Yuqingyan to sit on the front passenger's seat so that they could conveniently talk with each other. Ji Yuqingyan didn't know Chu Peihan and the other people in the car, and Ji Yuning had no intention to introduce them to him. She asked him directly, "Where is the bar?" "XX Road, Dreamland," said Ji Yuqingyan. "Do you know how to get there?" asked Ji Yuning. "Of course," said Ji Yuqingyan. "Lead the way," said Ji Yuning. "Sure, go straight about 100 meters, then turn left," said Ji Yuqingyan, and Ji Yuning quickly drove ahead at once. "How much trouble have you been involved in because of your girlfriend till now?" asked Ji Yuning. "Not little," said Ji Yuqingyan with embarrassment. "All because of her admirers?" asked Ji Yuning again. "Right," said Ji Yuqingyan. Ji Yuning stopped asking about that. Dreamland wasn't far away from Ji Yuqingyan's school, and they arrived in 5 minutes. "Are they in the hall or the private room?" asked Ji Yuning. "In the private room, V08, said Ji Yuqingyan. After that, Ji Yuning and her friends walked inside. When they were approaching V08, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the inside. In the private room, there were 3 girls and 6 boys. The 3 girls were playing with the boys in harmony, and it didn't seem that any one of them was forced to stay here. Ji Yuning's sight fell on the most beautiful girl among the 3 girls. Since the girl was the prettiest girl in their school, she must be the most beautiful one. She was indeed very beautiful, and deserved her title. Dreamland was a high-end bar, so they couldn't break inside. They need the waiter to ask for permission first. Therefore, they stopped outside, and the waiter went inside to ask for permission. Once the people inside heard that they were coming, they changed their seats right away. 2 girls immediately went to sit in a corner, including the most beautiful one. Seeing the scene, Ji Yuning sneered. It was obvious that Ji Yuqingyan's girlfriend wasn't kind, and she made Ji Yuqingyan come here for an evil purpose. However, Ji Yuning couldn't say that to Ji Yuqingyan right now. They had to finish the show first. Before long, the waiter walked out and let them in. As soon as Ji Yuning and her people went inside, the bunch of boys stood up as well, and they stood against each other. The boys were struck dumb for a second when they saw that Ji Yuning and her friends were all good-looking young boys and girls, and they were even younger. The most beautiful girl showed jealousy in her eyes the second she saw Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning caught it. Ji Yuning disliked females who easily got jealous, because they were very mean. "Linyan, are you all right?" Ji Yuqingyan asked the most beautiful girl with concern. Xiao Linyan got her mind back and turned to look at Ji Yuqingyan with an aggrieved expression. I'm fine. Which one of you is her admirer?" asked Ji Yuning. "It's me." A boy stood out. He was tall and strong, and wasn't ugly, but Ji Yuqingyan was more good-looking than him. He was wearing designers' brands all over, which showed that his family was very rich. "Does she like you?" asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the boy was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. Xiao Linyan undoubtedly liked him too, but he couldn't say that aloud now. Seeing his reaction, Ji Yuning had the answer and continued, "Well, you can lead a horse to water but you can't make him drink. Since you two like each other, Ji Yuqingyan should quit. If you like her, but she doesn't like you, you should quit, right? We don't need to make it ugly. I just want to win her, so what? If he's a man, drink with me." The boy was quite aggressive. He aimed to get Ji Yuqingyan drunk and win Xiao Linyan over. "It's easy, but I don't know whether she's worth it," said Ji Yuning with a meaningful smile on her lips, and she gave Xiao Linyan a glance. It was obvious that she didn't think Xiao Linyan was worth it. Everyone else was surprised, because they didn't understand it. Right when Ji Yuqingyan wanted to ask about it, Xiao Linyan opened her mouth first and questioned Ji Yuning. "What do you mean? How could Ji Yuning say that? She was the prettiest girl in their school and she had countless admirers. Although she liked Ji Yuqingyan and chose him, it was simply because he was handsome and his family was rich. Let me ask you, do you like Ji Yuqingyan?" asked Ji Yuning. Of course, said Sha Linian. Then why did you still come to this bar and have fun with your admirer? Asked Ji Yuning. She knew that Sha Linian came here of her own will. Sha Linian was taken aback, then argued. I came here with my friend, and I didn't know that he was here too. Your friend didn't know it either? Asked Ji Yuning. Yes, said Sha Linian. In that case, you were really forcefully kept here by them. Asked Ji Yuning. Stop wasting time on talking. Sha Linian's admirer lost patience. It's illegal for you to keep her here with violence. Let her go with us, or I'll call the police, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 17:15, A Disgusting Betrayal, Call the Police. Hearing that, the boy smiled with disdain. Do you think I'll be afraid of it? My uncle is the leader of the police station in this area. As long as we don't admit it, you'll be punished instead because you made a false report. She's Ji Yuqingyan's girlfriend. Do you think she'll side with you? Asked Ji Yuning purposely. Saying that, she turned to look at Sha Linian. Am I right? Sha Linian panicked at this time. She didn't dare to answer Ji Yuning's question, so she asked Ji Yuqingyan, who is she? Why are you letting her do everything? She's my cousin, said Ji Yuqingyan. Knowing that, Sha Linian was surprised, because she thought that Ji Yuning was the girlfriend of another boy among them. Can't you say something? Asked Sha Linian in annoyance. Linlin, you don't need to be worried. We'll be fine since my cousin is here. Ji Yuqingyan thought that Sha Linian was nervous, so he comforted her. Sha Linian was angry, and didn't know what to say. All right, I don't have time to waste on you. Since you said that your uncle is the leader of the police station in this area, I'll call the Public Security Bureau to see if anyone can help with it, said Ji Yuning with impatience, and took out her phone. Wait a second. Sha Linian's admirer stopped her at once, because he didn't want to cause more trouble. So, can you let her go now? Ji Yuning stopped. Let her go. I don't think she's willing to leave with you, said the boy with disdain. Fine, I lost interest in it. Ji Yuqingyan, let me tell you the truth. Sha Linian already had sex with me, and I brought you here simply because I want to steal her away from you with a good reason. The boy didn't care about Sha Linian's reputation at all, because he was selfish and only cared about his own interests. In fact, he had already slept with Sha Linian, and he didn't bother to spend more effort on her. When he said that aloud, Sha Linian changed her expression. Ji Yuqingyan rounded his eyes in shock and stared at Sha Linian. Sha Linian, however, avoided his eyes. Chu Peihan and the others were also astonished. Only Sha Linian's friends and Ji Yuning stayed calm. It was a trap, and they were all aware of it. Ji Yuqingyan ran to Sha Linian and caught her shoulders. Linlin, tell me, it's not true, right? Although he clearly heard it, he refused to accept it. He treated her so well, but she still betrayed him. He wasn't a self-centered boy, and wouldn't force his girlfriend to be grateful to him. The point was that they got along very well with each other before today. They never had an argument or refused to talk with each other. It happened so abruptly, so it was hard for him to accept it. Sha Linian pushed Ji Yuqingyan away and stepped backwards. She didn't look guilty at all, and put on a cold face. Yes, it's true. Ji Yuqingyan, you're very nice to me, I know that, but you can't give me what I want, so we're over. What do you want? Ji Yuqingyan curbed his anger and forced himself to calm down. He was heartbroken and full of anger now. I told you that my dream is to become an actress, but you said that you don't want me to do that. I won't give up my dream because of you. Zhang Yuan doesn't mind it, and his uncle is a director. He can help me, said Sha Linian. Zhang Yuan was Sha Linian's admirer. You're a shameless, bad girl, and you can never become an actress. I'll expose your dirty secret, and no one will hire you, said Chu Peihan in annoyance. You. Sha Linian was mad and worried. If her dirty secret was exposed, her future would be ruined. Do you think the public will believe whatever you say? I can tell them that it's Ji Yuqingyan who betrayed Sha Linian first, said Zhang Yuan. He was also right, because nobody would believe it without solid proof. Fine, do you want to squeeze into the entertainment industry? I have the same idea, and I promise that I'll ruin you. Chu Peihan said, "There are countless people who sell their bodies for a chance in the entertainment industry, and I can easily get the goods on you." Hearing that, Xiao Linyan was furious after being humiliated. Anyway, Xiao Linyan knew the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but she didn't think they were important. Ji Qingyan, how can you allow them to humiliate me like that? Xiao Linyan blamed Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan coldly stared at Xiao Linyan in silence. He didn't think that Chu Peihan had said anything wrong. As a man, he simply couldn't say that aloud. Even though he was heartbroken, Xiao Linyan already betrayed him and their relationship was over. It was impossible for him to defend her again. He respected her and had never forced her to do anything she didn't want to do, but she slept with Zhang Yuan behind his back. Upon thinking of that, he felt disgusted. Even if she had sex with other boys before she became his girlfriend, he wouldn't mind it, but he would never accept a betrayal. Seeing Ji Qingyan remaining silent, Xiao Linyan was anxious. "You're indeed very selfish. You've betrayed him. How can you expect him to defend you again?" Ji Yuning laughed at her. Ji Yuning had deep sympathy for Ji Qingyan. If Xiao Linyan didn't like him any longer, she could leave him without hurting him, but she chose to betray him. A betrayal was always most disgusting. Chapter 17-16, Shit. "Mixie, get back to the car with my cousin. I need to talk about something serious with them," said Ji Yuning and gave the car key to Yu Mixie. They were going to have a fight, and Yu Mixie was the weakest one among them. To make sure that she wasn't hurt, she had to leave first. As for Ji Qingyan, it wasn't easy for him to watch Xiao Linyan being beaten although she betrayed him. Therefore, he better leave first. Ji Yuning knew that it wouldn't end easily, and they might take revenge afterwards, but she wasn't afraid of it. She was very mad today, so she had to do something. She would also warn them to stay away from Ji Qingyan. If they wouldn't listen, she wouldn't hesitate to punish them. "Sure," said Yu Mixie and took the car key. "Ningning, are you?" Ji Qingyan had a premonition. "You called me for help today, so you should listen to me now. Leave with Mixie, and I'll handle the rest," said Ji Yuning in a cold voice. Mixie then pulled Ji Qingyan out although he was unwilling to leave. "What? Do you want to fight? Do you think we'll be scared?" Zhang Yuan saw what Ji Yuning wanted to do, but he was still quite aggressive. Hearing that, his friends also got ready to fight. "I'll only beat Zhang Yuan and Xiao Linyan. If you don't want to be punished because of them, stay aside, or you can't blame us if anything bad happens to you," said Ji Yuning. She gave them a chance to stay out of trouble. "Fuck, come on now." One of Zhang Yuan's friends challenged Ji Yuning. They came to support Zhang Yuan tonight, so they wouldn't retreat. "Right." Zhang Yuan's other friends all agreed. "How about you two?" Ji Yuning asked Xiao Linyan's two female friends. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." The two girls didn't look scared at all, because this wasn't the first time that they had done that. Besides, they had more people than Ji Yuning, so they didn't believe that they would lose. "Great, you asked for it," said Ji Yuning. "Beat them." Since they refused to move aside, Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Hao Ran and Ji Yuning's other friends couldn't wait any longer, so they rushed ahead to punch them. The next second, Ji Yuning went in front of Xiao Linyan. She lifted her up by grabbing the collar then slapped her face with another hand. Ji Qingyan was always dragged into trouble ever since you became his girlfriend. He was almost hit by a car once. If you don't like him, you can just tell him. How dare you sleep with another boy behind his back? Do you think he's too nice? Xiao Linyan screamed in pain. Although Ji Yuning didn't slap her heavily and wouldn't damage her face, it was painful for her to tolerate it right now. Because Chu Peihan and others were good at fighting, each of them could beat several up. Therefore, it was very easy for them to beat Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuan's friends up within a short time. Hao Ran and the boys didn't want to beat girls, so Chu Peihan beat the two girls alone, which wasn't difficult at all. If Chu Peihan used great force, the two girls would be useless soon, but Chu Peihan intended to torture them slowly. It was a soundproof room, so nobody could hear what they were doing in it after all. Ji Yuning wasn't dumb, and she stopped when she thought it was enough. "All right, we can stop now," she shouted to Hao Ran and her other friends. Although they were unwilling to stop right now, they still obeyed Ji Yuning's order. Because they had all slapped Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuan's people, their faces were swollen. I think it should be over now. If you dare take revenge and hurt Ji Yuqingyan, you'll be punished severely next time. Well, if you want to challenge me, do it whenever you want, said Ji Yuning. You can simply let Ji Yuqingyan tell me whenever you want to do that. I live in the capital. Ji Yuning still didn't want to tell them her identity, so she told them to find her through Ji Yuqingyan. However, she wouldn't stop them from learning more information about her either, because she was quite famous on the internet. Do you hear me? Ji Yuning asked Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan trembled in fear. Zhang Yuan was reluctant to give in, but he knew that he was no match for Ji Yuning. Why yes. If he didn't give in, he and his friends would be beaten again. Great, let's go now, said Ji Yuning, and turned around to leave. Ji Yuning actually didn't care about Zhang Yuan's answer because she knew he might change his mind at any second. Anyway, no matter what Zhang Yuan would do in the future, she had confidence to pay him back. She couldn't directly kill him right now, because they weren't so guilty that they should be killed or disabled. Ji Yuning could only wish that they could keep their words. Fuck. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Zhang Yuan swore with an evil expression. Yuan, should we pay some people to beat them? One of his friends was mad too. It was obvious that he didn't take Ji Yuning's words seriously, and what had happened to them today made him feel humiliated. Right, I know some gangsters, and they can help us, Zhang Yuan's other friend said. Shit. Didn't you see how violent they are? They're obviously better at fighting than us, said Zhang Yuan in anger. He wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he shouldn't mess with Ji Yuning again. Chapter 17:17. Fuck off. In that case, ordinary gangsters couldn't hurt Ji Yuning and her friends at all. Zhang Yuan wasn't confident that he could win, so he thought that he should be more careful. Hearing that, Zhang Yuan's friends agreed. Do we have to accept it? Asked someone in annoyance. Go to the hospital now. We can talk about it after we have made a full recovery, said Zhang Yuan. He was unwilling to give in, but he couldn't do anything about it right now. He decided to think about it in the future. His friend called an ambulance at once. Yuan. Xiaolinian felt aggrieved when she heard that Zhang Yuan wanted to give it up. She was a beautiful girl, but she was heavily beaten just then. It was impossible for her to accept it. However, she was a weak girl, and could only rely on Zhang Yuan to take revenge for her. Zhang Yuan's family was rich after all, so she believed that it should be very easy for him to pay Ji Yuning back. She believed in the power of money. In addition, she also wanted to teach Ji Yuqingyan a lesson, because he stood aside when she was being beaten by his cousin. Although she had betrayed him, he shouldn't be so cold-blooded. A selfish person like her always thought about herself, and she totally forgot that she called Ji Yuqingyan to help her tonight. However, she didn't get the result she wanted. Hearing Xiaolinian's voice, Zhang Yuan turned to look at her. Although she seemed pitiful, Zhang Yuan felt disgusted at this moment. Her swollen cheeks were ugly and he was also beaten heavily because of her, so Zhang Yuan snapped at Xiaolinian, "It's all your fault. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have been beaten like that. Fuck off, now, I don't want to see you again." He abandoned Xiaolinian. In fact, Zhang Yuan never liked Xiaolinian much. He simply wanted to sleep with her because she was pretty. His family was rich after all, so it was impossible for him to marry a girl from an ordinary family. Besides, Xiaolinian wasn't a good girl, and she would sell everything for money and fame. Therefore, who knew when she would betray him for a more powerful man? Zhang Yuan wasn't dumb. He played around with pretty women, but would only marry a good one. He wasn't an idiot, he was just a shameless man. He indulged himself in playing around with women, but wouldn't accept a woman of the same kind as him. He had a double standard, but he never thought it was wrong. Zhang Yuan, you. Xiaolinian was already very uncomfortable right now, but she was shocked by Zhang Yuan's attitude. If he abandoned her, she would lose everything. However, she didn't dare to criticize Zhang Yuan. "Xiaolinian, what do you think you are? Let me be honest with you, I chased you only to fuck you, and you're simply a sex tool in my eyes." I will only marry a woman from a family with an equal social status as my family. You're a selfish, snobbish, cheap girl, and you betrayed Ji Qingyan by sleeping with me. So you'll betray me again for another man in the future too," said Zhang Yuan. He didn't bother to hide his real thoughts about Xiao Linyan. Xiao Linyan was mad when she heard that, but she didn't know how to argue against him. In fact, every word Zhang Yuan said was true. Besides, Ji Qingyan was much more good-looking than Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a playboy, while Ji Qingyan had sincerely liked her. Therefore, if she met a better man than Zhang Yuan in the future, she surely would leave Zhang Yuan. Although she didn't have fame now, it didn't mean that she would be nobody forever. If she became a big star in the future, Zhang Yuan wouldn't deserve her. You don't need to argue with me. I'm not dumb, and I know what you're thinking in your mind. Zhang Yuan stopped Xiao Linyan from arguing with him. He hated to hear lies. Xiao Linyan wanted to defend herself, but couldn't say anything now. Disappear, now. Seeing Xiao Linyan standing there still, Zhang Yuan snapped at her impatiently. They were beaten heavily tonight all because of Xiao Linyan. If Xiao Linyan wasn't also beaten tonight, Zhang Yuan wouldn't easily let her go. Xiao Linyan felt quite aggrieved. She bit her lips and stared at Zhang Yuan with a pitiful expression, but only saw his look with disdain. In the past, Zhang Yuan might soften when she acted pitiful, but now he only felt disgusted. No matter how unwilling Xiao Linyan was, she had to leave right now, because she knew Zhang Yuan had no mercy. As for the other two girls, they were Xiao Linyan's friends, so they had to leave with her. Even though they were Xiao Linyan's friends, they actually hated her because they were also beaten because of her. Nevertheless, Xiao Linyan had helped them a lot, although she did that simply because they were beggars in her eyes, so they couldn't leave her behind right now. The three girls left with swollen faces. Luckily, there was a back door to this bar, and they could cover their faces with their bags, or they would be super embarrassed. Only a few people saw them on their way out, but they immediately ran away. Zhang Yuan and his friends left in the same way as Xiao Linyan. When Ji Yuning and her friends got back to the car, Ji Qingyan asked her what she had done to them. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he still needed to make sure of it. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.